In the 298th year of the Conquest era, White Harbor, the largest city north of the Neck, welcomed another sunny morning in the long summer. The Byron River flows into the sea here, and a large number of fishing boats sail out of the port and start their day's work. The Manderly family that rules here lives in a new castle on a high hill in the city, and today is a big day for the entire Manderly family. The third-generation heir of the family, Clay Manderly, ended his 2-year journey in the trading city-states and returned to the Manderly family. Clay's father was originally only the second son of the current Earl of White Harbor, Wyman Manderly. According to the inheritance law, it was not Clay's turn to be the third-generation heir. But just half a year ago, Uncle Clay's wife suffered an unexpected miscarriage and was considered by Maester Theomar to be unable to have children again. The elderly Earl Wyman immediately sent someone to the trading city-state to recall Clay. Except for Earl Wyman and his 2 sons, all members of the Manderly family went to the port to greet the young man who was about to become the heir. What no one knew was that the young man from the family who slowly walked down the deck had been replaced by a soul from another time and space. This soul from another time and space was complaining about the next generation update of a certain demon hunter game before traveling here, and the next second he came to this world of ice and fire that he was very familiar with. After receiving the memories, Clay found himself as a third-generation descendant of the Manderly family, a person who had never appeared in the original world. Not long after arriving in the trading city-state, he received an urgent recall message from his family, brought personally by the family elder, Sir Marin Manderly. White Harbor is still the same, smelling fishy. Clay stepped on the land of Westeros, sniffing the lingering, strong fishy smell in the air, and said with emotion, "Heh, it seems you are used to the smell of Pentos perfume?" Sir Malin said lightly. He was a man with strong family values, and was somewhat dissatisfied with the young master who had been away from the family for 2 years. At the dock of the inner harbor, the fully armed guards of the city garrison have formed a formation. The mermaid flag was flying high, and a group of people gathered between the 2 teams of guards. "Come, meet your 2 sisters." Sir Malin led Clay towards the crowd. Wilfred and Vera, 2 female members of the Manderly family, dressed in dark green dresses, led the rest of the people to welcome Clay's arrival. "Seventh God, look, sister, he has grown so much taller in the 2 years since we last met." 15-year-old Vera held her sister's hand and shouted excitedly. Clay was a little older than Vera and had already celebrated his 16th name day on the ship. He walked in front of the crowd, and under the stern gaze of Sir Malin, the Wilfred sisters and the remaining members of the branch tribe bowed solemnly to Clay. Clay was still young, but his status as heir made him stand far above everyone present. Ever since the bloody civil war of the Targaryen family, the dance with the dragons ended, the establishment of an heir, especially a male heir, has become the top priority for all the nobles in Westeros. After the ceremony, the eldest sister Wilfred, who behaved very dignifiedly, took Clay's hand and said with a smile, "Clay, grandfather is waiting for you in the new castle. Let's go quickly." Clay nodded. He also wanted to meet his grandfather as soon as possible. After all, only with the nod of Earl Wyman his status as heir could be confirmed. Mounting on horseback, Clay and his party crossed the Fish King Square and went up the castle stairs. A majestic white stone fortress jumped out of Clay's memory and appeared before his eyes again. This giant fortress, which ranks among the top 3 in the entire north, is the home fortress of the Manderly family. To distinguish it from the old fortress at the foot of the mountain, it is called the New Fortress. Led by the 2 sisters, Clay walked into the Manderly family hall, which symbolizes the power core of the entire White Harbor. It also has a more resounding name, the Mermaid Palace. Although he had been here many times in his memory, when Clay stepped here again, he still marveled at the family's strong financial foundation. In this palace-like hall, the ceiling and floor are made of thick wooden boards cleverly spliced together. The surfaces of these valuable woods are carved with a variety of exquisite marine creatures by the skilled craftsmen of White Harbor. On the high platform in the center of the entrance field of vision, a huge padded throne stands on it, representing the absolute authority of the Manderly family. Comparing in his mind, Clay concluded that the style of this hall was definitely much more luxurious than the Stark family's Winterfell hall. Although there was still a certain gap with the throne room in the Red Castle, it was definitely unique based on the Earl's status. Sitting on the throne was a tall and strong old man. His hair full of silver hair was extremely obvious under the candlelight. Clay knew very well that he was his grandfather, the Earl of White Harbor, Lord Wyman Manderly. Wilfie pulled her pouting sister aside, leaving Clay alone standing in the middle of the Mermaid Palace's hall, staring at the sullen old man on the throne from a distance. Taking a deep breath, Clay walked forward and saluted with his hand on his chest. "Grandpa, I'm back!" They kept their heads down for an unknown amount of time as the grandfather and grandson confronted each other in silence. "Raging sea and raging waves," Earl Wyman suddenly shouted. After a moment of daze, Clay realized that this was the family motto. He immediately raised his head, looked directly into the old man's eyes, and responded in an equally loud voice, "Raging waves!" The ice on Earl Wyman's red face melted and shattered. He grinned and laughed. "Ha ha, you're back!" The old man's sturdy body bounced up from the throne, walked quickly to Clay, circled around him, looked at him carefully, and spoke very quickly. "Yes, this head is my grandson, and the hair on the lips has grown out. Tsk. I didn't realize that you were as ugly as your father when you were a child, but now you are much more handsome. Good, you're back. Take a night's rest, and tomorrow I will take you to Lord Ed to ask for an engagement." Clay listened with helplessness on his face. Vera in the hall had already burst into laughter. Wilfred was able to maintain the demeanor of a lady, but the raised corners of her mouth still reflected her inner joy. Earl Wyman was still muttering, but when he saw the looks on his two granddaughters' faces, he realized that he had said too much. He glared at them fiercely and muttered, "I'll marry you both off next month." His voice was probably a little loud, as the two unmarried ladies shut their mouths and shrank back into the corner like ostriches. "Okay, Clay, you go first. It's not easy to cross the entire narrow sea, and it's your room that has been cleaned for you for 2 years. We'll talk after dinner. It just so happens that your father and uncle just happened to be back." Clay nodded in agreement with his grandfather's words. The clever Wilfred quickly took his silly sister and led Clay out of the Mermaid Palace. If they stayed here, they would inevitably be scolded by the old man again. Lying on the bed that had not changed at all from his memory, Clay thought to himself, Lord Wyman was right. He really had to go to Winterfell for something. Perhaps the things he complained about before crossing over were too real, and moved a certain existence in the dark. He did not come to the world of ice and fire empty-handed. As soon as he thought about it, a dark blue panel unfolded on his retina. Demon Hunter System, Level 1. Potions, pull down to expand. Bombs, pull down to expand. Equipment pool, mana pool, 70 unlocked sigils. No items, pull down to expand. After a period of exploration, he had roughly understood the function of this system. This is only a Level 1 system bomb. The recipes and drawings in the equipment are empty. There is only a herbal decoction in the potion that can cause the Demon Hunter mutation. The recipe is as follows: fork-tail dragon spinal fluid, dragon bone, repeated use, flying lion venom gland, albino vampire tongue, adult swamp leech, sentinel bark, longleaf plantain grass, tatura root copper grass. The system has found a reasonable substitute for Clay in this world. The moment Clay saw the recipe, he spent all the gold dragons he brought from White Harbor and bought a dragon bone bow from a collector in Pentos. This is the most difficult thing to obtain. If he was not the eldest master of White Harbor, if he wanted to obtain a dragon bone after the dragon capital disappeared for more than 100 years, he would probably have to sneak into King's Landing to perform the role of a thief. By now, he had obtained all the other ingredients, leaving only the sentinel bark, which theoretically could only be found in the wolf forest in the northwest of the north. It is not enough to have all the materials. In the Demon Hunter world, mutation must be assisted by a wizard. Mutation without magic to maintain the stability of the body is tantamount to seeking death. In this world, Clay traveled to all the trading cities, but was unable to increase the system's initial 70 points of magic power storage. He had also been to the Red Temple, but unfortunately most of the people there were charlatans who could only perform fire-breathing performances. He knew very well that when the stars wept blood and the glass candles of the Citadel burned again, the magical power of the entire world would be revived, but he could not wait that long. This time on the North Journey, the largest weirwood in the Stark family's Godswood was another goal of his trip. According to the system's notes, only when the magic pool reaches 100 can the success rate be guaranteed to be over 80%. Higher magic power storage will gradually increase the success rate of immunity to negative effects during the mutation process. Clay didn't want his little brother to be useless, nor did he want to be a faceless person. He thought about it for a long time. In the original history, the unlucky current king's hand would soon die of poisoning, and then the wolves would march south. As soon as Robert died, a brutal war would break out. Therefore, in the coming chaotic times, possessing powerful personal military power, is simply the first choice for survival. Not to mention that he is the grandson of an earl. Just look at the tragic experiences of the children of Duke Eddard, the boss of the North, and you will know that the title of nobility is simply empty and unreliable. Besides, he has White Harbor behind him and possesses the largest wealth in the North. Who says that the trial of Greengrass can only be used by him? As long as the formula and magic problems are solved, believe it or not, if he is given some time, he can raise an army of demon hunters for the Seven Kingdoms. Before we knew it, it was already afternoon. The sound of knocks on the door interrupted Clay's fantasy. He sat up from the bed, sat on the chair, and then said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a little head with light green hair poked in, revealing 2 fangs, and grinned. "Clay, it's time for dinner. My sister asked me to take you to the hall. It's not like I don't know the way." Shaking his head and smiling, Clay stood up, stretched his waist, followed his sister, and walked through the magnificently decorated corridor. Soon they arrived at the hall, and Clay noticed that the servants had already set up a long table in the middle of the hall, and the kitchen was preparing the meal. Clay and his friends arrived early, and other family members had not yet arrived. Only the old butler was directing the servants to shuttle back and forth. Seeing the eldest young master coming, the old butler came up to greet him with a smile. "Master Clay, you and Miss Vera are here early, but the dinner hasn't started yet. Why don't you go to the garden first?" When he saw that the dinner hadn't started yet, Clay knew that his cousin, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years, had something to say to him. He didn't point it out, but nodded and followed Vera into the garden. Lying on the railing overlooking the entire White Harbor, the soothing sea breeze blows towards you, and the twinkling lights in the White Harbor city are particularly beautiful. Clay looked at Vera, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, touched her head, smiled gently, and asked, "What does Vera want to tell me?" Clay, did you figure it out?" Clay nodded with a smile. Vera pursed her lips and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Grandpa may ask you to go to Winterfell for dinner. Can you take me with you?" When saying this, Vera's lavender eyes were full of hope. "Why are you coming with me to Winterfell?" Clay was a little confused. "Go for a walk. You know Grandpa's temper. He thinks that we noble ladies should stay in the castle before we get married." Vera argued. A little stunned, in Clay's eyes, Vera was like a bird trapped in a cage, flapping its wings and trying hard to fly out of the cage. Just as they were about to agree, the old butler's voice interrupted them. "Master, miss, dinner is ready. The Earl wants you two to come over." Once again back in the hall, after the efficient efforts of the Manderly family servants, a table that looked delicious was already on the table. The servants lit candles, making the entire mermaid palace look even taller and more mysterious. Earl Wyman sat in the middle, with 2 burly bald men sitting on either side of him. The one on the right was the Earl's eldest son, Willis Manderly, Clay's uncle, and the man on the left, grinning at him, was Clay's father, Wendell Manderly. "Please sit down first. You and your son will have plenty of time to chat after you finish eating." Earl Wayman's face, which was illuminated by the candlelight, was also filled with smiles. The 2 sisters, Clay and Wilfred, sat together and focused on the food in front of them after Lord Wayman took the first bite of the bread. "Clay, in the next 2 days, you need to get ready. Take my handwritten letter and go to Winterfell to pay a visit to Lord Eddard," Lord Wyman suddenly said. After a brief thought, Clay understood Lord Wyman's intention. The old man was using his presence to extinguish the flames of those ambitious people who coveted White Harbor. As long as he met Eddard Stark, from any perspective, no one would be qualified to inherit the position of Lord White Harbor before him after his uncle's death. "Okay, Grandpa," Clay responded quickly. Although the old man was more concerned about the stability of White Harbor, Clay had to have this attitude. Just as he finished speaking, his foot was stepped on hard. He bared his teeth, looked at Willa, who kept winking at him, smiled bitterly, and said to Lord Wyman, "Grandpa, I want to take Willa to Winterfell with me." "What are you going to Winterfell for?" Lord Wyman scratched his chin covered with white beard and asked his granddaughter puzzledly. When Clay saw the surprised look on Wilfred's face, he knew that Vera had not told anyone before. "Clay is going to see Lord Eddard. Maybe he can make friends with his sons. I will go and make friends with Lady Sansa," Vera said confidently. In fact, she was not wrong. Her sister Wilfred was taken to Winterfell by Lord Wyman several times in the past few years. Her sister said that she became good friends with Sansa Stark, the eldest daughter of the Stark family, and they even did embroidery together. The speaker may not have intended it, but the listener may have taken it to heart. I guess this idea started brewing from the moment he heard that Clay had returned. "You're just causing trouble and just stay here." Vera's father Willis blew his beard and yelled at his daughter. This bear-like man seemed to have no idea how to communicate with his daughter. Clay found it funny to see Vera pulling her braids and pursing her lips. He was about to say a few words to support Vera, but when his eyes fell on the old man's thoughtful face, he held his words back. Seeing that the head of the family didn't say anything, everyone stopped eating and drinking, and the huge mermaid palace was silent. To everyone's surprise, Earl Wyman, who had always been against girls running around on their own, actually agreed after thinking for a moment. "Okay, Clay, you take her with you and keep an eye on her." Clay was stunned for a moment. Although he was surprised, he nodded quickly to avoid further damage to his feet. He was not sure what Earl Wyman meant. In such a great noble family, it was very important to choose which family the offspring, especially females, would appear in, because this often meant the intention of marriage between the nobles. Earl Wyman has been in charge for decades, and no one can tell what he is thinking. But one thing is clear to everyone. The Wilford sisters, who have already reached their first period, will never marry a family of lower status than the Manderly family. Is the old man planning to let Vera show up in front of Robert more often? If that's the case, then he probably had the same idea in mind when he brought Wilfred to Winterfell. Did he not give up? Clay wasn't sure, but it wasn't something he could worry about right now. 2 days later, on the banks of the White Knife. "Take this wine and bring it to the High Master of Winterfell, Sir Roderick. Say that I am paying off his gambling debt." Wendell Manderly waved his big hand and patted his son on the back, telling his son who he knew in Winterfell. Clay took Vera and 10 guards in bright armor and headed north along the White Blade River. If all goes well, they will reach 7th in half a month, then set out on the King's Road and reach Winterfell in half a day by galloping. The gurgling river looks like a silver ribbon under the morning sun. Decorated with the vast green plains, the northern border is still worth visiting in midsummer. To Clay's right, Vera, who was leaving the castle on a snow-white horse, was shouting and screaming, not at all as dignified as her sister Wilfred. "Hold on tight and don't fall off the horse," Clay warned. Oh, I get it. Clay, stop nagging like Nanny." Vera didn't care. Her bell-like laughter echoed in the empty riverside. Clay smiled and simply ignored her. His eyes were on the family guards who were protecting them in the center. These family guards with mermaid emblems painted on their shields were the plate cavalry of the Manderly family. Although most soldiers in the north are basically equipped with mail armor, in most cases it is because the north has poor economic capabilities and cannot be equipped with expensive full-body plate armor. But the Manderly family, which owns the 5th largest city in Westeros, has no such concerns. As far as Clay knows, the family's arsenal can instantly arm more than 1,500 fully armored cavalry. When he learned the news, Clay didn't quite understand why such a huge force was invisible in the subsequent War of the Five Kings. Earl Wyman would rather let one of his 2 sons be imprisoned as a prisoner, and the other die with Robb Stark at the Red Wedding. Even when Jon Snow counterattacked Winterfell, he didn't move this force. What was he planning? If this force joined the battlefield, when Tywin Lannister was dragged by Robb in the river and couldn't move, 1,500 Northerners' cavalry would be able to quickly maneuver south and directly attack King's Landing. Maybe the war would be over, so where would all the things that happened later come from? Clay realized that including his own family, these nobles who had been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years in Westeros might have hidden things under the water much deeper than he had imagined. And he must not make arbitrary decisions based on his own impressions. There was one thing that Vera said at the dinner party. Clay really wanted to meet Eddard Stark's family during this trip to Winterfell. Since he was the 3rd-generation heir of the Manderly family, he had inevitably boarded the Chariot of the North. The bitter cold in the north and the belief in the old gods made the Stark family have a tenacious character, but it was obvious that they seemed to lack sufficient political vigilance. Look at the series of mind-boggling operations that Eddard and Robert, father and son, later made. The good situation in the north was ruined, and they had an unshirkable responsibility. But then again, although this family was bad at politics, they were still qualified to be the boss. At least Clay didn't want those perverts who liked to peel people's skin in the Dreadfort to be the guardians of the North. It was not a very urgent matter in itself, and with Vera strolling around, the original 15-day trip took 20 days. When the sun set on the 20th day, they finally saw the gray-black castle standing on the horizon in the golden sunset. From a distance, a melodious horn sounded. With the sound of rolling hooves, 3 war horses carrying knights in full mail armor came to the front of the crowd under the leadership of a dire wolf flag fluttering in the wind. The leading knight certainly recognized the mermaid flag of the Manderly family and did not guard anything. He asked loudly, "Friends of White Harbor, welcome to Winterfell." This was actually asking what Clay and his group were going to do. This was the responsibility of these Stark family rangers. This man was also a good judge of people. He saw Clay and Vera, who were protected in the center and dressed in luxurious clothes, at a glance. He just said what he said to the two of them. Clay knew it was his turn to speak, so he turned his horse forward, and the guards consciously made way for him. "I am Clay Manderly, and I want to meet Lord Stark, the Guardian of the North. Although I don't remember that there is such a young man in the Manderly family. No one in the North dares to use the banner of the Manderly family." The knight nodded, kicked his horse's belly, and said, "The Lord is in the city. I will take you there. Follow me." Following the direwolf banner, Winterfell gradually approached them. Before the last ray of sunset disappeared, Clay and his party passed through the gate of Winterfell. Winterfell is not actually a city. Strictly speaking, it is just a military fortress of the Stark family. It covers an area of several acres and is surrounded by two huge and heavy walls. Clay followed the Stark family guards and passed through the east gate that was about to close and entered the capital of the North. The guards with the direwolf emblem lit torches, slightly dispelling the darkness that permeated every inch of the air. "Friends of the Manderly family, please wait here for a moment. I will report to Sir Roderick, and he will arrange suitable accommodation for you." Clay nodded. It was already evening, and it was, indeed, not a good time to visit Lord Stark. The guards left in a hurry, and Clay and his party waited quietly in front of the main castle. Only Vera rode on horseback and looked around. About 20 minutes later, a short and strong old man holding a helmet appeared in Clay's sight. He wore a crimson cloak, a long sword hung at his waist, and walked steadily. "Winterfell welcomes you," he said lightly, and then introduced himself. "I am Roderick, the coach of Winterfell. What is the matter with you all coming from afar?" Clay got off his horse, and the remaining guards and Vera also got off their horses and walked in front of Roderick. He looked at the old man who dedicated his life to the direwolf family and smiled. "Hello, sir. I am Clay Manderly, and this is my sister Vera." Roderick actually heard of Clay's name when he was just born, but because Clay has always been low-key, and he has disappeared in Westeros for 2 years, he didn't remember who Clay was for a while. A branch of the Manderly family? Roderick frowned. He has served the Stark family for nearly 50 years, and has never encountered a branch of the family directly asking to meet the Duke of Winterfell. This is against the rules. But everyone in the Stark family understands that when winter comes, the lone wolf dies and the pack of wolves survives. The Stark family has no reason to refuse or drive away this strange Manderly boy in front of them. You have to wait until tomorrow to see the Lord. You all stay in Winterfell today. I will report to the Lord tomorrow. As it was getting late, Roderick had no interest in talking and spoke briefly. The guests should follow the host's wishes. Clay naturally had no objection. The Stark family guards took care of their horses and arranged the guards. Clay dragged Willa, who was a little afraid of the dark, and followed behind Roderick, who was not tall. A night passed quickly, and the warm sun shone into the ancient fortress again. Clay, who had gotten up early, was practicing the elementary wolf school swordsmanship that came with the first-level demon hunter. He wielded a well-made half-hand sword clumsily. Although it was laborious, he did not slack off in every move. "Are you practicing swordsmanship too?" Clay's sword was stopped by a young voice behind him when he swung it in the air. Clay put away his sword and turned around, looking in the direction of the voice. A young man in simple clothes was standing at the door of the small courtyard where Clay and his group lived. Dark brown hair, very thin, with a gray short sword hanging from his waist. The boy saw Clay stop, so he walked over and held out his hand like a little adult. "My name is John, hello?" There was a shyness in his voice. It was strange that he didn't introduce his last name, but Clay had guessed who he was. "Clay!" The two shook hands, and Clay said his name, but also didn't mention his last name. The boy in front of him was probably the future king of the North, Jon Snow, who had the blood of wolf and dragon. His last name was a very sensitive point for him, and he was very concerned about his illegitimate status. "Are you from the Manderly family?" Jon stared at the mermaid flag planted in the yard, and asked hesitantly after identifying it for a while. Because he was not favored by his mistress Catelyn, Jon had never received any systematic heraldry education, and he knew nothing about these complicated family relationships. Seeing Clay nod, Jon's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Although he was born in the noble Stark family, He would rather have his own surname like the one in front of him, the Manderly family, who was a head taller than him. He hated the damned symbol of bastard, Jon Snow. Jon quickly adjusted himself. As the best swordsman of the younger generation of the Stark family, he had just observed the trajectory of Clay's sword swing and the rules of his steps, which were things that Sir Roderick had never taught him. The young man's competitive spirit took over, and he couldn't help asking, "Hey, can I have a sword fight with you?" Although he had not learned the essence of the Wolf School swordsmanship at all, Clay would certainly not refuse such a challenge. He smiled and said, "Of course, Jon." The two stood still, and the Manderly family guards, who had already stood up consciously, made way for their young master. "Be careful. Sir Roderick said that I am the best swordsman in my family, better than Robb." The innocent boy was completely unaware that his words had exposed his identity. Just ask, which lord in the north doesn't know the name of the heir to the north? The two men were facing each other. Unknowingly, a large circle of people had gathered around them. There were guards from the Manderly family, as well as Starks. Sir Roderick was among them. Behind him stood a middle-aged man staring intently at the field. After circling the field for a few times, Jon found that Clay's footsteps had been oppressing him, not giving him a comfortable opportunity to attack. He made a quick decision, shouted, and rushed forward with his sword. With a clang, Clay's sword blade barely stopped Jon's attack at his waist. He didn't expect Jon's attack to be so fierce. His half-sword was much heavier, so it was naturally slower to swing. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Jon immediately put away his sword. Before he could thrust out his second sword, Clay's upward slash from below forced him to block with his sword. The two weapons touched again, and Jon only felt a strong force coming, and his body could not help but step back 2 steps. At this time, Clay was grateful that the time he spent on Wolf School swordsmanship was not wasted. He quickly stepped forward according to the practiced pace and slashed with his sword. The weapons collided one after another, causing the people around to cheer continuously, but the middle-aged man frowned. He looked at Roderick, who also curled his snow-white eyebrows together. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Roderick say, "It's not easy, Jon may lose." In the field, 2 teenagers waved their weapons, and behind them, the wolf flag representing the Stark family and the mermaid flag of the Manderly family fluttered quietly in the warm morning light. Interesting boy. The middle-aged man looked at the field, and Clay's figure was reflected in his gray eyes. "Wait until they are done. Notify him. I will wait for him in the hall." The middle-aged man left the crowd. "Yes, my lord." The competition between Clay and Jon was still going on, but as the expert Sir Roderick said, the situation was developing in a disadvantageous direction for Jon. Although Jon's weapon was shorter, his attacks were swift and tricky, but he suffered from his lack of strength. Although Clay was forced into danger several times, he was able to stabilize the situation, while Jon found that he was beginning to run out of strength. Every time Clay swung or stabbed, he had to expend a lot of strength to resist, in addition to dodging. It was obvious that Clay crushed him in terms of strength. Another fierce collision, both sides retreated a short distance, and Jon looked at the several small gaps on his dagger with heartache. As a bastard, he did not have much savings, and forging a dagger required gritted teeth and stamped his feet. Holding the blade across his chest, Clay panted slightly and wiped the sweat hanging on his forehead. He keenly noticed the slight tremor of Jon's right hand holding the sword and the involuntary movement of his fingers. He was exhausted, Clay thought. He leaned forward and raised his sword to charge. Just as he swung the sword, a sword that was obviously much better made than Jon's short sword was placed between the two. Someone said, "You win, friend from White Harbor." The voice was also young. When someone stopped him, Clay took the opportunity to put away his sword and retreated. It was not a wise thing to defeat his master's child on his territory, although he felt that the Stark family would not mind these things based on their character. "Robb, you don't have to do this. I can beat him." Jon was a little dissatisfied with his brother. Clay was a little surprised. Was the tall, brown-haired young man in front of him Robb Stark? "Well, go change your dirty clothes first, otherwise your mother will scold you again." The young master of the Stark family smiled and patted his brother's shoulder. Although Jon was somewhat reluctant, he was very aware of his physical condition and was not someone who could not afford to lose. He nodded slightly to Clay and immediately followed a guard to leave the scene. Seeing the end of the competition, the onlookers made sounds of reluctance, but soon they dispersed in 2s and 3s. Only the guards of the two families were left on the field, as well as Robb and Clay standing together, and Sir Roderick, who was walking over. "Sir," Robb called out, and so did Clay. Roderick's gray eyes revealed a scrutinizing look. He looked at Clay and said in a serious voice, "Lord Eddard is waiting for you in the hall. Come with me." Robb wanted to follow, but Roderick only said, "Robb, your mother is looking for Bran, and he doesn't know which tower he has climbed to. I suggest you go and help her." Robb smiled helplessly, gave Clay an apologetic look, pulled up his wolfskin cape, and hurried away. Walking all the way, Clay was brought to the hall of the Stark family by Roderick. This is probably the largest building besides the main castle where the Stark family lives. The vast hall can hold 8 long tables and can accommodate even 500 people. On the high platform in the hall, Clay saw a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance, but he knew very well that this man was one of the 7 most powerful people in the entire kingdom, Duke Eddard Stark, who led the defense of the North. Without waiting for Roderick to introduce him, he touched his chest and saluted. "My lord, Duke." Eddard waved his hand, and Sir Roderick saluted and stepped aside. Only Clay and him were left on the empty high platform. He looked up and down at the young man who had just defeated Jon. He inherited the tall and burly figure of the Manderly family. After a moment of silence, he asked kindly, "Which one of the White Harbor is your father?" He did not ask Clay's name first. "Wendell Manderly, my lord." Wendell, huh? Are you Wendell's son?" As the Guardian of the North, he naturally knew the situation of his vassal. After a little thought, he remembered who Wendell was. Then he realized Clay's identity. He was the 3rd-generation heir of the Manderly family. Roderick was also surprised when he heard Clay's words. He had a good relationship with Wendell, but he didn't expect that the Manderly boy he regarded as a side branch was actually the child of his old friend. Clay took out the letter with the emblem of Earl Wyman from his arms and put it on the table of Duke Eddard. Duke Eddard was a little strange, but he still picked up the letter and recognized the unique emblem of Earl Wyman at a glance. At that moment, he had more trust in Clay's identity. After reading the letter, Eddard Stark understood what Earl Wyman meant. This was to ask him to send a message to all the nobles in the North to endorse Clay's identity. This is understandable. When encountering an issue of heirs, it is common for vassals to approach their lords to do this. However, this is about the heir of the Manderly family, one of the most powerful lords in the North. Eddard's sense of honor requires him to be extremely cautious. "Clay Manderly, please stay in Winterfell for a few days. I will send a raven to White Harbor to confirm your identity." It seems that the old man mentioned his name in the letter. Is it so troublesome? Clay frowned slightly, but he had no reason to refute, so he could only nod. Seeing that Clay had no hesitation, Lord Eddard smiled slightly on his serious face. He pointed to the side. "Roderick, you have already met him. Ask him to take you around Winterfell these days. I heard that you also brought your sister with you. That's perfect. You can get to know Robb and Sansa." Clay had a good first impression of both Jon and Robb, so he naturally would not refuse. He knew that his conversation with the Northern Guardian was over, so he bowed and followed Roderick out of the hall. As soon as he left the house, Roderick said, "Wendell complained to me many times when he came to Winterfell. Now it seems that you have inherited your mother's appearance, but this guy is a qualified Manderly." Clay looked at this old knight and thought that it seemed that what his father said was true. He did have a very good relationship with Roderick. He remembered what his father had told him before he left. "Sir, before I came here, my father told me to give you a bottle of wine, saying that it was to pay off the gambling debt he owed you." Roderick was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Now, he no longer had any concerns about Clay's identity, because the gambling debt was a secret between him and Wendell, and no one else knew it. He snorted. "It's rare that he can still remember it. I thought he would hide in White Harbor for a bottle of wine." The old lord was obviously in a good mood, and an iron hand was placed on Clay's shoulder. "Lord Eddard is right. You young people should be more familiar with each other. Let's go. Go have breakfast first, then bring your sister and come to the parade ground to find us." As the head coach of Winterfell, he is responsible for training the younger generation of the Stark family. Jon's swordsmanship was taught by him. Smiling, Clay walked towards his residence. He had to wake up his sleepy sister Willa. "It's hard to imagine who taught you swordsmanship. This is not the way your father used a sword." In the training ground, sweating profusely, Clay performed a set of basic swordsmanship of the wolf school at his fastest speed. A huge half-hand sword cut a trail of death around him. Sir Roderick pinched his chin covered with gray beard and sighed. In his eyes, as an expert who has been using swords for decades, if Clay's swordsmanship is combined with greater power and faster speed, the effect in close combat will be far stronger than the swordsmanship he has mastered. This made him feel puzzled. As far as he knew, The swordsmanship of the Manderly family in White Harbor was inherited from that of Winterfell. When Wendell dueled with him, he only relied on his big body. In fact, his swordsmanship was much cruder than his own. Essos is a filthy land. But you have to admit, sir, sometimes useful things can be found in the garbage dump. Clay answered the question irrelevantly and attributed the origin of this set of swordsmanship entirely to his travels in Essos. For the traditional minor nobles of Westeros, their impression of Essos is nothing more than a few words. Iron Bank, trading city-states, slavery, Dothraki barbarians, and Valyria ruins. Apart from those materialistic trading city-states, there is nothing related to the chivalry and honor that the Westeros nobles advocate. It is all barbarism and violence. Therefore, except for a few nobles who have business dealings with the trading city-states, no one is interested in that land. Robb, does Maester Lewin have any news about White Harbor? Clay turned and asked Robb, who was teaching his brother Bran archery. Maybe. A raven arrived at Winterfell this morning. My father didn't look very happy, so I didn't dare ask. Leaving Bran with a reluctant look on his face, Robb lowered his voice and said, "This is already Clay's third day in Winterfell. According to the flying speed of ravens, today should be the day when Winterfell receives a reply from White Harbor. Clay believes that his old man will not delay." During these 3 days, Clay had become familiar with the Stark siblings, except for Bran and Rickon, who were still young and a little shy. His sister Willa had long since become friends with the 2 young ladies of the Stark family. The 3 girls huddled together and whispered to each other, which had caused the mammy in charge to complain several times. In addition to proving his identity to the entire North, Clay's trip to Winterfell was more important to himself, as he actually wanted to get in touch with the Stark family's godswood. His target was the largest weirwood in the entire North. The belief in the old gods is deeply rooted in the entire North. Unlike others, he is very clear that the fishbeam wood itself actually contains rich magic power, and Clay's thirsty magic pool needs it to be filled. As for the last ingredient of the herbal decoction, the sentinel bark, Clay was not too worried. As long as he had a chance to leave the city, he could find this kind of tree in the vast wolf forest. If that didn't work, there were some in the warehouse of Winterfell, but it would take too long to guarantee the effect. As everyone was chatting, a Winterfell guard wearing a direwolf cloak entered the parade grounds and whispered a few words to Sir Roderick. "Robb and Clay, Lord Eddard wants to see you. Go to the study in the main castle to meet him." Sir Roderick interrupted the conversation. Clay and Robb looked at each other and nodded. Clay had never been to the main castle, so he had to let Robb take him. Arriving in the study, Eddard Stark stood in front of the fireplace. "You are here." Duke Ed's voice was calm, but his whole face seemed frozen with ice that could not melt even in the hot summer. He first looked at Clay. "Clay Manderly, I have received the reply from Earl Wyman confirming your identity, and I have ordered the Maester to explain it to the entire North." Clay felt slightly relieved when he heard this. At least with the support of the Manderly family, he had a place to stay in these troubled times. But then he felt strange. It seemed unreasonable that this letter would make Duke Ed in a bad mood. Now, if he picked up a piece of charcoal from the fireplace, it would be extinguished by the temperature of his face. "Now, Clay, you go back and take your guards. Robb, go call Bran and the others, and follow me out of the city. An oathbreaker is about to be tried." On the way back, Robb was confused and frowned, not noticing the stiff expression on Clay's face, who was following behind him. Clay was screaming in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, this so-called oathbreaker was the deserter who survived the ambush by the White Walkers. After going through so much, Clay finally found his place in the year 298 of the Conquest era. From a spectator to a witness, an inexplicable excitement filled his body. He hurriedly separated from Robert. An order was issued that all White Harbor soldiers must assemble within half an hour. The captain of the guards resolutely carried out Clay's orders, kicking and beating them, and finally put the White Harbor guards, who had become lazy in Winterfell, into neat formation again. Half an hour later, the cavalry teams of the 2 families left the north gate of Winterfell with the sound of rumbling horse hooves. The captured prisoners had already been taken to an abandoned manor outside Winterfell, which was the execution ground where the Stark family enforced the laws of the kingdom. More than 50 riders stopped at the gate of the manor, with the direwolf flag and the mermaid flag flying high. Bran, who was watching the execution for the first time, was a little scared. He hid behind Jon and dared not watch. The prisoners who had fled all the way here from outside the Great Wall were covered in frostbite, and the night watchmen's black uniforms were torn, revealing their purple bodies underneath. Clay knew why Duke Ed's face was as cold as ice. He valued honor and was extremely disgusted with this kind of deserter who broke his oath. If it were the southern nobles, if the deserter's family had some money, they might be able to buy his life. But here, getting his head chopped off was the only outcome. He understood the purpose of Duke Eddard calling him here. As the leader of the North, he wanted his younger generations to understand the importance of law and honor, which of course included Clay, the heir to White Harbor. The prisoner was pinned to the hardwood for beheading, and Clay was well aware of his fear, not only because of death, but also because of the unknown massacre in the haunted forest. Lord Eddard got off his horse, and Theon Greyjoy, whom Clay had only seen a few times, handed him the Stark family sword, Ice. He took off his gloves and picked the black Valyrian giant sword with both hands. His voice was loud but not dull. In the name of Robert I of the House Baratheon, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Eddard of the House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, do hereby sentence you to death. With a swipe of the sword, the head fell to the ground, and the smell of blood filled the grass of the execution ground. There was no struggle, and the person died very cleanly. This is the truest side of the world. Violence is the bond that maintains social stability. Therefore, killing is really nothing surprising. Perhaps only the purest hearts could feel fear. The nearby horse neighed and stood up, but was quickly calmed down by its master, who was an excellent rider. "Let's go," Duke Ed said sullenly. Although the laws of the kingdom were enforced, it was obviously not something that made him happy. The silent crowd turned their horses and headed back in the direction they came from. Clay heard Lord Eddard talking in a low voice with his youngest son Bran, who was watching his first execution. At this time, Eddard Stark took off his serious mask as the Guardian of the North and began to play the role of a kind father. He had just instructed the captain of the guard to let this man who was loyal to the Manderly family take 2 guards to the Wolf Forest to get the tender bark of the sentinel tree for him. Although he did not understand the young master's intention, the captain of the guard still resolutely carried out the order. When Duke Ed ordered to return, the 3 men and 3 horses left the main force and plunged into the boundless wolf forest. The horse's hooves moved slowly forward, as if to show that its owner was indeed in a bad mood. Clay was indeed annoyed. He knew it was the year 298 of the Conquest era, but he had never thought that the killing of the Night's Watch deserter would happen so quickly. Originally, he had planned to use this trip to Winterfell to find out the relationship between the weirwood, or the heart tree as the people of the North called it, and the faith in the old gods that had taken root in the land north of the Neck for thousands of years. Before, in the Godwood Forest in White Harbor, there was a small, short heart tree. When Clay touched it, he did feel a little bit of power flowing through his arm into his body, and his magic pool also swelled a little. Clay believed that when he was allowed to touch the oldest heart tree in Winterfell, the magic pool would be sufficiently replenished. But now the plan must be overturned. Clay knew very well that the execution meant that Prime Minister Jon Arryn, who was far away in King's Landing, must have died from the poisoning of Littlefinger Pedder. King Robert I, who overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, must have been on the King's Road to Winterfell with his court by now. Clay is undoubtedly a small character now, and it is impossible for him to influence Duke Eddard's decision. Once the wolves go south, the War of the 5 Kings will be a foregone conclusion when the unsuspecting stags and direwolves are bitten through the throat by the lions. The people of the North value honor above all else. When Robb Stark led his army south, it was impossible for Clay not to participate. But when he thought of the nobles captured in the North during the war and the Stark family who died at the Red Wedding caused by Frey's betrayal, Clay felt a chill down his spine. He is not a god. Since he is in this Game of Thrones, he is mostly swept away by the general trend. He does not have much time to break the impasse. The brothers Jon and Robb, who had already galloped a long way on their horses, now stood on a low hill and shouted to the team, "Father Bran, come and see what we found." In deathly silence, Clay saw the 2 corpses entangled together by the bridge. The giant wolf, which was so big that it surprised him, had its throat pierced by the antlers while biting a stag. No one in Winterfell, who was very sensitive to family emblems, dared to speak. The people of the North believed in gods, so they also feared the gods. The bloody scene before them, whose symbolic meaning was too obvious, made everyone feel terrified, except Clay. Clay arrived late, and the 5 little wolves had already been taken out and were huddled in the arms of Bran and his brothers. "This is a bad sign, born after death." Clay heard someone mutter, Theon Greyjoy had a cynical smile on his face. He drew the sword from his waist and said to his nominal brother Bran, "Bran, those things won't live long. Throw 'em to me." Clay had always disliked Theon, especially his long face that always had a disgusting smile. At this moment, he was upset and blurted out without thinking, "It's not your wolf. It's none of your business." The originally quiet bridge now became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes turned to Clay. Theon was stunned for a moment. Then he became angry and pointed the shining sword blade at Clay's horse's head. Probably because he didn't control the strength well enough, the tip of the sword actually pierced the cheek of Clay's mount. The horse was frightened and suddenly leaned back, and Clay was caught off guard and was thrown flying. After rolling on the ground in a somewhat awkward manner, Clay steadied himself. He looked at Theon Greyjoy, who was grinning and making silent laughs, and a huge rage welled up in his heart. Clay, who had never been bullied by a bird, had already reached for the long sword that had fallen to the side. Seeing the young master being knocked off the horse, the guards of the Manderly family around him subconsciously reached for the hilt of the sword at their waist. But in front of Eddard Stark, they did not have the courage to draw their swords. "Say it again, Manderly boy." Seeing that no one spoke, Theon became even more arrogant. Just as he was about to say something unpleasant, a sharp half-sword flashed with cold light and whizzed towards him in the face. Sir Roderick, who was about to step forward to stop Theon, subconsciously blocked with his sword. There was a crisp sound of collision, and the old knight took 2 steps back. In his hand, there was only a broken sword with a big gap in it. The weapon that Clay threw with all his strength was now shaking and stuck in the empty space between Theon's legs. "Stop!" Duke Ed shouted and kicked his adopted son to the ground. "Take him back to Winterfell." The guards of Winterfell carried Theon, who was pale and a little incontinent, and hurried away. Duke Eddard glanced at the broken sword in Sir Roderick's hand and looked at Clay, who had calmed down with a strange look. He did not ask why he drew the sword, but asked, "Manderly, why did you say that?" Seeing that Duke Eddard had no intention of delving into it, Clay breathed a sigh of relief, secretly blaming himself for being impulsive, and replied, "They are just the corpses of wolves and deer. Why do you have to pick on the surviving wolves?" "This is a dire wolf. It has never appeared south of the Great Wall," Robert interjected. "I know. If that's the case, what I want to do most now is to pull out the dire wolf's teeth, find a lion and stab it in its eyes, and then throw the lion's body into the sewer of Casterly Rock." Clay shrugged. The matter ended with Lord Eddard's extremely rare laughter. He asked his children to raise the little direwolves themselves. Oh yes, and the white wolf belonging to Jon. He no longer mentioned the matter of Clay and Theon. On the way back, bathed in the friendly gazes of everyone in Winterfell, Clay noticed that Robb, who was riding beside him, had been moving his teeth involuntarily, as if testing whether they were sharp. As the most efficient means of communication between nobles, ravens have a very important mission. But today, looking at her husband leaning on his greatsword under the heart tree, with an expression of disbelief and pain on his face, Catelyn hoped that she had never received the news brought by the raven. Jon Arryn, Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, died suddenly of illness. Catelyn was well aware of her husband's feelings for Lord Jon, but he was gone and they didn't have much time to be sad, because King Robert I was on his way to Winterfell. When Clay received the news, he was not surprised at all. In theory, his overt mission in Winterfell had been completed. According to Sir Roderick, as a guest of Winterfell, he can leave whenever he wants, as long as he pays a visit to Lord Eddard before leaving. This was just right for Clay, because the Manderly family did not believe in the old gods worshipped by the people of the North, so it was not a wise choice for him to openly propose to go to the Godswood to take a look. "Master, we have brought back the materials you requested." The captain of the guard came to the second-floor corridor where Clay was and reported the results to Clay. "Oh, great, let's go check it out." Clay nodded and followed the captain of the guard to the carriage. Well done. This is your reward. Divide it among yourselves. Remember, don't spend it all on women's bellies. Be restrained." Clay frowned slightly and reminded the captain of the guard, who had a strange smile on his face. The rough man chuckled, took the purse, hummed a vulgar tune, and soon disappeared. After he left, Clay looked at the sentinel bark piled up in front of him with a wagon, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, what these bastards did was very consistent with the image of the White Harbor rich among the northern nobles. He remembered that he had clearly pointed to a small bag, but these 3 bastards gave him a whole truck. Of course, Clay could not blame his subordinates for exceeding their targets to show their loyalty. He jumped onto the carriage and picked and chose the best piece and dragged it into his room. He had already asked the guards, and his sister Vera should be having fun with the Stark ladies at this time, and had no time to pay attention to him, her brother, who was almost forgotten. Just then the final ingredients were ready, and he was going to prepare the herbal decoction here. With a thought, Clay opened the Demon Hunter system and threw the sentinel bark he had just processed into the backpack. When he checked the potion column, the herbal decoction that was originally unselectable had now become selectable. I made my choice with my mind, and there seemed to be illusory sounds of bubbles bursting and water in my ears. Then, except for the keel which was still in a usable state, all the materials disappeared. Clay saw a new item in the inventory. It was 3 small bottles stacked together. When he touched it with his mind, the following information appeared in Clay's mind very naturally. Name: Green Herbal Decoction version number 1.0. Effect: transforms ordinary people into demon hunters. Side effects: severe nerve damage can be offset, extremely weakened fertility can be offset, pupil splitting can be offset, basic success rate 30% can be improved. Note: drink it. If you are lucky enough to survive, you will become an invincible warrior. By the way, a warm reminder, if you succeed, the damage of the pitchfork to you will be greatly increased. Clay automatically ignored the note. He stared at the bottle of green herbal decoction that he had spent so much time to make, and thought with his chin twirling. This thing definitely can't be finished by the brothers in one gulp. It is absolutely unacceptable for him to have 7 out of 10 people die. He is not sure how much his magic pool can increase the success rate. Moreover, those side effects are totally unacceptable. If his gamble on luck really succeeds, he will become a person with expressionless face, eunuch, and cat's eyes. Forget about being the heir of White Harbor. He will be lucky if he is not caught and burned as a heretic in the Church of the Seven. Oh, it seems like we have to go to the sacred forest. Clay sighed slightly. After putting away the system, the sentinel bark that was originally dragged in had completely disappeared. Fortunately, there were still a lot of stalks, so it was not discovered. Having made the decision, he sat down at the table, picked up a pen, and wrote a letter to Earl Wyman, who was far away in White Harbor. In the letter, he told the old man the news of the Prime Minister's sudden death and the King's coming, and told him that he decided to stay in Winterfell and meet the Lords of King's Landing if he had the chance. Unlike traditional northern nobles, the Manderly family that controls White Harbor is not exclusive. For a long time in the past, the Manderly family has always served as the gateway to the outside world in the north, and it is still the same now. As far as Clay knew, his old man often had correspondence with several big families in the Riverlands and the Vale of Arryn, and they obviously had a certain friendship. Therefore, he expected that his old man would definitely agree to let him stay. Being able to make friends with the big men in King's Landing was very consistent with Earl Wyman's family management policy. The letter was quickly written, and after blowing the ink dry, Clay folded the letter. Such a letter could not pass through the hands of the guards. He stood up, pushed open the door, and came to the raven cage placed not far outside the door. This was the raven cage that the old man specifically asked to bring with him before he left, so that he could keep in touch at all times. Clay grabbed a fat-looking raven from the box and stuffed the folded letter into the letterbox on its legs, ignoring its struggle. As soon as he loosened his hands, the gray creature flapped its wings and flew into the sky. After circling in the sky, it flew southeast. When the raven disappeared, Clay suddenly found that he had nothing to do. He had already made up his mind to sneak into the Godswood on the night when the king came to visit, and Winterfell hosted a banquet for guests because at that time most of the power of the Stark family would be concentrated in the Winterfell Hall in the southeast. In any case, the king's safety was the first priority, and he did not need to take any responsibility for welcoming the king in Winterfell. He was not the master of the Stark family. To some extent, he was the same as King Robert, a guest of Winterfell. Since he knew that he had to bow down and join the game of power, Clay still wanted to observe the big players in the game in advance. After all, before the boy nicknamed the Great broke the rules and turned the table, this game was at least played according to a less bloody rule. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Clay drew his sword from his waist and began to practice the Wolf School swordsmanship shown in the system. The blade whistled, sweeping through the drifting snowflakes falling from the late summer sky. Passing through the high walls, he didn't know that in the Godswood forest where Eddard Stark often went, an indifferent gaze was staring at Clay's figure. This vision ignored all obstacles and watched Clay's sword blade dancing faster and faster. A faint murmur sounded faintly, Interesting person. King Robert's pace was very fast. Originally, Clay estimated that it would take him 2 months to reach Winterfell with his debauchery. However, only a month and a half had passed, and Clay, who was standing on the top of Winterfell chatting with Robert, had already seen the royal knight who had gone ahead. He didn't know the knight himself, but it was hard to ignore the crown and stag flag fluttering in the wind on his saddle. Tsk! The antlers of the stag will soon appear in Winterfell. What do you think, Rob? I heard that the queen and her 2 brothers came with them this time. So, are the direwolves' teeth sharpened? Clay clicked his tongue and looked at the 2 knights getting closer and closer. The direwolf flag and the crowned stag flag advanced together, just like the Reapers' War decades ago. They are the most noble siblings in the 7 kingdoms. I may have to kiss her hand. Besides, the rights of guests cannot be violated. Rob tightened his cloak and spoke slowly, but his brows were still furrowed. Clay curled his lips and smiled, then reached out to pull the young lord of the North's newly grown beard on his cheek, but the latter dodged and asked Clay with a strange look on his face, "What are you doing? Has anyone ever told you that you Starks never lie?" "Nonsense, Rob subconsciously wanted to refute, but the words were stuck in his throat. After a while, he said sullenly, "Yeah, the land of the North has never taught us this." Rob stared blankly at the 2 horses galloping in from the east gate, and after a long time he looked at Clay. "Am I so bad at hiding it? I'm not a wolf, but I also know that showing your teeth too early will only make people shoot an arrow at you immediately." Clay shrugged, and he patted Rob on the shoulder. "Here's a suggestion for you. Except for essential occasions, meet less with people from the Lannister family to save yourself from feeling uncomfortable." In addition to learning the dirty jokes that are the specialty of Winterfell, Clay also knew that although Duke Eddard rarely mentioned the War of the Usurper to his children, he did not stop talking about the bad things done by the Lannister family. At least for Rob, he knew very well the bad things that the Lannister family did after entering King's Landing, and knew how the name of the Kingslayer came from. So Clay was not surprised at all by Rob's reaction to the Lannister family. Like father, like son, it is true. The next morning, Clay never saw the Stark brothers and sisters in the parade ground as usual. According to his sister Willa, who finally remembered who her brother was, Sansa and the others were called by their mistress Catelyn to teach them the etiquette of meeting early in the morning. Clay seized the opportunity and asked his sister briefly what she had done and who she had been with in the nearly 2 months since she came to Winterfell. As a result, Willa answered very straightforwardly, but only mentioned 2 names in her answer, Sansa and Arya. Looking at Willa, who was in a good mood, Clay's eyes were full of pity. It seemed that she really didn't understand the meaning of the old man's agreement for her to come to Winterfell. After a long speech, Clay didn't hear the name of Robb Stark at all. The old man's dream of his granddaughter's mother in the North was once again bankrupt. He could already guess what the old man would react to after Willa told him these words intactly. It was noon, and a golden and silver team came in a long line. Clay finally saw the legendary king of the 7 kingdoms. There were about 300 of them, most of whom were nobles with status and position, and the worst of them were knights. Dozens of flags were flying, most of which were the crowned stag flags symbolizing the royal family, and a few had a few flags embroidered with golden roaring lions on a red background. Lord Eddard must hate seeing it, Clay thought. Standing on a higher place, Clay did not ask the guards to fly the Manderly family's mermaid flag. First, it was unnecessary. Second, he was about to sneak into the master's backyard. It was always better to keep a low profile. Not long after, Clay saw the man accompanied by 2 white-cloaked royal guards. There was no doubt that it was their most respected king. Sure enough, even on horseback, King Robert could hardly hide his fat body. However, unlike the ugly man that Clay had remembered before, this king was much greasy, but his style remained the same. He had a certain demeanor after being in power for a long time. No one reminded him, but it was obvious that no one in the team could be called the king except him. After seeing the most eye-catching king in the Queen's wheelhouse with unbelievably gorgeous decorations, everything became boring. There was nothing to see here. Clay did not like the numerous and lengthy etiquette between nobles at all, although he himself was also a noble young master with a good family background. He pulled his excited sister, Willa, but she shook her brother's hand off without even looking at him. She was looking at the knights with the crown and stag emblems with great interest. Let her go. Before coming, Clay had made it clear to Willa that she would never be allowed to contact the royal family. Willa agreed. It was difficult for Clay to force her to satisfy Willa's curiosity. The king was in the north. Since Jaehaerys rode his dragon to Winterfell, it seemed that this was the second time that the King of the Seven Kingdoms had stepped into the gate of Winterfell. Times have changed, and things have changed. The Targaryen royal family, which was closest to the gods, now only has 2 survivors on the other side of the narrow sea. The rest have turned into dry bones. But then again, after ruling Westeros for more than 200 years, Clay is well aware of the powerful influence of the name Targaryen among ordinary nobles. To give the simplest example, after the War of the Usurper, the reason why Robert could sit on the Iron Throne safely was that, in addition to his ability to fight, his Targaryen bloodline was definitely the biggest plus point for him to win the crown. Although he had to solve the big problem of Daenerys in the future, Clay could only think about it now. With the White Harbor behind him, he was not qualified to play at the table. Back in his room, Clay took out his night sneak equipment and checked it again. On the family's outer robe, Clay prepared a set of easy-to-take black smocks, because this was Winterfell, where there were many people and eyes. This set of clothes could only be used to enter the Godswood Forest and cover up in case of any situation. In the main city of Winterfell, this set of clothes that looked like a bad guy should never be worn, especially since Robert had already arrived. If Clay wore it, he would become an assassin if he was not an assassin. Along the way, people who usually stopped to greet him hurried, and when they saw Clay, they would just nod or hum something. It was obvious that the Stark family had made sufficient preparations for this visit. The noise in the city became more and more obvious as night fell. Clay was invited to attend the dinner in the Hall of Winterfell, and he couldn't refuse this invitation. Clay had no interest in the banquet that was about to begin. The only thing that interested him was probably the delicious food at the banquet. Winterfell was a little worse than White Harbor in terms of material conditions, but the quality of the kitchen was indeed surprisingly good. Of course, it might also be related to Clay's tired of eating fish every day in White Harbor. Clay, who was originally arranged to sit at the table near the main table, wanted to get away early, so he took his plate not long after eating and left for the long table near the gate where the guards gathered. "Clay, why are you here?" The person who spoke was Jon Snow, who was among the crowd. The boy, who was usually taciturn, now reeked of alcohol and asked Clay with a dazed look in his eyes. "I can't help it. I can't understand the jokes of the kings. I feel like a fool sitting there." Clay spread his hands and pointed to the seat he had just left. "Indeed, you can still leave. Look at Robb. He's almost biting his fork to pieces sitting there." Jon pointed at Robb, who looked very reserved, sitting opposite the queen at the main table, and grinned as he took a big sip of wine. On weekdays, Duke Eddard rarely let his children drink, but today no one cared about him. Clay took a roasted chicken wing from the table and threw it to the white direwolf nestling under the table. This direwolf, named Bai Ling, had been familiar with Clay for a long time. With smooth movements, the wolf grabbed the chicken wing that had not yet landed on the ground and began to chew it at Clay's feet. Clay liked to play with the white wolf, and Bai Ling did not resist Clay's touch. Under Jon's resentful gaze, Clay played with the wolf more and more vigorously, and Bai Ling was touched so hard that she lay on the floor and purred comfortably. "Is this your wolf, young man?" someone asked behind Clay. Clay looked up and heard Jon say, "Uncle Benjen." He already knew who was coming, so he stood up and looked back at the tall, black-clad Night's Watchman standing behind him. "No, this is Jon's wolf. Please sit down. I'll go outside for a walk. It's not decent to vomit after drinking too much." Clay took the opportunity to leave his seat. The chief ranger with a snowy smell didn't know Clay at all. He just thought he was an ordinary guard, nodded to him lightly, and sat down to chat with Jon. Slipped out of the hall, pretended to be drunk, and quickly returned to his room. Clay scooped a small basin of cold water from the water tank to sober himself up. Picking up the small bag of clothes, Clay pushed open the door and walked towards the Godswood very naturally. As expected, Clay guessed correctly. The Stark family attached great importance to the king's security. Duke Eddard transferred most of the guards to the vicinity of the Winterfell Hall. There was no one in the places where there were sentries along the way. When he arrived at the entrance of the Godswood, Clay finally spotted 2 Stark family guards wearing mail armor from a distance. But there were only these 2, and they were dealing with the burritos in their hands, and their attention was very focused. Good opportunity. Clay immediately walked away from the door. The wall of the Godswood on the side of Winterfell was relatively low. Now it was dark and windy. It was a good time to kill. No, it was a good time to climb over the wall. It was very smooth. Clay climbed over the wall when the defense of the Godswood in Winterfell was the weakest. When his feet just stepped on the soft ground of the godswood, a faint smell of corruption immediately penetrated his nose. That was the smell of fallen leaves piled up in layers. Large-scale leaf fall in summer was not a good sign. Although it was still a long summer, as the Stark family motto said, winter is coming. It was pitch black in front of him. The thick black trunks occupied most of his sight, while the branches high above were piled up densely, blocking the few moonlight. Clay moved forward carefully, and if he was not careful, he would be tripped by the protruding roots on the ground. It was too dark and too quiet here. Clay always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the darkness that was as thick as ink, staring at him all the time. Clay understood why people who once lived here would have such obscure and unclear beliefs in the old gods. In such an environment, people always have to find hope in everything, and those gods, with clear references, cannot meet their needs. It took Clay nearly half an hour to walk this short distance. After passing through seemingly endless leaves, he finally saw the ancient weirwood standing quietly in the dark and cold pool of water. It was strange that there was no other vegetation growing around this weirwood, which might be the largest in the north. Clay guessed that the Stark family might have cut down all the trees around it. After all, it was a place that the Lord often visited, so it had to be spacious. Under the moonlight, the tall weirwood trunks looked silvery, and the originally crimson leaves were forced to bow their heads and turn themselves black at night. Taking a deep breath, Clay stepped forward. Whether his magic pool could be replenished depended on this one-time deal. Ignoring the face on the tree trunk that looked gloomy and terrifying in the moonlight, Clay finally came to the heart tree. He had a feeling that this face seemed to be staring at him, but at this moment he couldn't care less. He took off his exquisitely made leather gloves and stretched out his hands to the tree trunk. The next second, a huge and complex force rushed into Clay's defenseless body along his arm. This force was too violent, like a wild bull, and Clay almost lost consciousness at the first moment. As his thoughts flashed, the illusory dark blue system unfolded before his eyes. Clay clenched his teeth and stared at the number behind the magic pool with bloodshot eyes. 75. The number did not move, but the next moment, the number became 76, followed by 77, and then faster and faster. While Clay was stunned, the number had already exceeded 100 and was still increasing at a faster rate. His ears were filled with buzzing sounds, and Clay could not hear the rustling sound of tens of thousands of leaves of the huge heart tree that moved automatically without wind. After a few breaths, Clay's magic pool had accumulated more than 150 points of magic power, which was more than twice the magic power stored when Clay first had the system. It was enough to push the success rate of the greengrass trial to the limit and exempt 2 negative effects. Clay wanted to stop, but he found that he couldn't. His hands seemed to be firmly pressed against the trunk, and he was about to merge with the heart tree. The magic power was still pouring in. The greedy magic power pool seemed to have no upper limit, but Clay's body was about to collapse. A strange feeling of blockage filled his body. Clay breathed hard, but the oxygen he exhaled was like a turtle crawling in his lungs. He was like a drowning man, and his face slowly turned pale. Fuck! A beautiful language that did not belong to this world came out of Clay's mouth. Clay, who had gained a glimmer of clarity, used all his strength to slam his head against the trunk. Amid the rustling of leaves, there was first a heavy, muffled sound, and then the sound of a human body falling to the ground. Clay, who fell to the ground, gasped and looked at the extremely conspicuous number behind the magic power pool, revealing a row of white teeth. Far beyond the Great Wall, in a deep cave, a blood-red eye suddenly opened in the darkness, and he let out a silent roar of anger, because just now, his largest eye in the north was injured. Invisible sound waves spread, and countless crows gathered in the cave flapped their wings and flew into the sky in the dark night. They flew south, with only one goal: Winterfell. In the hall of Winterfell, no one noticed that Clay, the heir of White Harbor, had disappeared for a while. His loyal guard leader also took off his iron gloves and put them on the table. He raised his glass with a red face and thick neck and drank with a guard he knew in Winterfell. He saw that his young master had gone out, but he didn't think much about it. Anyway, in the territory of Duke Eddard, no one dared to do anything to Clay. The king, as the guest, was hugging a dancer and twisting his fat body crazily. His face was greasy and sweaty, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the hall of Winterfell. As the host, Duke Eddard sat in his seat with an expressionless face, swallowing the food carefully prepared by the kitchen in front of him with a tasteless taste. Eddard Stark has never liked such a lively environment since he was a child. Beside him, The beautiful queen sat there in the most standard and dignified posture, looking at her husband in the field with a smile, but there was no warmth in her green eyes. When the king and his future prime minister were toasting in celebration or looking frostbitten in the hall of Winterfell, Clay was lying in the wet soil. As soon as the joy of escaping from the heart tree dissipated, Clay discovered a serious problem: too much magic. He couldn't see the situation inside his body, but Clay knew very well that he couldn't even lift a finger now, and his swollen body was full of magic. Just escaping from the heart tree was already the limit, and he couldn't do anything now. He breathed hard and thought of countermeasures in his brain. The first thing he thought of was to return to his room immediately. Only by being under the protection of the Manderly family guards could he feel safe enough. Only after he was safe could he make plans. But after only 2 seconds of thinking, he gave up the idea. Clay knew the root cause of his current obstruction. The problem of too much magic power was not something he could solve by lying here for 3 or 4 hours at the risk of risking his life. His magic pool was not a real pool, and he could release some of the excess magic power. The most urgent thing was to consume the excess magic power in his body and reduce the magic pool to a safe range. Magic power was not in the blood, so it was not that he could just bleed some blood and it would be over. With a sigh in his heart, he decided to implement the most risky but most effective method: mutation. In the holy place of the Stark family, under the branches of the Heartwood in the Godswood, under the watchful eyes of the old gods, mutation. With a flash of thought, the system opened, and Clay selected the 3 small bottles lying quietly in the inventory at the fastest speed. Gritting his teeth, Clay used all his strength to take out the small bottles. He didn't have time to judge the order now, so he just bit them open with his teeth. This herbal decoction is version 1.0, which is very risky and has the following side effects. Do you want to use magic to offset it? What is there to hesitate about? Clay didn't even look at it, pushing the success rate to the limit to offset all the side effects. The next second, the magic in his body was as fast as lightning, and all rushed to the potion that made Clay's face pale in an instant. The huge pain first came from the stomach, and then spread throughout the body at a very fast speed. Clay became restless. His limbs twisted unnaturally, his body arched and lifted the grass on the ground. His pupils became dilated, his eyes were dull, and his eyes were empty, with only the dark night sky blocked by the tree canopy. About 10 minutes later, Clay, who was curled up, suddenly twisted wildly, his hands unconsciously hitting and grabbing in the air, as if picking a fast-flying snowflake in the air. After a while, his 2 hands suddenly rested on his chest, tearing the tattered black outer robe and the luxurious clothes with the mermaid emblem embroidered inside. The heavy breathing sounded in the deathly quiet Godwood forest, like a terrifying monster lurking in the darkness. In the constant movement, Clay began to sweat a lot, and soon all his clothes were wet. His skin was covered with dirt and sweat, becoming slippery and smelly. Clay's body was spasming, involuntarily, which was his struggle against the huge pain that penetrated his body. Clay had been paying attention to the success rate of the Greengrass trial itself and how to exempt and offset those side effects, but ignored the huge pain of the Greengrass trial itself. He finally understood why the Demon Hunter trial was a life-or-death struggle. I don't know how many Demon Hunter apprentices died of pain. The potion was constantly eroding his nervous system, and the magic in his body was always protecting it. From the face down to the most important part, every part of the body was alarming. But the existence of magic kept Clay conscious, allowing him to experience every inch of changes in the bones, muscles, glands, etc. of the body. Clay thought, this wonderful experience must not be enjoyed by myself alone. Only by letting people who are destined to experience it in the future can my heart be balanced. He felt the warmth on his face, which was the hot blood flowing from his nose. His body temperature was surprisingly high. Although it was not at the point of boiling water, if it were someone else, they would have held a memorial service in the church or under the heart tree. I don't know how long it took. Clay lost his vision, taste, smell, and hearing one after another, and then these lost senses returned one by one, and the swelling in his body gradually disappeared. Clay could finally feel his stomach. The moment he drank the medicine, he felt like he had eaten a bomb that was about to explode, and it blew his stomach into pieces as soon as it entered his stomach. The pain in his stomach disappeared, and then a strong nausea pressed against his throat. Clay, who was more conscious, kept telling himself, "Don't vomit, don't vomit." However, wow! The world was quiet. Maybe it was an hour or maybe 2. Who knows? Anyway, this was the longest night in Clay's 16 years of life. After the last trace of pain disappeared, Clay's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. An unprecedented power flowed through his body. Without any external force, he bounced himself out of the mud pit with his legs alone. Under the bright moonlight, a tall and strong figure appeared in the reflection of the lake. With Clay's weird smile, he raised his left hand and made a strange gesture. The little finger was bent, the ring finger and middle finger were together, the index finger was separated alone, and the palm slowly moved forward. Magic power surged, and a pale yellow spherical shield suddenly appeared beside him. Clay loosened his fingers, and the shield shattered. He fell to his knees and buried his head in his arms to hide his almost uncontrollable laughter. Because he was the demon hunter. When the next morning, the head of the guard, who had been drunk the night before, saw Clay staggering towards him, the remaining drunkenness immediately sobered up. If he had not been very familiar with his young master, the head of the guard would have almost failed to recognize him, because Clay's appearance at this time was really not flattering. Clay was disheveled, with pieces of mud on his face, his hair and clothes, and the same was true. There seemed to be vomit residue on his expensive silk coat. He smelled as if he had been fished out of a pig pen. Young master, what's wrong with you?" The head of the guard had sobered up and put on a smiling face. He quickly came to Clay's side and just sniffed at the stench on his body, pretending not to smell it. What a joke. As an old man in White Harbor, he knew too well the identity of the man in front of him. The old Earl was already old, and the heir, Lord Willis, was not in good health. It was hard to say whether the man in front of him would become the majestic and powerful Earl of White Harbor one day. He didn't even know that Clay, as a guard, had disappeared for a night. If the old Earl knew about the young master's appearance now, he would definitely hang him on the spire of the castle. Clay stretched out his dirty boots and kicked the captain of the guards to the ground, cursing, "You bastards, young master! I drank too much at night. Where were you guys? You made me sleep in the mud all night. I must beat you to death." It was justified, but Clay was not angry at all. Clay said this on purpose. He had to have a preconceived explanation for his appearance. Before dawn, Clay, who had dealt with all traces, came out of the Godswood. After thinking about it, he did not go back to his room directly. If he was sneaky on the way, it would be very troublesome if he was discovered by some early rising southern nobles. The southern masters did not care so much, especially at this critical moment when Robert came to Winterfell. Everything could be magnified. "You said you are not an assassin, but where is the evidence?" "Sorry, I suspect you are." "If you are, you are. With the Queen's personality, Robert might really throw himself into jail, even if he would wait until he left before releasing Clay. After enduring it for a while, Clay simply found a mud pit with no one around to lie down, found an empty wine bottle in his hand, pretended to be hungover and fell in the mud pit, until dawn when he was discovered by the early guards. Looking at the busy and careful head of the guards, Clay felt a little relieved, and his acting skills on the spot were still good. "Hurry up and make me a bath," Clay said in a low voice. Under the shocked and disgusted gaze of his sister Vera, Clay went back to his room without changing his expression, took a shower and changed clothes. Finally, after tossing himself out of shape, Clay pushed open the door contentedly. Just as he sat down, his sister Vera came up to him with a gossipy look on her face. "Clay, tell me the truth. Which noble lady did you do it with last night? We in Manderly have some status after all. Can't you pick a cleaner place? Or is it that you or that lady have very unique tastes?" Clay was shocked. He really wanted to pry open his sister Vera's head to see what was inside. "Watch your words, Vera. Noble ladies can't say such things. Be careful not to get married in the future." "Grandpa can't control me." Ignoring Vera's nagging, Clay, who had become a new man, walked out of the room and sat down on a stone pier. The cold north wind made him sober, and he finally had the opportunity to check his system. When he became the first demon hunter in Westeros, his system was upgraded. At that time, he was busy escaping the Godswood before being discovered, and he had not had time to check what new changes there were. The light blue system unfolded again, and Clay saw the system. Demon Hunter System, Level 2. Potions, pull down to expand. Bombs, pull down to expand. Equipment, pull down to expand. Mana Pool, 20 unlocked seals. Quen, Level 1. Arden, Level 1. Alder, Level 1. Igni, Level 1. Axii, Level 1. Items, pull down to... There are 120 points of magic left, which is enough for a subject to become a real demon hunter after enduring the pain like Clay, although it cannot offset so many very serious side effects. This also means that Clay's plan to expand the demon hunter team has officially started, and he is already excitedly looking for candidates in his mind. But this is not what makes Clay most excited. Becoming a demon hunter not only means that he has become a powerful warrior with physical fitness far superior to ordinary people and extremely fast healing speed, but more importantly, he can finally try the demon hunter's many potion configurations. Opening the potion column as expected, the system did not disappoint him. There are already 4 primary formulas for potions: Swallow, Cat, Thunder, and Blizzard. Although it is a primary level, it is of great significance in this low magic world. Except for the dragon that may soar in the sky later, all victories and defeats are determined by swords on the battlefield. This Game of Thrones is essentially a process in which several gamblers with the strongest military forces use their violent resources as chips and work hard to win chips from their opponents at the gambling table. Because gamblers who accumulate enough chips can exchange a prize from the boss, if there is one. And the name of this prize is the Iron Throne. To put it bluntly, those who have soldiers are the bosses, and those who don't have soldiers are playing snakes, so go home quickly. Even if he is the one who said, chaos is the ladder. When he creates chaos, there is always one or several big customers standing behind him. First it was Lysa Tully, then it became Cersei and Tywin, and finally he simply controlled the Arryn Valley and sat at the table himself. This is the correct way to play this gambling game, called Game of Thrones. People like Emperor, Joffrey Baratheon, Faceless Man, Arya Stark, etc. all do things to overturn the table. And now Clay, who has the support of White Harbor, has become a demon hunter. When he thoroughly digests this power, he also has the ability to become the one who overturns the table. Clay did not study the specific formulas of the 4 potions, so there is no rush for the time being. The sudden outrageous force will only be suspected by people. The excitement faded, and he was now thinking about one thing. What secrets did the fishbeam wood or the heart tree hide? He had tried so many plants and animals in the north. Why did the heart tree have such huge magic power? If it is because the heart tree is the core of worship and the so-called power of faith, then Clay thinks that this view is the reverse of cause and effect. Perhaps when the worship of the old gods emerged, people discovered the magic of the heart tree, so they worshipped it? Then this raises another question. Where does the magic of the heart tree come from? He does not believe that this plant itself has magic power. There must be other reasons. After thinking hard and getting nowhere, Clay realized that this question is essentially the same as asking him what the Lord of Light R'hllor is. It is not something that can be answered at the moment. Since he can't think of it, then forget it. Clay has always been such a free and easy character. Calling over the captain of the guard who stood straight like a javelin, Clay did not care about his attitude of apology, but asked him, "Have you seen Robb and the others?" "No, young master, but I heard a rumor at the banquet yesterday that His Majesty the King and Lord Eddard intend to let the children of the 2 families get closer." "Continue." Clay motioned for him to continue. "You also know the ways of us northerners. You probably need to use swords to get close to them, so I think if you want to find them, you should go to the parade grounds." Looking at the old soldier named Hosta with some surprise, Clay knew that Hosta's judgment was almost right. It was easy to understand that Eddard Stark wanted his upright and honest eldest son to communicate with the Crown Prince. In his and Robert's view, the old deer and wolves had a deep friendship, but they were getting older day by day. Therefore, young wolves and deer should also forge friendships from an early age, just like when they were young. This would at least provide a great possibility for the 2 sides to watch over each other and get along with each other in the event of a war in the future. But Duke Eddard never expected that the son of Robert, who was brave and good at fighting, was actually an embroidered pillow and full of arrogance. Clay had warned Robert not to contact the royal family, but now it seemed completely useless. However, it was not wrong. The old wolf and the half-old deer were allies, but it was reasonable for the young wolf to show his teeth to a young lion with bright fur. "Let's go and see the excitement," Clay ordered, and Hosta, who was wearing bright armor, called 2 guards to follow. The journey was not far. When Clay arrived at the entrance of the parade ground, he saw 2 flags hanging on the wall, a crowned stag on the left and a roaring lion on the right. A knight with the Lannister family crest on his armor was guarding the door. When he saw Clay and his group coming, he immediately raised his hand arrogantly. "Stop! Who are you?" "The princes are sparring with the Stark cubs. No one else can go in." Everyone frowned, not because they were stopped, but because this Lannister knight kept calling him a wolf cub. This was not Casterly Rock. As a member of the North, it was naturally very harsh to hear this. "Sir, it is not a wise choice to insult the master here," Clay reminded him lightly. The knight had already recognized the mermaid family emblem on Clay and others, but he didn't care at all. In his impression, the old patriarch of the White Harbor Manderly family was still there, and the people in front of him were most likely from the side branch. Clay's words were originally a reminder, but in his ears, they immediately became naked, scolding him for being stupid, and he was immediately angry. "Asshole boy, I am going to say what you can do about these wolf cubs, and I will say the same thing if Wyman Manderly comes." This was obviously nonsense. If his old man really stood here, the little knight would have to get out of the way obediently. He didn't dare to offend the majesty of the Earl of White Harbor, who held a big city and thousands of troops. After these words came out, Clay didn't react much, but the two White Harbor guards reacted violently. The abuse sounded immediately, and a bold hand had already pressed on the hilt of the sword at his waist. "What are you doing?" The knight yelled, and his hands were not slow either. The next moment, a beautifully crafted longsword was unsheathed, and the shining tip of the sword pointed directly at Clay's eyes. "Looking for death," Clay whispered to himself. He hated people pointing swords at him the most in his life. He wanted to keep things quiet, but he didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. "Just a good opportunity to practice on you." There was a slight sound on the ground, and Clay had turned into a black shadow and quickly approached the Lannister knight. When the knight just made a move, he slapped him on the carotid artery. The severe pain and the strong feeling of fainting made the knight drop the longsword in his hand and retreat repeatedly. He sat down on the ground, and the longsword slipped out of his hand and was immediately picked up by Clay. When the knight got rid of the fainting and calmed down, his longsword had already stabbed in front of his eyes, making his whole body stiff and dared not move. "Please, please, please." The knight who was so arrogant just now couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Clay looked at the clown and shook his head in boredom. With a clang, the longsword was inserted back into the knight's scabbard. Clay's cold voice rang beside the knight's trembling body. "It's just a Lannister. Watch your head. Without the lion, it's really unstable." After dealing with this small character, Clay led 3 guards into the parade ground. There were roaring lion flags everywhere, and there were few flags of crowned stags and direwolves. Clay saw Robb standing in the center of the field with a flushed face, while the blonde and blue-eyed Crown Prince Joffrey was leaning in a soft chair, mocking Robb very rudely. "Is this how you Starks are trained?" Joffrey stepped on the wooden sword under his feet. "Do you want us to put on another set of wooden protective gear for His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince?" The servant standing next to him interjected with a smile. "Yes, since this is the sacred tournament of the Stark family, let's go cut down their weirwoods, make a few sets of armor, and leave the rest to the wolves. Maybe they can make a few more wooden swords." Joffrey nodded with great satisfaction, already thinking in his mind whether to send someone to chop down the weirwood. Clay looked at Robb and Sir Roderick, who were on the verge of exploding, and thought to himself that he finally understood where the coward outside had come from. It seemed that the upper beam was not straight, and the lower beam was crooked. Following such a master, he was indeed the best. Clay knew the strength of the Lannister family, but that was just a stereotype. He never expected that the Lannisters could be so arrogant. This was simply rubbing the faces of the Stark family in the mud. Chopping down the heart tree, this operation was exactly the same as smearing feces on the statues of the 7 gods in the south. It was really courting death. Clay looked up to Robb and the old lord's endurance. If it were him, he would probably have chopped the sword on the neck of the jester who had just spoken. Robb held it in for a long time, repeatedly reminding himself that he was the Crown Prince, but the wanton laughter of the Lannisters around him made him hate the parade ground as much as he did today. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Robb threw his sword hard and rushed out of the parade ground. Joffrey's triumphant laughter came from behind him. "Hey, the Stark warriors are running away!" Seeing this scene, there was no need for Clay to go in again. He simply turned around and returned to the exit, waiting for Robb to come out. But before Robb came out, a guard from the Manderly family ran over breathlessly and whispered a few words to Clay in his ear, without regard for etiquette. As soon as he finished speaking, Clay's face turned black and he roared at Hosta, "Call people! All of them!" Before others could react, Clay asked the guard viciously, "Where is the person?" "Iron, near the blacksmith shop." "Go call people. Surround the blacksmith shop for me. I want his head," Clay roared. At this moment, he was more like a lion than most people in this city. Clay was so angry that someone dared to mess with him. The guard just brought a message. His sister Vera got separated from the guard while strolling in the city. When the guard found out, Vera was molested by a little noble of the Lannister family. After the guard arrived and revealed his identity, the arrogant boy realized that he had really molested a noble lady. This was not the end. The way he dealt with this matter was to throw a few bronze stars on the ground. This was rubbing the face of the Manderly family on the ground. It was really intolerable for the uncle and the aunt. Hosta's eyes were red when he learned about the process from the guard. First, the young master slept in the mud for a night, and now Miss Vera was molested by Lannister because of the poor guards. If this matter is not handled properly, even 3 heads of his would not be enough for Earl Manderly to chop off. Master, I'm going to gather the guards first. This matter won't end until these bastards know what Poseidon's wrath is. Without waiting for Clay to speak, Hosta, with his beard trembling, ran out like the wind. To be honest, the dozens of plate cavalrymen that Clay brought with him were more than enough to deal with a small noble, but when the king was stationed, he had to consider the consequences of openly using force. Although it was necessary to gather forces to show the anger of the Manderly family, Clay, who had calmed down a little, always felt that something was wrong. It didn't make sense for this to happen. Although Vera was a little naive, she was not stupid, and the guards were not vegetarians. After guarding for so long, Clay knew that Vera's guards were stronger than his heir to some extent. It was unrealistic to lose track of him, and even if it happened, would it be such a coincidence? He was teased just after leaving the guard's field of vision, and Clay keenly smelled a sense of arranged conspiracy. Rushing to the scene, the White Harbor guards with bright armor and long swords drawn had already surrounded the Lannister nobles, who were being held tightly by Vera's guards. Hosta was holding Vera, who threw herself into his arms when she saw Clay appear, crying in grievance. "Are you her brother?" Clay could smell the strong smell of alcohol in the words from a distance. He looked coldly at the little Lannister noble, who was still riding on his horse with disdain on his face. He was angry but more confused. Surrounded by dozens of plate-armored knights, Clay gave an order, and these ignorant people were reduced to a pile of body parts. The main line of Tywin Lannister's family was well maintained, but how could these side branches be so outrageous? They had no brains at all. Ignoring him, Clay whispered to comfort Vera, saying that fortunately nothing more extreme had happened. Otherwise it would not be something he could decide, and he would have to ask his father for instructions. "Get off your horse, Lannister." Hosta held a long sword and pointed to the center of the encirclement. War. As his words fell, the White Harbor cavalrymen rode their heavy-breathing war horses and slowly pressed forward. The encirclement gradually narrowed, and the swords were getting closer and closer. The dark blue mermaid flag fluttered, flanking the roaring lion in the middle like an isolated island. With such a big commotion here, Duke Eddard, the master, quickly got the news. At that time, he was talking to Robert about his family's sword ice. When he heard about this, his face turned black, and he went out with the giant's sword. King Robert, who also heard the news, kicked over the chair and took 2 quick steps to catch up with his good brother. However, when passing by the door, he told the servants, "Go and call the queen." Inside the field, seeing that Clay ignored him at all, he thought he was frightened by his identity and shouted even more arrogantly, "Cowardly eel, you don't deserve such a beautiful sister. Leave it to me. I will take her to see the beautiful scenery of King's Landing. It's much better than this ghost place that can freeze the dick off." The scene was quiet, and everyone was staring at Clay. He was really courting death. The more he acted like this, the more Clay felt strange. Why would such a stupid thing choose him? Clay was worried that he would be dominated by his emotions, and his sword strike would hit the target of some people. But now, Clay had no choice. He said something bad to someone, but he actually insulted his own father. You know, Earl Wyman has the nickname of Lord Eel. As the heir, it is his unshirkable responsibility to protect the reputation of the patriarch and the family. Letting go of his sister and pushing her to the guard beside him, Clay sighed, and the next second, the activated muscles after becoming a demon hunter bounced him from his footing like a cannonball. He drew his sword towards the Lannister with a frozen smile on his face. The teeth-grinding sound of the sword blade entering the flesh and cutting the bones was accompanied by the painful neighing of the horse. Clay cut off the 2 front legs of the Lannister noble's mount with one sword, and the horse fell down, pressing his master under it. With the barely audible sound of bones breaking, this guy, who probably had some osteoporosis, had his thigh broken by his mount. After he fell to the ground, he let out a piercing howl. Walking up to him, Clay raised his long sword stained with scarlet blood. Since he had already started, it would be better to kill him. "Spare me, spare me." He was as proud as a god before, but now he is as humble as a grass. How pitiful. "It's too late." He said it lightly, and the long sword stabbed down, and blood splattered everywhere. Amid the low cries of the onlookers, the Lannister noble covered the long sword stuck in his abdomen. His eyes almost popped out. He didn't believe that Clay would kill him until his death. After all, his last name was Lannister. King Robert and Duke Eddard, who had just arrived, stopped and looked at the expressionless figure in the center of the venue. "7 gods!" Robert muttered. He was accustomed to life and death, and he was not against corpses. He just felt that the Manderly boy he had met at the first banquet turned out to be a ruthless character. Lannister said to kill him. "That's enough, Clay." Duke Eddard stepped into the venue, looked around, and then said to Clay in a deep voice, "It's okay, my lord. The honor of the Stark family is like the ice in the north, noble and cannot be tarnished. Then, as your vassal, the Manderly family is the same." Clay bowed slightly, as if to salute Eddard and Robert, and said, "Your Majesty." Robert nodded stiffly, because he found that he seemed to have done something stupid just now. The words he told Lancel before leaving the house had now caused a bigger trouble. The figure of the Queen had appeared not far away. He had wanted to use the authority of the king to beat up the Lannisters severely, and then let the Queen take him away, and not let him come out again before he left Winterfell. Unexpectedly, Clay killed people so easily that he didn't give him time to display the power of the king. A small team of soldiers embroidered with the Lannister and crowned stag emblems forcefully separated the crowd. The Queen walked into the scene and saw the corpse, Clay, and his bloody longsword that had just been pulled out of the corpse. No matter how beautiful a woman is, when she screams shrilly, she is only ugly, more like a degenerate monkey. The artificial scream was interrupted by Robert's roar. "Shut up, woman!" Queen Cersei stopped screaming and glanced at her husband coldly. An imperceptible resentment and disgust flashed in her eyes. She said in a cold voice, "Your Majesty, the Stark family has trampled on the rights of guests. They should be cursed." The Queen's summary was obviously well learned, and she was very good at grasping the key points, but this was a crime that no one could afford, and it was impossible to establish. The puzzled Duke Stark was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, Robert slapped him, making Cersei stagger. He didn't care at all about how this slap would make other people view the royal couple. "Don't talk about guest rights. Didn't Tywin teach you how to speak?" The king wanted to scold, but Duke Eddard stopped him. "That's not necessary, Your Majesty." He glanced at the stupidly stunned royal guards, and finally someone reacted and supported the Queen, who was covering her face. Robert didn't want to stay here anymore, but Cersei stopped him, her green eyes flashing with anger. "Your Majesty, my father will never allow the Lannisters to be killed and the murderers to be unharmed." "Don't use that old lion Tywin to pressure me," the king growled angrily, glanced at Clay, who was standing there silently, and ordered irritably, "Then lock him up until I leave. Remember, I want him alive. Ned, you are in charge. That's it." The king gave the order, and no one could raise any objections. The king's fat body disappeared, the Queen sneered, and left with the guards. She didn't look at Clay again from beginning to end. Everyone's eyes were focused on Duke Eddard, who stayed behind. He had an ugly and serious expression. He sighed softly and walked to Clay's side. "Boy, you don't have to kill him." "Don't worry, my lord. Just do what you should do. The Lannisters don't follow the rules." "Don't worry, my lord. They can't kill me." Looking at Clay, who was grinning, Eddard Stark didn't know where he got his confidence from, but there was nothing he could do now. The Duke of Winterfell felt deeply helpless. He could not protect his vassal, even on his own territory, so he was even more disgusted with the Lannister family. He ordered Sir Roderick to take Clay to the dungeon and take good care of him, and at the same time have people take Vera and everyone in White Harbor to the main castle, which was the place that truly belonged to him in this huge northern territory. He especially told Sir Roderick to personally check every meal of Clay's and send people to guard day and night. This was the first time Clay had been to prison in his 2 lifetimes. To be honest, it was not much different from what he had imagined. Although he was a nobleman and the jailer of the Stark family prison sympathized with and supported Clay, a prison was a prison. Clay was taken by Sir Roderick to a slightly larger and dim room. "Just stay here. This is the best cell in Winterfell, you damn Lannister." Roderick cursed, and then carefully instructed some details in prison. He couldn't stay here all the time. If something really happened, Clay had to make his own judgment. Clay carefully wrote down what Sir Roderick said. Although he was a demon hunter, the demon hunter potion couldn't kill him, let alone ordinary poisons. Even if the Lannisters wanted to assassinate him, they probably wouldn't use high-end goods like the tears of lice. To put it bluntly, Clay was not worthy. If the assassin came directly, Clay would not be afraid. Although his sword, the tool used to commit the crime, was taken away, Sir Roderick stuffed him with a dagger. As long as it wasn't a crossbow or a pitchfork, Clay felt that he should be fine. And all of this was based on the fact that Cersei, that woman, would really send someone to kill him. Clay felt that Cersei was not so stupid. Although she was not very smart, she was going to do something so obvious again. Clay couldn't understand how she had slept with Jaime for so many years, and Robert didn't find out at all. Clay spent 2 days quietly in the cell. On the second night, while dozing off on his bed, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from the door. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Although they were already very light, they sounded like marching in step to Clay's Witcher senses. Clay woke up instantly, but he did not move. He lay on his side in the bed, squinting his eyes in the darkness, staring at the door. Not long after, a skinny figure in black quietly opened the door in the flickering candlelight. Clay recognized the key. It should be on the jailer's waist. If the jailer of the Stark family had not rebelled, he would probably have lost consciousness by now. He really came to assassinate her. What's wrong with Cersei's brain? Is this the level? Clay was relieved when he saw the assassin preparing to assassinate her at close range, and countless question marks emerged at the same time. Wait, what if this assassin was not sent by the Lannisters? The thought flashed through his mind, and Clay gave up his plan to kill instantly. He heard the assassin whisper, "Lord Clay, greetings from Lannister." There was a sound of breaking air, and Clay suddenly rolled to the side, avoiding the fatal knife. The assassin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the knife that was sure to win would miss, and Clay actually dodged it. There was no extra time to be stunned. The mission he received was that Clay must die, so he immediately mentioned that he was ready to chase Clay. Just as he raised his head, a palm was extended in front of him. It was a strange gesture, with the thumbs separated, the index and middle fingers together, and the ring finger and little finger bent. In a trance, the assassin seemed to see a light green inverted triangle flash by. "Axii," Clay muttered to himself. The assassin's blade, which was about to chop down, suddenly stopped in midair. His dark yellow pupils dilated and his eyes were empty. He stood there without saying a word, like a zombie. Fortunately, it worked. In fact, Clay was ready to swing his dagger immediately if Axel didn't work. The reason for doing this, instead of killing him directly with a dagger, was because Clay suddenly thought of a possibility. He was assassinated, and almost everyone thought it was done by Lannister. What if someone hoped that everyone would think so? Killing himself on Stark's territory and blaming Lannister was not impossible. Clay leaned against the wall and asked, "What's your name?" "Hall Lecco." Clay didn't remember who this man was. Maybe he was just a minor character. "Who sent you?" Question seemed to make the assassin extremely painful. His facial features were twisted together under the black cloth, but he could not resist the magic of Axel. Then Clay heard a name, Peter Baelish. Hearing this name, a big question mark popped up in Clay's mind. Peter Baelish? Littlefinger? It only took a second for Clay to realize who the name referred to. Why did this famous conspirator in the Game of Thrones send someone to kill him? To be honest, Clay had a little bit of strange emotion in his heart that he didn't know how to describe. It was definitely not right to say that he was flattered, but that was almost the meaning. Wait, that's not right. Robert didn't bring Littlefinger with him when he went north to Winterfell. The assassin would not kill him just because he was the heir to White Harbor. It must be because of the conflict between him and Lannister. But how did Littlefinger know all this? Littlefinger sent an assassin to sneak into the prison to kill him from such a distance? Moreover, what kind of communication method is this? It has only been 2 days since the incident happened. How could it be so fast? And it was a round trip. As far as Clay knows, the training of ravens in the south has always been better than that in the north. It takes a day for the ravens fed with good feed to flutter from Winterfell to White Harbor. According to the distance calculation, if it is really a raven delivering the message, the speed of this raven is at least twice that of the raven in White Harbor. For some reason, a muscular raven with tendons all over his body suddenly appeared in Clay's mind. To be honest, it is an eye-catching. Shaking off the thought, Clay decided not to think about it anymore and asked directly, "How did Peter contact you?" "Raven." The assassin uttered a word without any warmth, dull and stiff. Is it really a raven? To be honest, this refreshed Clay's understanding of this creature. If it is used properly in war, the information gap can be played to the fullest. But now he didn't want to dwell on these details that didn't make any sense for the time being. What he wanted to know more was why Littlefinger wanted to kill him. The powerful magic of the Axis sign was indeed invincible against ordinary people, but Clay soon realized that the assassin in front of him was just a killer who followed orders. As for why he wanted to kill him, he didn't know. After firing another axis at him, Clay ordered him to lie on his face on the ground. He didn't want the man's ugly face to affect his mood. "I can't get the answer. What should I do next?" Clay muttered to himself in the silent cell. Clay must not kill him here. Although it was easy for Clay now, Clay could even order the assassin to slit his own throat. However, whether he died or the assassin died, Littlefinger's goal would be achieved. If he died, the Queen would have to face the angry Duke Stark and the King who couldn't face it. The Queen would not be deposed because of her death, but her last face with the northern nobles would be torn apart. The Queen knew very well that she did not send an assassin, and she might even think that the Stark family directed and acted it themselves. Even if the assassin died, his existence could achieve the above effect, except that Clay was not dead. Therefore, no matter what the result of this matter is, the purpose of alienating the Stark family and the Lannister family has been achieved. How sinister. Thinking of this, Clay asked, "Did you arrange that stupid Lannister?" "Our job is just to lead him there." Because his face was on the ground, his voice was a little distorted, but Clay understood it. There was nothing to ask for the time being. The assassin was still lying on the ground, in close contact with the cold cell floor. Clay was now thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. He would not turn into a living person. What should he do? The candle flame was burning quietly, and the crystal candle tears fell drop by drop. Time slowly flowed. Clay habitually added an axis seal. Just after the spell was finished, his hand suddenly froze in midair. "Yes, I can't kill him, but I can let him go by himself." The idea came to him instantly. The more Clay thought about it, the more reliable it felt. After the idea was perfected, he ordered the assassin, whose face was covered with dust, to stand up and said to him in a serious and clear voice, "Remember, you have killed Clay Manderly. You leave now and report this matter to your master Pater immediately, and no longer investigate intelligence related to Clay." "Yes, I remember." The assassin answered mechanically. The duration of the Axis sign is limited. Although this thing is cognitive tampering, it is only temporary. Clay only needs him to send the message to Littlefinger. Imagine that after he sent the message to Littlefinger, as long as he didn't really see Clay, he would not doubt himself. People would not actively deny themselves. Taking a step back, even if he really found out that Clay was not dead, what could he do? Send another letter to Littlefinger, saying, "Sorry, Master, the one I killed before is alive again. Wait, I will kill him again for you to see." As long as the assassin is not a fool, he will not do this, because in Littlefinger's view, this behavior is a clear betrayal, or the person who sent the letter is not a normal person at all. Tools that have lost their value or betrayed should be abandoned or destroyed immediately. Littlefinger must be well aware of the way to stop losses in time. Therefore, as long as the assassin wants to live for a while, such as having the opportunity to run to the other side of the narrow sea, he must assume that Clay is dead, and even if he sees it, he can just pretend not to see it. There are 3 of them in the entire King's team, and he is the only one who has received the assassination mission, which is why Clay dared to do this. The assassin, who was confused and staggering, left in a daze, and before leaving, he closed the door for Clay, and then put the key back to the waist of the jailer who was knocked unconscious by him at the door. The service was quite thoughtful. Replaying this matter, Clay found that he had inexplicably become a pawn for Littlefinger, to provoke conflicts between the Stark family and the Lannister family, which made him very unhappy. At the same time, he also realized that his rank was still too low. He only found out something was wrong when the situation was about to happen. However, the general trend was that he was sent to the cell by a small trick of the other party. Thousands of miles away, Clay could feel the coldness behind Littlefinger's mischievous smile. At this point, although Clay was a chess piece, he had really stood in the center of the chessboard, although this was a very unfavorable position. After entering the game in a muddle, Clay did not plan to stay in prison anymore. The news here was blocked and everything was too passive. I don't know if Bran saw the live spring palace of the Queen and her brother. Clay wanted to know. The second son of the Direwolf family fell and became disabled. When Robb was still there, it was not a big deal. But when Robb had an accident, the Master of the North was this young disabled person. The fact that the Ironborn dared to openly drive hundreds of miles to attack Winterfell has a lot to do with this. In this world, a healthy and strong male heir is very important. Countless blood and fire have taught many lords and nobles in Westeros that only the master who can swing the sword can keep evil neighbors out. The idea is good, but the problem is, how can Clay leave? Although as a nobleman, Clay will not suffer the pain of imprisonment, especially under the protection of the Stark family, but this also makes it very difficult for him to leave the prison. The logic here is complicated and simple, and it comes down to a face issue. For example, if Clay is now imprisoned in Casterly Rock, then he kills the jailer, kills the Lannister guards, and escapes back to the north. Not only will he not be punished by the laws of the kingdom, but he will be welcomed as a hero. But unfortunately, Duke Eddard is his feudal lord. Clay stays in his prison. Once he escapes, it means that he has cut himself off from the northern noble system, which is a very serious matter. In the language environment of the north, this is called trampling on honor, which will never be forgiven. The next morning, Sir Roderick, with a frosty face, hurried into Clay's cell. Early in the morning, he heard the report that the jailer was knocked unconscious. The weathered old knight immediately realized that it was aimed at Clay, because apart from him, there was no worthy target in the dungeons of Winterfell. Along the way, the knight's mind was in a mess. He was afraid that he really saw Clay's murdered body, because that would mean that Lord Eddard would completely break up with the Queen. Although he knew that his master was so prudent that he would not fight against the Queen when the king was around, from now on, the wolf and the lion, who originally disliked each other, began to bar their fangs at each other. Muttering in his mouth, Sir Roderick's feet were fast, and soon he saw the young jailer standing there at a loss with a large bruise on his neck. "Is Lord Clay okay?" Roderick asked. The jailer shook his head, and the old knight breathed a sigh of relief. He glared at the jailer, and Roderick rushed into the prison. Passing through the candlelight, Roderick came to the best and quietest cell in the deepest part of the dungeon. Clay, in plain clothes, was leaning against the wall, holding a book, Stories of the Old Gods of the North, borrowed from the Winterfell library, and reading it with relish. "Lord Clay, are you injured? Did you see who the assassin was?" Roderick's heart was finally put down, and then he was a little confused. Clay didn't look like he had been assassinated at all, and his eyebrows were all relaxed. Sir Roderick, what did you say? Assassin?" Clay's face showed confusion. He gently closed the book and walked to the door. Sir Roderick took the key from the jailer, who followed him, opened the door, and walked in. "Lord Clay, this idiot was knocked unconscious last night. Are you okay?" Sir Roderick was confused. Clay had never seen an assassin before. This was totally unexpected. This was really weird. Someone sneaked into the dungeon and knocked the jailer unconscious. He was not here to assassinate Clay. What was he doing here? Did he come here just to beat people up for fun? Let's call him an assassin. There must be such a person. Sir Roderick, who has been practicing martial arts for many years, could tell at a glance that the scars on the jailer's neck were definitely not caused by him. "Are you sure you didn't see anyone last night?" Roderick was confused and asked again. Clay shook his head in confusion and innocence. This time, Roderick couldn't do it. In his subconscious, Clay would never lie. Besides, someone wanted to kill him, so why would he lie? Sir Roderick walked around for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on in this strange-looking thing, so he followed the good tradition of subordinates. Go to the leader. When he described the whole thing to Eddard Stark, the expressionless face of the middle-aged Lord of the North showed a clear, thoughtful look. When Sir Roderick finished speaking, Eddard Stark fell into a long contemplation. After waiting for a long time, Sir Roderick didn't know whether to stand or leave, so he could only bite the bullet and call out, "My lord?" Lord Eddard looked up and immediately reacted. He frowned and ordered, "Go and bring that kid Clay to me. Remember, dress him well and don't let the Queen's people see him." Confused Sir Roderick took the order and left. Half an hour later, Clay, wearing a Stark coat, stood in the hall of Winterfell again. Lord Eddard sent Sir Roderick away, leaving only the two of them in the huge hall. His gray eyes looked back and forth at Clay, as if he wanted to get to know him again. After a long while, he finally asked, "Clay, was that your first time killing someone?" When asking this question, Duke Ed looked closely into Clay's eyes. Clay nodded without thinking too much. "Yes, Your Excellency." "What did it feel like?" Didn't think that much." Eddard Stark just nodded, seemingly not satisfied with Clay's answer. He sighed slightly and pointed to a chair beside him. Clay sat down without being pretentious. "As your feudal lord and your elder, I can only tell you that those who use swords lightly will eventually die by the sword. Human life has weight." Eddard Stark poked the blazing fire, looked at Clay, who was thinking, suddenly smiled and whispered, "I know you are right. Honor cannot be tarnished. This is why you can stand here now." He stopped Clay from speaking, paused, and continued, "I know the assassin must exist, but you don't want him to exist, right?" Glancing at Clay's suddenly stiff face, Duke Eddard walked forward and patted Clay's somewhat stiff shoulder. You don't need to explain. It's good that the assassin didn't threaten you. You did the right thing. Although we don't want to, it's not appropriate for the Stark family to conflict with the Queen now. But you have to understand, kid." He looked into Clay's eyes and said word by word, "Wolves can never be afraid of lions. Courage is the foundation for the survival of us Northerners. I am very happy that you have more wisdom given by the gods than your father. In the future, use this wisdom to assist Robert." After speaking, Eddard Stark strode out of the hall, leaving Clay still in a daze. Clay was too surprised. He didn't expect that Duke Eddard could see through him at a glance. He thought he could fool everyone as fools, but he didn't expect that his dream was immediately shattered. When the old Wolf Lord was speaking, the wisdom in his eyes left a deep impression on him. This is definitely a smart man, so why did he perform so poorly in King's Landing later? Clay felt that what was about to happen in the capital of the Seven Kingdoms in the south was much more complicated than he had imagined. Clay finally returned to the dungeon. He was surprised that Lord Stark did not ask how he made the assassin retreat. It seemed that this was not important at all. The Lord only cared about the result. The wolf and the lion maintained a superficial peace, although this peace seemed so fragile. After this incident, Lord Stark issued an order to allow the White Harbor Guard to temporarily replace the dungeon guards to ensure Clay's personal safety. However, from Sir Roderick, Clay heard a message that he might not stay in the dungeon for too long, because his old man, the patriarch of the Manderly family, Earl Wyman, had led 100 plate cavalrymen to Winterfell at full speed. This amount of troops was not a threat to the king and the Stark family in Winterfell. It was simply an act of Earl White Harbor to show his own strength and demonstrate to the Lannister family. Clay could clearly feel that the guards looked at him with respect. Some of these people responded to the call of the feudal lords during the War of the Usurper and marched south. Therefore, like Lord Eddard, they were extremely dissatisfied with the Lannister family. But Lord Tywin had a strong army and countless gold. They had no choice but to return to the ice and snow in the north and curse. In their opinion, Clay killed Lannister without saying a word to protect the honor of the family, and did what they wanted to do but failed to do. Therefore, they had a great favor for Clay. In the dungeon, Clay welcomed 3 guests, the 3 brothers of the Stark family. "Robb, Jon, Bran, what are you 3 doing here?" Clay pointed to the wooden chairs in the corner. The 3 of them didn't mind the dirt and sat down after taking a look. After taking a look at Bran's waist, Clay knew that Bran had not climbed the ruined tower yet. "Come and see our hero from the north. Father has always forbidden us to come and see you. This time, the guards have been replaced by your guards, so we sneaked in." Robb scratched his head and said apologetically, "The young people in the north are simple-minded. After all, the 3 brothers of the Wolf family have regarded Clay as a real friend. Father said you are a real northerner, and so do your brothers." Bran, who was still a little boy, said cutely. Clay smiled, happily, but his eyes flashed with surprise and thought. After becoming a demon hunter, Clay's body was very sensitive to magic, but in his vision, Bran's body was full of silk-like magic. No, this is not normal. The last time Clay saw Bran was at the king's banquet. He was not sure whether Bran had always been entangled with this unknown magic thread, or it had just appeared. But in any case, this is definitely not right, because Clay did not see it in his brothers Robb and Jon, so this matter has nothing to do with blood. What's going on? Isn't this a world of low magic? For a moment, Clay suspected that this was not a world of ice and fire at all, but he was relieved when he thought about it. He himself was the biggest loophole in this world, and he couldn't say others. However, there is a thread and there is a source. Clay really wants to know that there are people in Winterfell who are competing with him for the monopoly of magic. How can this be possible? He prayed in his heart that his old man would come quickly, and it would be best if he could scare the queen away directly so that he could leave this hellhole quickly. He wanted to get out more urgently than ever. "I have to make a badge in the future to match my identity," Clay whispered to himself, and no one heard it clearly. Jon asked, "What did you say, Clay?" "Ah, it's okay. Can you tell me what happened outside?" Clay quickly changed the subject. Robb glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said in a half-smiley tone, "Then I'll tell you, Lord Clay." The last word of the address was deliberately prolonged. He sorted out his thoughts and continued. "After you were imprisoned in the dungeon, I heard that our king had a big quarrel with the queen. That night, His Majesty did not go to the queen, but chose 3 women from Winterfell to spend the night." Robb obviously tutted his lips when he said this. Obviously, his hormones had begun to be secreted in large quantities. He probably envied King Robert to some extent. Unfortunately, Catelyn controlled him too strictly, so he could only watch but not taste, which made Robb very regretful. My father told everyone in the family not to contact the Queen's people anymore, and I don't have to accompany that mentally ill crown prince to act for the adults anymore. Robb pouted. Clay knew that the few days he spent with Joffrey must have been one of the most humiliating times in Robb's life. I really didn't expect that King Robert would have such a prince, Jon said. As a bastard, he had only met Joffrey a few times, let alone communicated directly with him, but his intuition told him that the prince did not have the slightest smell of a stag, and the whole smell of a disgusting lion was overwhelming. Yes, Joffrey looks nothing like our king. To be honest, I think he looks more like the offspring of a kingslayer and a queen. Robb looked at Jon and agreed with him, not noticing the strange expression on Clay's face. Clay sighed in his heart, thinking that this might be the reason. No one would take the initiative to check Joffrey's identity, but he was helpless. He really looked too much like his uncle, and there was nothing like a Baratheon in his whole person. The three brothers of the Deer family, Stannis and Renly, have very good feelings for Robert. If Joffrey looked exactly like young Robert and had a masculine smell, they would not have immediately raised the flag of rebellion after Robert's death. It can only be said that it was all the fault of adults. Joffrey could not decide who his parents were. His later hysteria had a lot to do with his mother's education. Where's Wella? Clay thought of his sister. Alas, how could there be a brother like you? Robb rolled his eyes at Clay. It's okay, father has taken her to the main castle, and she sleeps with Sansa at night. Don't worry, when Lord Wyman arrives, father will hand your sister to him. Nodding, in this case, there is nothing to worry about. Jon took out a small pocket from his back, took a small stool to act as a table, and took out the things inside. What is it? Heh, look for yourself. There was a small jar in it. As soon as Clay opened it, the rich aroma of wine filled the empty cell. Jon, father won't let me? Good boy Robb frowned subconsciously, and then he realized that what he said was extremely boring. Besides, he was also very greedy. The two brothers blocked Bran, who looked ignorant behind them so that he couldn't see. So in the small dungeon of Winterfell, the younger generation of the North passed a small bottle of wine and laughed loudly. To be honest, when Wyman Manderly received the message brought to him by his granddaughter Willa with a raven, he almost choked to death on the golden wine of the arbor. Gods, what did this bastard Clay do in Winterfell? Killing Lannister like livestock in front of the Queen, although Earl Wyman admitted that he was happy, but he was also scared by Clay's courage. After receiving the news, he immediately issued a gag order to the Maester who was in charge of the ravens, and did not even inform his two sons who were training soldiers outside, although Wendell Manderly was Clay's father. At breakfast the next day, he announced that he was going to Winterfell, and his eldest son Wylis would stay at home. Although it was strange, no one could disobey Lord Wyman. So Clay's grandfather took 100 of White Harbor's most elite heavy cavalrymen and 100 auxiliary soldiers, and in 5 days, he covered the distance that Clay and his party had covered in more than a week. The news that he led his troops northward was naturally notified to Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, early on. The latter had no choice. He was eager to save his heir, and he was a northerner like himself, so he could not order Lord Wyman to return. King Robert, who was originally going to hunt, also canceled his trip after hearing about this. In the War of the Usurper, the Northern Cavalry in White Harbor left a deep impression on him. As a king who conquered the world, Robert's blood was full of violence all the time, so compared to hunting, he wanted to see this army more. Standing on the tall Arrow Tower at the east gate of Winterfell, King Robert and the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, stood together. His Majesty was wearing a huge fur cloak and cursing. "What the hell? Ned, what kind of place do you live in? It's summer. I bet that even in winter, King's Landing is not as cold as here. How did you Northerners survive?" The Duke of Winterfell smiled helplessly. He looked at the fat body of his former brother and whispered, "Your Majesty, the Northerners, the Stark family, have long been accustomed to all this. We will live well. I know. You Starks are a group of stubborn people, cold as stone." The two stopped talking. Eddard knew very well that Robert was thinking of Lyanna again. Since he came to Winterfell, every blade of grass and every tree here reminded Robert of his late fiancée. Eddard was the same, except that he could accompany his sister all the time. On this tall Arrow Tower, only the flags of the Crowned Stag and the Direwolf can be seen, but the annoying Lannister flag is nowhere to be seen. About 10 minutes later, a melodious horn sounded from afar. A dark blue mermaid flag appeared in the eyes of the king and the Duke of Winterfell. Wyman Manderly, the master of White Harbor, brought his troops to the king's stand. When the troops advanced to a distance that Robert could see clearly, he looked at Eddard Stark in surprise and asked with some confusion, "7 layers of hell, Ned. This is the army of your vassal. Why is it so well equipped? Damn it! I thought I could only see such a scene in the army of Tywin, the Old Lion. As the Lord of the North, Duke Eddard certainly knew the strength of his vassal, so he was only slightly surprised by such a team of cavalry with a very strong military appearance, without too much expression. He patted the king on the shoulder and explained, "Your Majesty, the Manderly family. After all, they own White Harbor, which is the 5th largest city in Westeros. It is very reasonable to support such an army. I had such an army under my command back then. I could have entered King's Landing and killed all those evil dragons in a month," Robert said viciously. Duke Eddard frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "You have done it, my Majesty." No, it's not enough. Do you know, Ned, across the narrow sea, the last blood of the evil dragons is still hiding there. I will kill them all." The king's voice was not loud, but anyone could hear the still burning anger and indelible hatred in it. Eddard Stark didn't want to talk about this topic, so he could only say, "Your Majesty, I should go see Wyman Manderly." "Go, Ned. Tell that old eel not to cause trouble for the queen. After all, if you give me some face, Wyman can take that kid and his sister away at any time, and Lannister dare not stop him." After saying the last sentence, Eddard Stark felt that this was the most king-like moment of Robert's day. Under the city, at the front of the team, sat a huge and luxurious carriage, and Earl Wyman ordered the team to stop. Through the window, he had already seen the 500 Winterfell cavalrymen lined up in an orderly manner opposite them, and his feudal lord was riding a horse under a huge dire wolf flag, looking at him from afar. Anyway, the goal had been achieved. Earl Wyman said something to the groom, and went to the dire wolf flag alone without any guards. From a distance, his thick and hoarse voice rang out, "My lord!" When Lord Wyman walked in, Eddard Stark nodded slightly and turned off his horse. Lord Wyman also knew that his trip had caused some trouble to the feudal lord, so he was very straightforward and left with a salute. Eddard Stark also knew what he was doing, so he didn't make things difficult for him. He pulled him up, and the two of them exchanged pleasantries and entered Winterfell. "My lord, that kid Clay?" Lord Wyman asked tentatively. "Your grandson is really good at causing trouble, but he is much smarter than your 2 sons. With just this sentence, he didn't care whether Lord Wyman could understand it or not, and took Lord Wyman straight to the dungeon. The king was right. Although he understood Lord Wyman's behavior, in a sense, the Manderly family's behavior was a bit like forcing the queen to abdicate. If the queen really made a fuss, the king would want to, but he couldn't support such behavior. Therefore, cut the Gordian knot and quickly let Lord Wyman take his grandchildren away to avoid any more trouble. Lord Eddard walked quickly without dodging, making Lord Wyman, who was bigger than Robert, sweat all over. When they arrived at the dungeon, the White Harbor guards just saw Lord Eddard preparing to salute, and then they saw the figure of their own Lord Earl also appeared. At that moment, everyone lowered their heads and pretended to be quail. The heir of White Harbor was taken to the dungeon, and the noble lady was molested by Lannister. They would not believe that the guards had no responsibility at all. Lord Wyman, who was panting, looked at the group of White Harbor guards, snorted heavily, glared at them, and followed Eddard Stark to the dungeon. Now the heir was more important, and these people would be dealt with later. As soon as he approached Clay's room, Lord Eddard slowed down his pace. His nose told him that someone was drinking here, and his ears told him that there were 3 people in the room, and he was familiar with all 3 voices. Impulsive, he kicked open the cell door and glared at the 3 people who were drinking happily in the cell. The smiles of the teenagers froze on their faces. "Rob, can you tell me what you are holding in your hand?" Lord Eddard frowned. He never expected that the situation of Clay and his friends would be the same as when their parents caught their children doing bad things. Clay glanced at Rob. The future king of the North was completely dumbfounded. He pursed his lips and stammered, unable to say a word. He still held the bottle of wine tightly in his hand. Except for Clay, the 2 Starks were honest children, and they all bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Not wanting to pay attention to these 2 troublesome things, Lord Eddard had something to do at this time. He made way half a step, and Clay saw the broad figure of his own grandfather. Grandpa?" Clay didn't expect the old man to come so quickly. Of course he knew what Lord Wyman was here for. To be honest, he had already exceeded his goal by coming to Winterfell. First, through Duke Eddard, Clay's identity as the heir of White Harbor was recognized by the nobles. Secondly, he completed the configuration of the Demon Hunter's herbal decoction, and by chance, he successfully completed the Demon Hunter mutation, although the process was not so pleasant. In addition, Clay had been in Winterfell for so many days, and with his identity as a noble son, he got to know the younger generation of the Stark family. Although he had the Demon Hunter system in his hand, he could theoretically expand his power quickly, but this would take time. At this critical juncture, it was very necessary to make friends with the Stark family. In fact, it was not up to him. His birth determined that he must resolutely stand on the wolf team at this stage. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Of course, there were also bad things. He was tricked by Littlefinger. Although he minimized the consequences with his own operations, his sister's reputation was damaged after all. He couldn't think of getting married in the next 1 or 2 years. However, this was also in line with Willa's wish. She didn't want to get married. Moreover, whether it was the huge magic power of unknown origin in the heart tree, or the magic thread on Bran's body that was so powerful that it could drive him crazy, this seemingly peaceful capital of the North was actually filled with a strong smell of magic. Clay had originally thought of finding an opportunity to check the source of Bran's magic thread in the next 2 days. To be honest, he had some guesses in his mind, but they could not be confirmed. But now the sudden appearance of his grandfather completely disrupted his plan. He could only try to see Bran again before leaving. This was not because Clay was too kind-hearted. From his perspective, he had to figure out the source of the magic power. Otherwise, he would not be assured of using the magic power to train demon hunters in the future. Hey, you are really capable. I just asked you to come to Winterfell and see what you did. Earl Wyman was actually quite satisfied with Clay's actions. But after all, he had caused a lot of trouble for Duke Ed, so he had to scold Clay. Come on, Wyman. Clay is doing this for the honor of the Manderly family. You don't have to do this. Eddard Stark waved his hand to stop Lord Wyman, and he took Jon and Robb, who were both looking bitter, out of the dungeon. After they left, only Clay and Lord Wyman were left in the dungeon. After staring at each other for a while, Clay and Lord Wyman laughed at the same time. You did a good job. You are better than your father. Your father and I followed Lord Eddard into King's Landing after the Lannisters captured King's Landing. Those beasts raped women and robbed property to an unbearable degree. Our soldiers in White Harbor wanted to stop them, but they were thrown into the flea pit. When saying these words, Earl Wyman's eyes were full of memories, but obviously, this was not a relaxing memory. After a pause, he continued. At that time, your father had drawn his sword, but in the end he still didn't have the courage to kill people under the golden and red roaring lion. You are better than us. Very good. The old Earl patted his grandson's back vigorously. Clay could hear that the Lannisters did a terrible job in King's Landing and did not leave even a good impression on these northern nobles. At this time, the captain of the guard Hosta, who rushed over, saw Earl Wyman. Without any hesitation, he took out the long sword at his waist and put it on the ground, knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and said nothing. Humph. Count Wyman snorted coldly at the captain of the guard who had neglected his duty. However, it was not appropriate to deal with the servants here. He directly ordered, Get up, take your people, go and pick up Vera from the spot, main castle, and send her directly to the guards I brought. Hosta picked up the sword from the ground and strode away. Just like when he came, it was good that the master did not deal with him at this time. He could not ask for too much. Let's not talk nonsense here. Let's go. Count Wyman stood up and pulled Clay with his big hand and planned to walk out. Clay hesitated for a moment. He could not predict the future. He could not predict when he would be back after leaving. He could not say who the owner of this place would be when he came back. Whatever step you can take, Clay sighed in his heart and said to his grandfather, Before I leave, I have to meet with Rodda family from the Stark family. Hearing this, Earl Wyman slowed down his pace, frowned, and looked back at Clay, waiting for his next words. Now, I am friends with the boys from the Stark family. I don't think it's good to leave like this. Besides, Grandpa, you asked me to come to Winterfell to make friends with them. Although it was a question, the tone was very firm. You are not hiding anything when you speak. It seems that you are doing well? Yes. There is no need to deny it. The grandfather in front of him has the same interests as himself in any sense, so he naturally says what he wants. Then go. I'll wait for you outside the city. Remember, don't cause trouble again. Duke Ed readily agreed to Clay's request to meet Robert and his brothers before leaving. He himself is a man who values friendship and naturally appreciates Clay's behavior. So, in the Hall of Winterfell, Clay once again met the unlucky Jon and Robb, as well as Bran, who still looked like a child. As for the youngest, Rickon Stark, Clay didn't need to meet him. He hugged Robb and Jon, and they were good brothers after drinking together. This law between men is universal in any time and space. But Clay's real purpose was not these two unlucky guys. His peripheral vision was always staring at Bran, or more precisely, the dense magic threads on Bran's body that entangled him. Before hugging Bran, who was a little timid, Clay quietly opened his system and activated the magic pool. As soon as his hands touched those invisible threads, Clay immediately saw that the threads seemed to have found its end and flowed into his body along the part where he and Bran's back were in contact. Instantly, Clay's eyes condensed because he was very familiar with the feeling of this magic, because he had experienced this feeling in another place, that is, the Heart Tree. This is the same magic as the Heart Tree. Clay is even sure that at the end of the thread that is blocked by the view, it must be connected to Winterfell, or even the largest heart tree in the entire north. In the empty Winterfell hall, little Bran rested his head on Clay's shoulder. The little boy's face was full of cute smiles, mixed with a little bit of confusion. Clay made up his mind, and the magic pool was like a reel, suddenly increasing the suction. He stopped absorbing the magic thread from Bran's body and began to pull the invisible thread passing through the wall. Clay wanted to see what he could pull out. Within a few seconds, the thread was stretched straight from its loose state. Clay clearly felt a strange pulling force. This was not told by his sense of touch, but more like a direct reflection in his brain. Try again. No one present except Clay could see these magic threads. All they saw was that Clay liked Bran's performance very much. None of them, including Clay, noticed that a crow suddenly flew into the open hall. The black crow landed on the chandelier, its deep yellow eyes moving, looking at Clay's back with a very human cold gaze, and that gaze was full of hostility. Clay's demon hunter senses were turned up to the maximum, and he pretended to pat Bran on the back, chatting with him about bringing him something Bran would like next time they met. But in fact, he had been pulling the magic thread that was about to break, and he seemed to hear the groaning sound of the magic thread. Suddenly, Clay felt a strong smell of corruption. The reason why it is said to be felt rather than smelled is that this is also directly filled into the brain, which makes Clay instinctively uncomfortable. In this smell, Clay also felt a strong chill, as if there was an iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years behind him. Snap, the illusory breaking sound rang out, but unfortunately no one heard it. The magic thread finally ran out of power and was torn into two pieces by Clay. Like a tentacle, the end connected to the unknown part quickly retracted, and on Bran's end, as the magic thread broke, the magic thread wrapped around Bran was like a plant vine that lost its nutrients, and in an instant it became dry and withered, and finally turned into a gray color representing death, and dissipated into the air. Before he had time to think about this sudden change, Clay's ears suddenly rang with a hoarse murmur. "You win, alien Godwalker." A huge pulling force suddenly appeared in every part of Clay's body. Before Clay could make any move, his eyes blurred, and his brain was in chaos. When he saw it clearly again, the expression on Clay's face froze. Everything in front of him told him that his body was no longer in the Hall of Winterfell. "You seem very surprised, alien Godwalker." A pale and monotonous voice sounded from behind, and Clay suddenly came back to his senses. He saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. "Who are you?" Clay asked in a deep voice, while raising his hand to form a seal. A pale yellow circular shield appeared, wrapping Clay inside. "Demon Hunter Seal, Quinn." "I am just a dry bone." The figure walked in and took off his hood. His long white hair hung down, but it looked withered and twisted. He had only one eye, and the pupil was bright red. The roots of some plants emerged from the other eye socket that had lost its eye, and some fungi grew on his forehead. This face looked a bit like some gods and ghosts related to nature in some myths, but Clay could feel that there was not much vitality in the body in front of him, and most of it was lingering with the breath of death. "Yes, it's this, the smell of alien gods." His voice was flat, as if telling a simple fact. Clay recalled the conversation just now. The other party called himself the agent of alien gods? Clay felt something in his heart, and he guessed that the other party was referring to the ability brought by his demon hunter system. "You don't have to be so nervous. Your body is full of magic. I have no intention or power to hurt you, alien god agent," he said, and as if on purpose, he emphasized the title Alien God Agent again. Clay ignored him. He finally had a chance to look around where he was. It would have been fine if he didn't look, but after just one look, Clay was shocked. He saw the Iron Throne. It's not that Clay has really seen the Iron Throne in this world, but this chair is so unique that Clay knew it was the Iron Throne the first time he saw it. Rather than saying it is a chair, it is a big lump covered with spikes, blades, and twisted metal. The chair itself is very high, quite high. Clay estimated that including the untidy steps, it is about 7 or 8 meters high. So, he is in the throne room? My God! Calculate the distance to here. It must be thousands of miles. Is there any means of transportation in this world faster than dragons? For some reason, this sentence popped into Clay's mind. But then, Clay saw something that shouldn't have appeared, and it also made him understand the identity of the person in front of him. The dragon bone, or more precisely, a huge dragon head, but it has become a skeleton. Clay remembered clearly that after Robert was usurped the throne of the Targaryen family, these decorative dragon heads were moved to the underground of the Red Keep and replaced by the crowned stag tapestry that symbolized the Baratheon family. At this point in time, Clay could not see the dragon bones in the throne room anyway. So, Clay understood that this was not the current throne room at all, but the historical one. In other words, Clay was standing in history at this time, or in someone's memory. Seeing Clay staring at the Iron Throne and the dragon bones, his voice appeared again. "Agent of the alien god, it seems that you already know where this is." In a calm tone, he asked, "So, do you want to sit on it?" Clay was silent. He didn't want to answer this question, although he already had the answer. "I see boundless ambition in your body flowing with the power of the alien gods. I wonder why an heir to White Harbor would want to sit on this chair. What supports you? Is it the god behind you?" Expect Clay's answer at all, and continued his words. "I brought you here to discuss with you. Please don't interfere with me anymore, whether it's the heart tree or the child." Hearing this, Clay finally came to his senses. His target was not himself at all, but Bran. Then, combined with this ability to pull people in the whirlpool of history, his identity is already obvious. Brynden Rivers, Targaryen's bastard, the Duke of Bloodraven, the Three-Eyed Raven. Clay didn't intend to reveal his identity. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this half-human and half-ghost Three-Eyed Raven would do. At least now Clay can be sure that it was definitely not an accident that Bran climbed the ruined tower and ran into the Queen and the Regicide. The Three-Eyed Raven relied on the magic thread growing from the heart tree to guide Bran in a way that Clay could not understand. Clay did not remember when Bran fell down in the original timeline. During the time he stayed in the dungeon, he could not contact the outside world and lost his perception of time. It was possible that Bran's climbing the wall was something that had already happened, but his series of actions interfered with the Three-Eyed Raven's plan. His behavior of extracting a large amount of magic from the heart tree and breaking the magic thread made the Three-Eyed Raven unbearable, and he came down to play tricks with him. Clay felt that he was probably afraid of the non-existent god behind him, so he said something like he had no hostility towards him. But it happened that the more he imagined, the better it would be for Clay. "What do you want that child for?" Clay asked back, imitating the other party's indifferent tone. The Three-Eyed Raven did not answer Clay's question. He dragged his long black robe and slowly walked towards the iron chair covered with spikes. He slowly stepped onto the steps, and under Clay's gaze he sat on the Iron Throne as if he had done it thousands of times before. Clay had to admit that this chair seemed to have extraordinary magic, making the people standing below involuntarily feel awe. "There is no king here." Clay's voice was cold and hard. "Indeed, but it doesn't matter." The Three-Eyed Raven said. He clenched the armrest of the Iron Throne, and the sharp blade cut open his palm, and light green blood flowed out, but he didn't care. "I want to make a deal with you, the agent of the other god." His voice suddenly became louder. "Oh?" Clay was curious about what he would say. "I will use my power to send you to sit on this throne, on the condition that after you become king, you will allow the North to be independent." Clay's mind was full of question marks, and he almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. For a moment he thought that this person had eaten too much weirwood before coming, and his mind was not clear. "You have a few divisions. Not that, what ability do you have to dare to brag, like this? How come I don't know that you are so powerful?" After holding it in for a long time, Clay said, "I don't think you can pull the Iron Throne out from under Robert Baratheon's ass without me. The current stag is indeed strong and healthy, with sharp horns, but the gods have not given him a young stag to inherit." When saying this, the tone of the Three-Eyed Raven seemed to be much more distant, but Clay rolled his eyes in his heart. Didn't he just want to say that Robert's 3 current legitimate children were not his? Is it necessary to say it so charlatanically? I think, if you want to say something, you might as well say it directly. There is no need to draw cakes with me here. Frowning and chewing carefully the meaning of the words drawing cakes, the Three-Eyed Raven could only regard this as a word unique to the alien god, but this did not prevent him from understanding what Clay meant. Okay, from now on I ask you to stop interfering with my actions towards the Stark boy, and you can make one request to me, as long as I can do it. What kind of wishing lamp is this, from another world? Clay shook his head and decided to make a more outrageous request. Is that so? Then I ask you to find me a dragon egg and tell me a way to hatch it. Can you do that? Clay looked at the face that looked no different from driftwood seriously, wanting to see what it looked like when it looked so ugly. Unexpectedly, the three-eyed crow just glanced at him and nodded calmly. Okay, if the deal is done, I will ask Hodor, the stable boy in Winterfell, to bring it to you, but it will take time. You will receive my gift in White Harbor. Clay was stunned, thinking that he had just been careless and should have asked him for a Gundam, although he was extremely curious and wanted to know how he dug out a dragon egg for him in the north, and also attached an instruction manual. That was the way to awaken him. Clay originally thought that if he knew how to do it, why didn't he do it himself? But when he thought of his horrible appearance, he probably thought that his real body was hiding in a cave outside the Great Wall, and he understood everything. Answer me a question, and if you are satisfied, I will agree to this deal, Clay said. The three-eyed raven nodded and waited for Clay's next words. It's the same question as before. Why is Bran so important to you? Can't you find someone else? Why does it have to be him? What's so special about him? The three-eyed raven was silent for a long time about this question. When Clay became a little impatient, he sighed faintly and said with a wry smile, He is the best candidate. You have to know that in the whole of Westeros, only the blood of wolves and dragons is special. Some of them are the best carriers. North of the Great Wall, the footsteps of the God of Cold are approaching, step by step, constantly compressing the space for the living, and east of the Narrow Sea, R'hllor's blazing light is constantly trying to ignite the entire Westeros. Like you, I am an agent of the gods, but as you can see, my body is almost rotten. Bran, he is my best successor, and the best agent of my lord. Pondering these words that are full of information, Clay asked back, So, you invited me, and even wanted to help me because the power in me does not belong to the God of Cold or the Lord of Light, R'hllor? You have ambitions for Westeros. That's enough. Aren't you worried that the gods behind me, well, will take your territory or faith? It doesn't matter. As I told you at the beginning, the North is independent. My lord doesn't mind you and the gods behind you occupying the South, because R'hllor's power cannot be expanded. Otherwise the whole world will be unbalanced. Aren't there still 7 gods? In my lord's words, they are 7 guys who can't even stabilize their own state. Impossible to expect them to resist R'hllor. In the empty throne room, Clay could only hear his own breathing. These simple words made Clay's head howl with a storm. Originally, I thought that in the world of ice and fire, gods were just mascots. I didn't expect that today the three-eyed raven showed up and said it. Clay realized that there was a lot behind it. After thinking it over, Clay felt that he could only believe half of what the three-eyed raven said. If he believed it completely, he would probably be fooled. Moreover, he could not agree to all of the three-eyed raven's conditions. If he really agreed, wouldn't his plan to create a demon hunter army fail? Pretending to hesitate for a long time, Clay sighed and said, Your conditions are very good, but I can't agree to them completely. The three-eyed raven frowned again. I think my conditions have shown enough sincerity, the agent of the alien god. He said slowly, his pale and withered skin wrinkled together, as if it would break in the next second. The three-eyed raven was a little angry, but more helpless. What he said about not being able to do anything to Clay was the truth. When his crow observed Clay, he was shocked by the magic in Clay's body. He had long tried to use the power of magic to interfere with this heretic, who was rampant in the north, but it didn't work at all. No, in my opinion, you call me the alien god's agent, so there is no basis for trust between us. Besides, Lord Three-Eyed Crow, how can I know that you will fulfill your promise? At this time, Clay didn't need to pretend anymore, so he simply pointed out the other party's identity. The blood-red pupils of the Three-Eyed Crow slightly dilated, obviously surprised that Clay knew his identity. After a long time, he spoke. You surprised me again, alien god's agent. I don't seem to have shown myself in front of you before. How did you know my identity? His question was exchanged for Clay's white teeth and slightly sarcastic voice. As you said, it's not important. Clay thought, if I say that your real body is outside the Great Wall, will you be so scared that the three-eyed one will become four-eyed? Taking a deep breath, the three-eyed crow decided to give up this question. He understood what the basis of trust that this annoying alien god's agent in front of him was talking about. Well, as you wish, I want to hear your terms. To be honest, Clay did not want to fall out with the three-eyed raven. He was ruthless. What did Bran have to do with whether he was controlled or dead? If we regard these nobles in the Seven Kingdoms as investment targets, then it is reasonable to say that none of them is a good target. If you don't believe it, look at the ending. In a few years, almost all of these dukes with names died. The old wolf died on the guillotine. The old duke of the Tully family died of illness. Lord Tywin died in the toilet. The Tyrell and Baratheon families died. The Prince of Dorne was assassinated. And there is also the now deceased Prime Minister Jon Arryn. It can be said that the death rate is full. So, this is why Jon Snow, who is full of the aura of the protagonist, can go all the way, from a bastard to the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, and then to the King of the North. Because all the prestige and ability have died, so it can be his turn. To be honest, what Clay wanted to invest in most was Daenerys, who was far away across the narrow sea. But now, he lacked an opportunity, and Daenerys, who had not experienced blood and fire, was also an unqualified Targaryen. You can do what you want to Bran, but the magic of the Heart Tree in the north must be open to me, and the previous requirements are still valid. This is Clay's condition. In fact, he did not intend to let the other party really get him a dragon or a dragon egg that can be hatched. The real purpose is still the magic in the Heart Tree. He is not Daenerys. Regardless of the bloodline of whether he can control the dragon, it is impossible for him to abandon White Harbor, one of the richest cities in Westeros, at this stage. White Harbor is not Essos. As long as Daenerys solves her own safety problems, no one can do anything to her dragon. But imagine raising a dragon in White Harbor for fun. With the growth rate of the little dragon, no matter how good the confidentiality work is, it will inevitably be discovered. At that time, there will be fun. The Seven Kingdoms will most likely stop the Civil War and directly march to White Harbor. The best ending is that the dragon is taken away or killed by the might of the army, and if he is lucky, he will fly away by himself, and then Clay will be deprived of his status as an heir, and he will put on black clothes and go to the wall with Jon Snow to eat snow foam. However, things are not always as Clay thinks. Okay, but I also have a condition. Except for Winterfell, all the weirwoods in the north under the protection of my lord have magic, but this magic has an upper limit. You can't do it like you did in the Godswood, which will cause serious damage to the tree itself. I understand. You can smoke, but not too hard. I can accept it. Wait, did he promise to really get me a dragon? Clay, who just reacted and didn't have time to open his mouth, heard his voice. The deal is done. The agent of the alien god. You can contact me when you touch the weirwood in the future, and I look forward to seeing you next time. The throne room twisted in front of Clay's eyes, and then his eyes blurred, and he returned to the hall of Winterfell again, and the time here did not pass a minute or a second. Looking at Clay's somewhat stiff posture, Robb asked in confusion, "Clay?" Brought back to reality by this voice, Clay finally reacted and quickly let go of Bran. In his vision, a magic thread broke through the wall and once again wrapped around Bran's body, but this time, Clay did not stop it. He stood up straight and bowed to the Duke and Duchess of Stark, who were looking at him with a smile. "Okay, Clay, you can go back. Remember, you are always welcome in Winterfell." The towering walls of Winterfell had been left behind by Clay. Riding on his horse, Clay breathed in the cold air of the north and looked at his grandfather, who was as tall as a wall. I have to say, boy, you did a good job this time. Seeing his grandson looking at him, Lord Wyman turned his head, touched his gray beard and smiled. He was very satisfied with his grandson who had returned from Essos. He dared to kill Lannister, made friends with the Stark family, and had good sword skills. What made him unhappy was that he should not have allowed Willa to make trouble when he came out this time. Otherwise, Clay would not have been sent to the dungeon. After his efforts on Willfeld failed, he should not have had such thoughts again. In addition, he made a mistake in choosing the captain of the guard. He already knew that Clay was sleeping in the mud and Willa was harassed. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Lord Wyman would have wanted to hang the captain of the guard named Hosta. Lord Wyman felt very happy when he saw the White Harbor guards surrounding him. When they were leaving the city, the Lannister queen who had received the news sent people to stop Clay and himself from leaving. Seeing this, his 100 cavalrymen drew their swords, and those idiots were frightened and made way for the army. Clay, who was watching this, also felt something. Sure enough, the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. No matter if you are a queen or not, in this world, when your fist is big enough to crush everyone, you are the king. Following the White Blade River southward for a week, Clay smelled the unique fishy and salty smell of the sea again, and saw the huge city wrapped in a huge white wall at the end of his sight. The mermaid flag was flying. Only under this flag did Clay feel relaxed for the first time. After leaving Winterfell, a place of trouble, Clay finally had the opportunity to think about his next plan in White Harbor, a place where he could relax. After being busy in Winterfell for such a long time, in fact, except for the confirmation of identity and the acquisition of magic, things did go according to his predetermined plan. However, starting from the riot of the magic of the Heart Tree, what happened afterwards was completely beyond Clay's script and became completely out of his control. Fortunately, although there were some twists and turns in the middle, at least Clay finally jumped out of the muddy water of Winterfell in time. When he was used as a gun by Littlefinger and became the vanguard of the conflict between Stark and Lannister, he once thought of going all out and directly bringing assassins to confront Duke Eddard. Anyway, the assassin who was hit by the Axis seal would confess everything within a certain period of time, but later, he denied his idea. He was already standing on the edge of the chessboard. If he took another step forward, he would officially enter the game. However, there was no chance to change his identity and start over in the game of Thrones. To some extent, Clay and Littlefinger are both looking for the latter called chaos. He likes the sense of honor and way of doing things of the Stark family, but that's all. The team traveled through the huge White Harbor city, enjoying the respectful eyes of the people of White Harbor who were busy with their livelihoods. Clay's heart became a little hot. Here, the mermaid flag is the law, and he is the successor of the mermaid flag. Go back first. You have a lot of time to take a closer look at this city. In recent years, Lord Stannis and our fleet have killed a lot of pirates on the narrow sea. The trade route is much better than before. Earl Wyman patted Clay, who was staring at the city scenery in a trance, and said with a smile, "Okay?" Clay shook the reins and rushed to the new castle leading to the residence of the family members. This time, Clay was guarded by only a dozen experienced White Harbor veterans. As for his sister Willa, although she could not be blamed for what happened during the trip to Winterfell, Lord Wyman still put her in a carriage decorated almost like Queen Cersei's carriage, and made her look like a noble lady of the Manderly family. Slowing down at the entrance of the inner door of the castle, Clay saw his sister Wilfred. The eldest daughter of the Manderly family, who had passed her 19th name day, was wearing a pure white dress with golden accessories on her upper body. In the midday sun, she looked elegant and holy. Clay's Witcher vision allowed him to see the pattern carved on it clearly from a distance. A trident surrounded by various marine creatures. Jumping off the horse, Clay came to his sister. "Welcome back, Clay. Where is grandfather?" Wilfred raised her neck slightly and looked behind Clay. "Oh, I came back first. Grandpa is behind and will be back soon." Clay didn't think too much. He took his sister's hand and prepared to go back to the castle. He rode for so many days on the road, and he couldn't wait to take a shower and rest. Wilfred hesitated and bit her red lips. The rules of the Manderly family were quite rigid. According to reason, she, as the eldest daughter of the family, should wait until the end when Earl Wyman came back. But she knew very well that Clay didn't like these red tapes, and her temper was relatively soft. She was a little conflicted for a while, and her feet didn't move. After pulling her, she found that her sister didn't leave. Turning back and seeing the unnatural look on Wilfred's face, Clay suddenly realized after a little thought, and comforted his sister, and said, "It's okay. Grandpa doesn't have time to take care of you now. Now it's Willa's turn to be unlucky." When he said this, Clay himself felt a little smile. When he was in Winterfell, the captain of the guard had talked to him many times, saying that the two sisters were very interesting in the Manderly family. The two seemed to have agreed that there would be 7 days in a week, and they would make Earl Wyman angry for 6 days. The eldest sister Wilfred was too soft-tempered. Although she had a good appearance and figure, Earl Wyman never liked her weak style of treating people. The old man himself had been used to being strong all his life, so naturally he didn't want his family to speak softly to others. The youngest sister Vera was just the opposite. She didn't learn the things that noble ladies should learn every day, but her personality was extremely strong. Moreover, she was too wild and a little clumsy, and she didn't look like a noble lady at all. When Earl Wyman saw Wilfred on Monday, he scolded her for being a little more powerful. Otherwise, she would always be bullied after getting married. On Tuesday, he saw Vera spilling food all over her body after dinner. But it was interesting that the two sisters would always give the old man a day off on weekends, probably because they were considerate of the poor health of the elderly. So, when Clay said that it was Vera's turn to be unlucky today, and he felt so happy when he saw Wilfred couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the dinner, Clay, wearing a luxurious dress with blue stripes, was struggling to deal with the fried fish fillet on the plate. Suddenly, he heard the old man's voice. "Our Lord Eddard has agreed to go to King's Landing to serve as the King's hand of His Majesty King Robert, and his 2 daughters are also accompanying him. Uncle Willis and Father Wendell did not come to this family gathering, so this was actually said to Clay. Clay understood that this letter from Winterfell was equivalent to officially announcing that Eddard Stark would succeed as the King's hand. According to the time, the King and his party should have set off. Although Clay was unable to stop the wolf from running south this time, he at least prevented Bran from falling off the broken tower and becoming disabled, and there would be no assassins to murder Bran in a coma. Although this is just a small change, Clay believes that with the accumulation of small things, he will always be able to completely change the key step. Wilfred and Vera, who were originally whispering together, stopped talking. This was the way it was at the Manderly family dinner table. Women were not allowed to interrupt unless it involved themselves. This was not obvious before Clay was away, but now that Clay was back, Lord Wyman was intentionally or unintentionally reinforcing or hinting at this point. D-wolves are not suitable for the hot southern land. After saying that, Lord Wyman ate his meal alone, but he was mumbling something. Clay knew what he meant. Historically, the successive Stark heads who went south to King's Landing almost never had a good result. The most typical example was that Duke Eddard's father and eldest brother were burned alive in the throne room by Mad King Aerys II. It was estimated that few nobles in the north would support Duke Eddard. They had long been accustomed to the cold but hard land of the north and had no interest in participating in the chaotic power struggle in King's Landing. The night fell, but the stars were high. Through the thin gauze curtains blown by the sea breeze, Clay, lying on the soft cushions, had clear and bright eyes. His good aristocratic education told him that the brightest string of stars in the night sky was the Ice Dragon constellation that guided the passing ships of the entire White Harbor. It was already late at night. After a day of boiling and noisy, White Harbor seemed to be busy and tired after swallowing countless wealth and goods, and became quiet. The whole port was very quiet. Apart from the never-absent sound of the waves, there was only the occasional distant bell. Of course, there were exceptions. Clay was high up, and could see that there was a small area under a stone staircase in the Fish King Square that was still brightly lit. Clay's memory made him very clear about the name of the place, Lazy Eel. It was one of the most famous taverns in the entire White Harbor, but it was not because of how good the service or the quality of the drinks were. On the contrary, it provided the oldest female prostitutes and the worst wine in the entire White Harbor, as well as meat pies filled with lard and cartilage. Sailors who have been drifting on the narrow sea for a few months probably love to go to such places. It is economical, Clay thought. Clay would not go to such places out of boredom, simply because he is now the owner of this place. He must require himself to look at this huge port city with the eyes and thoughts of a master, not a guest or a 16-year-old child. At the end of the dinner, the old man drove away the 2 granddaughters and other servants, leaving only the grandparents and grandchildren in the Mermaid Palace surrounded by lights. The old man's words were very straightforward. There was no need to play dumb when Clay's status as heir was as hard as steel. Clay's uncle, Willis Manderly, the second-generation heir to White Harbor, was a fat man like Earl Wyman himself. He was almost unable to ride a horse to fight, and his health was very poor. Therefore, from now on, Clay had to start learning to manage White Harbor and officially do what he should do as an heir. For Clay, this matter itself was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, as an heir, he could not do whatever he wanted as before. But on the other hand, as the heir, he can enjoy and even mobilize the huge resources of White Harbor. You know, his plan for the Demon Hunter army is a money-eating beast that can never be fully fed. Clay's overall thinking can be divided into several steps. First, he cannot change the fact that Duke Stark is going south. The wind fanned by his little butterfly wings is probably not enough to blow into the thick walls of King's Landing. Clay requires himself to always grasp the movements of King's Landing. He doesn't know if the family has a spy force similar to the small bird like the octopus spider. If there is, send all of them to King's Landing. He has no way to judge the situation in King's Landing, but as long as the old wolf is alive, the sword of the North will not be fully unsheathed. If the old wolf is really pushed to the guillotine, the new and old gods plus Erlor together cannot stop Robb Stark from summoning his vassals and marching south to avenge his father. Second, no matter what the result of the first one is, since the three-eyed raven is afraid of the non-existent alien god behind him, he has not made things difficult for himself for the time being. He should take advantage of this period of time to quickly expand his medicine library and find a way to create a team of demon hunters who are good at fighting. Clay can't say exactly how many people can be mutated. There are too many uncertain factors, but in principle, the more the better under the general principle that can be controlled. The positioning of demon hunters in this world of ice and fire is to be an absolute special forces. This time is not enough for Clay to get hundreds or thousands of them to fight positional warfare, but a small team is enough for surprise attacks. But this plan has a prerequisite. He must convince his grandfather, the head of the family. Without his support, Clay will be unable to move forward. He can't even get the money for the mutation medicine, let alone the selection of people. Third, if the second one doesn't work, Clay will have to pile all the limited resources on himself. He has tested it himself. The current strength of the seal is okay for small-scale, low-intensity conflicts, but it is still blind when it comes to the battlefield. For example, his current Quen sign is only at level 1, which can block long-range arrows. However, if he is really unlucky and is sent to attack a city, he will encounter an engineering crossbow. Then, no one can save him. After all, that thing has even been shot down by a dragon, and its power is extremely terrifying. For another example, the current Axii sign can still confuse an ordinary person, but what about someone who has been trained or has a strong will? This is not a game. If the confuse fails, you can just pay some money or draw your sword to kill him. Therefore, Clay's own strength must be improved as soon as possible. The importance of this point cannot be overstated. Let's talk about the last point, the promise of the three-eyed raven that Clay has been hesitating about. Through the last few words of the three-eyed raven, Clay understood that the Uncle Hodor, who was not so clear-headed, might be the work of the three-eyed raven. The fact that he was allowed to deliver things to Clay showed that he was completely controlled by the three-eyed raven. But this is not too important. What is really important is whether Clay will accept the dragon eggs and hatching methods if Hodor really sends them. As a legitimate northern child, Clay's act of accepting dragon eggs itself will take huge risks. He now regrets why he said such a thing. But if you ask Clay to throw dragon eggs into the sea as if they were stones, he will be reluctant to do so. After all, when this thing grows up, it will be a real bomber that throws incendiary bombs in the world of ice and fire, and it can continuously upgrade itself. In the end, only one of Daenerys' 3 dragons survived, and the other 2 died under the ballista, which makes people feel that the ballista can really kill dragons. In fact, this is an illusion, just because Daenerys' dragons are too small. If it were really the giant dragons in history, the ballista would just tickle them, and the thick dragon scales would keep them all out. And there is another problem that needs to be explained. If the dragon is really hatched, how will Clay's bloodline be explained? It is hard to say whether Earl Wyman will doubt that he is not Clay Manderly at all. After all, many northern nobles were killed and injured in the War of the Usurper because they were the main force against the royal army. Clay knew how loyal his family was to the Stark family. It would be easier to deal with a family like Littlefinger. Therefore, dragon eggs are a very risky option for Clay with unlimited benefits. After rolling on the bed for a bite while in annoyance, Clay simply stopped thinking about it after sorting out his thoughts. Tomorrow, he will find Earl Wyman alone. Other things will be put aside for the time being. This demon hunter ability must be supported and recognized by the old man. As for the risks, Clay is very clear, but he has made preparations. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after hurriedly eating a breakfast that was absolutely over-nutritious, Clay was pulled into the huge courtyard in the center of the castle by the sudden arrival of Sir Marlon Manderly. Clay took a quick look and found that this place was 4 or 5 times larger than the parade grounds in Winterfell. There were several areas separated by thick oak fences. There was an archery range full of targets, a cavalry training ground similar to a sprint track, and a sword training ground with weapon racks full of long swords. Around these facilities, Clay actually saw some buildings similar to stands, which brought a little relaxation to this somewhat serious place. Sir Marlon was very old, but he was still strong and muscular. He wore a set of armor, as if nothing happened, and a short sword for fighting was stuck on his waist. He led Clay into the training ground. Clay noticed that at the entrance of the cavalry training ground, there were some figures wearing armor. Clay had good eyesight. Although the distance was far, he could see clearly that most of these people were very young, and the oldest was definitely no more than 30 years old. At this time, they were gathered in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to each other. But Clay noticed that each of them had a very obvious mermaid family emblem on their armor. These people are all from the side branches of the family. We called them here to let them know what the Master's heir looks like. Sir Malon naturally slowed down his pace and said to Clay, who was following behind him, "You will get to know them later. You can decide the method, whether to drink them down or beat them with your sword. It's up to you, but an old man's suggestion, beat them first and then drink them down, is the best." "Aren't you worried that they will beat me down?" Clay asked Sir Malon with a smile. "Boy, don't treat us all as blind and deaf. Many people know what you did in Winterfell." Sir Malon pointed to his ears. Clay thought about it. He always felt that the purpose of this specially arranged meeting would not be just to get to know these Manderly side branches. After this, you have to pick some of them to be your squires. The Master will preside over your knighting ceremony in a few days. Originally, I wanted to invite Lord Stark to come, but now I don't think there is such a chance. As if he saw through what Clay was thinking, Sir Malon added, nodding. Clay understood what the old man meant. This was to select a team for him. Thinking about it carefully, this was not surprising, because Clay had no brothers. Take the Stark family, for example. After Robb, the eldest brother, inherited the title of Duke of Winterfell, Bran and Rickon would automatically become his assistants or stewards. The cost of trust between brothers was very low. But Clay did not have this treatment. He was the only male heir of the main line of the family. On the battlefield, he did not even have his own trusted soldiers. Seeing the two people coming in, especially seeing the majestic Sir Malon, these young Manderlys who had just seemed lazy jumped up like rabbits. Clay saw a fat boy with thick hair eating with his back to the food. He was slapped on the head by his companions. Just as he was about to shake his fist, he turned around and saw Marlon and Clay. It was very obvious that the fat boy swallowed the unfinished food, arranged himself, and stood up in 5 seconds. In terms of agility, he caught up with Clay, the demon hunter, which made him amazed. "They seem to be afraid of you," Clay whispered. "Heh, some of their fathers were beaten by me when they were young." It was indeed an irrefutable statement, mighty and domineering, and Clay was convinced. Clay followed Sir Marlon and stood in front of these people. His eyes swept across the faces of each of them. Similarly, they were also looking at Clay. The Manderly family has a long history and has been rooted in the land of White Harbor for a long time. Generation after generation, in addition to the main branch of the family, the remaining branches have continued to this day. The luckiest ones have a knight title and manage a small village for the main branch or themselves. Most of them lost their surnames in intermarriage. The people in front of them were probably the wealthy families that Sir Malon found to be able to afford a set of armor. The rest, although they were all named Manderly like Clay, were no different from ordinary farmers. This time, Sir Malon informed them that Master Clay was going to select servants, and those who were selected would become Master Clay's personal soldiers after training. No one painted a rosy picture for them, but every family that received the news did their best to prepare the best armor for their sons or husbands. If they were really selected by Master Clay, their family's fate would definitely be changed. You know why you are here, and I won't waste words. This is Clay Manderly, the grandson of Lord Wyman and the son of Sir Wendell. Sir Malon turned sideways and introduced Clay to them. Clay saw all kinds of expressions on their faces: envy, flattery, sternness, begging, etc. There was no hatred or jealousy. With the great prestige of Earl Wyman ruling White Harbor for decades, they could not be jealous at all. "Stand in formation. Do you need me to teach you again?" Sir Malon suddenly frowned. The people who had just been about to gather around were startled when they heard this, and then quickly stood in a neat row according to their height. Clay understood that Earl Wyman's arrangement was definitely not a temporary plan. These people knew their position in the team very well, which meant that they had been trained long ago. Maybe they had started when they just arrived at Winterfell. "In order, say your names." Clay, who had been watching coldly, suddenly spoke up. Hearing Clay's words, Sir Malon didn't say anything else. Clay was the protagonist today, and he had no intention of stealing the show. After a pause, the tall and honest man said hesitantly, Umer Manderly, my lord." Nodding, Clay looked at the next one. "Rista Manderly, sir, my family's—" This man, who was slightly shorter than Umer, spoke very quickly. He wanted to say something else after saying his name, but Clay raised his hand to interrupt him. Clay glanced at him, and then looked at the people behind him. "I only need your names. There is no need to talk about your family relationship. It is not important to me. Next." Without looking at Resta, who was a little embarrassed, Clay looked at the next person. "Rickard Manderly." "Mort Manderly, sir." Clay listened to them one by one with expressionless faces. There was no need for him to show a friendly attitude. Now he didn't know these people at all. Showing kindness would only make them feel that they were weak and could be bullied. When necessary, Clay felt that he could even see blood. After all, what he wanted was a team of personal soldiers who could go to the battlefield with him, and they would be the future team. If it was to show mercy, letting them go back and continue to make a living would be the greatest kindness to them. After listening to the registration of the 42 people, to be honest, Clay didn't remember many of them, but this was not the purpose itself, but strengthening this affiliation was. I said, you listen, then you do it, but the premise is that I have to make you feel that your efforts are promising. Clay listened to their names, not their family backgrounds, and the signal he conveyed to them was that I don't care what you did before, you are all the same now, and I remember you. Do a good job. Sir Malin, who was standing aside, looked at Clay with some surprise. He thought that Clay would not know how to speak to so many people, but now it seems that the 2 years of traveling in Essos has trained him. Walking back from the person who finished the last name, Clay returned to Sir Malin and asked quietly, Sir, is there anyone you like? Recommend me? Clay knew that these people were selected by Sir Malin one by one, and Clay had to thank him, but he didn't know if there were anyone among them that Sir Malin wanted him to choose, so he asked this question. No. Who to choose and how many to choose is up to you. Sir Malin's words were as hard as a rock. Clay shrugged slightly. Since he said so, it didn't matter to him. He had originally decided to find his old man to show off his skills as a demon hunter today, but now someone has prepared the candidates for him in advance. In this case, he doesn't have to rush to examine these people's abilities and character first. Sir Malin, can you please invite my grandfather over? Just try them out, and the Earl will personally check them later. Sir Malin thought Clay was unsure, so he asked Earl Wyman to come and check. Clay waved his hand and smiled and said, No, it doesn't matter to them. Without saying anything else, he nodded, and Sir Malin didn't argue with Clay, and turned and left. Clay was the only one left on the field, and 42 pairs of eyes were staring at him. For some reason, Clay remembered his military training. He was probably no different from his instructor back then. These people are tall, short, strong, and thin. Clay has nothing to do while waiting for Earl Wyman to come, so he might as well test his sword skills on them. Who among you uses the sword best? After asking this question, the Manderleys who were lined up looked at each other, and no one moved. It was a bit unexpected. Clay thought someone would jump out, but he didn't expect that everyone he could see avoided his gaze. It was a bit awkward, but Clay didn't care. He knew these people's psychology very well. In fact, everyone was eager to show themselves quickly. Let me make it clear to you in advance that I can't choose all of you. Besides, I want to choose a personal guard who can ride a horse to charge into the battle and swing a sword to kill the enemy. If you don't even have the courage to draw a sword, then don't stay here and leave Newcastle as soon as possible. As soon as these words came out, the faces of these people changed a little. At the beginning, they came here, just told that there would be a selection, but they didn't know what it was. Sir Marlon Manderly didn't tell them at all, but this lord couldn't be blamed because he didn't know what Clay's standards were. But now, Clay's 2 words gave them a hint, which was equivalent to defining the scope of the exam, and these people were motivated. Clay didn't wait too long. Just when he counted how many scales were drawn on the tail of the mermaid flag next to him, a voice came over. My lord, I can use a sword. After hearing Sir Marlon's report, Lord Wyman Manderly turned the wine glass filled with Dorne's summer red in his hand. He didn't know what Clay wanted to ask him. Originally, he still had some concerns about Clay, but after the trip to Winterfell, he made up his mind to train Clay. In his own words, even if Clay didn't drink a drop of alcohol, he would use all the good wine in White Harbor to make him a drunkard. Anyway, there was nothing to do. Lord Wyman sat on a soft chair and was carried to the parade ground by several servants. When he arrived at the training ground, he saw this scene. Clay, wearing only half armor, and a warrior in full armor were raising their swords to clash with each other. The 2 swords intersected and held each other. His grandson's opponent looked taller and stronger than him. His thick arms were like 2 stone pillars wrapped in armor. The Earl couldn't help but worry about his grandson. But Earl Wyman, who had also fought in the battlefield, soon found that the 2 were evenly matched in strength, and Clay even acted more relaxed. The next second, Clay suddenly used force to push the opponent's sword to one side, and took advantage of the situation to use a sword roll. Before anyone could react, he put the tip of the sword in front of the opponent's throat. Clean and efficient. This was Earl Wyman's direct experience. From the intersection of the 2 weapons to Clay's victory, it took only a few breaths. Whether it was holding the sword steadily or drawing the sword quickly to attack, there was no drag at all. Earl Wyman noticed that several Manderly branch members were standing there dejectedly. As an old and experienced man, he could tell at a glance that they must be the losers from before. Noticing Earl Wyman's figure, these branch members hurriedly saluted and shouted loudly, "Lord Earl!" Reminded by the voice, Clay turned around after wiping the sweat off his forehead, smiled, and nodded to his grandfather and said, "Grandpa, you are here." This was not a formal occasion. In his own home, he didn't need to pay so much respect to his grandfather, but these branch members couldn't do that. Seeing the patriarch coming, these branch members looked at Clay's back, and their eyes became even more fiery. Just now, Clay, with a sword, knocked down 10 of them in a short time, and didn't let any of their swords touch him. Although some people's swordsmanship was indeed poor, they knew that among these 10 people, there were some who could really use swords. However, their results were no different from those who didn't know how to use it. They were defeated by Master Clay within 3 moves. They were either disarmed or hit in the vitals, just like the one just now. He waved his hand to these people, signaling them to leave. The tactful one quickly disappeared with the fool. Seeing this, Earl Wyman didn't care. He pulled a wooden stool to sit down, touched his chin full of gray beard, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Clay? What's the matter with calling me here?" Although Clay's face was full of a smile of victory, he was actually very nervous at this time, because he was about to confess his biggest trump card to his grandfather, although it was only a part of the surface. But before that, he was going to say another thing first. "Grandpa, there is something I must tell you." Clay's words and solemn expression made Earl Wyman a little more interested. In his impression, his grandson had never spoken to him so seriously. "Oh, what do our northern warriors want to tell me?" Clay threw down his sword, sat next to his old man, and organized his words. "Grandpa, I was assassinated in Winterfell." Just one sentence made Earl Wyman's hand touching his gray beard freeze in midair. His eyes widened, and his mouth half opened but couldn't speak. But this state only lasted for a second, and Earl Wyman's already flushed face turned red. The old guy stood up angrily. Who is it that dared to kill his grandson in the north? The first person he thought of in his mind was the old Skinner, Roose Bolton, who lived in the Dreadfort in the north of him. The fiefs of the two families were connected, and there had always been territorial disputes, a tree, a well, and a village. When he was young, he once led the cavalry to confront the Bolton family's spearmen near the city of Horwood, and they almost met in battle. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Stark led his troops to surround them, the two families would have been in a bloodbath. So, when Clay became his heir but was assassinated, the first thing that Lord Wyman thought of was his old rival. He asked with a gloomy face and a voice as hard as stone, "Is it that old peeler?" Seeing that Clay was stunned and did not nod, Lord Wyman's gray and thick eyebrows gathered together. If it wasn't old Peeler, then who would want to harm his grandson? Thinking of what Clay did in Winterfell, the old earl was suddenly startled and blurted out, "Is it the Queen?" Shaking his head again, Clay didn't want to let the old man guess unnecessarily here. If it was ordinary people, they would not think of Petter. Clay gave the answer directly. "It was sent by our Chancellor of the Exchequer, Petter Baelish." Hearing this name, the old earl stopped pacing back and forth. As an old noble, he was not familiar with this name, but the title of Chancellor of the Exchequer was still very famous. He quickly locked onto a figure with a mischievous smile from his memory. But then, he was a little confused. Why did the Chancellor of the Exchequer want to kill his grandson? Was he eyeing the wealth of White Harbor? This was a stupid idea, because if he really wanted the Golden Dragon of White Harbor, Littlefinger should have done blackmail instead of assassination. He did not doubt Clay's intention at all, because Clay had no reason to deceive himself. After all, he was a great noble who had been the patriarch for decades. He did not understand why Littlefinger did it, but he soon caught a hint of something wrong, and he asked, "Wait, Clay, why didn't I hear Lord Eddard talk about this, and the White Harbor Guard didn't give me any feedback on this matter?" Looking directly at Clay, Earl Wyman was waiting for his answer. "Because I'm the only one who knows about this from beginning to end. No, Lord Eddard also knows, but not completely." "You're the only one who knows. What about the assassin?" Clay didn't answer this question, but brought up another topic. "At the time, I was trapped in the dungeon. If there was any assassination, everyone would think it was done by Lannister, and our Lord Petter took advantage of this and wanted me to be the spark that ignited the dispute between Stark and Lannister. I subdued the assassin and pried the real murderer out of his mouth, and then I let him go, because as long as this assassin exists, the ending will be the same whether he's dead or alive. Littlefinger wanted me to ignite the fire, but I didn't do what he wanted. His conspiracy can be used on others, but he can't do it on me." After saying this, Clay closed his mouth. There were only the two of them on the parade ground. It was so quiet at this time that only the sound of the mermaid flag fluttering in the wind could be heard. The old man pursed his lips. His face was very ugly. His intuition told him that there were too many hidden things in the whole thing, and this assassination was just as Clay said, just a move by Littlefinger to stir up trouble between the lion and the wolf. Although he was angry that his grandson was used as a pawn for no reason, he was more afraid. The people in the North have always been too isolated from the news of the South. In his eyes, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Intelligence, the Chief Scholar, etc., are equivalent to three symbols to him: a golden dragon, an eye, and a necklace. If you just let the assassin go, tell me who he is. I still have some power in my hands. As long as he is not too powerful, I can kill him anyway. As if he had expected that his father would be so angry with him for letting the assassin go, Clay replied with a smile, "Don't worry, he can't get away." "Oh," Clay was confident. He said, "That man was a very small noble in the Crown territory. I asked him to send a raven to our dear Lord Petter saying that I had been killed, but it was obvious that I appeared in White Harbor alive and well. Littlefinger will know about this soon. So, Littlefinger will compare the assassin's letter with the news that you are alive, and he will definitely conclude that the assassin himself lied. As a noble of the Crown territory, he must have a foundation in the Crown territory, and there is no way he can get away." Earl Wyman followed Clay's train of thought and immediately understood Clay's plan. This kid didn't intend to do it himself at all. He wanted to use Littlefinger to clean up the mess. Wait a minute, how can you be sure that he will send a raven to Littlefinger? Is he that stupid? Lord Wyman keenly discovered an obvious loophole in this plan, but the answer he got was Clay's chuckle. "Don't worry, he will definitely do it, because he has encountered a force that cannot be disobeyed." "What do you mean?" Earl Wyman's eyebrows, which had just relaxed, collided again in exhaustion. He did not understand what was a force that could not be disobeyed. At this time, he saw Clay raised his left hand towards the distance and made a gesture that he could not understand. The palm was open. The index finger was bent and pressed against the erected middle finger, and the remaining three fingers were stretched forward and separated. Just as a confused look appeared on his face, Earl Wyman heard Clay gently utter a word, "Igni." The firelight reflected the old Earl's eyes red, and the raging flames made him feel the heat in this cold northern land. Looking at the charred land and the burning weeds, Earl Wyman stared at his somewhat unfamiliar grandson in a daze, his mind blank. At this time, he heard Clay's slow and firm answer. He will definitely do so, because he cannot defy the power of magic. The typo was posted first and corrected later. Please save your life. What is this? Even though Earl Wyman had experienced the cruelty of the battlefield, he was silent for a long time before he asked this question with difficulty. Clay understood the shock in his heart. After all, for most ordinary people in this world, magic is something that only exists in legends. In the more than 100 years since the demise of dragons, magic has completely disappeared. The once glorious red god priests have become clowns performing fire-breathing acrobatics, and the servants of the cold god, the White Walkers, are even blocked by a desperate wall, making everyone ignore their existence. At this time, a person with magical abilities is either a hero in an epic or a terrifying and hated wizard. Magic, a sign that can create fire. In Clay's eyes, his old man's bull eyes stared at him intently. He knew that he had to give this old man a reasonable explanation. But what can he say? He can't go and tell the old man what the demon hunter world is, what a demon hunter is, etc. If he does that, he will probably be regarded as a psychopath, so, although he doesn't want to, he has to fool around and make up stories. When I was traveling in Essos, I got a torn old parchment book. It was written in High Valyrian, and I couldn't understand it. At first, I thought it was a record of some treasure or something, so I split each page of the book into several pieces and gave them to the slaves who knew Valyrian. After translating and summarizing them, I found that it was actually a book used by the ancient Valyrian dragon kings to create powerful warriors. It records the method of mutating ordinary people into powerful warriors, and this is only part of the ability of this kind of warrior. Clay raised his left hand that had just released the sign and waved it gently. Earl Wyman's brain turned rapidly. Although he was unwilling, he had to find loopholes in Clay's words. He had to be responsible for the Manderly family. He was the patriarch of the Manderly family first, and then Clay's grandfather. After carefully chewing over Clay's description many times, Earl Wyman did not find any loopholes. He had heard that the ancient Valyrian dragon kings had used magic on a large scale when he crossed the narrow sea and traveled to several major trading cities. The slaves who knew Valyrian also made sense. Although they had never heard of any powerful warriors, Valyria's once brilliant civilization like the gods could indeed breed some unexpected things. In the past few decades, he could intermittently hear some magical things flowing out of the ruins of the Sea of Smoke. But he did not expect that his grandson would actually get one and be so bold as to use it on himself first. Looking at his grandson, who looked a bit like him, Earl Wyman hesitated. As a believer in the seven gods, he could not accept his heir being tainted with these magics that contradicted the doctrine. But from the perspective of the family, it was a completely different matter. Panting, Earl Wyman asked his grandson, "Where is that book now?" When asking this question, Earl Wyman knew that Clay had convinced him. In fact, it was not Clay who convinced himself. "I have destroyed the original manuscript, and I have memorized all the contents." Clay pointed to his forehead and added, "I came to you today to tell you about this. I want to secretly train such a force in the family." The dagger was revealed. After so much preparation, Clay finally stated his purpose. "A warrior like me can do a lot more than ordinary people in battle." "Defend!" Clay released the Quen seal and drew out the long sword from his waist and threw it into the air. In the shocked eyes of Earl Wyman, the falling long sword hit Clay's head, but with a sharp collision sound, the long sword was bounced and fell to the ground. "Slow down!" The old man was very close. Clay took 2 steps forward and released an Aiden seal under the old man's feet. Suddenly, Earl Wyman felt as if his feet were filled with lead and he could not move. "Charge!" Clay cast an Ard seal at the wooden rack full of weapons. After a dull sound, the weapon rack was broken, and the weapons flew to the ground. Confused! In the old man's increasingly bright eyes, Clay released the Axii seal at the horse that was frightened by the seal. An inverted triangle rune flashed by, and the horse that had just stood up suddenly became gentle. Even when Clay pulled out a dagger and cut its skin, it did not react much. Clay stopped. This set of seals had exhausted the magic stored in his seals. He had to rest for a while, but Earl Wyman, who was standing by, looked at him as if he was looking at a rare treasure. As a veteran on the battlefield, he knew too well what it meant if such a warrior could be mass-produced. It can be imagined that such warriors must be expensive to produce, but it doesn't matter. The Manderly family has White Harbor behind them and has plenty of golden dragons. Such a small team may not play a big role in the sea of people, but their terrifying individual quality is a nightmare on the battlefield. The two armies are facing each other in the front, and this team can do too much. Killing sentinels and burning grain storage land in small-scale conflicts can directly force the main force in the front to retreat. You must know that the military organization of this world will lose everything if the morale is a little unstable. You can also carry out assassinations. Although it is despicable, it is indeed a necessary means in extraordinary times. With the ability of the Axis seal, you can quietly approach the target, hit it with one shot, and escape thousands of miles away. The existence of such a team itself forces the opponent's coach to adjust the deployment, such as placing more garrisons to guard the grain road and water source, and adding more guards to guard the bigwigs. This has greatly reduced the number of soldiers that the opponent can send to the front battlefield. These ideas took shape in the heart of the Earl of White Harbor after Clay's demonstration. What's more important is that White Harbor holds the monopoly on manufacturing such warriors. This is a treasure of inestimable value. Earl Wyman defined it in his mind. He must fully evaluate the ability of this kind of warrior to determine how many gold dragons to invest. But one thing is certain, White Harbor will form the first such team in the whole Westeros in the future. "Are you sure you haven't revealed this ability to anyone?" Hearing this, Clay knew he had won. The old man must be tempted. He shook his head vigorously. "No, I can be sure." "That's good." With a long sigh, the old man looked at the grandson in front of him, who always gave him surprises, and felt more satisfied. The Manderly family has never been known for its military power, but now, Earl Wyman wants to change this impression. The idea is good, but a lot of problems follow. The first one is the problem of selection. This is not a small problem. In fact, this problem is the most important of all problems. The number of people can be large or small, but they must be loyal. Before the emergence of new demon hunters on a large scale and the formation of an army on the front battlefield, this team must do dirty work on the battlefield or in peacetime. This places high demands on the quality of the team's personnel, and it must not be sloppy. Old and wise, Earl Wyman quickly realized the meaning of Clay's calling him here today. which means that suitable candidates should be selected from these Manderly branches. In terms of cost control, these people's social relations are all in White Harbor or its subordinate villages. After becoming demon hunters and joining the army, they are relatively easy to control. Although it is not glorious, this method is indispensable. With the blessing of the hometown bond, collaborative management will be much more convenient. To put it bluntly, the wife, children, or parents are all in the control of the Clay grandparents, and these people will have a slightly higher limit to resist corruption and solicitation. Narrowing his eyes, Earl Wyman asked Clay directly, "How are you going to select them?" He thought Clay would say something like force, sense of honor, loyalty, etc., but he didn't hesitate and directly said a word he had thought of a long time ago: learning ability. Learning ability? When he said this word, Clay's mind was full of ordinary soldiers from a party in another time and space who were engaged in guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. Clay's team would also play a similar role in the future. He couldn't command them directly. Only by breaking up the whole into parts could he exert a strong execution ability. This kind of thing could not be done by the conscripted peasant soldiers who were illiterate and could only execute orders. Don't even think about it. The system gave him complete magic sign ability, potion knowledge, and even swordsmanship of various schools, but he couldn't directly grant these things to the new demon hunters in the future, so the requirement of learning ability was the result of his careful consideration. After chewing on this word, he didn't associate it with the word warrior for the time being, but it didn't matter. Earl Wyman fully respected his grandson's opinion. "You have your own ideas. I won't interfere. You don't need to intervene in the selection of candidates for the time being. We, the old guys, will screen out some suitable candidates for you first, and you can choose according to your requirements later." Smart people are like this. They don't need to forcibly interfere in things they don't understand. This is the technical knowledge that Clay brings, so the final decision authority, Count Man, will not compete with him. Seeing that his old man helped him complete the most difficult step, Clay put the sword stuck in the ground back to his waist, with a smile on his face without disguising it at all. If he did this step by himself, he would have to understand the family background and character of these people one by one. This was simply a time killer for him, who didn't know much about the people of White Harbor. Okay, we've finished talking about the selection of candidates. Now let's talk about the next thing. What do you need to create a warrior like you? Clay had to answer this question, but it was not easy to answer because it involved the issue of magic, and explaining magic to the old man was undoubtedly a risky project. Therefore, Clay planned to avoid the question of magic and leave the trouble to himself. Anyway, he had to be present when the mutation occurred in order to maintain the stability of his body. With his chin resting on his palm, Clay thought for a moment and gave his answer: to transform an ordinary person into such a warrior, a potion is needed. It requires a lizard lion venom gland, an adult swamp leech, powdered sentinel bark, a handful of ghost grass, and copper grass. Well, except for the first one, the others are not difficult. What about after buying them? Leave the final synthesis steps to me. It's not that I did it on purpose. If someone with ulterior motives traces that we bought a large amount of these things, they might make guesses. So, at this stage, I don't want to come up with any paper production steps. That would be too risky. Clay's statement was affirmed by the old man. They were doing something that no one in the history of Westeros had ever done. No matter how cautious they were, it was not too much. Earl Wyman was also very pleased that Clay thought so. Anything else? Earl Wyman continued to ask. The things Clay just reported were completely affordable with the financial resources of White Harbor. Thinking about the whole process, Clay recalled the scene of himself rolling around in pain in the mud under the weirwood in the Godswood, and his body instinctively felt uncomfortable. If possible, let the Meister prepare some painkillers. This transformation is not something that can be easily passed. Clay only gave the materials needed to transform into a demon hunter, and he didn't have to worry about the specific collection, purchase, and transportation. I believe that with the old man's experience, there should be no problem in handling these things. Clay placed an order and waited for delivery. In fact, the most critical dragon bone is missing here, but this thing is too difficult to obtain. There are only two places in the whole Westeros. That is the skulls of the former dragons of the Targaryen family under the throne room of King's Landing, or the dragon cave on the top of Rainey's Hill. As the place where the Targaryens once raised dragons, maybe the remains of the past can be found. But no matter which one, the risk of doing such a thing in King's Landing is too high. Even if Clay or the Manderly family played the role of a thief and successfully got the dragon bones, the dragon bones contain a lot of metal elements and are harder than steel. Therefore, it is impossible to cut them into sections on the spot, and there is no electric saw in this world. The conclusion is that even if we get them, we can't transport them out, so we should not think about them for the time being. Grandpa, how many gold dragons can we spare from White Harbor for this matter? Clay wanted to know the old man's budget in advance. Hearing that his grandson was actually asking him how much money he had, Earl Wyman, who was sitting there thinking, suddenly became excited. He stretched out a thick and big palm, spread it in front of Clay's eyes, and raised 5 carrot-like fingers. 500? Clay guessed the number, but immediately realized that he was too petty, because the contemptuous expression of his own father was already written on his face. 5,000! Heh! Clay was answered by the old man's cold laugh. He didn't want to let his grandson, who really brought shame to the Manderly family, guess, so he gave the answer directly. 50,000 gold dragons as a starting point. I'll give you as much as you want. The commercial tax of this port alone for a quarter is more than this number. Can you be more promising? From this sentence, Clay felt the arrogance of the rich grandfather that almost pressed on his face. He couldn't say anything and could only sigh. It's great to have money. Clay finally understood why the family could afford to give 1,500 people complete armor for all men and horses. No money? Dream on. I'll post the typos first and correct them later. I'll save my life. What is a demon hunter? Magic seals, steel swords and silver swords, alchemical bombs, potions, Gwent cards, and female sorceresses. Ahem, ignore the last one. Clay can already use the magic seals more skillfully. Although he is not too satisfied with the actual power due to the low level, at least he has it. The silver sword itself is used to kill some specific monsters. It is a unique thing in the demon hunter world. If there is no bad thing about the intersection of the celestial spheres in this world, he does not need to consider making a silver sword and putting it on his back. As for the steel sword, the standard weapons of White Harbor are enough for him for the time being. His future goal is to get a Valyrian steel sword. Although most of the famous swords have owners, they can always be found. Look, Clay remembered that as a Targaryen royal family, the famous Dark Sister seemed to be in the hands of the Duke of Bloodraven. Clay had to plan carefully how to fleece him. What if he succeeded, right? How to say the alchemical bomb. The difficulty is not the formula inside, but the problem of how to make the detonation point itself. If you learn how to make the detonation point, then clay is equivalent to having gunpowder, and you can walk sideways in this low magic world. As for the extremely evil thing of Gwent, one by one, who is not poisoned by it, a certain man named Gia will not even look for his daughter, and everyone will play a hand with him. As for the sorceress, forget it, forget it. I can't think about it. Thinking too much will only make things worse. Overall, Clay should spend more time on potions during this precious time. After finalizing the plan with the old man has always been a man with strong mobility. Without any nonsense, he turned around and left the training ground. He had already memorized what Clay needed. Now he had to find the family's purchasing team to go south or north to collect the materials Clay needed. As for how to choose the 42 people who were driven away, Earl Wyman handed it over to Sir Malin. He found the people, so he naturally knew the ins and outs. Earl Wyman's request to Sir Malin was that you should at least eliminate half of the 42 people for me, raise the requirements, and ensure loyalty. Those who have only one person in the family will not be accepted. Seeing Earl Wyman leave the training ground, the guards waiting outside entered the field. Clay called them over and asked them to deal with the wood fragments and injured horses on the ground as they looked at each other in confusion. Watching the young master's back as he left, the confused guards looked at the messy scene and couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. Did the young master and the old master just have a fight here? Was it so exciting? After hearing the greetings of young Master Clay all the way, Clay answered the room in the central tower of the castle and locked the door. Only here could he not be disturbed. With a thought, the dark blue system opened on the retina. Demon Hunter System, Level 2. Potion, pull down to expand. Bomb, pull down to expand. Equipment, pull down to expand. Mana pool, 120 unlocked. Seals, Level 1. Yaden, Level 1. Alder, Level 1. Ign, Level 1. Axi, Level 1. Items, pull down to expand. This time his target is potions. As the most important part of the Demon Hunter's combat power, the role of appropriate potions in combat is immeasurable. For example, although as a Demon Hunter, he does not have a blood tank, some potions with recovery ability can activate his cells and make them divide at a high speed so that the wound can stop bleeding quickly. Opening the potion bar, Clay saw the 4 unlocked potion blueprints. Thunder Potion Recipe, Dwarven Liquor, Firewine Ghost Needle Mushroom, Grey Mushroom, Anderegg Embryo, Black Spotted Locust Larva Effect. It can strengthen the strength of muscles, making the damage caused by attacks higher. Side effect, muscle fibers are more likely to rupture, which can be offset with Swallow Potion. Note, it tastes like cordyceps wine, just treat it as it is. Please note that you must not give it to others to drink unless you want his life. Swallow Potion Recipe, Dwarven Liquor, Firewine, Croton, White Rose Water, Ghost Brain, Spider Crab Inner Lining Effect. Accelerate cell division, speed up wound healing and physical recovery. Side effect, none. Note, it is quite common. I suggest you take a sip of it whenever you have time. Yes, that's it. Cat Potion Recipe, Dwarven Spirits, Firewine Cypress Stem Fruit, Low Cypress Fruit Water Essence, Silver Pomfret Bone Marrow Effect. The Demon Hunter can see in complete darkness to avoid being ambushed by any nighttime opponents. Side effects, slightly affects perception, but not much, and can be offset with White-Billed Duck Potion. Note, a must-have for Daredevil. Whether you want to raid Widow Village at night, walk at night, or attack your opponents, this potion is essential equipment for you. Blizzard Recipe Dwarven Spirits, Firewine, White 100 Days Red Petals, Cold Frost, Fireleaf Golem Heart, Shadow Mountain, Cat Heart Effect. It can extend the Demon Hunter's reaction time and improve sensitivity in battle. Side effects, increases the body load, produces fatigue, and makes muscle tissue vulnerable to damage. Note, do you like bullet time? I know you like it, so drink this bottle of Blizzard and brave the world. Ignoring the notes that the ingredients were a bit complicated and made him unable to complain, Clay pondered over the 4 potions. Obviously, these 4 potions were very practical. Clay could even drink them together to add damage bonus, body recovery, night vision, and high-speed reaction buffs to himself. He could really kill anyone who stood in his way at night and achieve the purpose of night. No, it was to raid important people. But the disadvantages of this method were also obvious. It was estimated that with Clay's current poison resistance, he would be knocked down by the accumulated toxins contained in these 4 potions that would kill ordinary people if he drank one. Although each potion was not easy to make, and even in terms of effect and cost alone, Clay would definitely lose money. But the good thing was that these potions were equivalent to preparing the root of the medicine. Each time, he only needed to add strong liquor and take the supernatant to use it many times. With these and using them properly, Clay's combat capability will be raised to a higher level. When he is fully equipped, Clay can put his hands on his waist without any guilt and shout, "I want to fight 10!" However, there is no rush for these things. At least their priority is far lower than that of the Demon Hunter potion. Moreover, he can't use them at this stage. If they are really made, they can't be used as beverages. He plans to collect them by himself. If he can't find them, he will tell his father to mobilize the family to find them. There are many things to do, but Clay is not confused at all, because in this upcoming chaotic world, strength, strength, and strength. Only this word is the only correct solution. As long as he works towards this goal, he will never make mistakes. His fingers tapped on the well-made wooden table. No one knew what the young master of the Manderly family was thinking, except himself. On the 3rd day after Clay persuaded his father, White Harbor received a raven flying from Winterfell. Although Clay, who was looking for Maester Theomar to learn about some material reserves, was the first to see the letter tied to the raven's feet, he did not open the letter himself, but took Maester Theomar with him to hand the letter to Earl Wyman. Stepping over the spiral stone steps in the tower, the spots of light from the arrow holes hit them one by one, and Clay found that he seemed to have never carefully looked at this family castle that was not built long ago. The old man's study was on the main tower 20 meters above the ground. This white tower, which was the thickest and most obvious in the entire tower group and the most gorgeously decorated with carvings, also had a very loud name, Poseidon Tower. Clay looked at the maester who was staggering beside him. The maester had 2 necklaces made of metal buckles, made of various metals hanging around his neck. Black iron, red copper, gold, white silver, fine steel, etc., each of which represented a different kind of knowledge, such as black iron represented Revenology, red copper represented history, and silver represented medicine, etc. He was a little surprised. A maester should occupy an important position in a noble family, but after being home for so long, Clay, who was standing aside and observing, found that this Maester Theomar was intentionally or unintentionally excluded from the core affairs of the family. The Maester was a little old, and it was very strenuous for him to go up the stairs. Clay had no choice but to slow down his pace and follow the old Maester. "Maester, Have you been to Harrenhal? How does our new castle in White Harbor compare to it? It was awkward to keep silent, so Clay brought up a topic. The old Maester took 2 breaths, and the 2 green eyes under the sparse light golden eyebrows glanced at Clay, and whispered, "If you're asking me about the scale, then 7 or 8 new castles combined can probably see the outline of Harrenhal, but it is a ruin after all." This answer was beyond Clay's expectation. He had never been to Harrenhal, and even after returning to Westeros, he had never left the north. In his opinion, this new castle was already an oversized building. 7 or 8 castles would be comparable to Harrenhal, so how big should Harrenhal be? Black-hearted Harren squeezed the Riverlands for decades before he built the largest fortress in the 7 Kingdoms. If it weren't for Aegon Targaryen's Dragonflame, it would still be the most spectacular castle in the 7 Kingdoms. I don't know if the old Maester didn't want to talk about this topic, or he didn't like talking to me. After a few simple sentences, he shut up, and the quiet staircase fell into silence again. Clay shrugged, not understanding what he meant, and followed Maester Theomar to Earl Wyman's study. The 2 armored Manderly family guards at the door were quite surprised to see Clay and Maester Theomar coming together. What surprised and puzzled Clay was that he actually read a sense of vigilance in the eyes of the 2 guards looking at Maester Theomar. Why did the family be vigilant about their Maester? It seemed that Maester Theomar had long been accustomed to these things. He took out a letter in his hand and handed it to one of the guards. "Please pass the letter from Winterfell to the Earl." Maester Theomar said this very calmly, nodded slightly to Clay, turned around and left here, leaving cleanly and neatly, without any drag. As soon as he left, the attitudes of the 2 guards changed immediately. The guard who had just received the letter immediately bent down and opened the oak door with a mermaid pattern for Clay. Stepping into the room, Clay saw the old man who was drinking a bottle of wine. With the sunlight coming through the balcony, Clay observed the color of the wine and estimated that it was Dorne's summer red. "Grandpa, a letter from Winterfell." Clay took the letter back from the guard who was standing at the door and did not come in. He shouted to the old man, and the guard smiled at him and closed the door consciously. It's you, Clay? A letter from Winterfell? What did it say?" The old man muttered, threw the bottle of wine in his hand on the table, stood up from the large soft chair that could accommodate 2 Clays, and looked at Clay. Shaking his head, Clay walked into the room, looking at the golden dragon-style decoration in this very spacious room, and walked to the old man's desk. "No, I haven't read the letter yet." After receiving the letter, Earl Wyman unexpectedly did not open it and read it immediately, but asked back, "Did Theomar come with you?" How did the old man know? Clay was a little confused, but he thought about it, and it made sense. The bachelor was responsible for delivering the letter, so it was understandable for the old man to ask this. "Yes, but he didn't come in. Maybe he has something to do." Clay said, but he didn't expect the old man to sneer directly. "He has nothing to do." It was rare for Clay to see the undisguised contempt and disgust on the old man's face, which made him puzzled. "In the future, don't have much contact with him." Earl Wyman said sullenly, and took another sip of the wine bottle with his big hand. "Why, Grandpa, isn't a bachelor very useful to the nobles?" "Do you know his last name?" This rhetorical question made Clay stunned. In his impression, the bachelor's oath required them to give up their last names and become servants of the entire Westeros, so Clay only knew that his name was Theomar, but he didn't know his last name. "Lannister. Remember, he is a Lannister. Don't believe in the Maester's bullshit oath, no matter how many metal chains he has around his neck. I can smell the disgusting lion stench from him." Now, Clay finally understood why Earl Wyman and the entire family had such an attitude towards Maester Theomar. With his Lannister background, it would be a miracle for him to gain trust in the north. Clay didn't know why a Lannister would come to White Harbor to be a Maester, but as a member of the northern nobility, although White Harbor hated Lannister, he couldn't kill Maester Theomar just because of this. Although he could be killed by poisoning and other means, it was not glorious after all, or there were some reasons that Clay didn't know. In short, the family's way of dealing with Maester Theomar was to give him the cold shoulder, and he was not allowed to do anything except sending and receiving official documents with Winterfell. But knowing this situation also made Clay more careful of the people around him. God knows what is behind the people in this castle who call him young master. Fortunately, he asked about the inventory of a certain ingredient of the swallow potion today, and there was no loss. Now, let me see what the letter from Winterfell says. Lord Wyman ignored Clay's strange expression, unfolded the letter, and slowly read out the content of the letter. "I will correct the typos later. Save your life. King Robert has led his new Prime Minister, Lord Eddard, to the south of the Neck. From the moment all the nobles receive the letter, the Lord of Winterfell will be Robb Stark, the eldest son of Lord Eddard, and will exercise the power of the Guardian of the North. This is the entire content of the letter, because Lord Wyman has already put the note on the table. The old man looked at the note, frowning and silent. Because the tragedy of the previous generation of the Duke of the North and his son being burned alive after going south was still alive, many of the northern nobles who heard the news were actually unwilling in their hearts. The Eddard Stark they believed in once again stepped into the stinking power field of King's Landing. But like Clay, they could not influence the Guardian of the North they loved, just as it was not important what Eddard Stark himself thought, because he could not influence the king's will. Now, as the Duke of Eddard himself followed the king through Greywater Watch and completely left the land of the North, the vassal families of the North must consider whether to contact Robb Stark, the young heir. Clay, tell me, what kind of person is Robb Stark, the young Stark? The old man sipped the golden red wine, somewhat glad that his grandson had contact with the younger generation of Stark in advance, so that he could have the opportunity to get a more real view than those boring compliments. Hearing the old man's question, Clay remembered the young face on the parade ground of Winterfell. How to evaluate him? This is not a problem for Clay. He is not much different from his father, or rather, his idol is his father. The only difference from his father is that he is younger and more impulsive. This was Clay's answer. The old man nodded and commented, "It's a common problem for young people, and you are the same." Clay knew what the old man was referring to, so he could only laugh and play dumb. However, the old man didn't plan to say anything. Instead, he asked Clay another question. Our King Robert chose Lord Eddard as the honorable hand of the king. Do you think it was a good choice? This was a bit like a test, because this question was not something Clay should worry about or judge at this stage, but the old man had already asked it, so Clay had to answer it. He couldn't just say he didn't know, right? Thinking about it, although Lord Eddard had a bad ending in his memory, what was happening now could definitely not lead to a bizarre scenario where the king was about to die and the prime minister was beheaded by the queen. King Robert is a warrior king, or in my opinion, he is more like a pure warrior than a king. I am not surprised that he chose Lord Eddard, who has a deep friendship with him. What else? The old man asked him with a smile. Moreover, since the War of the Usurper, the alliance of the four major families of Fish, Wolf, Eagle, and Stag has always been the foundation for maintaining the stability of the kingdom. After the death of the old prime minister, John Arryn of the Pau, Eyrie, in addition to King Robert, who is the crowned stag, Duke Hoster Tully has been bedridden for a long time. Therefore, Lord Eddard is his best choice. After hearing this, Clay saw that his old man smiled with satisfaction. He pointed to the wine cabinet and asked Clay to take a bottle himself. Clay was not polite. He was not good at choosing wine, but this did not prevent him from drinking. He chose a bottle of summer red that was exactly the same as the old man, grabbed the knife on the table to knock off the cork, and drank a sip. Your views are basically correct, but there is one thing you said wrong. Lord Eddard is not his best choice, but his only choice. The old man shook his hand and corrected Clay's statement. Seeing his grandson cooperate and show an interested look, the old man touched his chin and said slowly, "You have also seen it in Winterfell. Our king's attitude towards the Lannisters is the same as ours. He has no good feelings towards them, but his majesty has been in King's Landing for many years, and the number of people around him is far less than those Lannisters." The old man gulped down a big mouthful of wine and continued with a smile. "If our Lord Eddard forcibly rejected our king, in addition to completely offending our majesty, there will be an incidental consequence, that is forcing his majesty to leave Winterfell and go to the west, pinching his nose and inviting the old lion to King's Landing to be the prime minister. Think about what the consequences will be. The power balance between the king's family and the Lannister family in King's Landing will be unbalanced, and the king himself probably won't be able to sleep well." "That's right, that's the case, your majesty. The gods have endowed him with talent on the battlefield, but have forgotten to give him the ability to govern the country. He himself knows this very well." Thinking about it, it is indeed the case. What the old man said is right. I used to consider more historical factors, but ignored the current political balance. However, Clay heard a little hidden meaning from the old man's words. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked the doubts in his heart. "Grandpa, how do you know the attitude of the King of Winterfell towards Lannister and the situation in King's Landing?" After saying this, Clay did not see any surprise on the old man's face. It seemed that he had guessed that Clay would ask this question. Earl Wyman smiled and flicked the wine bottle with his finger, making a light ding sound. "Because there are eyes of our Manderly family in the team going to Winterfell with you, and in the cesspool of King's Landing, but you don't know it." Looking at the stunned expression on his grandson's face, the old man waved his hand and continued. "Don't be surprised. This is not a rare thing. In fact, our good neighbor, the old peeler in the Dreadfort, also has a force doing the same thing. Haven't you heard a saying? There are probably more spies in the flea pits in King's Landing than the poor people in it. My God, how many of you old noble lords do I not know?" He was extremely shocked in his heart. For a moment, Clay felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, which he once thought he was very familiar with. Sure enough, none of these families that have stood on the continent of Westeros for hundreds and thousands of years are good to deal with. It's really terrible. There are conspirators per capita. Thinking about this, Clay drank the wine sip by sip. The sweetness of the summer red wine became tasteless in his mouth. The old man beside him looked at him with a smile, as if waiting for him to digest this information. About 10 minutes later, Clay almost recovered and found that the old man had been looking at him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the old man's voice. "Our manpower is called Buy High. How about it? Are you interested in becoming their commander?" The typo was posted first and corrected later. Doghead saves life. Looking at the stunned Clay, Lord Wyman's smiling face suddenly disappeared, no longer as kind as before. He put the bottle of wine on the table with a bang and said to Clay seriously, "Clay Manderly, you should not be surprised. You are surprised now. That is, you don't realize how important you are to the entire Manderly family. In front of Lord Stark, I have to protect the image of the Manderly family. Do you know how fortunate I was when you killed Lannister and were thrown into the dungeon by His Majesty the King for protection? What are you looking at? Do you still expect a trial by combat, where the gods will give you fairness and justice? Not to mention what His Majesty the King thinks. I tell you, if the Lannisters really make trouble, His Majesty will not turn against the Lannisters because of you. You are not worthy. Let me tell you one more thing. Don't expect to get any fairness and justice from the Emperor and those Southerners. If I didn't have a decent army in my hands, you would have gone to see the gods by now." The old man dragged Clay to the window, pointed at the prosperous port outside, and said coldly, "Think about yourself. Your father and your uncle are both reckless people who only know how to fight. It's a dream to expect them to manage such a big city. As for your sister and your younger sister, the best destination is to marry into a good place, so that our White Harbor will have 1 or 2 allies who can help each other. Put your own identity in the right place. You are the best and only heir of the Manderly family. You became a warrior of Lost Valyria without my permission. The water has frozen into ice, so I won't say anything. Next time, if you have similar ideas, you must tell me." The old man pointed to his gray hair, panting, and continued, "I am 60 years old. There is no telling when I will have to return to the arms of the gods. The power of the White Sea is the best tool for you to use to plan and adjust White Harbor to the most suitable position. You must take over." Clay was silent. Until just now, he had been playing around with the world. In his subconscious, he had not realized the meaning of the title of Manderly heir. Whether it was beheading Lannister or dealing with the assassin, he acted according to his own feelings first. He did not realize that his words and deeds represented the huge Manderly family that had been entrenched in White Harbor for thousands of years. The old man was not worried that he would use the power of the family to obtain the corresponding power. On the contrary, he was afraid that he would only do things recklessly, and would not think of using the power of the family. As the old man just said, he was the only heir. So what was wrong with him getting some power? If he had figured it out, he would bow his head and admit his mistakes. Clay said honestly, "I understand, Grandpa. I will definitely discuss it with the family next time." After snorting twice to let Clay go, Earl Wyman put his large body into the chair again. Clay could clearly hear the groaning sound of the wood. The old man did not pick up the bottle this time, but looked out the window. "You know what? When you were still on the ship returning to Westeros in the Narrow Sea, Old Man Malin and I were already considering your marriage." "Marriage? What the hell? How did this come up?" "During the time you were away from White Harbor, I received an invitation from the Frey family. They invited you to the Twins to attend the naming day of Lord Walder Frey's countless children. It was obviously to see if they could marry a Frey girl to you." Although the amount of information was huge, Clay still nodded as calmly as possible. After he really regarded himself as the heir of White Harbor, he realized that this matter seemed so reasonable. For the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, apart from the 7 Guardian families and Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, Clay, as the heir of a great noble, was undoubtedly a very good marriage partner. The status of White Harbor was equivalent to the Hightower family of Old Town, without the attributes of the Citadel. "Then, Grandpa, how did you reply?" Clay asked cautiously. Although he knew that such things would happen again in the future, Clay still couldn't accept the fact that he had to go on a blind date right after returning home. And it was the Frey family who had a very bad impression on Clay. Glancing at him, Lord Weeman grinned and said slowly, "I replied to the late Lord Frey, saying that you are still in Winterfell and I will give him an answer when you come back." "Don't say what you think, listen to me first." Lord Wyman raised his hand to interrupt his grandson, who wanted to speak. "My suggestion is that you write a letter to Lord Walder Frey right now. I can write it myself. You'd better go this time. Lord Walder has never been magnanimous in his 90 years of life. But you are going this time only for the sake of the Marquis's face. After all, his castle is too important. Take care of what's in your crotch. It's not time for it to come into play yet." The old man's words were a bit vulgar, but Clay understood what he meant. The Lord of the Twins, who was given the title of late Marquis Frey, actually had great power, but his reputation was too bad. So Clay wanted to go, but the old man didn't fancy the women of the Frey family at all. The old man's words probably represented the thoughts of most of the northern nobles. Thinking about what Robb Stark did later, breaking his oath and tearing up the engagement with the Frey family, it was probably partly due to this reason. But he didn't expect that old Frey's revenge was too strong. So the invincible young wolf was stabbed in the heart by a dagger with Lannister's greetings at the wedding banquet, which led to the bloody wedding that changed the course of the entire war. For this, Clay had no room to struggle, and could only nod his head to express his agreement. At the same time, he asked himself in his heart what kind of person he would choose. If it was really up to him, he would choose between Daenerys and Margaery Tyrell without hesitation, for reasons such as being beautiful. In fact, Clay knew that it was all an excuse. He had never seen Daenerys Targaryen, and he had never seen Margaery Tyrell. He didn't know what the two looked like at all. Rather than saying that he liked a vague description of beauty, it was better to say that he liked the titles on their heads. Queen or Queen, the desire to conquer is the first driving force. On the other hand, he is now the heir of White Harbor. Even if he really has some ideas, he can only keep them to himself. Most of the nobles in this world are profit-seeking creatures, especially the great nobles. There are not so many things that pursue love without regard for their own lives. When the day comes that Clay has 100,000 troops under his command, and a title that makes people rid it until their mouths are drooling, then he will most likely be able to freely decide his own marriage. Now, just bear with it. I posted the typos first and corrected them later. Save your life. This is the intelligence of the Frey family members. Before you come back, I have instructed the White Guard to collect this information. The old man took out a booklet from the desk and threw it in front of Clay. When Clay picked it up, he said, "You must also meet the former commander of the White Guard before you go to the Twins. He must hand over the entire White Guard to you before you leave." Clay could do nothing but nod. In fact, in his heart, he was also very curious about how powerful this mysterious White Harbor spy agency was. Opening the booklet wrapped in cowhide, Clay turned to the first page and saw a portrait with a very high level of painting. The name of the portrait was clearly written below, Walder Frey. This was an old face, bald and loose skin. Clay felt that this face was painted a little like a creature called a weasel. Turning to the second page, it noted some characteristics of Lord Walder Frey, and the parts that needed attention, such as that he was a man who held grudges and had a strong desire for revenge, and he was extremely disgusted by others calling him the belated Lord Frey. It also said that this lord was addicted to sex and married his 8th wife when Clay just returned to Westeros. It was recommended that female members of the family avoid contact with the Lord Marquis alone as much as possible, or simply not go to the Twins. In addition, the intelligence mentioned that Lord Walder Frey had a very strong control over the family, and there was almost no opposition in the family. When communicating with the Frey family, there was no need to estimate the feelings of other Freys too much. Just pay attention to the Lord Frey himself. There were a total of 4 or 5 pages. After Clay finished reading, the image of a serious old man staying in a deep castle took shape vividly in the depths of his mind, making him sigh at the importance of intelligence work. There were only the old man and Clay in the room. Besides the crackling of wood in the burning fireplace, there was only the rustling of clay turning pages, and the old man drinking. Lord Walder Frey himself took up the most space, and the rest recorded the various situations of 7 or 8 Frey descendants. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, this old pervert had 8 wives, 22 legitimate sons, and 7 legitimate daughters, and a large number of illegitimate children, without the Frey surname. Most of these people had completely lost Walder Frey's attention, and had long since withdrawn from the power core of the Frey family. They were no longer worthy of attention. However, the funniest thing was that the book mentioned 3 suitable marriage partners for Clay, who were also the girls that Lord Walder Frey was most likely to push to Clay. 2 of them had the same name, Walder Frey. If this name was given to a man, it would be Walder Frey, which was exactly what made Clay unable to complain. The first Walder Frey is the great-granddaughter of Stivron, the eldest son of Lord Walder Frey. She is only 8 years old now, but for the nobles, age is not a problem at all. The marriage is agreed first, and the girl will be sent to the wedding when she reaches her first period. The second Walda Frey is the daughter of Sir Stevron's 3rd son, Walton Frey. She is called Beauty Walda. She is an 18-year-old virgin and is the person who is considered the most likely person in the intelligence. The third one is named Marilyn Vance. Her position in the Frey family is similar to that of Beauty Walda, but because her mother, Magna Frey, married into the Vance family, she lost the Frey surname. There are some descriptions of these 3 women in it, but Clay feels that this does not mean anything, and he is not too interested in it. Time passed quickly. When Clay put down the booklet, nearly an hour had passed. The old man waited patiently for him to finish reading, but the empty bottle on the table changed from 1 to 2. After reading it, "What do you want to say?" the old man asked Clay with a smile. Clay shook his head and said with emotion, "We have done a really good job in intelligence work in White Harbor." After tasting the rather novel term, intelligence work, the old man understood what Clay meant and nodded with some pride. Of course, this is a force that our Manderly family has been operating for more than 100 years. It is not difficult to obtain this information. It is really amazing. Clay agreed with the old man again. When you take over, you will find that the entire White Sea Guard is larger than you imagined, but you have to have this. The old man took out a brand new gold dragon from his jacket pocket. This gold coin minted by the former Targaryen dynasty was probably not used very many times. It still looked golden and shiny under the sun without any wear and tear. Our White Sea Guard is mainly concentrated in the riverlands in the north, the west and King's Landing. It will be useless if we go further south. After all, people from White Harbor are not used to living there and the hidden costs are too high. Can't we recruit some locals? Clay proposed a plan of his own. No, this is a team that cannot see the light of day. Recruiting locals? Humph, they were forced to leave in 2 days because other colleagues infiltrated them. The old man snorted and denied Clay's statement. Okay, you get ready. I'll write a letter for you. You will set off for the twins in 5 days. I'll make up a reason for you. Don't worry about it. Just follow this when the time comes. 5 days is not too tight. Clay's plan for the Demon Hunter army has just started. The caravans sent by the old man to buy materials and other purchasing caravans used to confuse the site have just been formulated and are ready to set off. There is no point in being anxious. Nothing to do. 5 days is 5 days. But Clay thought of another thing. The 3-eyed raven seemed to have promised to send Hodor, the stable boy of Winterfell, to deliver the dragon egg. Would he stand him up when he went to the twins? Although he thought the 3-eyed raven was just fooling people and talking nonsense, what if? He couldn't guess what the 3-eyed raven, who had been watching the north for nearly 100 years, had hidden. Clay had no idea what this half-human, half-ghost 3-eyed raven was planning. But now that he had allowed Clay to call on the magic power of the Heart Tree, there was no need for Clay to go against him for the time being. Clay thought from the bottom of his heart that it would be better to destroy this guy who had a full map view and could spy on other people's privacy at any time, or give him this ability. He didn't want to experience the horror of being spied on all the time. The words were finished. The old man yawned. Clay said hello and left. It was almost noon, and after he turned into a dry eater, he had other things to do in the afternoon. I posted the typos first and corrected them later. Please save your life. In addition, I will recommend it tomorrow. Please vote and read it hard. Little White Whale would like to thank you all here. Since returning from Winterfell, Clay seemed to have become busy all of a sudden. This afternoon, he and Sir Malin will patrol the port area again. Unlike King's Landing, patrolling the streets here will not be a life-threatening thing. During the decades that Earl Wyman was in charge of White Harbor, he established a very complete monitoring system here. There is even a force similar to the King's Landing Gold Cloaks, but it is much smaller in scale. However, for safety, Sir Malin still took Earl Wyman's order and mobilized a 50-man White Harbor Guard to guard Clay, so that Clay, who originally wanted to see the life of the city, could not do so. After lunch, Clay ate a belly full of delicious sea fish and barbecue, and before he had rested for 2 minutes, he was pulled out of the castle by Sir Malin. The new castle on the high hill is located in the city itself, so Clay and his party followed the road and crossed the wall of the inner castle, and it took a lot of effort to enter the bustling outer city of White Harbor. Just after arriving at the Fish King Square, Clay wanted to go around the lively square, but he didn't expect that just as he was about to go forward, he saw a guard riding a horse and saying a few words to Sir Malin. Sir Malin listened to the guard's words calmly, turned his head and looked at Clay. At a glance, Clay had a hunch that his plan to travel around the port today might be sent to the end. Sure enough, his intuition was correct, because the next second Sir Malin's voice came over. Clay, Lord Wyman informs you that the candidates have been selected and are now gathered in the Newcastle parade grounds. Lord, please return to Newcastle immediately. His old man did not tell Sir Malin what this group of people were going to do, but just asked him to increase the screening efforts and not to include anyone who was not loyal or too active. The old lord didn't know why he was so strict, because after the initial screening, the rest of the screening was done by the old man himself, and he did not participate. Being completely loyal to the old man, he naturally did not ask anything. Okay, then what about the afternoon patrol? Clay's meaning was very clear. Well, go ahead, I'll do it for you, but this week was originally 2 times. This time will be invalid, and there will be 1 more at the weekend. Clay returned to Newcastle again with the 25 guards who were assigned to half of the horses. The gate guards under the mermaids saw that their young master had returned again and diligently opened the city gate. Without asking a word, they diligently grabbed Clay's reins. Clay, who had become accustomed to these things in the past few days, just nodded to the guard whose name he could not name and walked towards the training ground with his guards. In the huge empty training ground, compared with the last time, the number of people standing here this time was half less, only 20 people. Seeing Clay's figure appear, these people immediately stood up straight. The 22 missing candidates sent them a clear signal that this Master Clay had much higher requirements than ordinary people. After walking around them, Clay was quite satisfied. At least there were no people who were too tall or too short, because both of them would affect their ability to move, and the lack of ability to move could be fatal for the work they would do in the future. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the White Harbor guards who had followed him to rest. Clay no longer needed them to stand behind him to keep up appearances. The guards in armor, who had followed the young master for a long circle, breathed a sigh of relief, saluted to Clay's back and left. When the last guard disappeared from sight, only Clay and the remaining Manderly branches were left on the parade ground. Clay began to ask his own questions. Do you know why you were chosen? After waiting for a long time, someone answered cautiously, to become your personal guards, just like the King's Guard guards His Majesty the King. Clay immediately looked at the Manderly branch who had answered. The sudden look made the boy shrink his neck, and he dared not continue to look at Clay. But Clay didn't let him go. He walked over and asked without giving him time. So what do you think is the most important thing for me as my personal guard? In fact, Clay's tone was not harsh, but it still scared the young man. He stood there with his head down, as if he was muted. Seeing that no one answered, Clay gave his answer directly. He poked his forehead with one hand and said seriously, I don't doubt your loyalty, and I believe in Sir Malin's judgment, but what I need more is your brains. In other words, I want you to think. Knowing that these people must not understand, Clay continued, my guards must be able to judge the situation on the battlefield for themselves, not idiots who only know how to follow my orders. If that's the case, I can hire a group of people in this city for a few copper stars. What do I need you for? He felt more and more that he was scolding people, but Clay had no choice. The common people of this era had an in-depth awe of the nobles, even if their ancestors had been core members of the Manderly family like Clay. If Clay spoke to them in a calm manner, they would not take it seriously, and it would not have any effect. Do you understand? Clay shouted at them. The first time, only 1 or 2 scattered voices answered, and their voices were so soft that they could not be heard at all. Answer me, do you understand? After going back and forth several times, Clay finally heard a uniform roar of reply. I understand. Very good. I know you all can't read, but it doesn't matter. Next, you will all be incorporated into the White Harbor Guard. In addition to daily training, I require you to write at least one letter within a month. I will test you personally in a month. Those who pass will stay. Those who fail or cheat, get out. You are not welcome here. Looking at them, looking at each other with embarrassment written all over their faces, Clay knew that it was inhumane to ask a group of honest farmers to learn basic writing in a month. But what Clay wanted was their learning ability. In Clay's plan, those who can endure and achieve something will become the first batch of demon hunters in the future, and their position on the battlefield will be the vanguard. Under the right conditions, one person can play the role of 100 or even more people. Sword skills and physical fitness are of course important, but first of all, Clay needs brains that can function on their own. If rigid brains are sent to the rear of the battlefield and lose organization, their thoughts will kill them. It is better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality. Even if Clay cannot get enough people, he must ensure the quality. As the first generation of demon hunters in Westeros, Clay Manderly's personal guards are definitely not something that mediocre people can serve in. Please post the typos first and correct them later. Save your life. After assigning the tasks, Clay did not leave the training ground immediately. Instead, he sat down and chatted with these sad-looking members of the branch. This time, Clay no longer needed to use some small tricks like last time to strengthen the relationship between superiors and subordinates. He listened carefully to each of their introductions about their own situations and tried his best to remember them. After the 20 people finished their long or short introductions, Clay summarized the characteristics of these Manderly children whose families had fallen on hard times. In short, there were 3 characteristics. First, although their families had fallen on hard times and were not noble at all, they or their families still had some spare money and were able to buy a set or half a set of simple armor. Second, almost all of these people's fathers had participated in battles with their fathers. Some participated in the War of the Usurper, and some participated in the battle to encircle and suppress the pirates of the Narrow Sea, together with the royal fleet led by Stannis Baratheon. The latter are more numerous, but at least they know what war is all about. Third, the Manderly family has lived in White Harbor for so many years, and they have hundreds of branches with the Manderly surname. It is really difficult for the old man and Sir Malin to find these people with simple social and family relationships and easy to manage in such a complex network of relationships. Clay pointed at a few people and casually asked them about the wars they or their fathers had experienced, and how they would command the battle if they were the commanders themselves. This question was testing their independent thinking ability, because before this each of them was a conscripted soldier who was ordered around by noble masters on the battlefield and only knew how to follow orders. As the conversation progressed, these farm boys who were somewhat timid and afraid to speak slowly began to relax. The atmosphere became lively, and Clay's questions received a variety of answers. Although most of the battlefield plans seemed unworkable to Clay and were simply a waste of time, Clay was still very satisfied, because at least no one smiled at him in a fawning way, or said to him, "I'll listen to you, sir," or other flattering words that would raise his blood pressure. An afternoon passed quickly in the chatting. These Manderly branches found that the young Master Clay, whom they were going to follow, had a temperament that convinced them. His analysis of some battles they had participated in was also incisive and much smarter than the bad ideas they had thought of. Although the wisdom of this Master Clay may be greater than the wisdom bestowed by the gods combined, Master Clay still constantly encourages himself to think and give his own opinions. Moreover, after they carefully expressed their opinions, they were not scolded. This made each of them feel how much the young master valued them. This was the future heir to White Harbor, and his status was much nobler than theirs. No one was aware of the passage of time until the shadows of the huge city walls and tall towers fell on them, and then their Master Clay ended his conversation with them. The White Harbor guards, who had been waiting in the distance, stepped forward to greet Clay. In the gazes of the Manderly branches, Clay walked away with them. A tall, serious-looking captain of the guard walked towards them, asked them to line up, and would take them to dinner. From today on, they were members of the White Harbor Guard. Following the melodious sound of the clock tower bells, Clay stepped into the Mermaid Palace. Ever since he came back, Earl Wyman had a habit of inviting the family's direct members to have dinner together every night, which was not the case before. Looking at his grandson's young and handsome appearance, Earl Wyman, who was holding a glass of wine, asked with a smile, "How about it? These people meet your requirements, right?" While saying this, the old man blinked at him slightly. Smiling in his heart, Clay of course understood that the old man was asking him not to let the cat out of the bag and accidentally reveal the real purpose of selecting these people. To Clay, it was purely the old man worrying about nothing. How could he not understand the importance of keeping this matter secret? He pulled open the silk-cushioned chair and sat next to his sister Wilfred. Unlike Duke Ed, who had a strict family education, the old man did not forbid his grandchildren from drinking. After all, he himself was a big alcoholic. The quiet Wilfred gave Clay a gentle ladylike smile, picked up the wine jug and poured him a glass of wine, and whispered, "Clay, the white salmon today is very good. You should eat more." Clay returned a very natural smile to his sister, and was not polite. He took a sip from the wine glass and then started to deal with the salmon in front of him. Sir Wendell, my father who has been staying in the military camp, was also at the dinner today. My uncle Willis is in poor health and has been taking medicine, so he did not attend the dinner today. Wendell actually always wanted to talk to his son, but the White Harbor Army was recently updating its equipment, and as the commander of the infantry, he had to keep an eye on it. If he let his subordinates do it, who knows how much corruption would arise. "Clay, are you recruiting your personal guards?" Wendell asked his son. "Yes, father." Clay nodded while chewing. "Have you chosen the candidates? Let me tell you, your personal guards are there to protect you from swords and arrows on the battlefield. You can't choose those who are short in stature. If there are no ones, I can get you a few from the army. It's not difficult. They are all veterans who have fought on the battlefield." Sir Wendell has a very straightforward personality. In fact, he never knew how to communicate with his son. He could only help his son in the field he was best at, although he didn't know that the old man rejected his suggestion in his heart as soon as he put it forward. "Okay, Wendell, just take care of your soldiers. I'll take care of Clay's personal guards. Take your sword and chop down anyone who dares to touch the soldiers' equipment. I don't want to see soldiers get worse armor after changing them." Nodding instinctively, Wendell has been firmly following his father's words for decades. Like his elder brother Willis, he is a qualified soldier and a good general. But this is also the point that Earl Wyman is most dissatisfied with. Willa, who had recovered from the depression of what happened in Winterfell, regained her quirky character, chattering in the ears of Clay and her sister Wilfred, telling sailor stories she had heard from somewhere. After the meal, Clay, who was about to go back to his room, was stopped by his sister Wilfie. Unaware of what was going on, Wilfred followed her sister to the castle garden. After hesitating for a long time, she asked Clay, "Are you going to the Twins to meet those Freys? Grandpa told you?" Clay was a little surprised. Sir Malin wouldn't say this, so it must be his own grandfather who said it. "Yes, can I ask you for a favor?" "You say?" "If anyone from the Fry family asks you to marry me, Clay, you must refuse them." Clay looked at the anxious expression on Wilfred's face, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Didn't he say that he was considering whether or not to agree to his sister's request? He knew Walder Frey very well and the kind of people the Fry family was. How could he possibly push his sister into the fire pit? When Wilfred made this request today, he realized one thing. His sister is already 19 years old, and this age itself is worth thinking about. According to Clay's understanding, as a legitimate child of White Harbor and the eldest granddaughter of Earl Wyman, Wilfred, who possessed a beautiful face, should have long been crowded with nobles seeking marriage proposals. But until today, Clay had only heard servants talk about how Earl Wyman had rudely rejected many nobles who came to him to ask for marriage contracts, and so far, his sister still had no marriage contract. Clay was not looking forward to his sister getting married. He was thinking about a question. What was his old man planning? "I will reject them straightforwardly, don't worry, Wilfred." Clay couldn't think for too long, as it would give Wilfred the impression that he was still considering the matter carefully. Seeing Wilfred was obviously relieved, Clay could not help but ask, "Wilfred, didn't Grandpa mention your engagement to you?" "You have." Before he finished speaking, Clay realized that his last sentence was inappropriate and quickly closed his mouth. Unexpectedly, Wilfred didn't care at all. She shook her head, looked at Clay with a pair of bright eyes, and continued his words. "Yes, I'm 19 years old, but Grandpa never mentioned the issue of engagement to me before. Not before. But when you come back, he will." Clay was stunned by this sentence. What does this have to do with him? Why could he influence his sister Wilfred's engagement? Suddenly, thinking of his sister Vera, Clay suddenly understood the reason. Simply put, since his uncle had no male heir and he was far away in Essos, the old man could have married both Wilfred and Vera, or at least arranged their marriages. This is nothing in itself, but if an extreme situation suddenly arises one day under this circumstance, the old man and the second generation Willis and Wendell all have accidents, and the identity of the heir is not fairly determined. Clay, who may not even know the news, is not around. Don't think this is alarmist. In fact, originally, a War of Five Kings was fought. Wendell Manderly died at the Red Wedding, and Willis Manderly was captured by the Lannisters. This extreme situation really happened. At this time, who is the heir to the Manderly family of White Harbor? The answer is Wilfred, but please note that if she is already engaged at this time, given the weak situation of women in Westeros, it is hard to say which family will own White Harbor. This is the fundamental reason why Earl Wyman repeatedly rejected Wilfred's marriage proposal. The old man was just preventing such a situation from happening. Now that Clay is back with Duke Ed's notarization, his status as heir is as solid as steel. Naturally, under this circumstance, White Harbor will not fall into the hands of outsiders no matter what. The old man certainly has reason to consider Wilfred's marriage carefully. Since Wilfred doesn't want to marry Fry, then Clay will certainly do as she wishes, but I don't know what she thinks. Clay knows very well which families in Westeros are the real hellholes. He will try his best to prevent Vera and Wilfred from coming into contact with these families. After all, once you step in, it will be extremely difficult to get out. Seeing that Clay agreed very readily, Wilfred smiled. Her pretty face looked extremely beautiful among the flowers under the moon. Clay suddenly felt something called family responsibility. He didn't want the tragedy of the Stark family members to happen to his own family, not at all. Clay, who deeply felt the power of the butterfly effect, was called to the study by the old man the next day. I originally thought that the old man knew about the conversation between me and my sister Wilfred, and wanted to ask me what I had said. But when Clay opened the door of the study and walked in, he unexpectedly found a hunchbacked, serious old man standing in front of the desk and whispering something to his father. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two old men stopped talking at the same time. Seeing that it was Clay, Earl Wyman, who was sitting in the soft chair, smiled and waved to him, motioning him to come over. Clay looked at the old man he had never seen before. Although he was wearing dark trousers, Clay could tell at a glance that one of his legs was fake. The thick calluses on his palms showed that this old man was once an expert in wielding a sword. His long black robe and old face with one eye missing gave him a slightly eerie feeling. Clay instinctively felt a sense of danger. The old man in front of him had a lame leg and was missing an eye, but Clay was not as imposing as him, not because of his age. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Clay's sensitive sense of smell brought on by his mutation told him that the old man in front of him had a strong smell of blood. This smell was not fresh, but more like a sedimented smell. At this time, Clay heard his grandfather's introduction. "Clay, this is Sir Bartimus, the former commander of the White Guard that I told you about before. So he is the commander of the Manderly family's huge spy agency?" Clay couldn't help but look at him carefully again. This old man called Sir was at least a knight with a fiefdom. However, as the young master of White Harbor, Clay had never seen him before. That's right, if the person in front of him was a playboy like the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, Clay would not believe that he would be the head of an intelligence agency. "Hello, Sir Bartimus." Clay nodded and greeted him. Sir Bartimus was also sizing up Clay. He was only slightly younger than Lord Wyman, and it could be said that he had also witnessed the ups and downs of White Harbor over the years. He had to admit that from the first impression, the young man in front of him was indeed a qualified heir, at least much better than those heirs he remembered. In Clay, he seemed to see Earl Wyman, who was 40 years younger, except that Clay was much more handsome than Wyman. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Clay, who just nodded without saying anything. This was a bit impolite, at least in terms of status, but Clay didn't care. He had enough patience for Sir Bartimus, who had been in charge of the White Guard for nearly 20 years. "Well, Bartimus, this is my heir. Take him away now. He is my heir and yours as well. Let him go to your territory and see what it is like. It is time for him to smell the blood behind White Harbor." Wolf's Den is the oldest castle in White Harbor, with a history of nearly 1,000 years. When the Stark family was still the king of the North, a king named John Stark built this fortress at the mouth of the White Knife, which is about the same place as White Harbor today, to resist pirate invasions. The original residents were the youngest sons, brothers, and uncles of the Stark kings. Their descendants formed a branch like the Clay Select Guards, among which these branches formed a group called Grey Starks. This branch of the Stark family occupied the castle of Wolf's Den for 5 centuries, but when the Red King of the Dreadfort and the Wolf King of Stark went to war, they stood on the wrong side. Although most members of the Stark family are kind people, they obviously cannot tolerate rebels, especially these people are from the branch of the family. After the heads were rolled, the Red King of the Dreadfort knelt and surrendered, and the castle also lost its owner. After several twists and turns, it was successively occupied by the Fitterling family, the Locke family, and the Slater, Lang, Holt, Ashwood, and other families of Winterfell. Finally, the castle came into the hands of the Manderly family. With the establishment and expansion of White Harbor, the Manderly family transformed into the richest family in the entire North. The small Wolf's Lair was certainly not worthy of this prominent family. Therefore, a new castle was built on the high hill in the city. The huge white walls protected the city and the fortress inside, and the Wolf's Lair, which was located alone outside the city, was also called the Old Castle. Now, this is the prison of the Manderly family and the headquarters of the entire White Sea Guard. Clay had been here before, but only on the periphery because there was a very ancient Godswood forest here. Unfortunately today, the only heart tree in the Godswood forest, which has been shrinking again and again, has not much magic power. Mounting on horseback again, under the protection of several White Harbor guards, Clay followed Sir Bartimus into this ancient fortress. After entering the raised iron gate, for some reason, Clay felt that the knight relaxed all of a sudden, as if he had just gone to Newcastle to see his father, which was a very uncomfortable thing for him. Clay noticed that the soldiers here, or jailers, were not wearing the silver-white armor worn by ordinary White Harbor guards, but a gray-black uniform. The silent guards stepped forward and grabbed the reins of Clay and others. Although Bartimus had a broken leg, he jumped off the horse very freely and handed the reins to a scarred guard. After that, Clay heard the voice of Sir Bartimus for the first time. The voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like ceramic rubbing on gravel. He said, "Master Clay, welcome to the Wolf's Lair." The dry welcome speech was not enthusiastic at all, but rather a little cold. He pointed to some buildings around and continued, "What you are seeing now is the prison part of the entire Wolf's Lair. All guilty people will be tried here, and we are also responsible for sending them to meet the new and old gods." Clay wanted to go and take a look, but Sir Bartimus stopped him. He was leaning on an oak cane and looking at Clay. "After you have handed over to me, you can see everything here anytime you want. But now, Master Clay, we'd better do the handover first." Clay had nothing to refute about this. Although he had only been a noble young master for a short time, he was used to flattering words in his ears and flattering smiles in his eyes. Suddenly, meeting Sir Bartimus, Clay was somewhat uncomfortable. Passing by those old and dilapidated buildings, Clay realized that there must be a lot of space underneath. For a population as large as White Harbor, the prison that can accommodate all the prisoners must be quite large. The two's target was behind these prison buildings. There was the tallest building in the entire Wolf's Den, a tall and thick gray tower. Near this building, Clay saw a lot of gray guards. Judging from their walking posture and the way they held their weapons, Clay judged that these people could fight at most 5 of them, of course, together. Stepping onto the stone stairs, Clay entered this tower that had persisted for nearly 1,000 years in the erosion of time. Originally, he thought that it would be like the Rat Tower in the Demon Hunter world, with spiderwebs, rotten wood, dark and closed, but it was unexpectedly clean here. The torch was inserted into the wall and burned quietly. Although the wooden structure inside was mottled, it was obvious that someone had maintained it for a long time. The new and old wood were intertwined, so the color appeared uneven. There were many windows in the tower, and patches of light fell on the table or the floor, making the room brighter. There were a few people here, or rather, there were a few people in the room where Clay was, about 3 or 4, sitting around a table and recording something. There were many notes neatly arranged on the project manager's table. Clay recognized that they were letters tied to the legs of the ravens. Now Clay understood why the security here was so strict. Such a large amount of raven information alone must not be leaked. Knowing what Clay wanted to ask, Sir Bartimus, who was responsible for answering questions, said, "Here is the information reported by the White Sea Guard in the north, the Riverlands, the west, the King's Territory, and some valley areas, a total of 34 places. They are summarizing it here. Good man, this is the number of famous nobles in these places. This is basically a catch-all." Secretly shocked in his heart, Clay nodded calmly on the surface. Although he didn't know how useful this information was, The fact that so many people were deployed in so many places showed the financial strength of White Harbor. Clay was brought by Sir Bartimus to a place similar to a conference room. There was a long table in the middle, large chair in the middle, and some ordinary chairs around. There were people in the room, 5 people to be exact, who were looking at Clay silently at this time. Clay was led to the largest chair and sat down. He didn't refuse. He was about to take over this place, and he couldn't show any weakness at this time. These 5 people are the stewards in charge of the 5 regions mentioned just now. They are also responsible for distributing and executing specific tasks. They are more suitable to answer your questions than me. After speaking to Clay, Sir Bartimus took off a dull ring from his finger and pushed the ring to Clay with his finger. He said to the 5 people, "The ring has been handed over. From now on, Clay Manderly, the grandson of the Earl, will become the new commander of the White Sea Guard." Clay stretched out 2 fingers and picked up the ring, which should be a token of identity. The ring itself should be made of pure gold with a very obvious trident pattern on the top. There is a line of words engraved around the ring, which is worn and a little unclear, but Clay, who is very familiar with his family motto, can barely recognize it: raging seas and raging waves. There is a blood-red gem in the center of the trident. This used to be a gorgeous ring, but under the wear and tear of time, it is now just a token with a dark tone. Coincidentally, Clay had seen one on his father's hand. The shape and decoration were the same, but the gemstone on that ring was blue, probably representing the ocean outside White Harbor. When Clay put the ring on his hand, the 5 people looked at Clay, and the scrutiny they had just given turned into a kind of obedience of a subordinate to a superior. To some extent, they only recognized the ring and not the person. "This is the last time I will sit in this room, Jon Snow. Starting with you, the 5 of you will report to Lord Clay on your current work and the latest news." Sir Bartimus's order was still useful in this conference room, but after he left this conference room, he would never be able to enter here again unless Lord Wyman himself came. The gray-clothed man called Jon Snow nodded slightly. He sat in the chair and spread out a wooden clip in his hand. Clay noticed that there were some slightly yellowed papers inside, but he didn't know what was written on them. "Most of my spies are concentrated in Winterfell, Dreadfort, Last Hearth, and Hornwood. The rest are evenly distributed in major castles and their affiliated villages according to population." This was Jon Snow's report on the distribution of White Sea spies in the north. Clay did not comment, but asked, "During the king's stay in Winterfell, do you know anything else besides my affairs?" "Yes, sir. I will summarize the intelligence information for you later." Nodding, Clay actually wanted to understand the capabilities of these spies. After all, he was in Winterfell himself, and his original memories could tell him something. The two could roughly estimate the reconnaissance capabilities of the spies. After asking a few more questions, Clay found that this steward Jon Snow did not mention Bran Stark's fall from the tower. It was impossible for them not to know such a big thing. Therefore, Clay could be sure of one thing: the 3-eyed raven must have changed a way to influence Bran Stark because of himself. But this is better. Compared to letting him fall from the tower, and then roughly forcing him to dream, and finally letting a disabled person escape from the wall to take over the mantle of the 3-eyed raven, it is somewhat tragic. Next came the steward of the Riverlands, Riverman. This man, who hid himself in a corner, came up and broke the news. He said, "Lord Hoster Tully is seriously ill and bedridden. He had fainted several times before. The Maester rescued him many times, but the old Duke's life is about to go out. He is just waiting in vain on the bed to return to the embrace of the gods." Steward Riverman wanted to see a shocked expression on the face of this young and overly aggressive boss, but he was disappointed. Clay just frowned slightly and nodded to signal him to continue. Clay knew that Duke Tully would not live long. In the end, he died when the Lannisters besieged Riverrun. His butterfly effect should not affect Duke Tully's life, Clay thought uncertainly. Steward Rivers looked at Clay with approval and continued, "A descendant of the Frey family escaped from the twins and was captured by the Frey family soldiers. The information we have received so far is that he has been hanged. My subordinates are currently trying to find out the specific reason for his defection." "Frey?" Clay frowned. He would be leaving in 2 days to attend the invitation of the Frey family. It seemed that he had to get more information about this family. So he knocked on the table and said, softly, "I need a summary of the major events that have happened to the Frey family in the past 5 years. Can you do it in 1 day?" "As you wish, my lord." This was the answer of the steward Rivers, and his voice was flat, as if this was a very common thing. According to the description of the Steward Rivers, almost all the forces of the White Sea Guard in the Riverlands are concentrated in the Twins and River Run because the only truly valuable places in the entire Riverlands are these two places, plus Harrenhal, which has become a ruin. Clay agrees with this point. Whether it was when Robb Stark led his troops south, or the tug-of-war in the Riverlands during the War of the Five Kings, these Riverland nobles were useless, and their existence was not worth considering. The root of this situation was actually planted when Aegon Targaryen first conquered Westeros. The Riverlands were originally a place with many hills, and Aegon Targaryen was actually just a tall man among short men. So, when the Tully family became the guardian of the Riverlands, most of the vassals under their command were not convinced, especially the Frey family, which was far away from the center of the Riverlands and alone in the upper reaches of the Green Fork River. The lord was weak and the vassal was strong, just like the Tyrell family in Highgarden. However, the Tyrell family, with their wealth and sufficient political skills, could mostly deal with their vassals. But it was obvious that the seriously ill old Duke Hoster did not have this ability. After talking about the Riverlands, the next person to speak was the steward named Heshan. When he announced his name, Clay understood that the names of these 5 stewards were all named after the surnames of illegitimate children in the areas under their jurisdiction. Just now, Clay thought that the first 2 were really illegitimate children. Compared with the first 2, the report of this steward Heshan seemed nothing worth noting. Most of the intelligence was a bit outdated, but according to him, it was too difficult for the White Sea Guard to infiltrate the Westerly, and it would also cost a lot of casualties. Because this was equivalent to competing with the Duke Tywin who sat in Casterly Rock and was said to have pooped gold. Duke Tywin in the Westerly also had a similar force under his command, and the spies of both sides had been suffering casualties in the struggle. If he didn't have more, Clay would have thought he was asking him for funds, but Clay didn't have many gold dragons in his hands now, so what could he give them? As for the Vale of Arryn, most of the infiltration failures occurred during the process of entering the Bloody Gate. After all, spies are human, not dragons. It is impossible for them to learn from Queen Visenya, the wife of Aegon the Conqueror, and fly directly to the Eyrie. Moreover, the Vale of Arryn has been quite exclusive in recent years. Once the gates are closed, they don't care about the outside world. The White Guard can get very little intelligence. They only know that the young Lord Robert Arryn seems to be in very poor health and seems to have intellectual problems. The nobles of the Vale have always complained about this, but that's all. Finally, it is King's Landing, which is also the place where the entire White Guard has suffered the most manpower losses. Last year alone, more than a dozen people were arrested and rebelled. There is no way. They are far away in White Harbor, and their micro-manipulation skills are not as good as Pater Littlefinger and Eunuch Varys. Looking through the long list of deaths and disappearances, Clay understood what the old man meant by the bloody smell. At present, the whole of Westeros has been peaceful for more than 10 years. Although it has experienced the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy, it was not a national war after all. But in the Invisible Place, this unknown bloody killing is staged day after day, year after year. Clay did not know the people on the list, not a single one, so he could not feel sad for these people, but he could feel the cruelty behind it. I don't want to see any deductions in the compensation for these deceased. After a moment of silence, Clay said slowly, "No, no one will be deducted from them. This is the rule, and no one can violate it." It was Jon Snow who spoke. He was a little surprised that Clay would care about this issue, and his understanding of the young master of White Harbor changed a little. Nodding, Clay frowned and said nothing. He sorted out the information of the entire White Sea Guard in his mind. There is no way to compare it with other similar organizations, but overall, this is a place with a large stall, which has a certain effect, but the efficiency is not high. Except for the 3 places in the south, namely the Riverbend, Storm, and Dorne, which are really out of reach, there are branches in other places, and some information can be obtained, such as Duke Tully is seriously ill and fainted several times, and the nobles of the Vale doubt whether Robert Arryn can shoulder the responsibility of the Vale of Arryn. But these news, especially the news from King's Landing, are almost all bloody. Clay is not afraid of giving the families of the death agents that not rich pension. With the old man behind him, he can definitely take out this money. The problem is that things are not done in this way. It is so laborious to obtain information in a peaceful state. Clay really doubts that once the war breaks out, the intelligence agencies of other nobles will make full efforts. How long can his White Sea Guard last in these places? At present, Clay, who has just taken over, has no way to change this situation for the time being, but he has an advantage. He knows which people are worth monitoring targets and can condense the scattered forces of the White Sea Guard in these places into several powerful points. Am I able to exercise the authority of commander now, Sir Bartimus? Of course. When you put on this ring, this conference room, this tower, and the entire White Guard will obey you, my lord. Sir Bartimus nodded and answered Clay. His tone was quite relaxed, as if he was relieved to resign from the position of commander. After thinking for a long time, Clay issued his first order in this conference room. Since I am the commander now, then, here are my orders. First, remove all surveillance in the north except Winterfell, and reorganize and send them to Winterfell. Mainly observe 2 points. Has Bran Stark changed recently in any sense? Monitor Lady Catelyn's whereabouts and report immediately if she goes south. Jon Snow, you are responsible for this matter. Avoid personnel congestion and reduce the risk of exposure. Jon Snow nodded slightly to show his agreement. He did not want to argue with Clay, the commander who had just taken office. To put it bluntly, the White Harbor Guard belonged to the entire Manderly family. As the young master, Clay's orders were not easy to disobey. Moreover, he was also very curious why Clay concentrated all his forces to monitor Winterfell, and specifically mentioned the names of Bran Stark and Lady Catelyn. What information did he want to get from them? After arranging the north, Clay then looked at Steward Rivers. Steward Rivers, continue to pay attention to the condition of Duke Tully in the Riverlands. In addition, focus on the twins. While I am on my way to the Fry family, give me away. I may need your help. Okay, sir. The White Sea Guard will do its best to ensure your safety when you are a guest in the twins. Steward Rivers' voice came from the shadow where he was. Clay continued, in addition, for a long-term mission, I need a structural diagram near the gate of the twins, but there is no rush. I don't want to smell too much blood in this matter. Steward Rivers did not reply, and Clay assumed that he had heard it. This kind of situation of doing things without regard for one's life is indeed full of the North style, but Clay does not advocate it. As for Steward Heshon, who manages the West Border Intelligence Network, Clay asked him not to confront the spies under the Lannister family. Clay felt that it was unnecessary to compete with the Lannisters for intelligence in Lannister's territory. I don't care what method you use, just get hold of 1 or 2 Lannister members and control them. Try to get members who can enter and leave the Lannister castle. Unexpectedly, Steward Heshon shook his head and sighed. Sir, we have tried what you said before, but it didn't work well and exposed several people. Duke Tywin has very strict management of people who can enter and leave the castle. Steward Heshon's words made Clay realize that the situation in the West was more complicated than he thought, but he couldn't ignore it. Once there was a war, the North and the West would be opponents. Sometimes, the victory or defeat of a war started with a simple piece of news. Since there were difficulties, Clay didn't plan to change the status quo now. He took a step back and only asked Steward Heshon to maintain the intelligence network there and save himself under appropriate circumstances. Temporary contraction was acceptable. When he had time, he must manage the intelligence system in the West well. There is nothing much to say about the Vale, and Clay has not figured out how to deal with this place. As for the Crownland, Clay's order is very simple. The White Harbor Guard must not become a victim of the Battle of the Gods in King's Landing. Clay asked them to find out where the Minister of Finance Pitter and the Chief of Intelligence Varys often appear. He will definitely enter King's Landing in the future. No matter what his identity is, he wants to ask the two to experience the taste of the Axis seal. Finally, he gave a special task to the Crownland Steward Waishwai, and that was a name, Hall Liko. This name brought the first assassination in his life. The incident happened in a hurry, and Clay had no choice but to let him go back. He wanted to kill him with Peter's hand. But now Clay, who took over the White Sea Guard, wants to know if this little character of the Liko family is still alive. If he is still alive, Clay will send him greetings from the Manderly family. Steward Wei Shui frowned. He had never heard of the name Hall Liko. He had heard of the Liko family, which seemed to be a vassal family of the Lake family in Duskendale. Let's not talk about where Lord Clay knew this name. Why did he care about this person who might not be worth a gold dragon? Sir, don't worry about it. Follow the order. I want his information. After coming out of the wall of the wolf's den, Clay, riding on horseback, breathed a breath of the cold air of the north. Sir, I don't like them at all. These people always feel weird. The one who spoke was a young guard who was on horseback guarding next to him. Clay didn't mind his talkativeness. He knew in his heart that he would probably come to this place many times in the future. Most people in the north believed in the old gods, while the Manderly family who migrated from the River Bay maintained the belief in the seven gods. But whether this belief was pious or not, only they themselves knew. The Manderly family did not interfere with the beliefs of their subjects. So in this city, the beliefs of the old and new gods coexisted. There was a very old godswood forest outside the wolf's den, but the only fishbeam tree in it had already lost most of its leaves and looked withered and dilapidated. This was probably a heart tree that was older than the wolf's den and had witnessed the rise and fall of countless families in the wolf's den. Clay had been to the tree and touched its trunk, but to his disappointment, the magic power contained in it was pitifully small, and it did not increase his magic pool at all. As a descendant of the Manderly family, especially an heir, it was not appropriate to go to the godswood forest that represented the beliefs of the old gods many times. Originally, Clay had no reason to go in again, but when he saw Sir Bartimus limping into the forest with a cane, he changed his mind. He asked the guards to wait where they were, and Clay followed them in. The forest was not big, but Clay had rarely come here, and there were no people here. In the deep forest, Clay could only rely on his witcher senses to follow the footprints on the ground. After many twists and turns, Clay finally found the half-withered ancient heart tree in the northeast corner of the Godwood forest, and Sir Bartimus standing quietly under the tree. Seeing Clay coming from afar, Sir Bartimus curled his lips and smiled. "Sir, do you believe in the old gods?" Clay crossed the shallow puddle surrounding the Godwood forest and came to him under the old knight's gaze. "Yes, I have been standing under the heart tree and praying to them for decades. I'm used to it." The tone was still light, without sadness or joy, just stating a simple fact. Clay noticed that there was a black bottle stuck in the ground at the old knight's feet, and he didn't know what it contained. As if noticing Clay's gaze, the old knight leaned against the trunk of the heart tree and slowly slid down. He threw away his crutches, flicked his fingers on the mouth of the bottle, and said calmly, "I traded my leg for your grandfather's life on the battlefield. This is what he gave me, along with this castle. He said that when I rest in this position, I will drink this bottle of wine with him." Clay was stunned. He didn't know that this bottle of wine with poor appearance had such a story. "Then you?" The old knight waved his hand, pulled a sour grass leaf swaying in the wind from the ground, threw it into his mouth and chewed it slowly, and took the time to answer Clay's question. "I did think about it once, drinking this cup with your grandfather and the comrades of the year, but unfortunately up to now, your grandfather and I are the only ones alive. Drinking with him, I have to think of them. It's not worth it." The old knight's tone was as calm as a lake, but Clay could taste the strong taste of desolation from it. Grandpa is already over 60 years old, and Sir Bartimus in front of him is about the same. As nobles, they can get a good rest and nutrition intake, while ordinary people with this level of medical care can hardly live to 60 years old after coming down from the battlefield. "Come on, taste it. God bless it. I hope it doesn't turn into a bottle of vinegar." The old knight took out a dagger from his chest pocket and stabbed it into the cork at the mouth of the bottle. With a pop sound, the somewhat moldy cork was pulled out, and a faint aroma of wine was captured by Clay's sensitive sense of smell. Clay knew that this bottle of old wine was lucky to keep its original appearance. It's just ordinary beer, the eldest young master's habit of drinking? The old knight handed the bottle to Clay, and Clay did not refuse and took the bottle engraved with traces of time. Following the old man, Clay was naturally infected by him and took a sip of it. Sure enough, it was just the most ordinary beer, and even the quality was a bit inferior. But it didn't matter. He didn't come here to taste the wine today. The two of them drank one sip at a time. After a while, Sir Bartimus, who was drunk, started to talk more. Sir Bartimus said to Clay, "Boy, I have no objection to you making life easier for the entire White Guard, but you must remember not to be too lenient." Knight drained the already scarce wine in one breath, let out a long breath, and continued what he had just said. "I know what you did in Winterfell. Very good. Only those who can see blood can control the White Guard. But then again, although they are from the Manderly family, at no time should you give your trust to any of them. You are a smart man and know what I am talking about. We can infiltrate other nobles, but can you guarantee that those guys will not send people with golden dragons to run into White Harbor to tempt and infiltrate us? I can guarantee the loyalty of those 5 people for the time being, but the people below can't be guaranteed. Let me teach you a way. If you believe half of all the information summarized for you below, you will basically not make any big mistakes." Digesting these valuable experiences and information, Clay knew that most of what the old knight said was right. This game of power was full of betrayal and deception. Therefore, the best strategy was to believe in everyone a little and no one. Their topics changed a lot. The old knight boasted to him about his and his father's performance on the battlefield during the War of the Usurper and how powerful his northern army was. In the end, the old knight walked away unsteadily. Although he was staggering, his back was still straight. His father only asked him to resign as the commander of the White Sea Guard, but a large piece of land nearby still belonged to him. He scooped up the clear water from the puddle to wash his face. The cool feeling dispelled the little drunkenness. Clay stood up with the help of the old tree trunk and patted the dust off his body with both hands. Just as he was about to leave, a harsh crow's cry stopped him. Looking up, a huge black crow stood on his finger, a pair of deep yellow eyes staring straight at him, and the crow's eyes flashed with wisdom. Without thinking, Clay knew who it was. The demon hunter's senses were fully open. Sure enough, this huge crow was reverberating with a faint magic. He knew this kind of magic. The three-eyed raven is here. See you again, the agent of the alien god. The voice of the three-eyed raven, like a rotten dead tree, came from the throat of the huge black crow. Logically, a crow cannot make such a human voice, but with the blessing of magic, everything is possible. I didn't expect to meet you here, Your Excellency the three-eyed raven. Clay stood still, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand, and said to the uninvited guest expressionlessly. This time he did not hold up the Quen seal. He was not afraid of the three-eyed raven in this form. But he soon discovered that there was more than one uninvited guest at the scene. A very tall shadow emerged from the woods, holding a wooden box in his hand. His face was somewhat silly, he was fat, his hair was messy, a typical northerner's appearance. From a distance, Clay's hearing brought him the intermittent murmurs of the strong man. Hodor, Hodor. With a sigh in his heart, Clay knew who he was. This was Hodor, the stable boy of Winterfell who sent Bran to the wall in the original timeline. He was a completely pitiful man. The three-eyed raven was also looking at Clay. Through the raven's cloudy pupils, Clay in his eyes was a body made of complex magic, a kind of magic that made him uncomfortable flowing in this body. This was also the point that he feared the most. It was precisely because of this that he was willing to lower his posture and agree to Clay's conditions. Among creatures like them, whose bodies were filled with magic, the most dangerous thing was to be contaminated with unknown magic. This would cause their body structure to collapse, which would directly cause irreversible damage. Since you let the child go, I will naturally fulfill my promise, agent of the other god. The three-eyed raven flapped its wings as if it really regarded itself as a crow. It waved its wings at Hodor, who with a dull look on his face held the wooden box and walked towards Clay. As you wish, this is a dragon egg from the giant dragon Vermax that once descended on Winterfell. After I found it, I kept it with me, but I didn't expect to give it to you now. The box was opened, and Clay's eyes were immediately attracted by the oval creation on the stand. It was dark blue, dotted with golden stripes, and its scaly surface had extremely rich textures. The eggshell seemed to be covered with a layer of glaze, or it was like the exquisite enamel that only Myr could make. It was quite large in size. Clay gestured with his own hands, and it took about 2 hands to barely hold it up. Although he had imagined the appearance of a dragon egg countless times, when Clay really saw this dragon egg, he had to admit that this might be the most perfect creation of the gods in this world. Clay stretched out his palm and placed it on the surface of the dragon egg. He felt a chill. Sure enough, this dragon egg had turned into stone over the long years. In the era when magic power receded and the dragon disappeared, there was no one in the world who could wake it up. Although reason told him that this thing was a hot potato for him now, he knew that he could no longer let this dragon egg slip away from his hands. It seems that you like my gift very much, the alien god walker. The voice of the three-eyed crow echoed in Clay's ears, waking him up from his fantasy. I have to ask again, Sir Three-Eyed Crow, why do you do this? Clay's question went straight to the essence of the matter. As long as Clay dared to delay, the power of an adult dragon would be equivalent to the mushroom eggs of the 5 gangsters in the original time and space, which would be a real killer. The three-eyed raven was not surprised at Clay's question, and answered very patiently, It's the same answer. My lord and I are both trying to survive. If you and your god cannot occupy the land in the south, then R'hllor and his agents will occupy it. As I said, his overexpansion of power will cause the whole world to lose balance. R'hllor's agent? Clay thought of someone, the Red Witch who changed the course of the war, Melisandre. So Melisandre's support for Stannis in his fight for the throne and her use of fire magic to resurrect Jon Snow were actually R'hllor's will? Hiss! This bastard really has bad intentions. He helped himself to the throne and occupied the land in the south. Isn't it obvious that he is hiding behind the scenes to let himself and R'hllor compete, this old Silver? After figuring it out, Clay's face became a little ugly, but things had come to this point, and he couldn't refuse this gift. Gritting his teeth, Clay took the box of dragon eggs from Hodor. The three-eyed crow baited him, and Clay decided to be a fish that took the bait, but didn't take the bait. Then tell me now how to hatch dragon eggs. A king died in the tragedy of Summerhall. I know it's impossible to wake him up with ordinary methods. In the building called Summerhall, which was once the summer palace of the Targaryen family, Aegon Targaryen Fief, in order to bring back the dragons for his gradually weakening family, ignited wildfires in the palace to hatch the 7 dragon eggs he collected. It was a conspiracy, or it was the mistake of the pyromancer. In short, the ending of this matter was sigh-worthy. The violent wildfire got out of control, and the king and his crown prince both died in the flames. The royal family was seriously injured, and Daenerys' brother Rhaegar Targaryen was also born in the fire. Regarding the tragedy of his family's descendants, the three-eyed raven was silent for a moment, but soon continued the topic. They failed, not because of fire, nor because of Targaryen blood. In fact, they lacked the most critical thing, and this thing you and I both have. Both I and you? Clay immediately understood what the three-eyed raven meant, and blurted out, "Magic!" The three-eyed raven's head tilted forward slightly, obviously agreeing with Clay's words. Yes, magic! When the last dragon died, the magic of the whole world fell into a low ebb. At present, the conditions for awakening the magic dragon are high temperature, special blood, and magic. This method was not used before the extinction of dragons. The giant dragons made of magic could be hatched by themselves. But now, this method can only be used. There is no other choice. The three-eyed raven gave his solution, and Clay, who heard the solution, fell into deep thought. No wonder Clay figured out why Daenerys was able to hatch her 3 dragons. The unburnt physique allowed her to survive the flames, and Targaryen blood itself was the most special in the world. She sacrificed the witch, her husband, and her child, allowing her to gain precious magic power in this era of low magic power. As a result, the conditions were met, and the dragon in the stone was awakened. After a long summer, the stars wept blood, and the mother of dragons was born. Knowing that the three-eyed raven was right, Clay suddenly thought of a question. Since he had obtained the dragon egg as a descendant of the Targaryen family, why didn't the former Duke of Bloodraven fly his own dragon? His eyes fell on the unfortunate creature possessed by the three-eyed raven. Thinking of the three-eyed raven's current appearance, Clay instantly realized the reason. This is actually a question of sequence. When he was the Duke of Bloodraven, he had never touched the dragon egg, and he had no magic power. But when he became the Green Prophet and lived with magic power, he could no longer escape this state. This is really a kind of black humor. Everything is so unfortunate that the dragon's resurrection is delayed by 100 years. High temperature doesn't matter. As long as the environmental conditions are right, it can be easily achieved. It's just a matter of lighting a fire. Anyway, Daenerys' practical experience tells Clay that no matter how high the temperature is, the dragon eggs will not turn into roast eggs. The magic problem is not too big. If it really doesn't work, he will go to Winterfell again, touch the heart tree with one hand, and infuse magic into the dragon egg with the other hand. Wow, he is really brave. The most troublesome thing is that special blood. The style of this thing is very fantasy. Targaryen can ride a dragon, Valerian of Tidemark Island can also ride a dragon, and even illegitimate children with mixed blood can ride a dragon. But how does this thing work? Clay didn't know for sure, but he was sure that his bloodline came from the Andals, Manderly family, and their blood could not resonate with dragons. Special blood. How can I meet this condition? I'm not a Targaryen, and my ancestors have never intermarried with them. The three-eyed raven shook his head and said indifferently, "No, your understanding of bloodline is biased. Of course, this is not your problem. If I hadn't become my lord's agent, I wouldn't know the so-called secret of blood." Clay became curious about "my lord" in his mouth. The power of the three-eyed raven itself, in addition to subtly influencing others and controlling creatures to open up a full map vision. A very important authority is to trace history and preview the future. No matter how you look at it, this three-eyed raven and the master behind him have a bit of the flavor of world history recorders. Clay stood there, waiting for the three-eyed raven to say more about bloodline. "My lord told me that there were dozens of dragon kings in the ancient Valyrian Empire, and all the descendants of their families could ride dragons. But have you ever thought about why ordinary Valyrians don't have dragons? The truth is, Strictly speaking, the blood of those nearly 50 Dragon King families is actually the High Valyrian blood, which is different from the ordinary Valyrians. Dragons are creatures made of magic and fire. The so-called High Valyrian blood is actually a natural affinity for fire magic. Only people with this blood can control dragons and communicate with this creation of fire magic. And you, the agent of the alien god, your body is an existence that I cannot understand. Not long ago, in the training ground of this fortress, I observed that you used fire magic. In my field of vision, you have also used a defensive magic of unknown composition and a spiritual magic that I have never seen before. This subverted my cognition, because in my knowledge system, multiple magics are inherently conflicting, just like ice and fire cannot coexist, and you are an exception. Sometimes I even wonder if the god behind you was once a powerful god, who was lost in the era when magic was powerful, and you are his agent in the world after his resurrection. It was a long sentence, but Clay took every word seriously in his mind, because it was about the lost history of this world and the knowledge of the origin of the world. Rubbing his fingers unconsciously on the hilt of the sword, Clay tried his best to digest this information, and soon he sorted out his thoughts. So, according to you, I can use fire magic so I can communicate with dragons, which means that I can ride dragons like the Targaryens? No, that's not the case. The three-eyed raven gave an answer that disappointed Clay. Physique and ability are not the same thing. If one can control a dragon by using fire magic, then one is underestimating the bloodline of High Valyria. What is important is not the ability, but the bloodline. You can use fire magic, but you may not be friendly to this kind of magic itself. This involves the knowledge recorded by my lord, which is not what we are discussing today. I have a solution for your bloodline problem. True dragon bloodline. There are only 2 baby dragons in the narrow sea in this world, one hiding in a wolf pack, and one watching alone on the Great Wall. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to get close to them. But you are lucky, because I was once the owner of true dragon bloodline. As soon as the words fell, Hodor, who was standing aside in a daze, like a sculpture, took out a transparent glass bottle from somewhere. Through the impurity-free glass, Clay saw what was inside it, a ball of dark red liquid. This is my blood. It was once filled with the power of my lord, but now I have taken it back. Now, mobilize your magic power and feel the power contained in this blood, just as you absorb the magic power of the heart tree. The demon hunter system silently unfolded, and in Clay's field of vision, the small bottle in front of him did not contain blood at all, but a burning flame. He stretched out his hand, grasped the narrow bottle, and the magic pool's absorption ability was fully activated. The flame in the bottle had been burning quietly, but now it suddenly turned into a stream of fire, flowing through Clay's palm and into his body. In normal vision, the dark red blood in the bottle suddenly boiled like boiling water, and began to bubble. Streams of dark red steam floated out of the bottle and poured into Clay's hand. Hot! That's all Clay feels like right now. He felt that his right hand was about to turn to ashes. The scorching heat permeated every inch of muscle tissue and bones in his palm and forearm, followed by heart-wrenching pain. This was a completely different kind of pain from the one a demon hunter mutated into, but there was no doubt that if it were an ordinary person, his nerves would have reached their limit and he would have fainted long ago. This feeling, as if magma was injected into his body, began to gradually spread upwards with the strong beating of his heart. Clay clenched his teeth tightly and heard the voice of the three-eyed raven in his ears. This is the gift from the gods to the Dragon Kings, and as an outsider, an agent of the alien gods, if you want to enjoy this power, you must pay far more pain than the Dragon King's heirs. This is the price of power. The magic power in the body surged wildly, desperately rushing towards the burning outsider that entered the blood vessels. But during this period of time, Clay's magic pool was not replenished at all, and it was unknown how long the remaining 120 points of magic power could last. There was a flicker in front of his eyes, and the voice of the three-eyed raven was like a devout monk chanting scriptures. When these bloods circulate in your body for a circle and finally return to your heart, they will settle there. You need to mobilize your magic power and try to assimilate them. This is creating a brand new bloodline of the Dragon King. It is also a method that only my lord who has survived in the long river of time has. I wish you good luck, alien god agent. When Clay's guards felt something was wrong and hurried into the sacred forest, they saw their young master tiredly leaning against the trunk of the heart tree and falling asleep. There was nothing around except a wooden box placed next to a puddle. The box was empty, and the guards found nothing. The crisp sound of the guard's steel boots crushing the withered heartwood leaves woke Clay from his deep sleep, but he had no intention of getting up. He was really too tired. After enduring indescribable severe pain, the almost exhausted Clay felt the burning blood flow, and finally, as the three-eyed raven had said, it stayed at the position of his heart and no longer moved. Seeing that the promise had been fulfilled, the only problem left was Clay's own. Unpleasant sound of the three-eyed raven, like the breaking of a dead tree, echoed in the ancient godswood. He flapped his wings and disappeared, and the figure of Hodor from Winterfell also disappeared behind countless vegetation. Boundless sleepiness attacked Clay. Before he could finally bear the sleepiness and fall down, he put the dragon egg into his Demon Hunter system inventory, just like he stored the ingredients for herbal medicine. "Master, what's wrong with you?" The guards asked Clay anxiously, lamenting in their hearts that this Master Clay was good in other aspects, kind to others, and courageous. But it was his love of acting alone that really gave the guards a headache. "I heard that this is not the first time the young master has done this. The captain of the guard, Hosta, who went to Winterfell with the young master, has been transferred to the blacksmith shop to forge iron because of his poor guarding performance." "It's okay." Clay waved his hands. The moment he came to his senses, he had already found an excuse for himself. "I had a drink with Sir Bartimus. The wine he had was too strong, so I'm really sleepy." The guards sniffed and indeed smelled a faint aroma of wine from the young master. It seemed that what the young master said was true. There was no need for the guards to go to Sir Bartimus for confirmation. As long as Master Clay was okay, it was fine. Whether it was true or not, the guards didn't care. They never interfered in matters between nobles. Two burly guards came and helped Clay, who pretended to be drunk, onto the horse. The two guards held Clay on both sides to prevent him from falling off the horse. Clay, who was sitting crookedly on the horse, sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to finish the drunken scene all the way. So the young master of White Harbor, staggeringly, despite his endless sleepiness, returned to the new castle surrounded by guards. The captain of the guard heaved a sigh of relief after handing Clay over to Wilfred, who came to pick him up. After thinking for a while, he turned and headed for the Poseidon Tower, where Earl Wyman was. Earl Wyman, who was sitting by the fireplace listening to the captain of the guard's report, was a little surprised when he heard that Clay was drunk. In his impression, his grandson was very similar to him in drinking, and he rarely saw him drunk. But when Earl Wyman, who was originally somewhat cheerful, heard that it was Sir Bartimus who was drinking with Clay, he was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly became strange. The old man said that he would drink the bottle of wine with himself, so how could he just drink it with his grandson? Is there any friendship left between the old brothers? Under the guards' puzzled gazes, Earl Wyman's expression changed several times. Then he waved his hand to drive him out. Just after closing the door, he heard the sound of the Earl throwing things. This sound made him confused. Why did he suddenly get angry? When Clay woke up, it was already noon the next day. He only knew that he entered the room leaning on his sister Wilfred's shoulder, and it was now when he woke up again. "If you continue to trust that old bird, Three-Eyed Raven, I will—" "Forget it. Stop scolding myself like that. I was the one who asked him to take the dragon egg. After all, it's my fault." Leaning against the headboard with soft cushions, Clay felt the slight burning sensation in his heart. He knew that the blood of the Dragon King was hidden in his heart, and he had to solve this problem as soon as possible. He checked his magic pool and found that he had spent 40 points yesterday to offset the pain. Now Clay still had 80 points of magic in stock. Mobilizing his magic power, Clay felt the changes in the Dragon King's blood in his heart. His own blood was wrapped in the magic power from the Demon Hunter and flowed towards the blood of the Dragon King that was clearly separated from his heart. As soon as the two kinds of magical blood came into contact, a sharp pain like a needle pricked suddenly came from Clay's chest. After taking a few breaths of hot air, Clay's face, which had turned pale due to the pain, gradually returned to normal. Cursing inwardly, Clay once again experienced the changes in the Dragon King's blood. After this collision and fusion, Clay could feel that the ball of magic blood that just belonged to him had a hint of almost imperceptible heat. There is a way. Clay understood clearly that when he continued to use his magic blood to collide with the blood of the Dragon King and completely integrated it into his own blood, a new blood of the Dragon King would be born. But, judging by the pain he just felt, if he used all his magic power to touch the blood of the Dragon King, his heart would probably stop beating due to the severe pain, and he would die young. Well, I have to take it slow. Clay was speechless. It is said that a short pain is worse than a long one. It seems that I have to endure this long-term pain. Ignoring for the moment the blood of the Dragon King, whose fate would only be revealed later, Clay was thinking about another question. Now that he had the dragon egg, what should he do? In the past, he had always fantasized about what he would do if he really had a dragon. But now that this possibility was truly before Clay, he had to consider it carefully. Raising a direwolf and raising a dragon are not the same thing. The former is a symbol of the family and the orthodoxy of the North, while his family is called the remnant of the previous dynasty, and anyone can kill them. If he said that he was a small family that could not be found even by digging up the soil, Clay would have taken the dragon and run away without saying a word. But the problem was that he was a wealthy man in the North and the legitimate heir to the Manderly family, a well-known and large family in Westeros. This was a difficult situation. No matter what, from a rational point of view, it was impossible for him to abandon his current identity and status for a dragon. And from an emotional point of view, he could not even think of betraying Wilfred, Vera, and his own father. But no matter what, Clay wants to leave himself a way out, because on the other side of the narrow sea, a vengeful queen who will lead a three-headed dragon in the future will lead the army back to Westeros. If we really meet on the battlefield, my own dragon might be able to play an unexpected role. After all, by that time the only true Dragon King left in the world would be Daenerys Targaryen. But who knows, there might also be Clay. 5 days passed in a flash, and on this morning, a squad of the most elite plate cavalry from House Manderly assembled in Newcastle because they were going to escort the young master of White Harbor south to the Twins. More than a dozen Blue Mermaid flags fluttered above the entire team. Just as the morning sun hit their cloaks, the gate of the new castle rumbled open. Clay was dressed in armor with a golden trident pattern painted on the armor on his chest. His sword was inserted in the saddlebag. Riding a horse, the young master of White Harbor slowly walked towards his team. Every time he saw this team, Clay had a pleasing feeling. The heavily armored knights with lances on their backs were the kings of the battlefield in this era. The Manderly family has many such soldiers. This time they are traveling south with 200 elite knights. This is an opportunity to show off their military strength to the Fry family. A slender hand pulled Clay's horse reins, and Clay looked at his sister Wilfred, who was wearing a plain white dress. "Remember your promise?" Wilfred gently stroked the horse's mane and whispered to Clay. Clay nodded. He knew what Wilfred was talking about. As one of the largest families in Westeros, the Frey family had a strong desire for marriage. "Don't worry, sister. If any Frey really makes a request, I will refuse it for you." Clay once again reassured his sister. In fact, the most fundamental thing was that his old man didn't mention a word about this matter at all. This was a very obvious signal that the old man didn't want his granddaughter to have anything to do with the twins. "Okay, I should leave now. Goodbye, Wilfred." Controlling the warhorse, Clay headed for the port. They would sail south and land at the closest place to the twins in the Riverlands. There was a simple port there. Although it was small, it was enough for Clay's 200 men to go ashore. Crossing most of White Harbor once again, Clay once again enjoyed the admiring looks of the people of White Harbor. The news that he had killed a Lannister for the honor of his family in Winterfell had already spread throughout the port through the bards in the tavern. In addition, as the young master of White Harbor, Clay's reputation in White Harbor was quite high during this period. Although it was not to the extent that he could eat for free, it was almost the same. After passing through the city wall, Clay and his 200 men arrived at a military port specially opened for the family fleet. Ordinary merchant ships were not allowed to dock here, and entry and exit were strictly managed. Even Clay, with the mermaid flag flying behind him, was only allowed to enter the port after revealing his identity. Ever since Brandon the Shipburner, King of the North, burned all of Brandon the Shipbuilder's remaining warships, the North has not had a fully formed naval force for hundreds of years. However, the Manderly family, which controls White Harbor, the largest city in the North, is an exception. Although it was far inferior to the Royal Fleet and the Iron Fleet, with the support of White Harbor's huge financial resources, Clay saw a total of 24 warships in the port, basically composed of large tonnage sailing ships and light and fast longships. A big man wearing a coarse coat and barefoot was standing at the port with a few people. When he saw Clay and his group coming, he immediately came over to greet them. "Master, this is the captain of our ship. We will board the man of White Harbor to the twins." After complaining about these people's naming skills in his mind, Clay nodded. He didn't mind the unkempt appearance of the captain and his crew members. He knew in his heart that he might be worse than them once he got on the ship. The Old Man of White Harbor is a large sailing ship, which is mainly used to fight against enemy warships and control sea power. It is an absolute main battleship. Master Clay, I am Captain Stone of the Old Man of White Harbor. The Old Man of White Harbor will provide you with a more comfortable journey. Nodding, Clay greeted Captain Stone, who grinned and led Clay and his party to the huge warship parked not far away. Their horses would go to a smaller sailboat behind the Old Man of White Harbor, where they would be taken care of by a special person. Looking at Captain Stone walking on the swaying wooden plank connecting the land and the deck, as if it were flat ground, Clay took a deep breath and was the first to step on the plank under the gaze of the guards. As soon as he stepped on the plank, he felt a strong shaking sensation. At this time, the demon hunter mutation could not help him. His calves were trembling a little, but he could not retreat at this time. Clay made up his mind. He knew that he was a good swimmer. Even if he fell, he would not drown. At most, he would be embarrassed, but it was much better than retreating in fear. With great perseverance, he regained control of his leg muscles. With obvious cautious steps, Clay walked step by step to complete the plank that could have been walked within 10 seconds. Finally, his body was on the deck, and Clay finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Captain Stone, who had been watching the whole process, grinned and said, "Master, you are much better than those idiots I have seen before. I have rarely seen someone who has only been on a ship a few times, but can pass the steps so quickly and steadily. I have rarely seen anyone who has only been on a ship a few times pass the steps so quickly and steadily." On the surface, maintaining the reserved demeanor of a noble, Clay nodded slightly and accepted Captain Stone's praise. But in fact, his calves were still trembling. Looking back, the captain of the guard who followed him was obviously also accustomed to riding a ship. With a few teng-teng steps, he passed the step very smoothly. Most of the guards behind him were carefully selected veterans. As soldiers of White Harbor, they had naturally been on a ship before. Except for a few young ones who were embarrassed, 150 guards boarded the ship smoothly. The remaining 50 were on the second ship. After all, they brought war horses this time, and they had to take care of them. Clay noticed that the first thing these guards did after boarding the ship was to take off their heavy armor, leaving only a set of light mail armor with less protective ability hanging on their bodies. The captain of the guard had been beside Clay, and Clay asked him, "Why are you in such a hurry to take off your armor? Although there is no danger in White Harbor, there are many pirates on the Sea of Bite Bay." The captain of the guard shook his head and whispered to Clay, "Master, you must lose weight when you stay on the ship. Otherwise, when the sea is windy and the waves are too strong, your physical strength will be drained by the armor." He took a look at the armor on Clay's body and started to remove the armor for the young master. "You haven't been on the ship many times, so it's normal that you don't know these things. I'll take off this armor for you first. It's useless. It's been more than 10 years since the pirates in the Bite Bay had the guts to fight against our sailing ships in White Harbor." Since the captain of the guard said so, Clay didn't insist. Under the protection of so many people, he didn't have to worry about his safety unless the ship sank. As for the ship really sinking, the iron armor would be the best helper to sink to the bottom. Entering the independent cabin arranged for him, Clay felt the new experience of the Old Man of White Harbor. After the initial strangeness faded, the boredom brought by the unchanged sea surface and the dizziness brought by the turbulence in the wind and waves came to Clay together. Although he had fainted once on the ship returning to Westeros, this time Clay still felt a little uncomfortable. The originally spacious cabin became so small in Clay's eyes that it almost suffocated him. The nausea rushed up his throat, and Clay pushed open the heavy cabin door and walked out, hoping that the whistling sea breeze could dispel some of his dizziness. Walking out of the cabin, the sea surface temperature in the evening in Bite Bay made Clay shudder. Seeing him appear, the smart guard took a cloak and put it on him. Nodding to the guard, Clay looked at the calm deck and asked, "Where is Captain Stone?" The guard, who was wearing a thin layer of clothes, but didn't feel cold at all because of his busy work, pointed to the wooden platform behind the stern. "Captain Stone is up there. Do you need me to take you there?" The guard looked at the shaky Master Clay and asked out of concern. He waved his hand. Although it was still a little uncomfortable, the strong physical fitness of the demon hunter would limit this discomfort, and Clay could still bear it. Stepping on the wooden stairs to the platform, the figures of the guard captain and Captain Stone appeared in his sight. The last ray of red sunlight was about to disappear on the sea surface west of the Bite Bay, leaving only the sound of waves. Hearing the footsteps, Captain Stone and the captain of the escort turned around. It seemed that the two were talking about something. Seeing that it was Clay coming up, the captain of the escort hurried over to greet him. "Master, why are you here?" He was a little seasick, and his body was prone to illness. If he fell ill on this ship with a lack of medical care and medicine, it would be a big trouble, the captain of the escort thought to himself. But his worry was completely unnecessary. The demon hunter's mutated body made Clay immune to most diseases, so he would not fall ill when the sea breeze blew. "It's okay. I came up to get some fresh air. The cabin is too stuffy." Clay didn't want to hear too many meaningless words of concern, so he changed the subject directly. "What were you talking about just now? Can I listen?" Although it was a request, on this ship, Clay was the real commander, the kind without any water. Moreover, with his status, no one on this ship could refuse his request. "Of course, sir." Captain Stone, who had a rather rough style, smiled and shared their topic with Clay. "We are talking about the ship under our feet, sir. Do you know anything about our White Harbor fleet?" Clay really could only say that he didn't know about this question. Since he returned to Westeros, he has been busy with various things, and actually didn't know much about the family's affairs. He only vaguely knew that there was a small fleet in White Harbor, but he didn't know exactly how many there were and what the configuration was. Seeing the young master shaking his head, Captain Stone could only patiently popularize the knowledge of the White Harbor fleet with his young master. "Master, our current fleet in White Harbor was actually built by the Earl himself, with a total of 10 sailing ships, 12 longships, and 2 rowing boats. How does our fleet rank in the entire Westeros? It's hard to say, but at least Lord Stannis' royal fleet can easily crush ours. They have 3 times as many warships as I do. Oh, and the Lannister and Tyrell families both have fleets that are no less powerful than ours." Clay nodded. This was basically consistent with his guess, but he realized that Captain Stone had omitted a very important point. "What about the Iron Islands?" Unexpectedly, Captain Stone shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "The few families I just mentioned are probably about the same as them, and those iron races can do nothing but build ships. I believe that if they are given some time, they can easily build 200 ships." Clay knew that the Iron Fleet was the best navy in Westeros, but he didn't expect there would be such a big gap. In naval battles, excluding all other factors, at this level of technology, naval battles are all about the number of warships. Moreover, the level of our sailors is not as high as that of the iron races on the Iron Fleet. There is nothing we can do about it. There is not much land in the place where they are staying. Many people live and eat on the ship for 1 or 2 months. There is really no way to do this. It's just like asking the Westeros people to compete with the Dothraki in horsemanship. It's pure bullying. The ambition that had just risen in Clay's heart to traverse the narrow sea was immediately extinguished, but he was not giving up and asked, "The Iron Fleet is so strong, so how was the Greyjoy rebellion suppressed by King Robert?" "Oh, that's another story. Master, you know Lord Stannis, the commander-in-chief of the Royal Fleet, right? He was the commander of the Battle of Ferry Island that almost wiped out the Iron Fleet. There is a saying that if Lord Stannis had not annihilated the Iron Fleet, King Robert's army would have been able to stand on the shore and do nothing, let alone destroy the walls of Pike." Speaking of the Battle of Ferry Island, Captain Stone suddenly became interested and excitedly told Clay about the war that year. In short, Duke Stannis sent out bait to lure the Iron Fleet to the narrow strip between Ferry Island and the mainland, and then used the terrain to command the Royal Fleet to block the exit from the north and south. After a melee, only a dozen ships of the Iron Fleet broke out of the encirclement and escaped, and the rest were sunk on Ferry Island by the iron-hearted Duke Stannis. After destroying the Iron Fleet, the Baratheon royal family gained control of the sea in Westeros in one fell swoop. In the subsequent wars, Robert could fight however he wanted, because he could land anywhere in the Iron Islands at any time. Captain Stone may not realize that the importance of sea power is highlighted in the war he described. Take the North as an example. The neck is indeed a natural barrier that is easy to attack, but that is for traditional land warfare. If it is a navy, there is no natural barrier at all. Is the neck difficult to walk? Can't I just go around it? How did Theon Greyjoy get into Winterfell? He didn't take the neck and go all the way north. He landed directly on the western coastline of the north, which was almost unguarded, and killed the city directly when it was at its weakest. If this is the case for inland cities, then my hometown White Harbor is directly on the sea. If a war breaks out, The Manderly family must leave enough garrison troops in this fifth largest city in Westeros. Without sea control, if we don't leave enough troops here, it will be equivalent to handing White Harbor over to the opponent. You know, most of the strength of the Manderly family is supported by the huge wealth of White Harbor. It seems that I will have to suggest that the old man spend money to build a stronger navy in the future. I am really a prodigal son. Just as Clay rode the old man of White Harbor sailing from the mouth of the White Knife River into the Bight Bay and sailed southward, the Guardian of the North, the current Prime Minister Eddard Stark, fell into a quagmire in King's Landing. Sitting on the wooden platform, Prime Minister Eddard looked at King Robert, who was shouting in the largest tent on the platform, but the expression on his face was so cold that it could freeze the air around him. This tournament held in his name actually cost nearly 100,000 gold dragons. Although this was not a huge expense for a huge country, the problem was that the treasury was out of money. Not only was there no money, the royal family's foreign debt had exceeded 2 million gold dragons, including the debt of the Iron Bank of Braavos and hundreds of thousands of gold dragons owed by Duke Tywin Lannister in the west. Even the cost of holding this tournament and the final bounty were borrowed from the king's father-in-law, Duke Tywin. When Eddard Stark heard the news, he wanted to stop the tournament immediately, but he had no choice. This was held for him by his former brother, the current king, and he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. In the field, two knights in heavy armor charged each other, and the two lances broke. This specially treated tournament lance was very easy to break and was relatively expensive. Watching the two servants standing by handing their masters two new spears, Prime Minister Eddard's heart was bleeding. Without money, how could he, as Prime Minister, manage the country? The daily expenses of the royal family, the maintenance of the royal fleet, etc., all require bright golden dragons. Where can he get this money? He has no intention of asking the old lion for money. Sometimes he admires the current Minister of Finance, Petter. He can maintain the royal finances for so many years without any mistakes despite such a large deficit. He is also a capable person, but Ned knew very well that Duke Tywin was not the king's son-in-law who supported him for free. The Iron Throne owed a large debt to Casterly Rock, and Tywin did not pursue it. But in exchange, a large number of Lannisters entered the Red Castle in these years. As the king, Robert still didn't care about these things after being reminded many times by the former Prime Minister Jon Arryn. When Eddard Stark arrived in King's Landing for a while, he found that the taste of lion in this Red Castle was much stronger than that of stag. He originally didn't want to participate in this game of stabbing with spears, which he thought was meaningless. Real martial arts were developed on the battlefield. What was the point of this game of playing house, except for attracting the screams of those gorgeous ladies? But his daughter was also in the stands of the tournament. Thinking of his sister Lyanna, Eddard Stark's impression of the tournament became worse, but this also made him put down his work and come to the scene. Robert told him that his Crown Prince Joffrey and Sansa were engaged. However, what you fear will come true. When Loras Tyrell presented a flower to his daughter Sansa, Eddard's breathing paused for a moment. His face was very ugly, but Eddard Stark thought about it and realized that this Knight of Flowers didn't seem to have any engagement, and the Tyrell family didn't have a close relationship with him. Staring at the young man in bright armor, Prime Minister Eddard, who had rich battlefield experience, could tell at a glance that the Tyrell kid was probably a guy with a bright appearance. Just now, I heard from the host that this kid's opponent in this round is the infamous Mountain. Ha, Tyrell, who is ignorant of the height of heaven and earth, let the Lannister hound give you a hard time. Thinking of this, Duke, Eddard, who was sitting in the corner, straightened his body slightly and focused his attention on the competition venue. The two sides were on both sides of the venue, with a distance of less than 200 meters in the middle. This was a fairly safe distance. No matter how good the horse was, it was impossible to charge at this distance. If the horse's speed was not fast enough, the impact force would not be strong enough. At least to some extent, it could protect these southern nobles who fell off their horses. Duke Eddard looked to the other side. Sir Clegane, who was sitting on the horse like a small mountain, had a huge body that produced a full sense of oppression. Compared with Loras Tyrell's somewhat thin body, Duke Eddard estimated that after a round of confrontation, this Knight of Flowers would be knocked off his horse. After the equipment was arranged and the attendants left, the war horses of both sides began to speed up, but this distance was not enough to speed up the horses, no matter how skilled the two were in horsemanship. The two sides approached each other quickly, But to Lord Eddard's surprise, it seemed that there was something wrong with the horse under the crotch of the mountain, and it did not listen to his command at all. The two sides approached each other suddenly, and Loras's spear was pushed forward by his skinny arm, and the horse under the crotch of the mountain was completely out of his control at this time. So, in the eyes of Lord Eddard, a ball of human flesh wrapped in steel directly smashed to the ground with his horse, causing exclamations from the audience. Lord Eddard frowned. He was actually happy to see the failure of the mountain. After all, he had no good feelings towards this Lannister vicious dog, leading the Lannister army to massacre the Targaryen family and killing Alia, the wife of Rhaegar Targaryen and the sister of Prince Oberyn. The evil deeds done by the mountain during the fall of King's Landing made Eddard Stark deeply disgusted. But behind him stood Lord Tywin, and Eddard had no choice but to let the mountain show off his power in King's Landing, even though he was now the Prime Minister. As the winner, Loras held up his fancy long sword and enjoyed the cheers of the women around him. But the next moment, the mountain climbed up from the ground and angrily pulled out the long sword from the hand of the servant standing beside him, roaring. The blade swung down and directly cut off the neck of the warhorse that made him lose the game. The dazzling red blood plasma gushed out from the broken artery, staining the land full of horse hoof prints, and the cheers of the audience seemed to be paused. Everyone stared at the loser, who suddenly got angry for no reason. Soon, the first female scream rang out from the audience, and then there was a chorus of screams. Eddard Stark didn't like this situation at all. If it wasn't for the sight of blood, why would he be afraid of blood? Since he came to King's Landing, this city has always surprised him in various things. For no reason, the words that Prime Minister Jaren kept repeating before his death rang in his mind, strong and tough. He couldn't guess what this sentence meant for the time being, but he knew very well that the words that a person kept repeating when he was about to die must be extremely important to this person. The strong smell of blood rushed into his nose, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. This is the first time that Little White Whale has written a book, or written so many words. There are some bugs or some points that you can't understand during the writing process. Please forgive me and be more patient. This may be because everyone's perspective is inconsistent. I constructed the story in my mind, so I think some parts are reasonable, but the masters don't know some key information, so they don't know what I'm talking about. There are also some minor bugs that conflict with each other. I have corrected most of them. This situation is related to my part-time writing. Sometimes my thoughts are not coherent. I write half a chapter, and then go to a meeting and continue writing. Of course, part of the reason is the writing experience. After all, this is Zhen first long novel. Don't worry about me not writing anymore. Since I said I would write 4K a day, I haven't missed a day. Hey, thank you all readers for your support. Here I will answer a few points that I think you guys might be concerned about. First, the protagonist mutated into a demon hunter, but still retained his fertility. The side effects of becoming a demon hunter were exempted by the system's magic. How could I let the protagonist become a demon hunter, right? Second, the assassin issue. I admit that I didn't explain this clearly in the article. I have my own understanding of whether to report him at the time. I will still use this character later. In addition to being connected to Littlefinger, his identity will also be useful later, so I let him survive. Third, the development of the protagonist. You should be able to imagine this. If the Wolf family is not weak, how will the protagonist develop as a vassal? You probably don't like the protagonist to swing a knife at the Wolf family, but for me, I have a certain degree of favorability towards the characters in the Wolf family, so I will arrange a better ending for them, and they won't be broken up and killed. Fourth, the protagonist's own family issues. I am also drunk on this. Some gentlemen actually let the protagonist be orthopedic. Ahem, not that bad. I will give Wilfred and Vera an ending that I think is good, and I won't give it away. You may have noticed that everything the protagonist is doing now is to prepare for the war. It is unrealistic to let the protagonist go to King's Landing to assassinate the king and mess up King's Landing. Until Ed was captured in King's Landing, I will not make major changes to the overall plot. The protagonist will just quietly lay out the plan according to his own development. But once the war starts, the protagonist will inevitably play a key role in it. The ending of the War of the Five Kings will not be the same as before. Finally, it is the arrangement of dragons and gods. The protagonist will not be dragged on without hatching. Don't worry, dragons, in addition to the bloodline problem, as long as they are used properly, are mushroom bombs in this world. If you want to reach the top, you must have them in addition to surviving to the end. The problem of gods is an extension of my own. After all, the original work is also called A Song of Ice and Fire. As for the problem of the three-eyed crow, it will definitely be solved later, and the protagonist cannot really be used as a gun by him. Finally, it is the problem of the heroine. This is very simple. What kind of woman the protagonist will have depends on his status. You all understand what I mean. That's about it. It's okay to post your thoughts or comment on the chapter. Remember to keep your tone a little calmer. After all, we are all human. The next 100,000 words will be before the book is put on the shelves. I will still make a summary and communicate with you. The bloody smell of King's Landing certainly cannot reach the peaceful Riverlands. Clay, who had just landed, stepped on a severely weathered boulder on the shore. Behind him, the White Harbor Guard was completing the assembly. The captain of the guard, who had already changed into a lighter but more defensive armor, walked on the half-sand and half-soil ground and came to his young master step by step. When he arrived in the Riverlands, he was already in the south. It was just such a short distance, but here he didn't feel the cold at all. On the contrary, sweat had begun to pour out of his back. It was much hotter here than in White Harbor. "Master, we can set off in about an hour." Although the population of the Riverlands is dense, there is no one to be seen on this rocky beach. Clay and his men brought enough food, but no matter what, it is best to find people as soon as possible. It was not the first time that the captain of the guard had taken this road, but after all, it was a year ago since the last time he set out from White Harbor to the Twins. The location of the dilapidated small dock has not changed, but the path leading inland in memory has indeed disappeared. The captain of the guard who got off the ship first led his men to search for a long time before finding traces of the passage in the dense weeds. It was strange that this dock did not look like it had not been maintained for a year. After all, many ships that departed from White Harbor and landed in the Riverlands almost all took this road. Did they maintain it themselves? The captain of the guard was not sure. After briefly reporting the situation to Clay, the captain of the guard stood aside and quietly waited for Clay's order. Before leaving, the old man specifically told him that Clay would need to issue orders first for anything along the way. As an experienced man, he could raise objections, but this must be done after Clay has made a decision. Captain Stone had already sailed away with the large sailing ship, the Old Man of White Harbor. According to the agreement, when Clay left the Twins, he would send a raven to White Harbor. After receiving the message, he would return to this place with his fleet. Looking at the slowly darkening sky above and the increasingly dense jungle in his vision, Clay made his own decision. Set up camp here, make a fire and cook, and arrange people to patrol at night. After all, this is not our place. After thinking about it, the captain of the guard originally thought that there was a small village not far from the forest. He wanted to spend the night there. After all, there would be a house to cover his head, but thinking of the road that was blocked by weeds, he was a little unsure whether the village was still there. In this case, there was no need for him to oppose the young master's decision. Moreover, even with Earl Wyman's authorization, he actually did not dare to really go against Clay. After the order was issued, 200 well-trained soldiers began to cut wood quickly. These people seemed to have anticipated this situation. When they came, they had prepared camping equipment for about 50 people. Clay, holding his sword, began to walk around them, occasionally chatting with some soldiers who stopped to rest. Although many of the conversations were dry and meaningless, it was obvious that the soldiers were more relaxed than before. When the sun disappeared below the horizon again, the soldiers had built a simple camp. The horses were protected by wooden fences, and there were a large number of sentries scattered around. Outside the camp, 2 10-man teams with rich hunting experience were sent out. They were fully armed and went directly into the forest. Their job was simple: to drive away nearby wild animals and ensure that the camp was not disturbed at night. Of course, if they were lucky enough to catch some game, these hunters would not mind having a richer dinner today. The next morning, under the guidance of the captain of the guard, Clay led 200 cavalrymen into the not-so-large forest. It's not quite accurate to call it a forest. The vegetation here is more like tall bushes. The captain of the guard had to find a suitable path to pass through, so as to prevent the subsequent war horses from being cut by the hard bushes. After spending most of the day passing through the woods, Clay saw the King's Road connecting the north and the south. Seeing this road meant that they were on the right track and could continue to move forward. 3 days later, Clay and his team finally ran into the patrol of the Fry family near the Green Fork River. The timid guy was so scared when he saw 200 fully armed cavalry suddenly appear in front of him, that his face turned pale and he drew his sword. If he hadn't recognized the dozen or so mermaid flags flying in the White Harbor army, he would have turned around and ran away at this time. "Hello, Frey family. We are the White Harbor army, escorting our master Clay to visit Lord Walder Frey at the Twins." The captain of the guard deliberately emphasized the word Lord, because there are several people named Walder Frey in the Frey family now, and the captain of the guard didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble because of these details. It was probably that the Frey family had told them that Clay was coming, and it seemed that the Frey family welcomed Clay's arrival very much, because the guard immediately changed his expression to an unusually respectful one. "My lord, I will take you to the Twins." He didn't know who Clay was, so he bowed to the crowd. He couldn't ask until Clay came out to reveal his identity. Nodding, Clay felt a little relieved when he finally reached his destination. The second half of this trip was no different from an expedition in the wilderness, and he only saw a few people on the King's Road. The Frey soldier led the way in front. Clay thought for a moment and called the captain of the guard who was riding not far away. "Go and talk to him and see if you can find out some information about the Frey family. In addition, I must know who he will take us to. The first step to the gate of the Twins must not be wrong." After pondering the young master's words for half a minute, the captain of the guard understood what the young master meant. He also knew that the Frey family had a complicated faction, but he was not a nobleman and would not consider issues from the perspective of a nobleman. In Clay's opinion, he must meet Lord Walder Frey directly on this trip into the city. As for the other Freys, he would make plans after he contacted the White Guard stationed here. If he rashly met these Freys, he might get involved in some unexpected situation. Clay thought it was troublesome and had no interest in it. Before leaving, the White Guard's rivermaster told him that he had sent all the people he could from the Riverlands to the Twins, and someone would contact him when he arrived at the Twins. Following the Frey soldiers all the way, Clay finally saw the Green Fork River, the bridge, and the countless Twin Tower flags flying on the fortress at the bridgehead. This is the Twins. The first time Clay saw it, he had only one thought in his mind. If he was leading the army, how would he capture it? Sure enough, as Clay expected, the sentinel who led them to the Twins belonged to a faction of the Frey family. According to the captain of the guard who rode back to Clay, if he didn't ask, Clay and his party would be taken directly to see Sir Aenys Frey. According to the intelligence information about the Frey family that Clay had read in White Harbor, this Aenys Frey was the third son of Walder Frey, the current lord of the Twins. The captain of the guard followed Clay's instructions and followed the sentinel. When they were completely in the field of vision of the Twins' sentry tower, a heavy horn sounded on both sides of the riverbank. The cavalry arrived. Although the city gate was not closed directly, Clay, who had excellent eyesight, still observed that the farmers and merchants who were busy entering the city rushed into the city gate like crazy, obviously very afraid of the sudden appearance of the cavalry. As the old patriarch of the Frey family, Lord Walder, who had firmly controlled the Frey family for decades, he knew about Clay's arrival at the first time. Lord Walder, who was holding the back of his great-granddaughter's hand and chattering, heard the flag of the Manderly family appear outside the city and immediately realized who the visitor was. He immediately let go of the female hand that he had just stroked carefully, stood up from the soft chair with great joy, and ordered the butler, "Our guests from White Harbor have arrived. Go and give them the best reception. The heir, Clay, is that his name? Ask him to come and see me." "Yes, sir." The butler saluted and was about to leave when he heard the Marquis stop him. "Remember, don't let my foolish sons or grandsons take the heir of White Harbor away first. Tell them to behave themselves." As a powerful noble in the Riverlands, the Frey family made their fortune by relying on this bridge over the Green Fork River. Whether it was merchants or farmers who wanted to cross the bridge, they had to pay a considerable toll, so the Frey family could become the second largest noble in the entire Riverlands. To put it bluntly, without this confidence, Walder Frey would not be able to be a late Frey, because if his family was weak, he would not have the power to choose at all. With personal experience, Lord Walder Frey knew too well how deep the foundation of the Manderly family, which owned a port city, was. This family was not known for its military power, but no one could underestimate them. As we all know, with golden dragons, there are soldiers. Even if the soldiers are not strong enough, can 3 fight 1? As long as there are golden dragons, the army is not a problem at all. Originally, Willis Manderly of White Harbor had no male heirs, So the Fry family had made plans and tried many times to ask for Willis's eldest daughter, Wilfred, to marry him. Lord Wyman certainly extinguished his desire to covet White Harbor. But when he heard that Clay had returned and that he had no marriage contract, his mind suddenly became active. Although it is certain that the daughter of the Fry family will marry into White Harbor, who says that women have no chance to get involved in White Harbor? Look at John Arryn's good wife, Lysa Tully, who is now holding the new guardian of the Vale, Robert Arryn. Doesn't her son hold the power of the Vale? Although this power does not seem to be stable at all, it is Lysa's own problem. Walder Frey believes that with the level of his family, he can do much better. So, Lord Walder Frey, who was asking for good news, flew to White Harbor without saying a word. Now, his efforts have finally paid off, and the mermaid flag has finally appeared in the twins. Of course, the butler understood the meaning of the head of the family and agreed to turn around and leave. At this time, Clay's army had arrived outside the War city. Because the twins itself is too small, the Frey family's own army is stationed outside the city, and Clay can't let all 200 cavalry enter the city. After some discussion, the captain of the guard took 50 people and followed Clay through the bridgehead of the twins. Just after entering the twins, not long after riding, the sentinel who was leading the way could not help but speak his mind directly. "My lord, I will take you to Lord Aenys first. He is the third son of Lord Walder Frey. It will be easy for him to take you to see Lord Marquis." Seeing that the sentinel was no longer pretending, Clay did not want to play along with him. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, a knight wearing light armor and with the double bridge emblem of the Frey family painted on his chest rode over. It can be seen that this guy is very confident in his riding skills. He rushed to the middle of the sentinel and Clay and was stopped by the White Harbor guard who had already touched the hilt of the sword. The knight saw that everyone in White Harbor looked unfriendly, and an ugly smile appeared on his ugly face. He introduced himself. "Who is Lord Clay? I am, and my grandfather is Sir Stevron Frey, the eldest son of Lord Marquis." Well, this is a great-grandson of Frey, and with this name, to be honest, Clay can't have a good impression of him. He looked carefully at the knight in front of him and found that he was not very old, probably about the same age as himself, but his ugly pimpled face and dark skin made him look much older. According to the intelligence, the grandfather of the man in front of him, Sir Stevron, was the legitimate first heir of Lord Walder Frey, so he came on behalf of the eldest son of the Frey family? After asking this question, Petter Frey whipped the sentinel with his whip. Knowing that his mission had failed, the sentinel did not dare to resist and left in disgrace amid Patter's ugly curses. After dealing with the sentinels, Pater didn't seem to notice the disgust and disdainful looks from the people in White Harbor and asked again, "Is Lord Clay here? I am Petter Frey, and my grandfather is Sir Stevron Frey, the eldest son of the Lord Marquis. I will take you to see my grandfather, and he will take you to see the Lord Marquis." Clay didn't understand. He was directly invited by Lord Walder Frey, so why did you all think that I had to go through you to see him? Who are you looking down on? But standing here and ignoring the people of the Frey eldest son faction was not the same thing. Clay's requirement for himself when he came to the twins this time was to please both sides and fool them as much as possible. After thinking for a while, Clay rode out of the crowd and answered Petter Frey's question calmly. "I am Clay Manderly, Petter of the Frey family. Hello." He didn't say that he agreed to meet Stevron Frey, and still stood still. He actually didn't want to meet this Stevron, even though he was the first in line to the throne of Lord Walder Frey. While he was hesitating, an elderly voice broke the deadlock. "Petter, move aside. The Lord Marquis wants to invite Lord Clay to the tower directly. You should go back." Seeing Petter Frey's suddenly ugly face, Clay thought to himself that he had seen and heard 3 or 4 Freys in just a short while. The concentration of Freys in this city was really high. I posted the typos first and corrected them later. Please read, recommend, and vote. Please support the author. The Twins is not big. It is not even quite accurate to say that it is a city, because its core building is actually the bridge. The so-called Twins is a bridge plus 2 huge bridgeheads at the head and tail of the bridge. Clay and his party entered the city from the bridgehead on the east side of the Green Fork River. Now they are not far from the entrance to the city. After taking a look at this person, it was obvious that he had a higher status in the Frey family than his great-grandson Peter Frey. Clay had no idea who he was. Peter Frey left with a grim look on his face. He couldn't afford to offend this old butler who had served the Marquis for decades. In the entire Frey family, with a few exceptions, no one was not afraid of this seemingly mediocre old man. If you offend him, You will be in big trouble as long as the old man whispers in the Marquis's ear. The Marquis, who is already 90 years old, is often extremely arbitrary in his judgments on trivial family matters. The soldiers left, the knights left, and the stranger in front of Clay had no intention of introducing himself. He turned around and led the way. Seeing that Clay and others did not move, he could only stop and add, "I am the steward of the Marquis. No one in this city should dare to impersonate me. The Marquis invites all guests to the main castle. He has prepared salt and bread for you. This is the very famous guest right in Westeros. The guests enjoy the salt and bread of the host. During the subsequent stay, both parties cannot harm each other. Violators will violate the sacred law, which is unacceptable to the new and old gods. The nobles of Westeros really believe in this. Despite the countless bloody battles on battlefields and cruel conspiracies in the palace throughout history, very few people trample on this law, which actually has no binding force. Even so, Clay, knowing what kind of people the Freys were, didn't believe they would abide by any sacred guest rights. To some extent, as he possesses magical powers, he is closer to the gods than others. He does not believe in any nonsense that is unacceptable to the new and old gods. The Red Wedding took place, and the Frey family trampled on the rights of the guests, but in reality, nothing happened. Walder Frey's son became the master of Riverrun, and the family's territory expanded rapidly. The assassin Wushuang, who was later targeted by the Brotherhood Without Banners and Arya Stark, it had nothing to do with the new and old gods. It was purely because their security work was not done well. After eating a small piece of salty bread, Clay, standing in the hall of the main castle of the twins, performed the ceremony of guest rites. Opposite him, at a slightly higher place, there was a huge black oak chair. A thin old man in gray clothes huddled there, staring at Clay with a pair of tiny eyes. There is no doubt that this person is the Lord of the Twins, Marquis Walder Frey, who is now 90 years old. Although he was extremely reluctant, Clay had to salute first due to his age and status. The Manderly family sends greetings. The respected Lord of the Twins, Clay Manderly, thanks you for your gift. There is nothing beautiful about the smile of an old man with loose skin, no hair and no teeth, especially when he is particularly ugly. Lord Walder Frey was very satisfied with Clay's attitude. The young heir was at least much more polite than his grandfather, the old eel. A hoarse voice came out from the old vocal cords, and Lord Frey said, "Welcome, Clay Manderly. I believe you will be satisfied with the hospitality of the twins, and the Frey family will guarantee your safety. If I trust you, I might as well jump in the green fork and drown." Clay thought to himself, but he still smiled on the surface. He touched his chest and saluted Lord Frey, which was regarded as a conclusion to the ceremony of guest rites. Clay left the hall under the guidance of the butler. It was still some time before evening, and the formal meeting would actually be at the evening banquet. The main members of the Frey family would be present, including the wives that the Frey family had prepared for Clay Manderly. For some reason, although White Harbor is on the seaside and the twins are on the river, the rooms here are much more humid than those in White Harbor. As soon as he entered the house, Clay's sensitive sense of smell told him that there was definitely mold somewhere in this house. Clay, who had a living experience of -1, frowned and opened all the windows in the room, although it was useless because through the windows he could see the Green Fork River flowing south. The 50 guards he brought were arranged in another building, where the guards of the Frey family lived, but at the strong request of the captain of the guard, the 10 guards and the captain of the guard still lived in the room near Clay. After the old butler sent Clay into the room, he stood at the stairs on this floor like a dead tree that refused to fall. At first, Clay didn't understand what was going on, but after seeing wave after wave of people trying to step onto this level, Clay understood what was going on. It turned out that Marquis Walder Frey was sending a door god to him. It must be said that Lord Frey's behavior was very much in line with Clay's wishes. He didn't want to be disturbed at all, at least not now. The captain of the guard insisted on checking Clay's room, and Clay agreed. This loyal captain of the guard didn't know that with his training in basic wolf-style swordsmanship, 5 kinds of seals, and a strong physique that made him immune to most poisons, most people really couldn't kill Clay. Besides, Clay didn't do anything bad to violate the engagement, so why would the Freys want to kill him? Clay was going to die here, and he absolutely believed that his old man would declare war directly on the twins. He had just arrived, so he had better keep a low profile. He was waiting for an opportunity to contact the White Guard lurking here. The conclusions of these intelligence persons were more realistic than those of others who were blindly analyzing the complicated relationships among the Frey family members. although Clay knew very well that he could only believe half of them at most. The sun was setting and turning red, but Clay didn't feel the slightest bit of cold here. There was a knock on the door. Clay, who was alone, heard the butler's old voice. "Lord Clay, the dinner is ready. The Marquis invites you to the main castle hall for the banquet. Please follow me." Nodding slightly, Clay straightened his luxurious clothes that he had already changed into. This kind of image work is really useless when it is not used, but sometimes it can play a big role. After walking through the narrow and dark corridor for about 10 minutes, Clay arrived at the main castle hall where he had been in the afternoon. Through the half-open heavy oak door, Clay heard a boiling sound of voices. It was not the sound of one or two people shouting loudly, but the buzz of a group of people talking in low voices. It seems that what Lord Frey said was right. Most of the members of the Frey family are indeed here, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people. Taking a deep breath, Clay pushed open the door that seemed to separate two worlds. Typos will be posted first and corrected later. I hope all readers will support the author. Clay's arrival immediately made the noisy hall quiet for a few seconds, but soon a man who looked equally old raised his glass and laughed. "Welcome our guest, Clay Manderly." His words received a lot of response from the Frey family. Many people raised their wine glasses or slapped their hands on the dark-colored long table in response, making a bang-bang sound. Lord Walder Frey stretched out his hand, which was as dry as tree bark, and pointed at the seat in front of him, motioning Clay to go to the main table where he was. Today, Clay was the protagonist here. Clay didn't hesitate at all. He strode over and sat directly in the chair prepared for him. Lord Frey looked at him and said in a serious tone, "It seems that the old eel in White Harbor has a good heir, unlike me, who only has a bunch of stupid sons and grandsons." Clay frowned slightly. If it were someone else, he might not agree to call his old man like that. But as for the 90-year-old man in front of him, who was not even as old as himself and the old man combined, he could only curse him in his heart. Without responding to this, Clay sat there quietly, waiting for Lord Frey's next words. Previous intelligence showed that Lord Frey was a man with a strong sense of family. Sure enough, Lord Frey didn't care at all that Clay ignored him, and began to introduce his family members to Clay with a little excitement. He pointed at the man who welcomed Clay when he entered the room and said, "Stephen Frey, my eldest son and heir, is older than your grandfather. It's because he has a father like me." After saying this, Marquis Frey seemed very happy. It was not known whether it was because of his heir or his own longevity. In any case, he took a big gulp of red wine while laughing, like a night owl. "The boy Petter who stopped you on the road today is his grandson." Although he said it with a smile, Clay could clearly see from the light tone that Sir Stivlin's expression became unnatural. The old Marquis expressed his absolute control over the information of the twins in one sentence, and also warned his son that the huge Frey family was actually very complicated internally. Clay nodded to Sir Stephen Lunn. There was no need for him to be stingy with such courtesy. Lord Walder Frey let his eldest son go and pointed to a tall bald man on the other side of the long table. "This is my third son, Aenys. As for my second son, that boy is being strictly controlled by his wife, a golden-haired Lannister lioness. He hasn't appeared here for a long time." Clay knew this situation. Steward Rivers had reminded him in the report he submitted that Lord Frey's second son, Aemon, had strong Lannister tendencies. The reason for all this is that he has a pet Lannister woman, and this woman has a strong background because her brother is Tywin Lannister. In the report, the steward of the Rivers strongly recommended not to contact Aemon Frey and his children, who remained in the twins, which would do Clay no good at all, and Clay agreed with him. The banquet continued, and then Lord Frey introduced the remaining sons of his who came to attend the banquet. As for his grandsons, the 90-year-old man was not interested. Clay nodded to each of his sons, whose ages spanned over 50, although it was hard to describe their appearance. Maybe it's a genetic problem. Men in the Frey family generally have a weasel-like face. After the introduction, Lord Frey knocked on his glass, announcing the official start of the banquet. The hall suddenly became noisy, because most of the invited people actually had nothing to do with the theme of the banquet. They were not here for Clay at all, but purely to respond to the call of Marquis Frey. But there were a few exceptions. The long tables were pulled apart, leaving a large open space in the middle, which would be the venue for dancing. This is how noble banquets in Westeros are held. Seeing that Clay had no intention of leaving first, Lord Walder Frey winked at the butler next to him. Then, a group of men and women from the Frey family began to step onto the dance floor, finally alleviating the slightly awkward atmosphere. Clay could dance, but it was just the training he remembered having done as a child. He was not actually very proficient in it. At first, he was a little worried that his level would bring shame to White Harbor, but after seeing the dancing of the Frey family, he realized that his idea was totally unnecessary. It can't be said to be eye-catching. To put it simply, it's just pairs of men and women hugging each other and jumping around. Many people's hands are not very honest, always wanting to touch something. At least that's the case for the vast majority of them. Although he knew very well that he had to dance today, Clay just sat in his chair, forced a smile on his face, sipped his wine, and cheered from time to time. During this process, Clay noticed that there were at least 5 or 6 pairs of eyes staring at him. Clay looked straight ahead and glanced over vaguely as he turned around. Female, 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 and still female. From his intuitive feeling, the ages ranged from 12 or 13 to nearly 30 years old. Clay understood that this was the woman that the Frey family had prepared for him. The quiet, handsome man did not do that for long. A Frey woman who had just been looking at him adjusted her skirt and walked towards Clay. The voice of Sir Stevlin also timely entered Clay's ears. "Lord Clay, this is my granddaughter, Walda, about the same age as you." Of course, Clay understood what this meant. When Clay heard that she was about the same age and was Stevlan's granddaughter, he immediately matched it with the intelligence. This was the first Walda Frey mentioned in the report. Clay could feel that there were many overt and covert gazes on him and Walda Frey in the audience. Although he didn't like it, Clay didn't care because he really didn't care. Walda Frey, nicknamed Walda the Beauty, had a voice that was very suitable for her age, very young and crisp. But to be honest, Clay didn't think her appearance was worthy of her title. At most, it was just passing. "Lord Clay, may I ask you to dance with me?" Walda Frey did not show any stage fright and asked directly. At least in the twins, this was a request that Clay could not refuse for the time being. Nodding, Clay put down the wine glass with the double bridge pattern engraved on it and stood up. Under Stevlin's slightly satisfied gaze, Clay took the hand extended by Walda Frey. Typos will be posted first and corrected later. I hope readers will support the author. With his nose full of the strong smell of perfume, Clay walked with a stiff step, responding to Walda Frey's questions, which were obviously prepared in a disjointed manner. As a man, of course, he likes compliments from women, but when he realizes that these words are fully prepared, the sense of accomplishment brought by this gene dissipates faster than a wisp of smoke. Walda Frey's clothes were also very particular. To put it bluntly, they were very tight-fitting, as if she wanted to show off her fairly large bust. While the two of them were dancing, Clay felt 1 or 2 soft lumps touching his body more than once. Clay dodged gently without blushing at all, just pretending nothing happened. It was particularly important to keep an eye on his little brother at this time. After all, he knew exactly how deceitful the Frey family was and what their intentions were with him. What's interesting is that when he was spinning around with his arms around Walda Frey's waist, Clay noticed a dark figure leaning against a thick stone pillar in the hall. Clay always felt that this guy was looking at him unkindly. How should I put it? Like a love rival? I knew there would be such gossip. Clay complained in his mind that Walda Frey's family was extremely large, and it was normal for the men and women below to lose control of their pants. When the song ended, Clay let go of Walda Frey's hand without any reluctance, smiled at her politely, blocked her somewhat resentful gaze with his back, and turned back to his seat. Clay did not touch the cup that was previously placed on the table, but asked a passing waiter to get a new cup. Although as a demon hunter, he was not afraid of these common poisons, if there were any, but to be on the safe side, he still changed the cup. He knew that his actions would definitely be seen by Lord Walda Frey on the podium, but so what? There is no point in expecting to drink without thinking when you arrive here and are unfamiliar with the place, except that people will think you are a fool. Clay clinked his glass with that handed to him by Sir Stevron and heard the other party's question. "Lord Clay, my granddaughter is pretty good, isn't she?" "To be honest, I'm the most beautiful one on both sides of the Green Fork." The words were very explicit, and Clay could only smile and agree with them. He looked at Walda Frey, who had returned to her seat and was chattering with a group of Frey women, and sighed in his heart. I guess she didn't know who I was a month ago, but now she is approaching me with the will of her family and even seducing me. How much sincerity can there be in this? I'm afraid no one knows this except herself. Fate is really unpredictable. As the party drew to a close, Clay counted the 2 granddaughters of Sir Stevron and the granddaughter of Geoff Frey that he had danced with, and the 13-year-old granddaughter of Aenys Frey. with whom he had talked about his experiences in Essos. Oh yes, there is also Simon Frey's daughter Essie Frey. This girl is older than the Freys mentioned above, but she is 1 or 2 years younger than Walda Frey. In short, after the party, which was full of Frey girls, was finally over, even with the strong nerves of a demon hunter, Clay felt a deep fatigue, as if his body was hollowed out. Both the host and the guests were happy, at least on the surface. When Marquis Walder Frey had to leave early because of his old age, the banquet became more lively. Crude shouting and occasional screams of women were heard everywhere. It was simply a riot of demons. Clay found an opportunity and pretended to be drunk so that the captain of the White Harbor Guard, who finally showed up to save him, could help him back to the room. "Master, are you okay?" After confirming that there was no one outside, the captain of the guard asked 2 people to guard outside, and he closed the door from inside. Then he looked at Master Clay, who had suddenly woken up, and asked puzzledly, "Do you think your young master can be drunk so easily by these Freys?" Clay glared at the captain of the guard and said unhappily, "Even the dumbest person would have realized that their young master was pretending to be drunk." The captain of the guard rolled his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Clay noticed that the guy's eyes were a little strange, looking back and forth at him. After holding back for a long time, the captain of the guard said carefully, "Master, we will not help you guard the door at night. If you have anything, just shout us." After leaving this inexplicable sentence, the captain of the guard left quickly with an expression that all men understand and is unfathomable. "What the hell? Wait, what are you imagining?" Clay was extremely speechless. He didn't worry that these people would really ignore his safety, but he really didn't react to what the expression "just now" meant. Time passed quickly, and the moon outside the window had moved a long distance in the night sky. At night, the hustle and bustle of the twins gradually disappeared. Clay knew that the banquet should be completely over. He planned to stay here for a week, and then find a reason for his old man to summon him back with a raven. In fact, how to go back is not important, because this invitation is not in the name of a marriage contract at all. With White Harbor behind him, Clay didn't think that these Freys would sign any contract against him and give him a Frey woman, unless... Thinking of this, Clay seemed to understand something. He understood a little bit the meaning behind the captain of the guard's so-called silver smile. At this moment in the darkness, he heard the sound of the door being gently opened, and the lock was opened. "Who is this?" Clay's heart tightened, and his hand had already touched the long sword that was specially placed on the bed. This sword has always been unsheathed, which will save Clay the time to draw the sword if he encounters real danger. But then he smelled a stronger and stronger perfume, which was slightly familiar. He recognized this smell because he had just smelled it a few hours ago. Walda Frey, my God, why is she here? The next second, Clay, with his eyes open, saw Walda Frey, who had already changed her clothes, tiptoeing into the house in the bright moonlight. Probably because she didn't expect Clay to not sleep at all. When she saw Clay's eyes, Walda Frey was obviously startled, and the expression on her face changed repeatedly. "Miss Walda Frey, it's so late. You?" Clay was also embarrassed and decided to speak first to break the silence, but before he could finish his words, he saw Walda Frey's hand on her shoulder strap. At this point, Clay would be a fool if he didn't understand what she was doing. This was to make the matter a done deal, wasn't it? Was it necessary? It seemed that he could hear Walda Frey's gradually becoming heavier breathing, and Clay jumped up from his lying position. "Damn, this can't be allowed." Clay sighed in his heart. The typos were posted first and corrected later. I beg all readers to support the author. Although it was delivered to his door, Clay had no interest in having anything to do with this decent-looking Walda Frey. If he really got involved, he would probably be in trouble. "My lord, I will." Just after the passionate words were said, Clay's palm appeared in Walda Frey's vision, and an inverted triangle of light green runes flashed by. "Fortunately, I have the Axis seal." Clay said to himself that he had no time to react to such a sudden incident, thanks to his Witcher seal. Clay breathed a sigh of relief after temporarily controlling Walda Frey, whose clothes were disheveled and some parts were already dangling in the air. In order to concentrate, Clay ordered her to put on her clothes and stand at the door. Now, the most difficult problem is to figure out whether she acted alone or was instructed by someone. If it was a personal act, Clay could just take advantage of the situation and tell Walda Frey that nothing had happened. But if it was instructed by someone, then this matter would be difficult to handle, which means that Walda Frey's whereabouts were monitored by someone, and the longer she stayed here, the more trouble Clay would have. Thinking of this, Clay couldn't help but be annoyed at himself for not stopping the captain of the guard from leaving. It was still his fault that he was too pure, figured it out too late, and overestimated the bottom line of these fries. It was useless to think about it now. Clay made a decision quickly about the situation in front of him. He asked, "What a fray? Did someone instruct you to come to me tonight?" The woman, with completely lost her spirit in her pupils, turned her back to him and answered in a mechanical voice, "Yes, sir. My father Wharton asked me to climb into your bed and he will come tomorrow morning." "Stop. You don't have to say it." Clay was speechless. What kind of otherworldly version of a honey trap was this? He really encountered it. It was really unlucky. "You came to see me. Besides your father, who else knew? And my grandfather Stevelin, but he rejected my father's method. Fortunately, not many people knew about it, and the other party didn't come until the next morning, which gave him time to think of a countermeasure. However, why are these people so crazy? They are so anxious to send their daughter to me. Aren't they afraid that I will be ruthless and deny it later?" Clay found that he had completely underestimated the Frey family's desire to give his White Harbor heir a legitimate wife with the Frey surname. This is really outrageous. The room fell into silence. Although it was a single man and a single woman, there was no ambiguous atmosphere at all. After a moment of silence, Clay said, "What a fray. You did come to find Clay Manderly tonight, but you remembered the location of Clay Manderly's room incorrectly and did not find him. Now, leave and go back to your room to sleep. In any case, this woman must leave me as soon as possible, otherwise if something unexpected happens, I can't explain it." "Yes, my lord." Still giving a mechanical and stiff answer, Walder Frey slowly walked out the door. Clay watched him walk down the stairs and disappear in the distance, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he immediately returned and walked directly to the place not far from his room, where the captain of the guard lived. Clay had just arrived at the door, and before he raised his hand to knock, the heavy oak door creaked open. With the flickering candlelight in the corridor, Clay saw the strange face behind the door. "Come here. Let's talk in my room," Clay said coldly. If this guy hadn't misinterpreted his meaning and made trouble for him, there wouldn't have been such a shocking thing at night. "Master, I was almost pounced on by the evil woman of the Fry family, you know." Seeing the young master's bad face, the captain of the guard also realized that he might have done something bad. 10 minutes ago, he saw Walder Frey coming to his young master through the crack in the door and commented on the former's plump body. He was a little envious of Clay. As for whether there would be any trouble, he didn't realize it at all. In his subconscious, this kind of thing that came to the door, it would be over if he didn't admit it after the matter was done. Anyway, he would definitely do so if it were him. As a result, Walder Frey left Clay's room with stiff steps. He had just despised the young master's fighting ability in his heart, but he didn't expect the young master to come to him with a gloomy face. "Did you know that this would happen?" The captain of the guard was stunned by this. He couldn't figure out what the young master meant, so he could only answer honestly. "Young master, I thought you were not drunk, and you were just waiting for this kind of thing. Miss Walda's behavior is very common among noble gentlemen." "You." Clay was speechless again. What could he say? Was he too pure, or was the captain of the guard thinking too much? After holding it in for a long time, Clay gave up continuing to ask this question. He directly ordered the captain of the guard, "From now on, if you have any ideas, tell them clearly. Don't do things like you understand and I understand. Bring your people. I don't want anyone to come in the second half of the night." The captain of the guard left in a daze. He looked at the tidy room and instantly realized that nothing had happened just now. Then he realized that he had misunderstood the young master's meaning. He thought the young master understood, but in fact the young master knew nothing. He might have just been caught off guard by Walder Frey. Thinking of this, cold sweat instantly wet his back. He gathered all the guards who were given a day off tonight and turned a deaf ear to their complaints. The captain of the guards stared at him and did not miss any corner of the floor. The young master did not pursue him this time, but it did not mean that he would be so lucky next time. Clay's decision on Walder Frey was not actually made on a whim. Although his axis sign was not high enough to affect memory for a long time, it was enough to confuse the brain of Walder Frey. When Walda returned to her residence, she did not realize that she was actually hypnotized. On the one hand, Clay told her that she was lost, and on the other hand, she had the memory of going to Clay's residence. No matter how confused this memory was, at least she could understand that her mission must have failed, and that was enough. It didn't happen except for his father, Walder Frey. There was no one else who could prove that she went to Clay's room, so the statement that she went to Clay's bed was simply untenable. The key point is that tomorrow morning, Her father, Walton Frey, will come to find her, but he will find that there is no daughter in her bed at all. This automatically clears Clay. No matter what Walder Frey says later, it doesn't matter anymore. It's really troublesome. Clay held his forehead and looked at the flickering candlelight. He couldn't sleep anymore. Through this incident, he found that he was much more principled than these old nobles in Westeros. This is not something to be praised. In this world full of conspiracy and betrayal, only by keeping a low limit can you live more comfortably. If you insist on your own justice, you will eventually be swallowed by your own justice. The typos will be corrected later. Please read it again. Don't dare to support the book, my family members. As a pink and tender new author, it will take my life for my family members to support the book. Please support the pitiful author. The next morning, when the impatient Walton Frey and his men broke into the Manderly family residence and were stopped outside by the captain of the guard, the two sides were on the verge of a fight. A Frey guard with a strange look rode over and brought a piece of news that stunned Walton Frey. His daughter, Walda Frey, was not in the Manderly family residence at this time, but stayed in her room honestly, which was where she belonged. Axel's magic made her fail to complete the task assigned to her by her father, and also disrupted her memory. Walton Frey left in a hurry in a rage. As for how he would live with Walda Frey, who was confused in the mind, it was none of Clay's business. The magic on his fingertips flickered, and the icy power caused by the alder sign extinguished the candle. Clay stood on the high platform and watched the Freys leave coldly. This is not the case when the Northern Army led by Robb was stuck at the Twins. In order to cross the river as quickly as possible and seize the opportunity, they were forced to accept the marriage proposal of the Frey family. Now Clay has no such concerns. He can marry whoever he wants, or not marry anyone. At least on the surface, no one has a reason to force him. This is also the reason why he dared to come to the Twins so quickly. After breakfast, Clay left the station with his guards. Yesterday's social activities were over. After that, he wanted to do what he wanted to do, such as carefully observing the fortress on the Green Fork River. The Frey family has been here for 600 years. From the time they built this fortress until now, no one has ever directly attacked this fortress. It's not that this fortress has any magic. In fact, it is an ordinary brick and stone mixed fortress. The wall is not very tall. At least in Clay's eyes, the wall of the Twins is far inferior to the giant barrier of White Harbor. But the problem is that this fortress has an excellent advantage, which is the Green Fork River that never dries up, which runs through its belly. The existence of this river means that the enemy who wants to capture it will never be able to completely surround it, or even half of it, because only one side of the east and west fortresses faces the shore. What's more disgusting is that since the bridgehead is not very large, the battlefield for siege is actually very small. Even if the opponent of the Twins has a far greater military advantage than it, when it really comes to fighting, only a small number of people can be sent out each time to attack, which becomes a tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Before Aegon's conquest, the Twins, far away from the battlefield of the river, had never encountered a decent opponent. The high tolls allowed it to have enough ability to recruit 3,000 troops. Therefore, this small Twins and its owner, the Frey family, gradually became stronger and became a stubborn stone on the Green Fork River that could not be washed away, no matter how hard it was rushed. Now, no one in the entire North has thought about what they should do when this bridge really blocks them. Knowing that war is bound to break out and that they must prepare early, Clay personally came to this fortress to find its weakness. Clay and his men were at the castle on the east bank of the Green Fork River. The main fortress of the Frey family was also built here, so Clay decided to start from the east gate. Clay didn't know much about military affairs, but that didn't mean that everyone didn't. On the way here, during a casual chat, Clay had learned from the captain of the guard, a veteran who had participated in the War of the Usurper, the general method of how to break through a fortress. The Frey family had always sent people to guard the entrance of the Manderly family, residence where Clay was. When he saw Clay coming out, this little man, whose name Clay couldn't remember, immediately came forward and asked with a smile on his face, "Lord Clay, where are you going?" Looking at this little character whose name Clay was not interested in knowing, Clay replied indifferently, "Let's go to the city wall. You don't have to follow us. I believe that under this sunshine, I just need to stay here. There is nothing that Lord Marcus doesn't know, right?" Patting the embarrassed member of the Frey family, Clay led his guards to the city gate. The small fortress was actually very lively. Various vendors placed their goods on both sides of the road, shouting loudly, selling some strange things that even Clay could not recognize. Occasionally, soldiers wearing clothes engraved with the emblem of the Fry Twin Towers did not make things difficult for these vendors who occupied the road. It was not because they were kind, but the city tax at the city gate had already made these guys' mouths full of oil, and they looked down on these poor people who had little oil. Pretending to ask the guards to buy some things from the stalls nearby, Clay came to the city gate and stood aside, looking over the crowd and carefully looking at the east gate of the twins. This was a black steel gate, and each of the thick steel bars was wider than Clay's calf. Outside the steel bars, there was a black oak door. Clay noticed this door when he entered the city, but it was not that thick, and it seemed that it could not provide much defense. But if in a war, the attacking party must completely destroy this wooden door before they can attack the fine steel gate behind it. After looking at it for a long time, Clay came to the conclusion that there are two solutions to this gate. The first is to prevent it from being lowered, or to have someone pull it up during the siege. This is actually a problem, that is how to arrange the person who controls the gate to this position at the beginning of the war. Clay thought of his white sea guards. Perhaps this is the direction of their next stage of work. It just so happens that Clay also wants to find the white sea guards here to learn some information. The second idea is not to solve the gate itself, but to directly cross it. As long as the army can surround the city for a long enough time, Clay can find enough craftsmen to climb over this gate from underground. White Harbor has such craftsmen, but this method takes time. If the military situation is urgent, this method can only be put aside as a backup. If I had a few mammoths, it would be great. With that thing, I can just pull it open. Why is there so much trouble? Clay muttered to himself. After picking out some things they liked, each of the guards of the rich man in White Harbor carried their own things and returned to Clay one after another. When the last person came back, Clay nodded, commented on their shopping vision, and took them to the city wall. In the past, when patrolling the top of the city wall of White Harbor, Clay saw busy sailors and bustling citizens in front of him besides the endless ocean. But when he climbed the city wall here, for some reason, Clay always felt a sense of decay and discomfort, not only because of the fluttering twin tower flags on the top of the city wall, but also because of the moss crawling in the cracks of the bricks. The water vapor brought by the Green Fork River has completely eroded the castle, making it wet all over. On the city wall, Clay unexpectedly found a person, the third son of Lord Walder Frey, Sir Aenys Frey, whom he had met at the banquet yesterday. When his eyes met with Aenys Frey's, Clay knew that the other party was waiting for him here on purpose. It seems that there are quite a few Freys in the twins who care about him very much, Clay thought. While he was alert in his heart with a warm smile on his face, he gestured to his captain of the guard to stop and walked over. Although he didn't want to get involved in the Frey family's mess, he couldn't leave given the current situation, because the two men had already met, and Clay couldn't let anyone say that Clay Manderly from White Harbor turned around and left after seeing someone from the Frey family. This has nothing to do with his personal sense of honor. It's just that most people in the North, and some people in the South, buy into this. Something was originally fine, but due to rumors it became a problem, and this was not what Clay wanted to see. He was not too far away from the guards. It was a very subtle distance. It could not be said that he was plotting something with Sir Aenys Frey, but it could ensure that the guards could not hear their conversation clearly. Clay did not go directly to the position where Aenys Frey himself was. Instead, he pointed to the battlement on the city wall and walked over first. Although Sir Aenys Frey is basically 3 times older than the Clays, Westeros is obviously not a place with a tradition of respecting the elderly and loving the young. This was a conversation between the Manderly family and the Frey family, and nobles did not talk about such things. He leaned against the damp bricks. Outside was the lush forest that had been there when Clay arrived. Sir Aenys Frey followed him and also leaned against a nearby battlement. The two men were silent and looking at each other. Clay was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what the third Frey, who was waiting for him, wanted to say to him. "Lord Clay, what do you think of our Frey family?" After being silent for about 3 or 4 minutes, Aenys Frey realized that the boy in front of him was a man who could keep his composure, and he would never speak first. In desperation, he could only ask this question that had no standard answer to break the deadlock. "My opinion is not important. The only thing you care about is Lord Walder Frey's attitude towards you, or rather his attitude towards the entire Frey family." After these few days, Clay could feel that Lord Walder Frey had an extraordinary control over the entire Frey family. Every family member was afraid of him, while at the same time carefully trying to please him. The lively banquet would become quiet in an instant with the old man's cough, even if it was just the Marquis himself who choked on the wine. The Marquis himself could humiliate any family member at will, even if some of them had been called grandfather or something else by their descendants. Clay's answer was very unexpected. Sir Aenys Frey did not expect Clay to give any meaningful answer. He did not expect that the answer from this seemingly good-looking Manderly boy would go straight to his heart. Nodding slowly, Sir Aenys Frey, who was already in his 50s, had already understood that he could no longer judge the rather young Manderly by his age. "You're right, my father has been sitting in that black chair for decades, from the time I was born until the birth of my grandson Genos. Now little Genos is 7 years old, and my father is still sitting firmly in that chair. Oh, my brother Stivalon and his cubs are so pitiful. They have been waiting for decades." When saying these words, Sir Aenys sighed deeply with regret, as if he felt deeply unfair for his brother Sir Stivalon's extraordinarily long wait. Clay's face also showed a rather regretful expression. In fact, his inner vigilance had been raised to the highest level, because even a fool could understand the meaning of Aenys Frey's words. It was not that he felt that his brother was aggrieved, but it was obviously himself. More importantly, it would not be surprising for Clay to say these words to any Frey, but why did he say these words to himself, an outsider from White Harbor? What did he want to do? "We've only met once, so we're not familiar with each other at all, right? Aren't you afraid that I will turn around and tell your father, Lord Walder Frey, about this?" Clay kept smiling, and he felt that his smile was about to be distorted, but after saying those irrelevant words, Sir Aenys Frey seemed to have forgotten what he had just said, and asked a new question. "Lord Clay, I heard that your grandfather, Lord Wyman, seems to have 2 granddaughters whose reputations are known throughout the North. Oh, that is, your 2 sisters." Clay thought of his sister Wilfred. If we only look at her appearance, Wilfred is definitely worthy of the so-called reputation that Aenys Frey said was spread throughout the North. As for his sister Vera, thinking of the little round face who had not grown up, Clay knew that this must be nonsense. Why did he mention Wilfred and Vera? Clay already had a vague sense of what Sir Aenys Frey was going to say. Sure enough, just as Clay had expected, the bald old Frey with a wisp of gray mustache said what he had expected. "Lord Clay, I heard that the 2 young ladies of the Manderly family are not engaged. How can this be possible? If my grandson, Robert Frey, named after King Robert, is fortunate enough to be engaged to one of the 2 ladies, then I believe that the Frey family will be your eternal friend. Of course, this requires the help of you and the entire Manderly family." By now, Clay had completely understood why this Aenys Frey had said such a long and confusing speech to him. This guy was obviously also a guy who was well versed in the art of making empty promises. He first told himself that the Frey family was unstable internally, and that he and his brother Stavland did not want the Marquis to live too long. Under this premise, Aenys began to paint a rosy picture for himself. He used the engagement between his eldest grandson and Vera, or Wilfred, as a bargaining chip, and told himself that as long as the engagement was completed and the Manderley family supported him after he took action, he would reward Clay handsomely. But Clay was a little confused. Why was he so sure that he would get involved in this very rough idea of his? Regardless of whether this idea was a spur-of-the-moment one or a well-thought-out one, regardless of whether he was testing himself or was sincere, Clay could understand one thing. Aenys Frey must have had ambitions for the inheritance of the Frey family. Lord Walder Frey had no reason to send his 3rd son to test him on this issue, so this could only be Aenys's own idea. Throwing away the pie he had painted for himself, Clay saw clearly his ultimate goal. What he actually wanted was for him to agree to marry Wilfred or Vera here, so that he could tie himself to his chariot in turn. At that time, no matter what he wants to do, Clay can only adopt a supportive or acquiescent attitude, unless he doesn't care about the safety of Wilfred or Vera at all. Cursing in his heart, Clay didn't hate people playing tricks on him, but he couldn't tolerate others treating him like a fool. With your grandson, he can't even let the water in the Green Fork River flow backwards. Clay thought to himself. From an emotional point of view, even if Clay were given 10,000 choices, he would not let his family marry into such a family. In this huge family full of intrigue, it is estimated that they would not be able to sleep well at night. If Clay only considered the interests of his family from the perspective of the heir to White Harbor, then that would be a rare commodity. When the old man took his sister Wilfred to Winterfell when they were young, it was estimated that Robb had not yet figured it out. Thinking about the appearance description of Robb's later wife Jane Westerling, Clay thought that instead of marrying an unknown Fry, why not try the Stark family? The Fry family relies only on this bridge to block the Northern Army from crossing the Green Fork River in future wars. But if Clay successfully finds a way to open the bridge during his journey south this time, the Fry family will be of no value except for their 3,000 soldiers. So, rationally speaking, Clay had no inclination to agree to this marriage, and he had already promised his sister Wilfred. As the heir to White Harbor and the future undisputed Lord of White Harbor, Clay is qualified to make certain arrangements for the marriages of the women in his family, so Sir Aenys Frey came to him. In fact, before Clay arrived, the Frey family had discussed this issue. In addition to trying their best to get a marriage contract with Clay, they also wanted to reach a marriage contract with Wilfred or Vera, especially the elder sister Wilfred. Looking at Aenys Frey, whose face was full of sincerity and didn't seem fake at all, Clay sneered in his heart. "Sir, your suggestion is very good, but, unfortunately, for such a big matter, I must discuss it with my grandfather, my sister, and my younger sister. I respect their opinions." His face was also full of sincerity, with twisted eyebrows and a hint of complex expression, trying his best to convey to Sir Aenys Frey the signal that he really supported his plan, but he really could not make the decision himself. Somewhat dissatisfied with what Clay said, the 50-year-old old Frey pinched the gray beard on his chin and said with some disdain, "Clay, as the heir of White Harbor and the most valued offspring of Old Eel, why can't you make the decision? This is the power you should have as the heir of the family." As soon as these words came out, Clay's face sank, no longer with the expression he had just now. He was very disgusted by the implication of teaching a lesson here. Didn't Clay himself know what he could and could not do? "Do I need a Frey from the twins to teach me?" His voice faded noticeably, and Clay stared at Aenys Frey's slightly red and moist eyes and said coldly, "How we, the Manderly family, decide is our own business. You don't need to worry about it, sir." Having said this, no matter how stupid Aenys Frey was, he knew that he would not be able to reach any agreement with Clay, who he thought was a little young and hot-tempered. The expression on his face also turned ugly. After swearing a few vulgar words in the Riverlands, the Fry who had been waiting here left angrily. Only the two of them knew how real their anger was. Seeing Frey leaving, the captain of the guard, who had been paying attention to this place for a long time, hurriedly followed, squinted his eyes and stared at the direction where Frey left, and asked in a low voice, "Young master, what did you just do?" "It's okay. This Aenys Frey wants his grandson to marry Wilfred and Vera. I will never agree to it, even if I go to 7 levels of hell. Remember, tell everyone not to talk about our meeting." The captain of the guard nodded quickly in response to the young master's order, but he could not understand the barely concealed hostility towards the Fry family in the young master's words. After all, the North had once participated closely with the Riverlands in the war against the Targaryen dynasty. Although Lord Frey was late, these veterans still had a good impression of the nobles of the Riverlands. Out of concern for Clay, he hesitated for a moment, and still said, "Master, has the Fry family done something to displease you?" "No, it's not that serious." "Why do you ask?" "Then why are you so—" I don't like the Frys, no other meaning. I just want to say, master, we should not conflict with them on the Frey's territory." Shaking his head, Clay understood the captain of the guard's concern, but he knew the priorities and would not really quarrel with the Freys. "Let me ask you, how many unmarried children does Lord Walder Frey have?" I'm sorry, sir, I'm not sure, but there are many." Although he didn't understand why Clay asked such a question, the captain of the guard answered it honestly. Clay smiled. He took his hand back from the wet bricks, smoothed his wind-blown hair, and then placed it on the captain's shoulder armor, saying softly, "No, you know very well. The word many itself is enough. There are too many Freys. This family name is not worth a few gold dragons. There is no need for us to send our family members to this grave-like place for the possible support of the Fry family." Clay did not actually expect these warriors on the battlefield to really understand the ins and outs of this. Westeros is a society with extremely rigid classes. If your ancestors were not nobles, then it would be almost impossible for you to think like a noble throughout your life. Of course, there were stupid nobles, and quite a few of them. But at least the vast majority were smart. The hot and humid wind from the Green Fork River kept blowing on his skin, making Clay feel an uncomfortable, sticky feeling. In just a moment, he had put the matter of Aenys Frey behind him. "Let's go and continue walking around this wall," he said to the captain of the guard, who was still frowning in thought. The latter quickly stopped thinking and followed Clay closely. My footsteps passed over the moss-covered bricks. It seemed that it had rained here not long ago, and there was still some shallow rainwater accumulated in some of the gaps in the city walls. The Fry soldiers standing guard along the way had no idea what had just happened, and even if they knew what had happened, they wouldn't care, because the military power of the twins had always been firmly in the hands of Lord Walder Frey himself. Except for the eldest son, Sir Stevron Frey, who has a smaller guard force, the rest of the heirs are strictly prohibited by the Marquis himself from having more than 50 armed forces in the twins. When the Frey soldiers on guard saw the White Harbor people wearing clothes with mermaid emblems coming over, they did not stop them. They knew that Clay and his party were the distinguished guests of the Marquis, and they could not stop them. Walking slowly along the way, Clay climbed up the city wall from the city gate and walked all the way along the southern half of the wall. When he returned to the city gate again, he made a judgment in his heart that this was an old city wall with poor defensive capabilities and lack of maintenance. As long as Clay is given enough time, even if he only uses catapults to smash the castle, it will not be able to withstand it. It's just a bit troublesome. The Frey family can run in another direction, which is a bit annoying. How to completely surround the city, or prevent them from escaping, this is another new problem. Clay always wears the ring inlaid with a blood-red gem on his finger, which symbolizes his identity as the commander of the White Sea Guard. If he comes here, he will definitely be seen by the members of the White Sea Guard lurking here, and this ring is the best scepter. Before Clay left, Steward Rivers told him that when he arrived at the twins and needed the support of the White Guard, he only needed to carve a trident pattern on the outer wall of the largest church of the 7 in the twins. When the White Guards in the twins see this pattern, they will try to get close to Clay. The code word is the short phrase Black Sea, White Waves. The process seems simple, but when doing this kind of thing, the identity verification process is a little complicated, and a certain degree of confidentiality and anti-counterfeiting properties are enough. If too many screening conditions are added, the entire chain will become extremely fragile, greatly reducing its practicality. Before coming to the twins, Clay only intended to let them pay attention to the internal situation of the Fry family, and had not yet figured out their next task. However, through what he saw and heard in the twins in the past 2 days, as well as the sporadic news he heard from the guards, and the words of Aenys Frey, who just left today, Clay was basically certain that the entire Frey family was sitting on the crater of a volcano. Lord Walder Frey is too powerful, and has held various powers in his family for decades. Now at the age of 90, he still does not show any obvious weakness or lack of energy. This old man, who was 5 or 6 times older than Clay, actually married his 8th wife, Jo Susan Enford, on his 90th birthday. You know, this wife was only 16 years old, about the same age as Clay. The Emperor is powerful and long-lived. Although he is getting older every day, it will be a long time before he gives up power. Steve Lund, who has been the crown prince for decades, and other Frys who are princes, have long been impatient to wait. While they were looking forward to the old man's early return to the embrace of the 7 gods, they were also competing with each other by any means necessary, and would do anything to win the favor of the old Marquis. Although Aenys Frey's words today contained a large amount of deception, they did contain the intention of winning over the Manderly family and bringing them in for assistance. Although the law of inheritance is supreme in the face of absolute aristocratic authority, it is sometimes full of variables. Clay began to walk towards the north wall. The south wall was weak enough, but it didn't have enough flaws. There were towers everywhere, and although the bricks and stones were covered with moss, there were no cracks that could cause a collapse. The captain of the guard who was following him heard the young master's low voice, a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. If you have 4,000 men, how are you going to capture the twins? Upon hearing this question, the captain of the guard was startled and immediately turned his head to look around. He saw that apart from the many White Harbor guards who had fallen behind him, there was no one else on this section of the wall. He heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that the young master had wanted to ask this question for a long time, and he specifically chose a place where no one was around to ask it. Asking how to lead troops to capture the twins on the Fry family's territory, this is really a question that only someone like Master Clay who dares to kill a Lannister can ask, right? Such a thought flashed through the captain of the guard's mind. At first, he thought the young master was joking, but when he glanced at the young master's face without a smile, he knew that the young master was serious. "Master, With 4,000 men, I don't think I can conquer the twins. Lord Frey can muster more than 3,000 troops. If it's a siege, the ratio of troops is close to 1-to-1, and there is no chance of winning. He answered his master's question honestly. As a veteran of the battlefield, such questions were not difficult for him. He looked at the silent master, and his mind was still full of storms. What exactly did the master want to do when he went south to the twins? As the captain of the guard personally selected by Earl Wyman, he still had a certain status in the White Harbor Guard. Naturally, he knew that his master originally came to the twins to visit Lord Walder and take a look at his engagement. But now, he suddenly realized that it seemed that from the beginning, this Master Clay had no intention of getting engaged at all. His mind was not on Frey's women at all. He was thinking about the entire Frey family, or in other words, the twins. Just as he was thinking, Clay's next question was thrown in his face. I know that the Frey family's standing soldiers are only about 500 people. You said more than 3,000 people, which means that there are 2,500 temporary peasant soldiers, right? Yes, sir. Then let me ask you, if the conditions are met, theoretically we only need to use a maximum of 1,000 people to block the gates of the twins, and Lord Walder's 2,500 peasant soldiers will not be able to enter the city at all? That's right, but master, the twins have 2 gates. We can at most block the east gate but the west gate. As far as I know, the main manors of the twins seem to be on the east bank, and the west is close to the mountains. It seems that the population is not large. That's right, master. He had to admit that his master's wild ideas made sense. If some interference factors were eliminated, it could indeed be achieved. The Riverlands were densely populated, but except for River Run, where Duke Tully was located, no one had a standing army of more than 1,000 people. In wars, subordinate knights would summon peasant soldiers from their own manors, complete the assembly, change equipment, and then go to the battlefield. But this requires enough time. If the enemy can kill them before they finish arming the peasants, most of the enemy's combat power will be wasted. No matter why the young master has such a dangerous idea, from the experience of a veteran on the battlefield, as long as the war begins, the nobles will recruit soldiers into the castle or complete the assembly in a certain place. If this plan is to have a chance of success, it must be beyond everyone's expectations. Lead the troops to hide in the woods on the east bank, and fight without declaration, and the cavalry will rush directly to the twins to block the gate. But the problem is that the Frey family is not stupid. They must have a large number of scouts on their own territory, and it is unlikely that they can completely conceal their presence before launching the attack. Master, your plan must be successful only if the eyes of the Frey family buried in the forest on the east coast are destroyed. Otherwise, the Frey family will know as soon as our army in White Harbor arrives nearby. Oh, that's not a problem you need to consider. Clay laughed, took out a piece of paper from his arms and handed it to the captain of the guard, who was full of doubts. His voice suddenly became serious. He said, "The pattern on this paper. Choose someone you can absolutely trust among the guards and carve it on the wall of the church. You must not go there yourself. Remember, find those who are trustworthy and usually honest. No mistakes are allowed." Now, he wanted to see what the White Sea Guard, the eyes hidden in the twins, saw. These things Clay, who was at the center of the focus, could not do it himself. Countless eyes were staring at him, and it was not appropriate for the captain of the guard who had been following him. There were 200 White Harbor guards who came to the twins. The most inconspicuous among them were the ones who were really suitable for this. At the same time, they had no idea what the meaning of carving things on the outer wall of the church was. Even if they were questioned, they would not reveal the truth because they really didn't know. After stepping on the land of the south, the old gods had no power here, which meant that the ubiquitous eyes of the three-eyed raven had lost their function. Clay didn't have to worry about the problem of leaking secrets for the time being. As for the north, he couldn't stop the three-eyed raven from spying on him for the time being, but the three-eyed raven didn't dare to do anything to him. Bran and the heart tree were his Achilles' heel. Taking the ordinary paper, the captain of the guard recognized that this was the most common letter paper. Opening it and looking at the special trident pattern in the center, the captain of the guard was confused. He didn't understand what his young master was doing. The Manderly family also believed in the 7 gods. Was this a special prayer ceremony? Clay ignored him. He believed that he didn't need to repeat it a second time. These guards would get things done. After going around the wall, the situation of the north wall and the south wall was similar. The dampness filled every brick, but there was still no big flaw. This meant that Clay could not find a place to make a concentrated breakthrough, and he had to take other measures. The group went down the wall from the city gate. Clay looked at the sun that had climbed high in the sky and prayed that he would not meet another fry during lunch. But things did not go as he wished. Just as he was about to leave, Clay was stopped by the unique hoarse voice of Sir Stevron Frey. "Clay, my father asked me to invite you to have lunch with him. I believe you will come, right?" He was stunned for a moment. What did Walder Frey want to do with him? But he reacted quickly and showed a polite smile on his face. He cursed several times in his heart, but Clay had no choice. After a little thought, he roughly guessed why Walder Frey asked him to go over. Eating and other things were all empty, and asking himself some questions was the real thing. The third time I stepped into the hall of the main castle, I could no longer see the mess caused by the banquet last night. Except for the faint smell of wine in the air, there was no trace of anything here. A 6 or 7 meter long table was placed in the middle of the hall by the servants. The seats were filled with high-calorie food. Lord Walder Frey himself sat in the chair in the middle, concentrating on dealing with a fried suckling pig. It was very rare that Clay did not see a woman next to Lord Walder. For this old silver stick who could not live without women every day, this was rare. There were only 2 chairs in the hall, one for Lord Walder, and the remaining one naturally belonged to Clay. As the heir, Sir Stevlin did not get a chair here. The old knight quietly pulled a chicken leg from a fat chicken beside the table and hid it. He said hello to his father and left on his own, and he also closed the door of the hall very considerately. Since he was here, Clay didn't hesitate to sit down in his seat and began to look for the food he wanted to eat. He didn't worry about being poisoned at all. He was completely immune to ordinary poisons. As for the high-end goods of Lys Tears, Walder Frey might not be able to get them, and even if he did, there was no reason to use them on himself. "Whatever you want, Manderly boy. I'm an old man and can't eat much." Lord Walder glanced at Clay and motioned for him to help himself. He didn't mention the purpose of inviting him here, so Clay played dumb and chose some of his favorite food and ate slowly. The wine was good, the golden wine of Qingting Island. Clay had a full bottle of it next to him. He poured himself a glass. Clay tasted the aroma of the wine and wondered how long this old guy could endure. The meal took about half an hour. Neither of them was a fast eater. Clay was a problem of his habit of chewing slowly, and Lord Walder Frey was simply struggling with his old chewing muscles. Putting down his wine glass, Lord Walder Frey let out a satisfied sigh. Looking at Clay, who had also put down his knife and fork, he pulled out an expression that was not quite a smile, and finally asked, "Manderly boy, it seems that you have been very popular with my stupid heirs these past 2 days." Knowing what he was talking about, Clay shrugged indifferently. His expression did not change at all and replied calmly, "Indeed, I am very grateful for the various hospitality of the Frey family to me. They are indeed very enthusiastic." With a few sneers from his nose, Lord Walder looked at Clay, who was still pretending to be confused, and simply said it directly, "My great-granddaughter, Walder Frey, I heard that she wanted to climb into your bed. But in the end, I don't know why she didn't succeed. Do you know what happened?" When he said this, Lord Walder Frey's eyes, which had been narrowed, suddenly widened, capturing every change in the expression on Clay's face. However, he was soon disappointed, because Clay's expression was like the surface of the God's Eye Lake, without a single ripple. The Manderly boy answered his question slowly. "My Lord Marquis, I know nothing about Miss Walda. I believe that the Frey family has a strict family tradition. These are probably rumors." Clay wanted to say that with such a wise elder like you, how could he allow his offspring to behave like this? Later, he held back. Although it was very refreshing, there was no need to anger this old man now. After squinting at Clay's face for a while, Walder Frey exhaled, nodded, and said lightly, "Yes, you are right, Manderly boy. This must be a rumor. It seems that some people should tighten their tongues." Clay responded with a kind smile and did not answer the words of the Marquis Walder Frey. Not having gained anything from this question, Lord Walder Frey asked a different question, his blue-gray eyes full of strangeness. "So, Manderly boy, can you tell me what you and my brainless third son said on the wall of the East City this morning? But someone told me that he was waiting for you there on purpose." This was a fact. In addition to his own White Harbor guards, there were also some Frey soldiers loyal to Lord Walder Frey present. Clay couldn't deny that this didn't happen. He didn't know whether Aenys Frey had been given all the information by his father, but it wasn't a big problem. He knew what to say. Clay did not answer Lord Frey's question, but asked him a question instead. "Lord Marquis, Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" The old Marquis squinted his eyes, and his face looked even more sallow under the candlelight. His sagging facial skin twitched slightly. He said expressionlessly, "Don't play tricks, Manderly boy. I can understand the truth you are telling, but as for the lie, I want to hear what it is." With a smile, Clay leaned back in his chair, adjusted a comfortable posture that made him relax, and said slowly, "The lie is that Sir Innes and I are discussing how to let him replace his elder brother Sir Stevron as your heir, and the truth is that he wants my sister to marry his grandson. In fact, both of these are true, but this kind of truth and lie makes the listener instinctively choose only one. No matter how afraid Sir Innes was of his father, he would not say such a rebellious statement. Therefore, the truth is and can only be what Clay said about the engagement. As for the others, if there are any, just ignore them." Then how did you respond to my stupid third son?" Walder was silent for a moment and chose to believe Clay's truth. In his impression, his third son was a cautious person. Even if he had such thoughts, he would not tell Clay, an outsider. "I rejected him. To be honest, Sir Innes's request was too sudden. I didn't even know who they were. Moreover, as far as I'm concerned, Lord Marquis, there are many young people in the Frey family. Why don't I choose a good home for my sister or sister?" In front of Lord Walder Frey, Clay didn't need to use the same rhetoric he used to Innes. He was straightforward. After saying this, Clay knew that this so-called lunch was over at this time. Lord Walder called him over, which was nothing more than an old spider showing that he still had control over the entire spider web. As for the specific question, it was actually less important than the former. Clay's answer did not exceed the expectations of the old Lord Frey. So there were no more questions, and the lunch ended here. Lord Frey nodded, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, and he said, "Okay, the marriage between families is a big deal, and naturally it cannot be so hasty. Since you have this idea, I will send some of the descendants who are worth looking at to White Harbor. As for whether there will be any results, it depends on their ability." In Lord Frey's heart, Clay was most concerned about the last sentence of what he just said. He urgently hoped that the family bloodline could penetrate into the bloodline of the Manderly family, so as to expand the influence of the Frey family. Clay agreed to such a request without thinking. Isn't this easy to do? He can disagree after arriving at White Harbor. If he can fool a few direct descendants of Stevron, when the war breaks out, he can directly hold these people in his hands, which will be somewhat helpful in taking over the twins. If all else fails, the famous Frey pie is also a more curious option. I believe that Lord Frey, who has many children, will definitely like the gift given to him by the Manderly family. Before dinner, the captain of the guard came back to report that he had arranged for someone to carve the mark on the wall of the Seven Gods Church according to the drawings given by Clay. The captain of the guard was still smart enough to hold back and not ask Clay the purpose of doing so. What Clay has to do now is to wait for the White Sea Guard lurking here to come to the door. "Go, move that Frey at the door to the side. He is an eyesore." The captain of the guard nodded, clenched his fist, and was about to leave when he was stopped by his young master. "Wait, after clearing the people away, find someone to watch the door for me. If someone comes and shows you the sign I asked you to carve at noon, please come in directly after checking the password. But pretend to be an acquaintance. Do you understand what I mean?" At this point, even if the captain of the guards was stupid, he knew that the young master asked him to find someone to carve that sign. It was definitely not a special prayer ceremony, but a contact signal. Clay was not worried that the captain of the guards and the guard would leak the secret. There was a special pointer sign on the trident pattern, which would be updated every period of time, and there was only one fixed direction in a period of time. If, after this time, this sign appeared again, it would only tell the members of the White Sea Guard who saw this sign that someone had leaked the secret and left immediately. The time came to the next morning. Clay, who had just finished breakfast, was practicing the swordsmanship of the wolf school in the courtyard. When he really experienced the process of waiting, Clay suddenly found that there were really few ways to entertain Westeros. Apart from alcohol, the only ways to relax were fighting and competitions, including but not limited to wrestling, swordplay, archery, etc. Even among the Ironborn, there was a bloody finger dance. At night, it goes without saying that everyone would do the same thing on the bed, carpet, balcony, and even in the woods outside. Clay, who had excellent hearing, could faintly hear the damned cry every night. It was really boring, so Clay taught the captain of the guards to play Go Bang. After he won 2 games easily, he felt that it was meaningless. However, the captain of the guards was overjoyed and began to infect his subordinates. They didn't have that much paper, so in less than half a day, the courtyard was full of guards gathered in groups of 3 or 2, holding daggers or branches and scratching on the mud. Clay's eyelids jumped when he saw this scene. After they left, the Frys who came to clean up would probably scratch their heads when faced with circles and crosses on the ground, wondering what they meant. At this time, Clay began to miss the Gwent cards that once made him extremely happy and were even called the main body of the Demon Hunter. Oh, if only there was a deck of cards now. Think about that scene. Clay and his sister Wilfred played Robb Stark, the effect of which was to summon the direwolf Grey Wind from the deck. Wilfred played Wildfire, which directly destroyed the direwolf that Clay had just summoned and triggered the burning effect at the melee position of both sides. Wait, it seems that there is a way to think about it this way. The deck division is ready-made. Stark, Tully, Arryn, Lannister, Baratheon, Martell, Tyrell, Greyjoy, and maybe a Targaryen and Night's Watch can be added. The Overlord can be used as a hero card or leader card. Dragons, direwolves, shadowcats, and the like can be used as summoned units. And once this kind of crazy idea comes up, he can't stop it. Clay even imagines that the two armies are about to fight, but when the commanders of both sides see it, hey, isn't this a veteran card player? Come on, let's not fight the battle first. Let's play a hand of cards first. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. He didn't know how long he had been thinking, but Clay's thoughts were pulled back to reality by the voice of the captain of the guard. Master, the person is here. The sign and password are correct. Clay came back to his senses at once, looking at the short man in front of him, who was obviously dressed as a merchant, and stretched out his hand with a ring representing the power of the White Sea Guard. Seeing the ring, the man immediately knelt on one knee. Auntie Riverwind from the twins greets the commander. Without any hesitation, Clay once again realized the absolute authority of the trident ring inlaid with blood-red gemstones in the White Sea Guard. It really only recognized the ring and not the person. Get up and talk inside, Clay ordered. Although there was only the captain of the guard around, the training ground in the courtyard was not a good place to exchange intelligence. Standing up, neatly, Auntie Rivers said nothing and followed the strange commander who had never met him before into the 3-story attic filled with mermaid flags representing White Harbor. He had long known that this was the residence of the Manderly family in the Twin City, so he was not too worried about his safety. He walked straight to the empty study, sat down in his seat, and winked at the captain of the guard who followed him in. The latter nodded, understood what Master Clay meant, bowed and left the room, and closed the door of the room. Looking at Auntie Rivers, who was also very unfamiliar to Clay, Clay pointed to the chair in front of him and motioned him to sit down and talk. Clay summed up his first impression of him in one word: ordinary. Yes, if you hadn't checked his identity, anyone would have thought that Auntie Hewen looked like an ordinary merchant, wearing a worn-out coat with cracked fingers and a face full of frost. There were serious signs of wear and tear on his shoulders, which was the result of carrying heavy goods for a long time. His skin was yellow and black, and had nothing to do with the white skin of the pampered nobles. Clay admitted that Auntie Hewen was a qualified member of the White Sea Guard. After all, the person who least looked like a spy was a good spy, and it was obvious that Auntie Hewen, who took the name of the illegitimate son of the river, did a very good job. Would you like to drink? If you want, there is no good wine here, but there is plenty of beer to soothe your throat. Auntie Hewen was stunned by Clay's invitation, and then nodded. It can be seen that he is not a person who is good at expressing himself. Clay picked out a bottle of wine from the wine box that looked good, turned over 2 inverted glasses, and skillfully opened the corks. The yellowish wine flowed down the bottle mouth and slowly filled the space in the wine glass. After pouring the wine, Clay picked up a glass himself, and Auntie Hewen also reached out and gently pinched the long stem of the glass. The opening part ended here. Clay didn't want to waste time here. It wasn't that he wanted to drive Auntie Hewen away, but the longer he stayed here, the greater the possibility of being targeted. There were still many people watching him in the Twin River City. You know who I am, so I won't waste my words. I believe you have sorted out the information that Chief Hewen has given you, as well as other recent intelligence, before you came. Now, I need your report. Auntie Hewen breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he knew who Clay was. What he was most worried about was that this young master of White Harbor was a flashy playboy. If he talked nonsense with him or acted bossy, that would be enough for him. Now it seems that this young Master Clay is a very straightforward person. He didn't talk nonsense with him and got straight to the point. This is exactly what he likes. As spies, they hate these useless formalities the most. He took out a small book that had been prepared long ago from his arms and placed it on the table. Clay looked over, and the words on the cover told him that this was a common book of the 7 gods. Without keeping his commander waiting for long, in front of Clay, Auntie Hewen opened the cover that had a mystery and took out a neatly folded paper from inside. "Commander, this is all the recent news from the twins and the intelligence passed to you by Lord Steward Rivers. I have compiled them here. Please take a look." He was very satisfied with Auntie Rivers's prudence. If such important intelligence was accidentally lost, it was of utmost importance not to leak it at the first time, because if it could not be found, the members of the White Sea Guard would have enough time to evacuate the twins. Unfolding the paper, Clay saw the first line of words. Eddard Stark's illegitimate son Jon Snow left Winterfell and went to the Wall with his uncle Benjen Stark to become a Night's Watchman. Seeing this sentence, Clay knew that Jon really insisted on his ideals and began his watch at the Wall of Despair, which was made of ice and magic. Then, Clay looked at the second line of words. Tyrion Lannister has returned to Winterfell from the Wall and is now heading south. He is expected to pass through the Neck along the King's Road in the near future. Clay had no idea about the little devil, whom he had only met a few times, and whom he did not know, because Bran's fate was changed by him, resulting in Catelyn not encountering the assassination against Bran. Because of this, she had no reason to go south to King's Landing to tell her husband Eddard Stark the truth about the so-called assassination by Lannister, and she would not run into Tyrion on her way back to the north. If Tyrion had not been captured, Lord Tywin would not have summoned his vassals to march into the Riverlands when there was no war between the 7 kingdoms. After all the trouble, his arrival, in addition to slightly changing Bran's fate, was actually the one who benefited the most. This could really be regarded as fate. Thinking, Clay moved his sight to the third line, but when he saw this line of words, he subconsciously held his breath. It has been found that Hall Lyco does exist. He is a member of the Lyco family, a vassal noble of the king's territory. He is the only son of Rufus Lyco. The former is the lord of the Lyco family. In addition, the lord of the Lyco family is the Lake family of Mutation. The latter part of the sentence did not mean much to Clay, but Hall Lyco was still alive, which was beyond Clay's expectation. Littlefinger did not attack him. The intelligence sorted out a brief information about Hall Lyco, but only found out that this person has a perverse personality and is now staying in the castle of his Lyco family. As for why he worked for Littlefinger, intelligence did not mention it. The White Sea Guard itself did not know this news. Secondly, the White Sea Guard's power in King's Landing was not enough, so it was normal that they could not find out. But this information is enough. Since Hall Lyco is still alive, Clay feels that when he goes south, he should meet him if he has the chance and send him the Manderly family's sincerest greetings. It would be great if he could squeeze out some clues from him, but that is actually dispensable. If Clay remembers correctly, when the head of the Lake family went to war, the power of Mutation was in the hands of the Lyco family, who were retainers. As the only son of Rufus Lyco, Clay feels that this former assassin, now a small noble of the king, Hall Lyco, may be a card that can work in his hand in the future. After reading the 3 pieces of information, Clay made a judgment that the war will break out a little later than before, and Clay himself and the entire Manderly family will have a very precious time to accumulate strength. Before he set out, the caravan sent by the old man to purchase the ingredients for the herbal decoction had already gone to various places on the continent of Westeros, where the corresponding materials were produced. While buying the necessary materials, they also bought other items to cover up their tracks. When Clay returns to White Harbor after his trip to the Twins, he will immediately start to build his own team of demon hunters after solving the magic problem. As for what happened in King's Landing, although he is a demon hunter with superior combat power, he is the only one after all. He is unfamiliar with the place and cannot stir up trouble in that city. The reason why he still maintains the presence of the White Sea Guard in King's Landing is to judge the time when the war breaks out. Once the situation in King's Landing is tense, such as the iconic signal that Renly Baratheon left King's Landing, then this is a sign that Clay, the Manderly family behind him, and even the entire North are about to rise up. As a young nobleman, Clay has no reasonable reason to lead the Manderly family's army to join the Northern Alliance and go south along the King's Road to participate in the war. If he didn't prepare in this extremely precious time, Clay would be somewhat passive when he was caught up in the war in the future. The recruitment and equipment of the Demon Hunter army, dragons, and ordinary soldiers were all issues that needed to be carefully considered. Taking his eyes off the paper, Clay looked at Auntie Rivers, who was sitting quietly in the chair without saying a word, and frowned and asked, "How many people are there in the White Guard and the twins?" Obviously knowing this question by heart, Auntie Rivers answered his commander's question without hesitation, saying, "The twins' White Guard, there are a total of 63 people under me, all obeying your orders, sir." 63 people? This is not a lot. This is not just a few farmers who can only farm and dig out from the ground to make up the number. Sir Bartimus once told Clay that every member of the White Guard at the lowest level has received strict swordsmanship and survival training in the Wolf's Lair. 63 people are equivalent to 63 soldiers wearing civilian clothes. If we can use this power properly when the army surrounds the twins, but cannot capture them, it may have a miraculous effect. Thinking in his mind, Clay asked Auntie Rivers the second question. If I let these 63 people infiltrate the Frey family's city gate guards, can they do it? Upon hearing this question, Auntie Rivers, who had been engaged in this line of work for a long time, performed much better than the captain of the guard. He immediately realized the meaning behind this question, and his brows, which had been relaxed, suddenly frowned. He said in a deep voice, "Commander, among the 63 people, 12 originally served in the Frey family army. Give me 2 months, I can arrange at least 20 people to enter the Frey family army, but the city gate." He hesitated for a moment and continued, "You know, once there is a war, the position of the defenders is not fixed. I can't guarantee that they will all appear at the city gate, and we only have one person in charge of opening the hinge hand of the city gate. Without the help of others, the risk is too great." Clay sat in the chair, shaking the red wine in the glass in his hand, thinking secretly. He had to say that Auntie Rivers' words made sense. War was no joke. There were huge uncertainties about where the soldiers would be sent. The 20 people who would join the army were definitely not enough. If he really needed to rely on an insider to seize the city gate, he would at least need these people near the gate of the twins. After killing the defenders, he could at least delay for a while to ensure that there were enough troops to rush into the city. Otherwise, he would be sending himself to death in vain. Looking at the silent commander, he still didn't understand why Clay asked this question. He didn't believe that the person who could be recognized by several stewards and Sir Bartimus would be a dissolute young man with no purpose. "My lord, I wonder if you can tell me why you are so concerned about the Frey family and even consider conquering the twins. Forgive my stupidity. I don't see any signs or reasons for a war between White Harbor and the twins." "It's not the army of White Harbor, but the entire northern army," Clay said in his heart. "Walder Frey treated his twins as a treasure and made a big profit from the Stark family in the north. The roots of the Red Wedding were planted here. Clay needed a completely submissive Frey family, not a Frey family that had a huge power and could cut off the retreat of the northern army at any time. The two were completely different concepts. Regardless of whether he would continue to be a vassal of the Stark family in the future, Clay had to find a way to control the key point of the twins. Once the fleet of White Harbor encountered an accident and the enemy blocked the sea, the importance of this bridge was self-evident. You don't need to know too much. Just do what I say. Before I change this order, you must infiltrate the Frey family army as much as possible while ensuring the concealment of the White Sea Guard of the twins. You will know what I am going to do in the future." He nodded. Since the commander's order was like this, as a member of the White Sea Guard, he would naturally obey it unconditionally. After all, those who did not obey would have left here long ago, and left in various senses. Clay's order was not over yet, and he could already feel that time was slowly becoming urgent. Since he had come to the twins, he had to arrange things in this place. In addition, I need you to sort out the military situation, population distribution, and whether there are small castle-like buildings in the manors of the knights or small nobles on the east bank of the twins. After sorting them out, send them to the Wolf's Lair in White Harbor immediately. Remember, be quick. This order is not difficult, but what is the use of finding out these things? Auntie Hewen had no clue for the time being, but this did not prevent him from nodding and accepting his commander's order. He now understood that this young commander of the White Sea Guard must have a big move in the twins. As intelligence personnel, they certainly like such a boss who is capable and thoughtful. Moreover, he found that all the orders issued by the commander, when put together, it can be seen that this young man who will inherit White Harbor in the future seems to be certain that there will be a war in the near future. He was only responsible for mastering the twins and temporarily gathering intelligence on the Riverlands. He did not have enough information to make him believe that the Seven Kingdoms, which had been at peace for quite a long time, would break out in war, but the commander's perspective must be higher than his. There may be a war, or there may not be, but in any case, it is always right to prepare for a rainy day. His eyes fell on the hand that Clay placed on the desk, or more specifically, the trident ring inlaid with a blood-red gem. That is the belief of the entire White Sea Guard, and no one will go against the will of that ring. That's probably it. Clay didn't want Auntie Rivers to stay with him for too long. There were too many people and too many eyes. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to the White Sea Guard's organization in the Twins. You have heard the mission, go and execute it. If there's any change in the Twins, send a raven to their wolf's den to contact me immediately. However, I remind you not to expose yourself when asking for information. Now is not the time to fight for your life. With endless thoughts, Auntie Rivers once again became a merchant familiar with the White Harbor guards. He patted the guards on the shoulder, carried a bottle of inferior beer, and pretended to stagger away from the Manderly family's residence. In fact, there was still some intelligence compiled by Auntie Rivers, but Clay didn't need to keep him here to read it. After all, this was still on the territory of the Fry family, so it was better to be cautious. Through the window of the study, Clay watched Auntie Rivers blend into the crowd. Until Clay could no longer catch Auntie Rivers' not-so-tall back, he slowly sat back in his chair and picked up the intelligence on the table with his right hand. In addition to the few items just mentioned, the rest was information related to members of the Fry family. Auntie Rivers collected intelligence on several women who had contact with Clay, as well as information on several more important members of the Fry family. For these people, Auntie Rivers signed their suggestions at the end and explained the reasons for the suggestions. It is not recommended that Master Clay Manderly have more contact with Walda Frey, the daughter of Walton Frey, because there is a rumor throughout the Twins that Wada the Beauty has an affair with Black Walder, a member of the Fry family. After multiple investigations, this is true, so it is recommended that Clay Manderly never have any contact with Walda Frey. Reading these words softly, Clay understood that this message was an order he issued when he was in the Wolf's Lair in White Harbor. There was no mention of the White Sea Guard in it, and the lack of a subject was also a kind of protection for Clay and the White Sea Guard. Walda Frey? Clay chewed on the name here, and he remembered that night full of horror. My goodness, Walda Frey was eating from the bowl and still thinking about him who was on the plate? He also recalled that when he was dancing with Walda Frey in the main hall of the Fry family, there was a man leaning against the wall. Clay still remembered the pair of jealous eyes. Maybe he was the so-called Black Walder? In the following days, Clay received various invitations from Freys whose names he had already mixed up almost every day. Except for the initial one that Lord Walder Frey sent someone to stop, now it seems that no one cares at all. Clay's response to these invitations was to reject them all. He had achieved his purpose of coming to the Twins, and there was no reason to have any entanglement with these Freys who had extremely complicated relationships with each other. His layout in the Twins would not be seen at all if he had not come here in person. For example, how could he, sitting in White Harbor, remotely control the White Sea Guard here to infiltrate the garrison and seize the city gate in the war? The current conflicts among the Fry family members have not been exposed, and it is not easy for him to take advantage of them. He does not have so much time to spend here observing and then choosing people to bet on. Now the layout has begun, and Clay is already considering how to leave the Twins reasonably. He came here at the invitation of the Frey family. In the great expectations of the Fry family, he not only did not enter into any marriage contract, but also did not give in to the marriage issues of his sisters. Although it was not necessary, Clay had to have a reasonable reason to leave. It would obviously be inappropriate to just walk away. At dusk, leaning back in a chair with soft cushions, Clay enjoyed the extremely comfortable breeze in the south. The orange sunlight scattered on his body. The red wine glass in his hand swayed slowly. In front of him, there was a simplified version of the map of the Riverlands. No matter how you look at it, this land is more suitable for human survival than the bitter cold land in the north. The three rivers, the Green Fork, the Red Fork, and the Blue Fork, flow through here, bringing sufficient water to the land here. Therefore, except for the river bend in the south, which is called the Greenland, the Riverlands is probably the most densely populated place in the entire Seven Kingdoms. However, as the owner of the Riverlands, the Tully family neither controls the Bloody Gate in the east nor the Golden Tooth in the west. Although there are only 2 fortresses, without control over these 2 places, it doesn't matter in peacetime. But if war comes, it will be fatal. This means that the Riverlands in the east cannot stop the Vale Knights from pouring out of the Bloody Gate. And in the west, Tywin Lannister's elite army can directly enter the undefended Riverlands plain and directly march to the capital of the Riverlands, Riverrun. Moreover, in the south, although Harrenhal, the largest castle in the 7 Kingdoms, belongs to the Riverlands in name, Riverrun's control over it is basically non-existent. Enemies coming from the south go all the way north along the King's Road, and the nobles of the entire Riverlands still cannot find a fortress that can be used as a base. As for the north, the Twins, which are isolated in the upper reaches of the Green Fork River, are powerful. In recent years, they have increasingly ignored Duke Hoster Tully, who has been bedridden for a long time in Riverrun. In summary, the Riverlands is a large plain in a place of 4 wars, but the nobles here have long been ranked behind in strength in the entire 7 Kingdoms. Nowadays, the young Riverrun heir Edmure Tully has no reputation of being able to follow his followers with a single move. It can be said that once an external enemy invades, the Riverlands will immediately become a mess and collapse without a fight. Clay frowned and looked at the land with a headache. The alliance between the direwolves and the Trout will only end when the Starks and Tullys are all dead. Before this happens, the North will be a staunch ally of the Tullys. As he was already preparing for the war, he naturally had to consider how to reduce the weakening of the Riverlands before the North's reinforcements arrived. As for expecting the Riverlands nobles to unite closely under the banner of the Silver Trout and defeat the arrogant invader Lannister army, that was pure wishful thinking. Even if the current Riverlands army was doubled, it would not be possible. There is no Riverlands god of war here. If the invaders can capture fewer castles, it is considered that the adults in the Riverlands have performed beyond their level. But it is not a good idea not to reduce the losses. At least before Clay started his own business or found another way out, he was a member of the North. But it is obvious that the manpower of the North cannot allow them to suffer continuous defeats. Once, with the entire North and the army of the Fry family, Robb Stark, the King of the North, only had 23,000 people. He could defeat Lannister once, twice, and 3 times. But as long as Lannister hit him hard once, he would have to go home. While thinking, suddenly, Clay's ears keenly caught the sound of iron boots stepping on the wooden stairs. Someone is coming. The next second, the door was suddenly jammed, and the captain of the guard, who was a little out of breath, handed a rolled-up white paper to Clay. "My lord, a letter!" Curious about why he had such a big reaction, Clay pulled open the paper and was stunned after just one glance, because the first sentence on it was, "The White Harbor caravan was attacked northeast of the Twins. 48 of the 54 members of the caravan were killed, and 6 are still missing. Please be careful, Commander." This was a letter from Anti-Rivers to himself. The trident pattern at the end of the letter told Clay that through this clean and tidy letter, Clay smelled a strong smell of blood. "I will post the typos first and correct them later. Please support me. I will leave the Twins soon, but the things here are not over yet. Since the Frey family chose to betray in another timeline, I will also give Lord Walder Frey an ending of being betrayed here." After carefully reading every word in the letter, Clay's previous good mood had completely disappeared. The incident happened near the Neck Swamp north of the Twins. After the White Sea Guard's spies in the Riverlands got the news, they immediately passed it to the Twins. Clay estimated that the Ravens should have flown over to the Wolf's Lair in White Harbor. The letter did not mention the attackers, and it was estimated that the person who sent the letter got the news later, but the incident itself was a very serious matter. A caravan of more than 50 people was definitely transporting bulk goods. In addition to the laborers transporting the goods, according to Clay's understanding of his own caravan, at least half of them had armed guards. It is not known what the specific goods escorted by this caravan are, but in the sensitive location of the Neck Swamp, Clay has a bad premonition. The formula for the Demon Hunter's herbal decoction includes things obtained in the Neck Swamp. If you are really unlucky and encounter bandits, you can only blame yourself, but you are afraid that someone will target these purchase orders that suddenly appear after you return to White Harbor. Clay knew that it was time for him to leave the Twins. Such a big incident had happened. He was the closest to the Twins, and as the heir to White Harbor, he had to go north immediately to deal with it. "Master!" The captain of the escort also had an ugly expression. Although they did not take the land route through the neck on their way back, the road through the forest to the east coast was also very close to the neck. Moreover, the interception of a White Harbor caravan with dozens of people made the veteran very angry. Wait, let's get the situation clear first. This is first-hand information. We know too little. Clay dropped his wineglass, stood up from his chair, stamped his feet in the room, frowned and thought for a while, then asked, "According to your experience, if you attack the same caravan and get the result described in the letter, how many people do you need?" The captain of the guard shook his head and replied in a low voice, "Master, your question is not quite accurate. I can't answer it because I don't know who did it. Our caravan guards are all wearing light leather armor and only have swords as weapons. If it were my cavalry, the battle would be over with a charge of 50 people, but that's impossible, right?" Clay said what he didn't say. Indeed, the Neck Marsh is a swampy place. In addition to the Reed family of Grey Waterview, there are some marshland people living here. It is hard to say that someone can secretly send more than 50 heavy-armored cavalrymen past countless eyes and appear directly in the Neck Marsh. That was really nonsense. Clay and his men came by sea, but there was no strong military presence on the surface of the Bight Bay, except for the Manderly family. Not to mention transporting 50 people and equipment, it was impossible to conceal it from the world, and no one would know. Could it really be bandits? Clay didn't quite believe it. Although there has always been a tradition of bandits in the Riverlands, if all these 50 people were to be wiped out, with the equipment of the bandits, at least hundreds of people would be needed to do it, right? In any case, he had to go on this trip. This was all the information he could think of now. He would see the rest after he went to the place. "Yes, master, this is impossible. Then, what should we do now?" The captain of the guard nodded, then stood aside, quietly waiting for Master Clay's order. He believed that with his master's temper, he would never stay in the Twin City and do nothing. "Gather all the White Harbor guards in the Twins. When I return from Lord Walder Frey, not one of the 200 can be missing. Even if you are doing it on a woman's belly, you have to bring her back for me." Clay's tone was stern. Although he was young, he had been the heir to White Harbor for such a long time. The majesty that came with his words made the captain of the guard nod immediately. After confirming the order, he immediately turned around and went out to execute it. Good news never goes out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. Clay estimated that the Fry family, whose power spread throughout the upper reaches of the Green Fork River, had also received some news. Lord Walder Frey was waiting for him to come. After tidying himself up, Clay and 2 guards left the Manderly family residence and headed straight for the main castle, where Lord Walder Frey was. With steady steps, Clay arrived at the gate of the main castle. He adjusted his expression and slowed down his pace. The more times like this, the more impatient he looked, the more he would be despised. The Frey family soldier standing guard, with the Twin Towers emblem carved on his black armor, saw Clay coming over and obviously recognized the mermaid symbol on his armor, so the Frey soldier immediately let him pass. "Where is the Marquis? I need to see him immediately." Clay didn't know anyone in this castle, so at this time he had no choice but to ask the soldier who could guard the gate for Marquis Walder Frey. However, it was not this soldier who answered him. A voice that Clay was slightly familiar with came from behind him. "Master Clay, I will take you to find my father. You don't need to ask him." Turning around and seeing the face of the person clearly, Clay was stunned. Aenys Frey, why is he here? Before, the two of them had a disagreement at the East Gate, and Sir Aenys Frey left angrily. Clay was still laughing at him for being wishful thinking. Why would he take the initiative to greet him now? Aenys Frey had a very kind smile on his face. He strode to Clay's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I went to your station to look for you, but the people from Manderley said you were not there, so I knew you must be here." Clay's shoulders shook, and he let go of his hand, staring at him. He wanted to know why Aenys Frey went to the station to look for him, and how could he be sure that he would come back here? As if knowing what Clay was thinking, Aenys took him to the stairs of the main castle and whispered without any context, "The ravens of the Frey family are managed by me and the maester. Ha, my father would not let his life be managed by outsiders." There was no context, but Clay knew what this meant. The ravens were managed by Aenys, so he must have known about the massacre of the White Harbor caravan. When he couldn't find him at the Manderley family station, he immediately realized that he must have come to find Lord Walder Frey. Moreover, Aenys Frey's words also revealed another layer of information. The Frey family's maesters seemed to be like his own family, all of whom were sidelined. However, Unlike his own family, the Frey family was purely because Lord Walder Frey was afraid of death. His vigilance rose again. A Frey who could have some of the Maester's powers could still greet Clay with a smile after Clay rejected him. Such a person was definitely worthy of attention. Knowing that he had something to say, Clay understood from the ambiguous smile on his lips that he had not given up yet. Following behind Sir Aenys Frey, this was the 4th time Clay had stepped into the tower that symbolized the highest power in the twins. This time, he was going to say goodbye. He had long been accustomed to the Frey's gazes on him that he could see everywhere. After stepping on countless damp and dark black tiles, Clay followed Aenys Frey to the study high up in the tower. The moment he pushed open the door, Clay felt a blast of hot air rushing towards him. Apparently, someone in the study had lit the fireplace, which caused such a large temperature difference between the inside and the outside. With just such a small detail, Clay keenly felt that time was still eroding Walder Frey's body, which was like a dead tree. He could not feel the cold at all, but the 90-year-old man lit the fireplace. Time is fair to most people. This is the will of the gods, but there are always some creatures in this world who resist this will, such as the Red God priests in the south, and the servants of the god of cold hiding in the wind and snow in the north, and of course, Clay himself. The door hinge creaked and Aenys Frey led Clay into the house. The fiery red sunlight leaked in from the half-closed window and slowly crawled on the black oak table. The master of the twins was now covered with a thick animal skin blanket, burying himself in a chair and dozing with his eyes closed. Clay noticed that there was a letter from a raven on his table. Probably because he heard footsteps, Lord Walder Frey took 5 seconds to change himself from his drowsy state back to the erratic and strict Lord Marcus. He looked at Clay and Aenys Frey standing next to him. After a while, the thin old man asked a sarcastic question. He shouted at his son, "Aenys, you uneducated thing, why didn't you inform me before the guests arrived? I feel like I'm living in the 7 layers of hell with a son like you. What made you not even have time to say hello to your father?" Clay was stunned. He didn't understand where Walder Frey's sudden anger came from. How could he scold his son like this in front of outsiders? Isn't this a joke? Besides, you, my distinguished guest of White Harbor, tell me, why did you come with my foolish son and disturb my dream of entering the bodies of girls? Walder Frey frowned slightly, and he didn't seem to care whether these words were presentable. Clay could understand what a young man in his teens or 20s said, but if the person who said this was a 90-year-old man who had just married an 18-year-old girl and spoke so recklessly, it would be somewhat indescribably ugly and disgusting. "My Lord Marquis, I have received news that my White Harbor caravan was robbed near the neck, north of the twins. Many people died there. As the heir, I need to go there immediately." This was a greeting. The guests were leaving, and Walder Frey, as the host, had to send or return the horses to them. This was considered the end of the guests' rights. "Oh, is that so? May the 7 gods bless you, and pray that those poor people will return to the embrace of the 7 gods as soon as possible." Originally, it was meaningless nonsense, just words of comfort for the sake of face. But if the person who said it was smiling but not smiling, and had a face like a weasel, this so-called comfort would not be felt at all. Moreover, it seemed that the Marquis had received the news a long time ago, and was not surprised at all. The head without a single hair drooped slightly, and then raised it up after a few seconds. Maybe this was considered mourning? But it didn't matter. The soul of the deceased White Harbor probably wouldn't like the mourning from Frey. "Okay, you leave, Aenys. You go and return the horses to our friends from White Harbor, take some people, and go to that place to have a look. After all, the area south of the Neck Swamp and where the Green Fork River flows still belongs to our Frey family." The following words became a nagging, vague, and Clay couldn't understand it very well. Aenys Frey, who was standing next to him, pulled him, then greeted his father first, and then turned around and left the room. Clay, who understood the situation, followed suit and left the study room filled with the smell of burning wood. When he arrived outside, Sir Aenys Frey was waiting for him, leaning against the dark wall, with one hand on his chin, playing with his silver-white beard, which seemed to be one of his most familiar actions. They stared at each other in silence. In the long corridor that was as deep as a tomb, there were only Clay and Aenys Frey. The only bystander was probably the flickering candle on the wall. "As for my previous proposal, Clay Manderly, let's discuss it later. I don't care where you got the news from. I'm telling you what I know now." After a pause, he continued, "The attack probably took place last night. The first person to discover it was the leader of the merchants who passed by the next morning." That place is the northernmost knight's fiefdom of our fry. After that guy got the news, he immediately told me with a raven. As for who killed them, how they killed them, and how many people, to be honest, I don't know. The incident happened at night, and there was nothing left at the scene to prove their identity except for the corpses. So, as the heir of White Harbor, of course you have to go to see the people of White Harbor who died. As a descendant of the Fry family, I must go to see the mysterious bandits who can silently eat dozens of people on the family land. He shrugged, his voice revealing helplessness. This is not my mission, but my eldest brother Steveland's. It's a pity that he has other things to deal with now. So let's go, my friend from White Harbor. Take your army. I'll wait for you at the city gate and we'll talk on the way. Although it was already evening, Clay was not the kind of person who would go back to the house to sleep and let the corpses of the White Harbor caravan wait for him another night. Obviously, Innis Frey was also eager to know who this mysterious force was. Riding out of the city, Clay, wearing full armor, once again returned to the protection of 200 cavalrymen. Under the illumination of torches, he and the 100 Frey cavalrymen who had gathered together headed north at night, heading towards the bloody place where the brutal killing took place. Before leaving, he had released the raven with the message, and his father would receive it as soon as possible. Whether it was for this batch of formula ingredients or not, with his father's keenness, Clay believed that he would definitely think of this. What has been lost cannot be found, and the safety of the caravan that is still on the way is the top priority. It was almost the same route that Clay took from White Harbor to the Twins, but after reaching the King's Road, he went east to the sea when returning to White Harbor, and continued north along the King's Road to the place where he was attacked. Traveling day and night, Clay heard many curses and complaints from the Fry family soldiers. All those heard by Innis Frey were responded by heavy whips with the sound of breaking air. But the 200 White Harbor cavalrymen who followed him rarely complained. For them, the slaughter of their White Harbor caravans made them very angry. The harsh environment of the north shaped their straightforward tempers, so they kept silent and only wanted to find these bastards and hang them on the trees. This is a long distance. The further north you go, the harder it is to walk. The once straight and spacious King's Road has not been allocated a single gold dragon for maintenance during the years when Robert Baratheon was in power. New buds of plants grew in the rammed earth road surface, and the roots kept drilling down, breaking the entire piece of soil into pieces. From such small things, we can see what the rule of the Baratheon family in King's Landing is like. The surface is bright and beautiful, but the foundation is actually rotten. When the famous Robert died under the tusks of the wild boar, the Baratheons' country was fragile and fell down. At night, Clay and Innis Frey and his group of more than 300 people set up camp near the King's Road. Being in the middle of a large army, Clay didn't have to worry about anyone daring to attack the 300 armed cavalrymen. If he really wanted to defeat these 300 people silently, he had to send out 1,000 people, not one less. The sentries were scattered far away. Clay and Innis Frey sat in front of a lit bonfire. An unlucky wild deer was handled by the guards, hung on a branch, and placed on the flames. This was the third night since they left the Twins. Clay was waiting for Innis Frey. Outside the door of Walder Frey's study, he didn't finish his words. It seemed that Innis Frey, who came to see him tonight, was finally going to speak. Pulling out a sharp dagger that gleamed coldly in the moonlight, Innis Frey cut a piece of muscle with some blood on it from the deer's leg, inserted it on the tip of the dagger, and put it into his mouth. Clay could hear the crunching chewing sound. Lord Clay, who do you think could have done such a thing? We both know that it would not have taken more than 100 people. Innis Frey was the first to start the conversation. He had endured it until today and finally came out of his camp to find Clay, because according to the route, they would be at the scene tomorrow at noon. Sir, this should be asked to you. Hundreds of armed men appeared in your Frey family's territory without anyone noticing. What do you think I know? If it was bandits, are there such large-scale bandit-armed forces near the Twins? Innis frowned. The firelight reflected on his originally pale face, and one hand subconsciously pinched his small beard. After a long time, Innis Frey gave the answer. You know, I am responsible for a large part of the things outside the Twins. As far as I know, there have always been several small-scale bandit groups in the Twins, but there are not many people. The largest one has no more than 30 people. So, theoretically speaking, the number of people in these small bandit groups can be added up to 100? Clay was not surprised at all about the bandits. There were few bandits in the north, Not because the people in the north were of high quality, but because the land was vast and the population was sparse. If you want to occupy the mountains and become a king, you must starve yourself to death. But for the densely populated south, in this era of extremely scarce ruling ability, 3 or 5 deserters took their equipment and hid in the woods, and this business was done. Unless they made too much trouble, the nobles hiding in the castle would not send troops to wipe them. Oh, them? Innis Frey sneered and then said, "Indeed, considering the number of people, it is really possible that they did it. However, do you think there are no conflicts among these bandits? It is impossible for them to unite and do business together, unless King Robert brings a sack of gold dragons to find them, which can probably bring them together temporarily." Nodding, the campfire fell into silence again. Clay knew that Innis Frey did not come here to discuss with him who the murderer was. This topic has been discussed too much in the past 3 days, and there is no need to come here specifically. "Lord Clay, there is no one else here. I think we should change the topic, such as the issue of your engagement with your sister." After going around in circles, Innis Frey finally brought the topic back to this. Clay frowned and said in a cold voice, "Sir Innis Frey, I think I told you very clearly on the east wall of the twins that day that I can't make the decision on this matter." Clay was also speechless. Why was Innis Frey so keen on marrying his Manderly family? There were so many nobles in the 7 kingdoms, and many of them were in urgent need of marrying their daughters off. Unexpectedly, Innis Frey, who heard Clay's rude rejection again, was not angry at all. Instead, his face was covered with an ambiguous smile. He took a sip of beer and whispered, "Lord Clay, you don't have to say these words in front of me. Why didn't you say you couldn't make the decision when you killed Lannister in Winterfell? Listen, I want to make a deal with you." Clay narrowed his eyes and didn't speak. He really wanted to know what Innis Frey was planning. "My father is already 90 years old. Except for the old butler who has been with him for decades, he trusts no one now. Don't think that he has a good relationship with my eldest brother Stefan when he meets you. Let me tell you, the old man is most wary of him. He knows it very well in his heart. My eldest brother Stefan is over 60 years old. There is no way he may live longer than him. Do you know what this means? Not only Stefan, but also his sons and grandsons, even hope that the old man will die soon." When there was no Frey soldier around, everyone could hear the disgust in Innis' tone when he talked about his family members. "In order to ensure his own safety, the old guy forcibly gave me some of my eldest brother's powers. Otherwise, it would be Stevlin who came with you this time. I still remember what Stevlin said in private. When he becomes a Marquis, he will kill me. He promised the 7 gods. Looking into Clay's eyes, Innis's wet eyes were full of bloodshot. He spoke the most vicious words word by word. "In that case, I can only send them to see the 7 gods before they do anything to me." "Sir? Why me? You can go to someone else for this kind of thing." Clay frowned. The words were so clear that there was no point in playing dumb. But Clay hadn't figured out why this Innis Frey had chosen him. This kind of thing couldn't be sent out in a group message. That was pure suicide. Because you and the Manderly family behind you have what I want, that is, gold dragons. After I become Lord Frey, I need a lot of gold dragons to appease these disobedient guys. At the same time, the support of your Manderly family can also share a lot of pressure for me." Innis Frey restrained the ferocious expression that had just been revealed, restored his calm, dead face, took out a gold dragon from his pocket and threw it directly to Clay. "Golden dragon. You want my Manderly family's gold dragon, and you also want me to marry a sister or younger sister to your grandson, and then support you to become a kinslayer and kill your father and brothers. Then may I ask, what can my Manderly family get?" This is an obvious thing. The Manderly family has to pay so much, and there is also the possibility that the family reputation will be damaged if the matter is exposed. Taking such a big risk, there must be a satisfactory return, right? Innis Frey needed the Manderlys to come forward and stabilize the situation with gold dragons and influence after he completed the kinslaying. Clay naturally wanted a good price. Moreover, Clay was a little curious. Isn't the twins rich? Although White Harbor has more gold dragons than the twins, beyond a certain range, gold dragons are just a number. He knew he had to return to this issue. This was not a matter between him and Clay. This was a negotiation between the Manderlys and the Freys. Of course, if Innis could represent the Freys. Behind the blazing bonfire, Innis Frey held up 3 fingers and said very seriously, "First, your sister or younger sister will marry my future heir Robert Frey. I promise that their descendants will control the entire Frey family. Second, if things go well, the twins will give up any tax on the Manderly family before I go to see the 7 gods. You know how much wealth that is. Third, if a war breaks out, the Fry family will stand on the side of the Manderly family unconditionally, no matter if the Manderly family's enemies are in the south or the north, in the east or the west. After hearing Aenys Frey's offer, Clay sneered in his heart. Good guy, you can't get something for nothing like this. Let's talk about the first one first. It seems that the blood of the Manderly family has been integrated into the ruling vein of the Frey family, if Aenys Frey's plan can really succeed. But on the other hand, if the Manderly family marries their daughters, instead of marrying them directly to your heir, will they marry them to a branch? White Harbor is the 5th largest city in Westeros, and its population has exceeded 200,000. Why is Clay so popular as an heir? It is absolutely related to the size of White Harbor. According to Aenys Frey, marrying his heir is a condition, which is pure nonsense. Let's talk about the second point, which is a bit meaningful. The twins have been occupied by the Frey family for so many years. Although the tolls collected each year are not as much as the total trade volume of White Harbor, it is also a very scary number. If the tax on the White Harbor caravan is exempted, it will indeed save a lot of money for White Harbor in general, but the problem is that this is also a castle in the air. First of all, Aenys Frey is now in his 50s. It is almost impossible for him to live to the age of his father. Even if he is lucky, White Harbor will only have a tax-free right for 20 years at most. Secondly, whether it is tax-free or not is not something White Harbor can control at all. To put it bluntly, if Aenys Frey is in a bad mood one day and starts collecting taxes again, what can White Harbor do? Will it directly start an army? Then what is the reason? Can the reason for this tax-free agreement be explained? To sum up, this thing is still a pie in the sky. Whether Clay and his Manderly family can get it depends on the mood of the Fry family. Finally, the third point is to believe in the promise of the Fry family, which may be more ridiculous than asking Robert Baratheon to lick Daenerys Targaryen's toes. When White Harbor really faces the enemy, can Clay get support from the twins? Dream on. Therefore, these 3 points of Aenys Frey seem to tie the two families together. The Manderly family only needs to pay a daughter without inheritance rights to save a large amount of wealth in the future and have an additional ally in the war. What a good condition. If the conditions did not allow it, Clay really wanted to kick Aenys Frey in the face and tell him seriously, "You are good at making conditions. Don't make them next time." Originally, he wanted to get up directly and end the transaction negotiation that seemed meaningless to Clay, but on second thought, he stopped himself from standing up. "Sir, can I hear how you plan to implement your plan and use your kindness to send your family to see the 7 gods?" In the classical laws of Westeros, regardless of whether the conditions are special or not, if you are unlucky, you will be executed on the spot. But if you are lucky, you will be unable to hold your head up for the rest of your life. Just like Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, who killed the Mad King, as a member of the Kingsguard, he did not protect his king, but stabbed him to death under the Iron Throne. Although he stood on the side of the victor, this did not prevent him from being reviled for it. Therefore, for someone like Aenys Frey who proposed a plan to kill his family, Clay had no need to show mercy. The contempt and ridicule in his words were the reaction that a Westeros person should have. Sure enough, Aenys Frey was probably thicker-skinned than the wall. He didn't hear the sarcasm in Clay's words at all. He still had a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Lord Clay, you know, I am in charge of some of the Maester's authority, and my father's inheritance seems to go to your second brother. After all, you are only third." Aenys Frey's smile did not diminish at all because of Clay's words. He shook his head, his voice calm. "My poor second brother married a Lannister wife and is not in the twins at all. When the matter is done, I will be the master of the twins. Do you think Lord Hoster Tully will allow a Frey covered with lion hair to enter the twins as the master? Besides, even if he can come, the journey seems to be uneasy. There are bandits here. Isn't it reasonable to have some accidents? After all, the adults in the entire Riverlands hope that such an accident will happen." Regardless of whether there would be any problems with this plan or how much blood would be shed after its implementation, Clay didn't care, because from the beginning, he had no intention of really agreeing to it. But looking at the madness and expectation hidden in the eyes of Sir Aenys Frey, who pretended to be calm, Clay suddenly had an idea in his mind. Why not pretend to agree to him first? Such verbal things without any ink on any paper, how convincing can they be? You know and I know that as long as I don't admit it, you can't let others believe that this is true. If, when the Northern Army marches south, the twins can be induced to cause chaos and let the Frey family kill each other, and then the White Sea Guard takes action in the city, Clay's plan to take over the twins will have a better chance of success. As for the consequences, it's really nothing. First of all, marriage is something that can't be done just like that. Even if Aenys sent people to White Harbor and delayed it for 2 or 3 months, Clay should have led his army south by then. If the twins are really taken, Aenys will come to him to fulfill his promise. If he refuses to acknowledge them at all, it will be over. The city is in the hands of the Northern Army. What is there to be afraid of? As long as there is an opportunity to make Robb and other Northern nobles realize that the real kinslayer of the Frey family is Aenys Frey in front of him, there is no need for Clay to do it. In the name of the King of the North, Robb will chop off his head. After all, the Stark family, who advocates honor, will not allow such a person to live comfortably. After this meeting, Aenys Frey returned to his tent with great excitement, because Clay Manderly, who had never given in, finally supported his plan after he described the extremely beautiful prospects and had a fierce bargaining with him. He had to pay a 50-year tax-free promise for White Harbor, and announced the reconciliation between the two families after the matter was over. If the Manderly family had enemies, the Frey family would definitely support it. Otherwise, it would be a blasphemy against the 7 gods. At the same time, the inheritance rights of the children born by the women of the Manderly family must be guaranteed, and he must go to Riverrun to announce this to the entire Three Rivers lords. Before he takes action, the Manderly family will send Clay's sister or sister to the twins and make a marriage contract with his grandson Robert Frey. The Manderly woman will secretly bring a dowry worth 50,000 gold dragons for Aenys Frey to bribe key figures in the twins. Finally, after he completes his plan, the Manderly family will publicly support Aenys's power. Although the Manderly family belongs to the north, no one can ignore its huge influence in this region. At this point, Aenys Frey felt that his plan was finally taking off. The family's financial power had never been in his hands. He had spent countless gold dragons trying to bribe some key figures over the years. Once the support of the Manderly family was in place, his dry treasury would naturally be well replenished. Clay didn't know what Aenys Frey, who had been excited and hadn't slept all night, was thinking. He woke up on time at 6:30 in the morning under the influence of his biological clock without any psychological pressure. When Aenys Frey, who was still in high spirits, found him, Clay had already finished breakfast and was practicing his swordsmanship without fail. Seeing this scene, Aenys Frey had to sigh that Clay Manderly, this previously unknown boy, had a tenacity in him. He practiced swordsmanship on time every day in a very methodical and orderly manner. This was not a game for those young people, but a real killing skill. Sheathing his sword, Clay took the towel handed to him by the guard, wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled like an ally, saying loudly, "Good morning, Sir Aenys." This attitude was much warmer than before. Aenys Frey felt more relieved, and he found Clay more pleasing to the eye. A smile appeared on his pale face, and he nodded and said, "Master Clay, your swordsmanship looks really good." This was just a polite compliment. Clay would not really ask what was good or be modest, but just nodded and left it at that. Clay restrained his smile, and his play was over at this moment. Next, he had more important things to do. Mounting on the horse, Clay said to Aenys Frey, "Sir, let's go. We have to find the debtor of the blood debt of the White Harbor caravan." Clay knocked on the horse's belly and rushed forward quickly. After several hours of galloping, this last distance was finally covered by Clay's feet. When he met the Frey knights who were waiting for them and carrying the Twin Towers banner, the lord of this land, he did not hesitate and interrupted the other party's meaningless nonsense. He raised his whip and said directly, "Take me to the scene where you found the body." After so long, the body must have been cleaned up, and it was impossible for it to be lying near the King's Road. But Clay just wanted to see the scene, which was much more intuitive than other arguments. He secretly criticized Clay's dominance, but this man was just a knight with property, and his status was far inferior to Clay. Moreover, young Aenys Frey, who followed him, also had an attitude of taking Clay as the leader, so he could not say anything. He bowed his head and said yes. The knight rode in front of him. After walking for a while, Clay looked at the terrain on both sides and his heart was startled. 2 hills rose and fell on both sides of the road, covered with lush vegetation. The King's Road was the only exit. What a perfect ambush location. High above, blocking the exit, the convoy can't turn around in this terrain, and even the horses can't run out. He glanced at the captain of the guard behind him. As a veteran of the battlefield, he naturally saw the doorway. With a wave of his hand, the cavalry behind him immediately rushed to the ridges on both sides. Innis Frey's reaction was a beat slower, but he reacted later and whipped the knight, who led the way with a horsewhip. Then the Frey knights behind him immediately followed the White Harbor cavalry. If there are really ambushes here, high above, even though he has 300 men under his command, he will be in danger as the target is obvious. What a fool. He can't see this situation, and he doesn't know how to remind him at all. Innis Frey roared in his heart. At the same time, he also looked at Clay, who was sitting on his horse, no longer moving forward, and didn't say a word, with some surprise. This kid has never been on the battlefield, but he is more perceptive than himself, who is used to seeing life and death. Why don't I have such an outstanding heir? Innis Frey couldn't help but envy Lord Wyman. Thinking of his sons who only knew how to play with women, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Perfect ambush location. Clay understood that in this kind of terrain, it might not take 100 people to attack from the high number at night. Block the exit, and a massacre began. This was a carefully selected battlefield. Someone had already planned to kill the White Harbor caravan here, like a hunter lurking in the grass, delivering a fatal blow at the most appropriate time. Master, be careful. The captain of the guard, who was half a horse's length behind, urged his horse forward and drew his long sword to block in front of Clay. Raising his hand on the hand holding the hilt of the sword, he pressed down. Clay shook his head and said very calmly, "It's okay. Go tell everyone to search the forest and see if they can find anything. Also look for footprints left by horses on the ground." After that, Clay gently squeezed the horse's belly and rode towards the scene. It's not that Clay is too big. He doesn't think that after the enemy ambushed the White Harbor caravan, they dare to attack the cavalry of nearly 300 people in the same place in the daytime. When he stopped at the entrance of the valley, he had used his powerful demon hunter senses to determine that there was no trace of magic fluctuations here. So the killer would only be steel, and there would be no other unexpected situations. As a demon hunter, he has a sharp reaction that ordinary people can't match. Although he can't miss any clues, at least every time Clay walks through a piece of land, he can roughly restore what happened here on the night 4 days ago. Someone was hit hard on the ground. The turned-up grass here can prove this. It doesn't look like he fell by himself, but it looks like, yes, he was knocked over by a horse. On a large piece of mottled grass, Clay's eyes were fixed there, and he played out what happened at that time in his mind. He can be sure that someone was knocked away and fell here, but he doesn't know if it was someone from White Harbor or that mysterious force. It was also uncertain whether the horse that knocked the man away was a pack horse for the caravan or a war horse used for charging. These were two completely different concepts. Whether there was a horse or not would result in completely different results for judging a force. Clay got off his horse and stopped the guards following behind him from getting off their horses. He signaled them to disperse and squatted on the ground, picking up a few pieces of soil that were emitting dark red. Blood. It seems that the person who was knocked away was seriously injured. A simple collision would not cause obvious external injuries. With such a large amount of bleeding, either he was injured before or someone came up and slashed his neck. Throwing away the dirt, Clay turned around and looked at the guards behind him, pointed out the closest one, and ordered, "You, go tell your captain if there are horse hoof prints, count for me how many horses there are." "Yes, sir." The soldier straightened his body, agreed, and immediately turned his horse to gallop towards the ridge on the right. I don't know what Clay saw on the ground. Sir Innis Frey, who was following behind him, wanted to ask, but seeing Clay's tense face, he didn't ask in the end. He always felt that the Manderly boy who stepped into this battlefield seemed to be a different person. The bodies had been collected by the knight whose territory was here, and the farmers and guards under his command. They were originally piled in a corner of the valley, but the people had been dead for 4 days, and in the summer in the south, they were already smelly. Therefore, the knight only left 3 bodies with a low degree of decay. The rest were buried in a mass grave. I don't know their names, so I can only find a stone and carve a very rough mermaid on it. Clay can clearly distinguish which are the new footprints. Obviously, these people have destroyed many valuable clues in the process of moving the bodies, but Clay can't blame them. You come to tell me, did all the bodies die from sharp weapons? Or in other words, were there any weapons such as crossbows or longbows that killed them? Clay asked the Frey knight who had been following them, the owner of this land. The middle-aged knight with gray hair quickly stepped forward, with a flattering smile on his face, and answered Clay's question without thinking. "No, sir. They all died from sword wounds." "Are you sure?" Clay stared at his bloodshot eyes. "I am sure. When I led people to bury them, I checked everyone. I promise." Nodding, Clay did not continue to look at his face, waved his hand to let him back, and continued to look for clues in the narrow valley. "Lord Clay, did you find anything?" Innis Frey, who had been following him and had been holding back for a long time, asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Clay did not answer him, but asked, "Sir, I originally estimated that it would take 100 people to wipe out this team, but now I think this may be a biased judgment. In your opinion, sir, how many people are needed to prevent a single one of the 50-plus people from escaping?" Innis Frey's right hand habitually rested on the silver-gray mustache on his chin. Obviously, it was just a habit of his thinking. After a while, he gave his own judgment. "Lord Clay, I think that if they are bandits, then without armor, even if they use the terrain to launch a surprise attack, there are probably at least 60 of them. But if they are not bandits, with good enough equipment or horses, 30 people divided into 2 teams can kill half of the caravan's defense force in 1 round of charge. Basically, after 3 rounds, they should all be lying on the ground." This is a very pertinent statement. Clay nodded in agreement and said softly, "Whether there are horses or not, we should have results after they have surveyed the hills on both sides. Sir, let's take a look and maybe we can find something." Clay separated from Innis Frey and repeatedly replayed the battlefield at that time in his mind. The horseshoe prints on the hills were up and down, which could not explain the problem. Because there were horses in the White Harbor caravan, this greatly interfered with Clay's investigation. Suddenly, he thought of a very critical question. "Tell me, did you find a carriage at the scene? Also, are the goods on the carriage still there?" Clay was still asking, and a helpless look flashed across his face. The Frey family knight who hurried over again heard Clay's question, and he still did not hesitate and quickly gave an answer. "No, sir. When I came here, there was nothing here except the corpse. I think the bandits in the mountains took a fancy to the supplies of the White Harbor caravan, so this happened." At this moment, Clay's eyes suddenly condensed, and over the knight's shoulder, Clay found a strange mark on a small, dark red mound. Waving his hand, the knight left again very consciously, but he did not walk too far. He knew that he would be called over to ask again, so he simply stayed nearby. Clay didn't care about him at all. He walked to the small mound that still exuded the smell of blood after 4 days, squatted there, and his fingers pushed away the soil. His face instantly became ugly. A tiny earth hole appeared in front of Clay's eyes. With the help of the light, Clay could even see the blood clots inside. This was the mark left by the crossbow arrow shooting on the ground. He was suddenly startled. He glanced at the knight who was walking around boredly. Clay's heart sank. He lied. As the heir of White Harbor, the knowledgeable Clay could tell at a glance that this was a mark left by a powerful crossbow. The short crossbow arrow was fired by the crossbow machine and could penetrate the steel plate at close range. The tiny earth hole caused by the crossbow arrow was buried under a pile of earth soaked in blood. This was definitely not something a caravan could do. As an ordinary caravan that keeps a low profile, it is impossible for them to carry a crossbow that is complicated to make, expensive, and difficult to maintain. This crossbow arrow could only come from the attacker. As attackers, they raided the White Harbor caravan at night near the King's Road, where people could appear at any time. If the crossbow to which the arrow belonged was carried by them, then the arrow's disappearance meant that they had carefully cleaned the battlefield. But the problem was that it was dark at night, and after killing people, they not only did not drive the carriage away quickly, but instead cleaned the battlefield against common sense, and even found the crossbow arrow buried deep in the soil. Are they so bold? This is not the mentality that attackers should have at all. Moreover, since crossbows were used, longbows would not be absent. They could completely pick up all the arrows after besieging and killing more than 50 caravans? More importantly, Clay had asked the night before if everyone died from sword wounds. The knight actually answered decisively that there were only sword wounds, so what about this crossbow arrow? In summary, there is only one explanation, that the knight was lying, and he hurriedly buried the bodies of other caravan members in order to cover up the truth of what weapons they were killed by. Did the Frey family instruct him to do this? This thought popped into Clay's mind, but he immediately rejected it. At this time, the Frey family had no reason to attack Harbor, and he was in White Harbor, so it was too risky to do so. Who was this knight lying for? Clay really wanted to rush up and press an Axis seal on his face to make him spit out all the words, but unfortunately the current situation did not allow him to do so. Clay immediately figured it out. The appearance of this place must have been cleaned up by this knight and his men, which meant that he at least knew about the attack a long time ago. He and the attackers calculated that the surface of the bodies would have rotted and stank when he came, so they deliberately picked out 3 bodies that had only been wounded by swords to mislead him. Those who were shot by crossbows had already been buried in the soil. There were no loaded wagons at the scene, and the people were only wounded by swords. This was to lead Clay and others to believe that it was done by poorly equipped bandits. Clay could already guess that the messy horse hoof prints on the ridges on both sides were probably similar masterpieces. Standing up from the ground, Clay pretended to be calm and threw away the dark red dirt in his hand. He clapped his hands and quietly walked to the place where his family's cavalry gathered. Just in case, he didn't want what happened 4 days ago to happen again here, even though he now had 200 well-equipped cavalry. Just as he walked to his own cavalry, a guard had already led Clay's war horse in front of him. After touching the cheek of the white horse, Clay jumped on the horse. At this time, the captain of the guard rode down the hillside on his horse and came towards the direction of Clay's cavalry. When he rushed to the front, the captain of the guard pulled the reins and stopped the war horse 5 steps in front of Clay. "If you have gained anything, just tell me directly." Clay took out the water bag from the saddle and threw it to the captain of the guard. The latter took 2 big gulps, took a breath, and reported to his master. "There are indeed carriage wheel marks and human footsteps on the ridge, but it has been 4 days, and it seems to have rained in the past 2 days, so many traces are not very clear. There are a lot of horse footprints. I roughly estimated that there are about 20 horses. My lord, this is roughly the number of pack horses in our caravan, and the difference is not big." The captain of the guard frowned and reported the intelligence, but after staying with him for such a long time, Clay knew that he had something to say by looking at his twisted expression. The captain of the guard kept looking behind Clay intentionally or unintentionally, and Clay understood that the captain of the guard might not want the phrase to hear what he was going to say next. He rode his horse a few steps forward, away from Enos Frey, who was questioning his own cavalry. After no one could hear their conversation, the captain of the guard immediately whispered, "Master, something seems to be wrong." "What do you mean?" Clay narrowed his eyes. "There are many things that I just feel are not right. First of all, I recognize the carriages made in White Harbor. The wheelwrights are used to making the wheels bigger than those of the Southerners because we have a lot of rain and snow in the north, and the ground is bad for walking. But when I checked the wheel tracks, in addition to our wide wheel tracks, there were also a few narrow wheel tracks. Where did they come from? If they were bandits, did they prepare the carriages in advance? Also, the number of horses is not right. There are indeed more than 20 horse footprints on the ridge to the east, but after this battle, are there no horses killed or injured? I just checked, and the footprints are all solid, without a single shallow footprint of a lame leg. Finally, what about the west? Why are there no traces? This place can only be surrounded on both sides to annihilate all our people. Why are there only human footprints in the west, and why are there no horse footprints?" Several questions in a row proved that the captain of the escort had already seen some unreasonable places. One question after another could not form a complete logic, but it didn't matter. After Clay knew that the Lord Knight was lying, he knew that everything here was prepared for him to see, and it must be fake. So where is the truth? Just do the opposite. He tried to create the impression that the attacks were coming from the east, so the question is, where does the west lead to? The answer is, the Lord Knight's manor. Clay already had a hazy feeling in his mind. Everything in front of him was probably done by the Lord Knight with his armed hands and the mysterious power coming from the east. Otherwise, how could a small, wealthy knight like him have the strength to wipe out a caravan? As a local tyrant, he might have informed the other party of the whereabouts of this slow-moving caravan long ago, and then he led his men to ambush on the west side, while the mysterious force was in the east. After the attack began, he blocked the ridge on the west side to prevent the caravan from escaping, and the mysterious force completed the final slaughter. Clay now urgently wanted to know what was loaded on the caravan's carriage. If there was a Witcher's herbal decoction formula, it would delay his big plan. But apart from finding an opportunity to directly attack this knight with an axe, the doubts Clay currently had were not enough to serve as evidence. As the heir of White Harbor, he now had 2 things to do. The first was to commemorate the dead, and the second, of course, was to find the murderer who did this and chop off their heads. "I know. Have you told others about these findings?" Clay asked the captain of the guard, who had just reported to him with a cold face. The latter shook his head and looked around cautiously, as if he was afraid that others would hear their conversation. "No, young master, how could I tell others about this? I think the situation here is not right. I suggest you set off and return to White Harbor immediately. We don't wait for the fleet, but go directly over the land through the Neck Marsh. When we reach the north, no one can do anything to our 200 people. They were all people who had fought on the battlefield and returned alive from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The captain of the guard, with a keen sense of smell, smelled the smell of uneasiness in this strange battlefield and instinctively tensed his nerves. Patting him on the shoulder to make him relax, Clay whispered to him expressionlessly, "How do we leave? There is no order from my grandfather to go back. If we leave now, does it mean that the 200 of us are afraid? It's not the right time yet. We can just leave now, but with the temperament of the Fry family, my reputation as the heir of White Harbor will not end well if I am within their reach. I can ignore honor, but the Manderly family can't. We value it more than the Southerners." After a pause, Clay pointed to the western ridge and murmured as if talking to himself, "At least I have to find out who attacked you. The blood debt of the Manderly family must be repaid with blood." After inspecting the scene, Clay, who seemed to have gained nothing and seemed a little angry and frustrated, was slowly urging his horse to the west side of the mountain, where there was a hastily prepared grave. Clay had to go and take a look at the dead. The soil was newly turned over and roughly smoothed. A stone tablet about half a person's height stood in the open field, engraved with a crude mermaid pattern. This was the last remnant of the White Harbor caravan in this world. Clay didn't know their names. He could only find out when he returned to White Harbor and checked the records of the municipal officials. So standing here, drawing the long sword at his waist and stabbing it into the ground, the 200 cavalrymen behind him all dismounted and lined up in formation for silent silence. This was the only thing Clay, the heir of White Harbor, could do for them now. An eagle's cry broke the silence, which was considered to be a period for the silence. Innis Frey came behind the silent Clay and felt that he needed to comfort this young man who was less than 20 years old. However, Clay didn't need his comfort. Rather than sighing at the departure of dozens of people, it was better to say that he was indignant. He had a large army but couldn't find a target. The truly suspicious people couldn't take action now. "Sir, when I return to White Harbor, I will send someone to send them all back. Although my Manderly family believes in the 7 gods, these ordinary northerners are devout believers of the old gods. They should rest under the heart tree under the gaze of the old gods." Clay's voice was calm, and one could not tell whether he was sad or happy. Innis Frey could not refuse his request. He nodded, withdrew his hand that was about to pat Clay on the shoulder, and replied, "As you wish, Lord Clay." Turning around, Clay did not find the Frey family knight who brought them here at noon in the crowd. He frowned and asked Innis Frey, who was standing next to him, "The owner of this land seems to have abandoned us guests. He really has no way of entertaining guests. Don't you think so, Sir Innis Frey?" Innis Frey knew what Clay meant. He was talking about the wealthy knight. "I, the heir of White Harbor and the son of the patriarch of your Frey family, are all here, but you, a little knight, ran away and disappeared. He said that this is all the situation here. Let us look around. He told me that there are still some things in the territory, so he went back first. I saw that there was no clue here, so I asked him to deal with it first. Lord Clay, what do you want to ask him for?" Innis Frey was a little strange. Clay rarely used such a weird tone to squeeze people along the way. In his daily communication, he was in line with the image of a polite young nobleman in various night novels. "Nothing, since the host did not invite us guests to visit his house, and we did not eat bread dipped in salt. We will not bother the host." Clay sneered in his heart. This wealthy knight ran fast, but he was the only one. If it were the great nobles in the north who had tempers harder than ice, the cavalry would have rushed into the knight's manor at this time. Although the Frey family gave him guest rights, Clay insisted that the knight left without using the guest rights. It seemed reasonable, but Innis Frey still didn't understand why Clay said that. He didn't think that Clay was angry because he didn't visit the country noble's manor. As the legitimate heir of White Harbor, he had seen everything in such a big city. There was no need for him to see a wooden house standing in the farmland. At this time, Clay heard the sound of horse hooves. Now everyone was off the horse and had just finished a moment of silence. Who was coming? Looking back suddenly, Clay looked in the direction of the sound. It was the location of the King's Road below the ridge. Innis Frey, who was about to ask Clay what he was looking at, realized it slowly. After 5 or 6 seconds, he vaguely heard the faint sound of horse hooves. He subconsciously drew his sword, and the guards who were close had already jumped on the horse. "Don't panic. There are only 2 horses. They should be from your family, coming to tell one of us about this." Clay stopped Aenys Frey, who was about to mount his horse, shook his head and said softly. As they were talking, 2 flags with the Twin Towers emblem appeared on the ridge. Clay was right. The people coming were the cavalry of the Frey family. After taking a closer look at Clay, Aenys Frey had to say, "Congratulations, Master Clay. It seems that your guess is right. Come on, let's see who these 2 reckless guys are looking for." To say that they were reckless was actually being modest. If it was during wartime, galloping so fast to the resting army, no matter whose flag you were flying, the commander would definitely order the arrows to be shot. This was not recklessness, but ignorance of life and death. "As you wish, Lord Aenys," Clay replied. They were stopped by Frey and the White Harbor guards who had already mounted their horses. The 2 cavalrymen jumped off their horses and said something to the guards. Then, Clay and Aenys, who were walking by, saw that the guards took off their weapons and walked towards them with the 2 of them. As soon as they stood still, Aenys whipped them with a horsewhip and asked directly, "Who sent you 2?" The guards who felt pain obviously knew who Aenys Frey was and did not dare to resist. They took a breath and replied, "Sir, the Marquis sent us." "What for?" "The Marquis said that we should bring a letter from White Harbor, saying that it was written by Earl Wyman and was addressed to Master Clay Manderly. He said that he should see the letter and rush to the East Coast port immediately. The fleet that would pick him up is already waiting for him." One of the 2 took out a letter brought by a raven from his chest pocket. Clay grabbed it directly and opened it. It was written by his father, and there was only one meaning: return to White Harbor as soon as possible. "Master, why is the Lord so anxious for us to return to White Harbor?" "Does the letter say why?" The one who was speaking was the captain of the guard. He was also shocked by such a letter from Earl Wyman. It seemed that the letter should have been sent directly from White Harbor to the twins. The people in the twins received the letter and chased them here directly. Calculating the time, they were more in number and their pace was slower. The 2 Frey family cavalrymen were half a day later than them, which meant that Lord Wyman's letter arrived at the twins 1 day after they left the twins. It doesn't take long for a raven to fly from White Harbor to the twins. But this shows a problem. Earl Wyman didn't write this letter until he received the reply letter they sent in the twins. "I don't know. Grandfather didn't say it in the letter. He just sternly asked us to return to White Harbor as soon as possible. There is no room for negotiation." Clay shook his head. He was also aware of the time issue here. The appearance of this letter meant that as soon as the old man received the information about the caravan attack handed to him by the Wolf's Den, he immediately sent a letter to recall himself to White Harbor. He had a lot of guesses, but now lacked the necessary evidence, and the old man could not write these things on the letter to tell him, which was tantamount to sharing information with the Frey family. This letter disrupted his plan. He had wanted to stay here for another night, sneak into the knight's residence after midnight, stage a bandit entry, slap an Axis sign in his face, and find out clearly which bastards were involved in the siege. But now, he had to go. The letter made it clear that he should immediately head east to the coastal port. His fleet was already waiting for him. It was obvious that the old man was really anxious. With a long sigh in his heart, he looked back at the lonely grave standing in the wilderness. Clay thought, "Next time I come back, it might be time for me to lead the army to the south. I will deal with it then." He has no intention of letting the people involved in this go. Aenys Frey, who was also present, looked at Clay standing there thinking. He knew that the other party was about to leave. He regarded the other party as an ally, and he also felt that this matter was too sudden and caught everyone off guard. But he couldn't ask to stay, because the direct order of the patriarch of the Manderly family, he thought that the matter here could only be handled by him. Putting his hand down from the beard on his chin that seemed a little overwhelmed, Aenys Frey patted Clay's arm and whispered, "Lord Clay, let me handle the matter here. Later, if you send people from White Harbor, I promise to let them take all the people here back. Since it is Lord Wyman's order, then you can set off. But Lord Clay, you must remember the agreement between you and me. You are still young, but I am already over 50 and can't wait any longer." Knowing what he was talking about, Clay came to his senses and asked him back, "So, Sir Aenys Frey, when are you going to start your plan? Such a benevolent plan is very complicated and requires preparation." Aenys Frey put his hand on his beard again. He smiled and nodded, his voice very low. "Of course, Lord Clay, you will know when the time is right. However, when you go to White Harbor this time, you have to persuade your grandfather to make a marriage contract for our two families." Clay smiled and said nothing more. "We have made an engagement. You wait, be patient, wait a little longer." Clay didn't know what happened in White Harbor, so he didn't want to delay. He mounted his horse and carefully examined the land where a whole White Harbor caravan had died. He memorized its appearance and turned his horse's head to the east. The target this time was the small port where Clay landed last time. It was about southeast of Clay and his group, and the journey took about 3 to 4 days. This was the fastest way to get back to White Harbor. If they took the King's Road all the way north and went east after passing the Bay of Kylan, it would take 10 days and half a month, which was a waste of time. Clay should try to waste as little time as possible on the road. Clay deliberately followed the traces left by the mysterious force that ambushed in the east and chased east for a distance. But it was obvious that these people had deliberately made some footprints, horse hoof prints and wheel ruts, and then wiped out all these traces when they entered the woods. Even with Clay's demon hunter senses, he couldn't track their direction, which just proved that these people were definitely not bandits, because such professional techniques were not something that some guerrillas could possess. "Master, there's nothing we can do. We lost them. Our men went out to look for them, but we couldn't find any traces." The captain of the escort said to Clay helplessly. He punched the nearest tree trunk and broke off a small piece of dry and cracked bark. He was very annoyed, but helpless that he lost them after tracking them for such a long time. "Forget it. We will find the debtor eventually, but this is not what we need to consider now. Let's go and cross this forest as soon as possible. I don't like the smell here." The way back was uneventful. The first half of the trip was fine, but the second half went in an unexpected direction. First, I was shocked to hear that the White Harbor caravan had been ambushed. I rushed to the scene day and night, only to discover that there was something fishy going on. After a search, I finally found some clues. Just as I was about to look for an opportunity to investigate, I was recalled to White Harbor by an urgent letter. It was really a pity. At dusk on the third day, Clay and his 200 cavalry finally arrived at the shore. At the same time, 4 large sailing ships were anchored in the port, 2 more than when Clay arrived. Some people were standing at the port. When they saw Clay and others appear, they immediately rode over on horseback. The two sides quickly approached each other, and the fluttering mermaid flag proved that both sides belonged to the Manderly family. When Clay saw who was leading the group, he was stunned. "Sir Milan?" he whispered to him. Clay didn't expect that it was him who would cross the Bite Bay to pick him up. Judging from the people standing on the dock and the boat, there were at least 100 of them. What were they doing? When they got closer, Sir Malin asked, "Clay, did you encounter any trouble on the way?" Clay was stunned by this. "Something happened? What happened?" Shaking his head, Clay rode side by side with Sir Malin towards the dock and said, "No, the journey was very smooth. We received the news south of the Neck Marsh, where the caravan was attacked, and we immediately came to the port. We arrived in 3 days." "That's good," Sir Malin said sullenly, and Clay found that he seemed to be slightly relieved. "Sir, what happened that makes Grandpa so anxious for me to go back?" Knowing that Clay would ask this, Sir Malin sighed and said in a deep voice, "Don't ask. Your grandpa will tell you when you go back. Now get on the boat first. I can only feel at ease if you stay in the army." Sir Malin brought more than 200 people from White Harbor, a little more than Clay brought to the Twins. Clay was going on a long journey to the Twins, and bringing 200 cavalrymen was also a consideration for demonstrating military strength. But why did Sir Malin need to bring so many people to pick him up? If the crew members are included, there are about 500 people on these 4 ships. In the sparsely populated north, some small nobles can only mobilize this number of troops without full mobilization, which is indeed not a small number. Under Sir Malin's constant urging, Clay and his troops got on board. Sir Malin did not delay for a second, and directly ordered the fleet to set off for White Harbor. Looking at the old knight standing at the bow, with a military flavor all over his body, Clay was full of questions. Finally, he walked to Sir Malin and asked, "Sir, is it necessary to be so anxious?" Sir Malin looked at the air of Clay White Harbor with a headache. He had been wandering in Essos for 2 years, and then came back to White Harbor for only 10 days in total. The rest of the time he was going to various places. Why can't this young master stay quietly in White Harbor? This won't work. It seems that he is too idle. Go back and ask the Earl to arrange some things for him, so that he won't run around all day long. However, he can't be blamed for this emergency recall. This is the order of Earl Wyman. He is not very clear about the specific reasons. He just knows that the several caravans sent by the family to the southern end, although they did not encounter attacks, have all been subjected to rough inspections. You know, the caravans have been bribed with gold royals to pass the checkpoints, but this time, those who inspected did not accept the gold royals that had been stuffed into their hands at all. They pretended to be sanctimonious and inspected the goods forcefully. Obviously, this is extremely unusual. Some big shots have noticed the sudden increase in caravans in White Harbor after Clay returned, and they are very curious about what these goods are. Sir Malin, who didn't know the specific arrangements between Clay and Earl Wyman, of course, didn't understand the situation, but this didn't prevent him from realizing that someone was investigating Clay. Yes, your grandfather and I will be relieved to see you stay in the Mermaid Palace. Sir Malone didn't want to explain so much. Lord Wyman would tell his grandson more. He didn't want to talk about this, so he changed the subject. You've been in the twins for such a long time. Tell me, what have you gained? From what I've observed, the second generation of Frys and the twins have been fighting fiercely with each other. Marquis Walder Frey has done some work to balance things out, but he's 90 years old. I don't think what he's done has been very effective. Instead, it has intensified the conflict. Nodding slightly, Sir Malone had heard a little about the internal situation of the Fry family. Suddenly, he glanced at Clay, his face turned serious, and asked seriously, "Boy, I know what you're doing there. Don't tell me that you got involved in the fight between these Frys and brought us a marriage contract." Clay immediately denied this question, but he thought to himself, I really got a marriage contract for the Manderly family, but it's a marriage contract that I don't intend to execute at all. It was not easy for him to say these words to Sir Malon in front of him, so it would be most appropriate to return to White Harbor first and talk to his old man. It is actually very difficult to fall asleep on a rocking boat for those who are used to life on land. Clay lies in his own cabin, looking out the porthole at the sparkling sea in the moonlight. During the long time in the twins, he had been trying to use his own magic to wrap the blood and hit the blood of the Dragon King in the heart given to him by the three-eyed raven. The blood clot, which was about 3 or 4 centimeters wide and long, had been mostly assimilated thanks to Clay's efforts. The price was that Clay had to experience severe heart pain almost every night. People who didn't know him would think he was a heart patient. With a thought, the Demon Hunter system opened on his retina. Demon Hunter system, level 2. Potions, pull down to expand. Bombs, pull down to expand. Equipment, pull down to expand. Magic power pool, 80 unlocked. Seals, Quinn, level 1. Yadden, level 1. Alder, level 1. Igni, level 1. Axie, level 1. Items, pull down to expand. Clay opened the inventory and took out the blue-gold dragon egg that was lying quietly in the inventory. The dragon egg was still cold, but Clay had a feeling that the magic power contained in his blood seemed to make him have some strong feeling for this dragon egg. He had a hunch that when the blood of the Dragon King completely filled his body, it would be the moment for him to awaken the creature inside. Under the moonlight, the blue-gold dragon egg still looked radiant and brilliant. This feeling of being able to see it, but not being able to get it, made Clay extremely uncomfortable, but there was no other way. Without spending time and effort, how could he obtain the power? After taking back the dragon egg, Clay focused his attention on the 5 unlocked seals. He had been busy with various things during this period, and had no time to examine his abilities carefully. According to his tests and experience, the actual effects of the 5 sigils of the Witcher are not as good as the sigils of the Griffin School in the Witcher world. It may also be related to the fact that the level of his sigils is too low. Generally speaking, Clay felt that this was the sign ability possessed by the Wolf School, which had more comprehensive abilities. People are greedy, and he certainly wanted to make greater progress in signs. For ordinary demon hunters, the ability of the sign may be basically determined at the moment the mutation is completed, and the subsequent growth depends entirely on the continuous polishing over time. But Clay's demon hunter system helps him skip this step. Now his spell abilities are all at level 1, and upgrading them requires a huge accumulation of magic power. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 300 points of magic power, which is almost as much as the magic power consumption caused by the series of side effects he was immune to when he mutated into a demon hunter. Clay had tried the Church of the 7 Gods in the south. No matter how exquisitely carved the statues inside were, in Clay's Witcher's vision, the complex magic power wrapped around them was pitifully small and intermittent. Sure enough, what the three-eyed raven said was right. The 7 gods, who had widespread followers in the south, might really be in extremely bad condition, or their own strength might just be so weak. It is not known whether Clay can use the power of the 7 gods in the cathedral in King's Landing and the church in Old Town. Clay has seen the three-eyed raven, the agent of the old gods. He is very curious whether there are creatures in Westeros that uphold the will of the 7 gods. But so far, if Clay wants to obtain enough magic power, he can only go to the heart trees in the north to get it. This time, when he returns to White Harbor, this matter will also be put on the agenda. How should I put it? I never expected that the editor would just wave his hand and it will be on the shelves tomorrow. In this case, I was originally going to summarize the 200,000 words again, but I'll do it in advance. This book is actually my first book in the true sense. The rest are just scattered and random scribbles. As a newbie to online novels who knows nothing, I admit that some of the problems in the previous plot were indeed my own. I wanted to lay too much groundwork, which did affect the rhythm and viewing experience. Here, I would like to explain this to everyone. Also, I just graduated and am not an experienced worker yet. I believe you have heard about the recent employment situation and the competitive pressure. Like you, I am just an ordinary person. The results were not ideal, but I knew that for my first book, I couldn't be too greedy and I should just do my best. Okay, that's the end of my pity show. Since this is a summary, let me talk to you about the plot. In these 60,000 words, I mainly wrote about the protagonist's journey south to the twins. Originally, I wanted to expose the infighting among the Frys directly under the promotion of the protagonist, so that the protagonist and the Northern Army would have no worries when they marched south. However, as I was writing, I realized that the Frys themselves were an unlikable family. No matter how many reasons I had to portray them, I would not be liked by everyone. Personally, I guess that, dear readers, what you may want to see are plots about cavalry, wars, fighting, dragons, demon hunter legions, 1,000-mile raids, generals capturing flags, etc. To be honest, I like them too. So after realizing the problem, I shortened the protagonist's stay in Fry to half the time previously planned, left a small introduction, and hurriedly went north to begin his final preparations before the war. After I'm well prepared, I will enter the plot that everyone is most familiar with, but it is obvious that everything will be different from before the war begins. This is the charm of fan fiction, to make up for the regrets in the original story. Of course, Beluga also hopes that this book will not leave too many regrets. Finally, it's on the shelves. If there are more chapters, one chapter will be added for every 50 subscriptions, with no upper limit. I hope everyone will support it. Little White Whale would like to thank all the readers here. 4 large sailing ships with mermaid designs painted on them were a force no one dared to mess with in the crowded sea of Bite Bay. Although the pirates entrenched here combined are estimated to be able to take down Clay's fleet, that means they must face the wrath of the Manderly family. More than 20 warships are nothing in the entire 7 kingdoms, but they are more than enough to deal with the pirates in longships in Bite Bay. Along the way, Clay saw many pirate longships that were observing from a distance behind the White Harbor fleet, but when Sir Malon ordered the sails to be fully hoisted and to move towards them, these guys disappeared faster than anything else. On an afternoon with dark clouds and a rainstorm approaching, the White Harbor fleet and their young master finally returned to the fleet's home port. Smelling the salty smell in the sea breeze, Clay stood at the bow and looked at the busy port and the huge and towering new castle on the hill at the end of his sight. More than a month ago, Clay also took a boat back to White Harbor in this way. However, at that time he had just returned to Westeros and didn't know anything. Now, White Harbor is still busy, but he is different. It is a very complicated matter for a large ship to enter the port. Fortunately, White Harbor has the largest deepwater port in the north, so Clay does not need to row a small sampan to return to land. There were still people waiting for him at the dock, and Clay immediately spotted Wilfred standing in the middle of the crowd. The sister in a plain white dress stood out so clearly, surrounded by several maids. Clay didn't know why he didn't see Vera. With her wild personality, she would definitely come to the dock to wait for him if she had the chance. But he didn't see her. He probably thought she had angered the old man again and was locked in her room. After stepping on the pedal, Clay stepped onto the land of the north again. After tidying himself up, Clay walked directly towards the crowd without waiting for the guards to pull the boat that had fallen behind. The crowd made way for him, and Clay walked towards his sister, smiling and jokingly saying, "Sister, you are dressed so beautifully. Who are you waiting for here?" In response, Wilfred rolled her eyes imperceptibly. Wilfred pulled Clay and said, Grandpa asked me to greet you here. I brought a horse for you, and he can't wait to hear you talk about your trip to the twins. Clay knew very well that the old man would never tell Wilfred about his so-called Valyrian super warriors. This kind of thing was not something a woman should hear. Clay smiled at the people who came to greet him, and looking around at the crowd, he was a little surprised because he saw a few familiar faces among the outermost guards. They were the candidates for the demon hunter team that he had selected, and they were also his personal guards. It seems that their training with the White Harbor guards during the time I was away did have some effect. Before I left, I told the old man what I wanted to assess them on, and I guess the screening results have already come out. Thinking that he was about to build the first team of demon hunters in Westeros, Clay's heart beat violently for a few times. But then he remembered the White Harbor caravan that was destroyed south of the Neck, and what Sir Malon said to him on the ship. Hopefully the herbs for his herbal decoction are all right, or else all plans will have to be postponed. Clay prayed silently in his heart. After the greetings, Clay helped Wilfred onto the horse, then he mounted the horse himself. Under the protection of a group of guards and his personal guards, dozens of horses rode through the dust all the way up, heading for the new castle of the Manderly family. Clay, did the trip to the twins go smoothly? Those Fry? Wilfred was about to say something but stopped herself. Clay knew what she wanted to say. He had promised her before leaving, so he would not break his promise. He rode on, the horse, his body rising and falling with the horse's pace, and gave his sister a reassuring smile. Clay would not tell him about Innis. It was useless and unnecessary. The Frey family has indeed mentioned an engagement with you, but don't worry, no Frey can take you away from White Harbor, I promise. After hearing what Clay said, Wilfred, who had been worried, finally felt relieved. In fact, she knew very well that as the heir of White Harbor, Clay had some power to decide her future marriage. During the time when Clay was away from White Harbor, she was always afraid that one day a bird would fly from the direction of the twins, saying that Clay had found an ugly man among the Frys as her husband, and she would need to dress herself up, get on the carriage, take her dowry, and leave White Harbor never to return. She had been awakened by such nightmares several times, but now, after hearing Clay's words, she knew that she would have a very peaceful sleep tonight. Poseidon Tower in Lord Wyman's study. Wilfred did not follow him in. She walked Clay to the door and then stopped. The old man at home didn't change much. He was holding a bottle of summer red and drinking it as water. When he saw Clay coming in, the old man immediately became energetic. His huge body stood up from the chair, rushed to Clay and circled around him twice, muttering something in his mouth. He spoke very quickly, and Clay didn't understand. Boy, it seems the Freys are not that good either. They didn't do anything to you. I thought you would pick out one or two that you like from among those Freys before coming back. The old man spoke righteously, but his words did not sound serious at all. Spreading his hands helplessly, Clay pulled out a chair and sat down under the old man's gaze and opened a bottle of summer red for himself. However, he didn't want to be as bold as the old man and drink directly from the bottle. So he found a glass and filled it up for himself. Grandpa, I can still control him. Really? You're just talking nonsense. Your father told me the same thing when he was a child. I caught him in his room the next day. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Clay was helpless. Why did he have to apply the same behavior to himself as his father did when he was young? Besides, which noble child who is not strictly disciplined is not like this? To be honest, Clay is not a person who wants to keep himself clean. He really thinks things are dirty and doesn't want to be associated with so many people. The thought of it makes him frown and feel uncomfortable. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I know you want to ask why we called you back. The old man paused, and then his face was full of seriousness. He said, Clay, the caravan in Neck Marsh is carrying the things we want, and, except for the ones in the north, all the other caravans have been investigated using legal means. The most important thing is, according to the news from King's Landing, Lord Eddard is looking for the king's illegitimate son everywhere. The old man slowly finished his rest of his words. I smelled something wrong in that city. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Important things should be said 3 times. The king is still alive and in his prime. Judging from his health, he will probably spend a few more decades in debauchery and sleeping with women before he goes to see the 7 gods. According to King Robert's temper, the 7 gods summoned him too early. He will pick up his warhammer and hit them one by one. Although His Majesty the King has no scruples about sex, and has fought with various beauties in various places, and has a large number of illegitimate sons and daughters, The problem is that he clearly has two legitimate sons and a daughter, although the current crown prince is really not liked by anyone except his mother. As the hand of the king, who was specially invited back from King's Landing to Winterfell by King Robert, Eddard Stark should be trying to deal with the mess left in King's Landing at this time. Why is he looking for the king's illegitimate child everywhere? No matter whether they are in King's Landing or far away from that quagmire, all the adults who have their eyes there are experts who are well versed in the rules of the Game of Thrones. Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knew that Eddard Stark was fair, selfless, and honorable. This was a fact that even the ice in the north could not hide. Given his friendship with King Robert, it was impossible for him to capture these illegitimate children for others. Therefore, there is something unusual about this matter. It is impossible for the king to ask his good brother to find all these illegitimate children and then legalize them all at once. There was a curly-haired lioness lying inside the Red Castle. The king must be crazy to do something that would completely piss off the lioness. So, Lord Eddard Stark, why is he so anxious to find these heirs? For a long time, the rumor that the king's 3 children looked too much like their mother and uncle had been spread among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms as a joke. If it's not for the purpose of finding out and legalizing it immediately, then is there a possibility that Lord Ed is investigating something or preparing for something? According to the news brought back by the White Watch's spies in King's Landing, the chaotic situation caused by Jon Arryn's sudden death showed no signs of calming down in the month since Lord Eddard Stark came to King's Landing. On the contrary, now King's Landing is full of rumors. Even homeless people who can only beg can tell their companions one or two so-called shocking news with a mysterious look on their faces. As Jon Arryn's widow, Lysa Tully took the young Robert Arryn, the current guardian of the Vale and owner of the Eyrie, and fled out of King's Landing for her life and returned to her own castle. She immediately ordered the Bloody Gate to be closed, and no one knew what she was guarding against. As an old noble who has witnessed the ups and downs of Westeros for decades, Wyman Manderly always feels a little uneasy about the current undercurrent situation. In addition, the caravans that went out to buy medicinal herbs were attacked or investigated one after another, which made the old man nervous. He immediately called back his heir, who was stranded in Haegon. Lord Wyman and other old nobles who participated in the War of the Usurper knew very well that once the war started, no matter who the opponent was, the Riverlands would become the focus of competition among all parties. By then, the heir must still stay in the twins. If the twins are the enemy, it would be like giving the opponent a valuable bargaining chip for nothing. Earl Wyman would not do such a thing, as it would be irresponsible to the entire Manderly family. Don't think this is just an old man's unfounded worry. Think about what triggered the Usurper War. To put it bluntly, the daughter of the Stark family eloped with the heir of the Targaryen family. Because of this, a dynasty that lasted for more than 200 years was destroyed, and rivers of blood flowed throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Now, Lord Eddard Stark is in King's Landing investigating the death of former Prime Minister Jon Arryn, while also searching for the king's illegitimate children, children who theoretically have no right of inheritance, but whom no one can say for sure. Coupled with the various messages sent back by their spies in King's Landing, how could these adults who were very sensitive to war not have some other ideas? Looking at his grandfather's serious expression, Clay knew too well what would happen in the city. His butterfly effect only prevented Bran from seeing what he shouldn't have seen, and then indirectly affected Tyrion from being framed, thus delaying the arrival of the war. However, as Eddard Stark's investigation deepened, the meaning behind the strong cast that Lord Jon Arryn said on his deathbed, Prime Minister Eddard would sooner or later find out the true identity of the so-called 3 children of the king through the illegitimate child and the book, Genealogy and History of the Major Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, no matter what the result was, war was inevitable. The power of Lannister in King's Landing was too strong. Once Robert died, Queen Cersei could ignore any power and directly overturn Lord Eddard, who was holding the will but was isolated and helpless, to the ground. Stannis controls the royal fleet and occupies Dragonstone. After escaping King's Landing, the Duke of Storm's End will wear the crown in the Reach, gather most of the forces of the Stormlands and the Reach, and raise an army of 100,000 to attack King's Landing. This is like a domino that collapses one by one, and no god can stop the trend of the times. Grandpa, we can't take care of the things in King's Landing for the time being. Now, we have to discuss what to do next. Clay knew that the situation was about to become urgent, but because of this, He was eager to care about the plan he and the old man had discussed before. Sir Malon and the old man had already selected the people for him. Everything was ready, except for the raw materials for the herbal medicine. I know. The old man sighed quietly, waved his hand in annoyance, moved his huge body back to the chair, supported his chin with his big hand, and said in a deep voice, "During the time you were away, some materials arrived at White Harbor one after another, but most of them were seized by those prosecutors who showed up. The negotiation team has set off, but it will take time. At most, according to your request, we can now get at most 10 copies for you. For the rest, there is no way. Some materials are very difficult to get, and we encountered." Clay knew what he didn't say, that is, the ambush he saw in Neckmarsh. "Grandpa, the ambush against our White Harbor caravan may have other hidden stories behind it. You also know that it must have been instigated by a big shot, but I must say that the local nobles also participated in it. I was there at the time." Clay told his grandfather everything he found at the scene. Because he had already told the old man about his mutation, Clay did not hide how he discovered the abnormality. "Grandpa, since the situation there is unstable now, let's put it aside for now. When the situation stabilizes, I will bring enough troops to directly demolish the Knight's manor and find out what happened behind the scenes." Clay calmly told his grandfather about his next plan. "We will get as many people as we have materials. Only the power in our own hands is real." The second update is coming later. Nodding, the old man agreed with his grandson's statement. In fact, there was nothing he could do about it. Obtaining information by inspecting caravans was actually a common practice among the nobles in Westeros. For example, the River Bay is vast and has abundant grain production. The nobles are generally rich, but there is a problem. There is a lack of good iron ore output there. If there is a period of time when the nobles in the River Bay spend a lot of money to buy a lot of iron, what would you think? In this era, iron, in addition to being used to make farm tools and some small items, has only one use, which is to produce all kinds of weapons and equipment, including but not limited to longswords, shields, armor, arrowheads, etc. However, the preservation of ironware is generally poor. Ordinary nobles will not have a large warehouse of this thing at home if iron is not produced near the family. So if a noble, family, or a certain area buys ironware on a large scale through a caravan, guess what he is going to do? The caravan is itself a good carrier of information. Many nobles deny things because they are honest in their mouths, and the information about the goods purchased through these caravans is completely exposed. Regarding the investigation of the White Harbor caravan, Clay and his father really have no way to deal with it. This is an unspoken rule among the nobles. When the people of White Harbor traveled thousands of miles south and found their detained caravan, those people had already figured out what the goods were. Although the old man had prepared a large amount of other unimportant things for each kind of medicinal material needed in order to prevent this, it took a lot of time to send someone to bring the things back from being detained to White Harbor. The grandfather and grandson talked about some of the arrangements for the future and the mess between the Freys and the twins. The old man fully expressed his disdain for the name of Frey, and at the same time expressed his contempt for what Aenys Frey said about his plan. In the words of the old man, if the little guy wants to make trouble, then let him make trouble and see what he can do to the twins. He is happy to see it happen. The old man appreciated Clay's behavior of pretending to agree to Aenys Frey's marriage proposal. He was looking forward to pushing and making the late Lord Frey's family more chaotic. Even if Aenys Frey sent someone, Clay would not recognize him, or simply kill him. It would be best to coax Aenys to do the job. It didn't matter if he was discovered. When things got to that point, he knew what the Manderly family meant. By the time they finished chatting, half a day had passed. The old man and the young man had drunk 4 bottles of golden wine from Qingting Island. However, both of them had a good alcohol tolerance, and ordinary alcohol could not do anything to them. It was another ordinary dinner. Clay met his father and uncle, as well as his sister Wilfred. Oh, and his silly sister Vera, who was locked up by the old man for a day and was depressed. Lying on the bed, Clay once again felt the tearing pain in his heart and felt the blood of the Dragon King filling up his body. In the darkness, Clay showed a satisfied smile, finally relaxed his nerves that had been tense for many days, and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Clay came to the Poseidon Tower early in the morning. At the top of the tower, there was a storage room that had been idle for many years and had never been occupied. It used to be piled with some family miscellaneous items. Now it has been sorted out by Earl Wyman, and all the materials transported have been stored in it. He only got one key, and he didn't even keep it for himself. he gave the only one to his grandson. He didn't understand the knowledge, and it was useless for him to take one. It would only increase the risk of someone getting the key and exposing the formula of the medicinal materials. Taking out the special key, Clay opened the heavy door lock and pushed open the door. A strange smell floated out from the room, which was caught by Clay's keen sense of smell. Sniffing, Clay sniffed the smell and soon realized that it was the smell of the mixed herbs and herbs piled here. Walking into the door, Clay saw a huge table at a glance. In addition to some materials that were kept fresh by ice cubes, there was also a large group of things such as copper grass. Clay didn't know what method the caravan used to keep these herbal materials fresh. On the other side of the long table, there was a smaller round wooden table with some bottles and jars on it. This was not what Clay asked for. It was probably because his father heard it from somewhere, or he judged that he needed these things to make potions. If Clay were an ordinary demon hunter, he would probably need a complicated alchemy table and endure countless failures before he could master the method of making herbal decoction. But handsome people can always get help in some aspects. He has a system. Every time he makes a herbal decoction, the system can complete it perfectly for him. If there is such a thing as quality, it is definitely of the highest quality, although it cannot be sold. However, this kind of manufacturing will consume a certain amount of his energy. He can't synthesize it with one click like in the game, and then open the next one with a refreshed mind. He still needs to rest. Anyway, there is only one key to this place in Clay's hand, so he can directly tighten all these herbs in his inventory, which is an extra layer of insurance to some extent. Because the caravans that the Manderly family went out to buy mixed these herbs with piles of other goods. If these people want to investigate, they will only write down the types of all the materials. There is a great probability that they will not be able to piece together a correct formula for herbal decoction. However, if the things in this house were discovered by someone with ulterior motives, it would be equivalent to directly exposing the formula. Although it is extremely difficult to synthesize and mutation itself is also difficult, it means a possible leak, which Clay cannot tolerate. Besides, the herbal decoction is not only a must-have for the demon hunter mutation, but it is also a highly toxic thing. Without the assistance of a mage, this potion with a slight taste is a replica of Rhys's tears, which may be almost as effective as killing Emperor Joe. Therefore, Clay put the herbs away, which is a safer option. By the way, it also solves the problem of preservation. Although the corruption will become slow under the low temperature of ice, it is not a long-term solution after all. There is no such problem when sending them to the inventory that is like a time freeze. Clay spent about an hour to put these materials into his system inventory in different categories. There is no shortage of easily available materials such as sentinel bark, ghost grass, and copperplate grass. The most important thing is that the lizard lion venom gland is stuck in the neck. The old man said that only 10 copies could be made, and the least was this thing. This thing is a specialty of the neck. There were only so many in stock in White Harbor. The rest was on the way, but unfortunately it encountered such a thing. Third update. News from King's Landing a week ago. Eddard Stark has begun to search for the king's illegitimate children. If you are not a fool, it is only a matter of time to see enough black hair and realize whose children Joffrey Tommen and Myrcella are. In the past, Clay could not predict when King's Landing would become chaotic, so he had his itinerary in the twins. But now that he is back and heard the chaotic news of King's Landing, Clay knows that this is his last window of opportunity. Be nervous and make a decoction of green herbs first, Clay said to himself. The demon hunter's mutagen actually has different schools of thought, which results in different effects of mutation. Clay knows this. Maybe, relying on the system, he can try to improve this mutagen in the future. The demon hunter system is now at level 2. How to reach level 3? This very Buddhist system does not give a clear direction, but Clay has a hunch that after he personally creates a demon hunter, the system will change again. As for himself, if he can make the improved herbal decoction or some Westeros version of the mutagen, Clay would also like to try a second mutation. After all, no one would dislike being stronger than themselves. Forget it, this is something for the future. Let's not think about it now. Let's work. Clay shook off the thoughts in his mind and selected materials such as dragon bones, ghost grass, copper grass, sentinel bark, lizard lion venom glands, and adult swamp leeches from the inventory that can be used multiple times, and sent them to the position of the potion synthesis according to the proportion given by the system. Putting his mind into it completely, Clay could feel that these medicinal materials were being alchemically synthesized in a space that he could feel but could not describe, and his spirit was also being consumed bit by bit. Fortunately, making these potions does not consume magic power, otherwise he might not be able to hold on with only 80 points of magic power left. As for magic power, he has reached an agreement with the Three-Eyed Crow. At this stage, he can fleece the Three-Eyed Crow without any scruples and draw magic power at will, but it may not be the case in the future. The Three-Eyed Crow is now investing in him to conquer the South and wait for an opportunity to confront Urlor in the future. To some extent, it is a situation like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Sun Quan supported Liu Bei to fight against Cao Cao because Sun Quan alone could not deal with Cao Cao's hundreds of thousands of troops, but after Liu Bei entered Sichuan, the Sun-Liu alliance gradually changed and became a three-legged tripod. If Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang were more aggressive and directly went north to take down the Guanzhong area, do you think the Sun-Liu alliance would become the Sun-Cao alliance? This is a different time. The same is true for the chess game of Westeros. Clay now has only White Harbor, which is not enough to make the Three-Eyed Raven, who represents the old gods, too wary. But if one day Clay has a foundation in the south, whether he can get the support he has now is another matter. It is not clear whether people's faith is helpful to the existence of God. Clay has not figured out the specific logic of the magic or gods of Westeros. Clay does not think that people are so important to God. Otherwise, why would the seven gods, who have the most faith in Westeros, become so weak, while the old gods are still strong in the north with the least population? The Three-Eyed Raven has been emphasizing the south, not the people in the south. Clay feels that the land itself is more important than the creatures on it, but he does not rule out the possibility that the Three-Eyed Raven is misleading him. Clay had to be extremely careful when fighting with this guy, who had a lifespan far longer than that of an ordinary person, and could bathe in the long river of history at will. Some words could only be kept in his heart and must not be spoken out. If he could not speak out, there was a pair of eyes staring at him now. Time flowed slowly, and Clay waited quietly. The first time he boiled the herbal decoction, it seemed to be a friendly service sent by the system, and there was no requirement for his spirit. But for this second time, Clay had to resist this mental consumption. In the dimly lit room, Clay didn't know how long it had been. Finally, he heard the illusory sound of bubbles bursting and water in his ears again. This familiar sound refreshed him. He understood that the second batch of herbal decoction in Westeros had been successfully boiled. Sure enough, a familiar pattern appeared in the inventory. He immediately used his spirit to lean over and check the bottle of herbal decoction, which was still hot. Name, Green Herb Decoction, version 2.0. Effect, transforms ordinary people into demon hunters. Side effects, significant nerve damage can be offset, extremely weakened fertility can be offset, pupil splitting can be offset, basic success rate, 40%, can be improved. Notes, a higher quality decoction. Drink it. Your chance of survival will be slightly higher than your predecessors. The door to demon hunters will be open to you. By the way, I still want to emphasize, stay away from pitchforks and women with magic. You can't control them. Clay took a deep breath and looked at the notes on this thing. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What does it mean? Has the pitchfork really become a regular weapon for demon hunters? Also, what is a woman with magic? If you want to say sorceress, just say it. What do you mean by can't control it? Clay felt that he was discriminated against. Are there such creatures as sorceresses in Westeros? Wait. A voluptuous woman in a red robe suddenly appeared in Clay's mind. She could really be considered a sorceress, although it was a special version of the ice and fire world. Thinking of what the red-robed woman named Melisandre did later, Clay felt that he needed to be cautious. He listened to people's advice and ate a full meal. The system said that he couldn't control it. Clay firmly denied it, but it didn't hurt to be careful. Besides, he also wanted to see these people who believed in the red god Urlor and use his demon hunter vision to feel what kind of painting style Urlor's magic power was. I hope I don't see a walking little sun, Clay thought. But then again, Clay noticed that the herbal decoction made this time seemed to be an upgraded version of the last time. Although it only increased the basic success rate by 10%, it was also a great improvement. You know, if it was a real demon hunter mutation, with a lot of mages and auxiliary personnel on the side, the Wolf School where Jay was also barely raised the success rate to 40%. In comparison, Clay's demon hunter system is really good. The herbal decoction produced by Clay is really good. Thinking of the young men selected by the old man, a strange smile appeared on his face. Don't worry about drinking it. I am here. Except for the pain, I will solve the rest of the problems for you. After all, this herbal decoction is so good, right? The fourth update. After processing the first portion of hot herbal decoction, Clay felt a little tired, which was acceptable and did not affect his actions. Clay took the 3 small bottles of the improved version of the herbal decoction in his hand and played with them for a while. With the naked eye, Clay could not see any difference between them and the original ones. After thinking about it, he put the herbal decoction in his hand back into the inventory. If I remember correctly, this thing has no ability to keep fresh. It must be used immediately after it is made. Clay cannot leave it exposed outside for too long. If it fails, wouldn't it be a failure, and all the efforts just now would be in vain? Let's not make medicine now. I have to go see those guys who have been screened out and pick out a lucky one from them to become the second demon hunter after me. Clay supported his chin with one hand and muttered to himself. Yesterday, his old man had already told him the bottom line. After Sir Malon screened the people, the old man had been brainwashing these guys during the time when Clay was away. Originally, as a branch that had branched off from the main vein of Manderly in the past 1,000 years, they were already extremely excited to see the patriarch of the main vein, Earl Wyman, the core of the Manderly family again. And now, they know that they have passed the layers of screening and can finally return to their family's fortress, New Castle, and they are loyal to the future Earl of White Harbor, Master Clay Manderly. They feel that their future is bright, as their old man kept brainwashing them, promoting Clay's deeds in Winterfell, and implicitly pointed out that Clay had an adventure in Essos. They would also have the opportunity to experience what the young master had experienced at that time. According to the old man, he was very satisfied with the performance of these people. Now, Clay wanted to see what kind of guys could satisfy the old man. After all, they have joined the White Harbor Guard. On the surface, they are selected as Clay's future personal guards. The first batch of 22 people who finally passed the screening are now staying in the guard room of the new castle and living with other guards. Yesterday, their long-cherished master Clay Manderly finally returned from the territory of those southerners. With great excitement, they went to the port for the first time as personal guards to greet their master. Although no one among the people who greeted them could match the status of Clay's sister Wilfred, this did not hinder their mood to participate in this reception. 22 pairs of eyes stared at the tall young man who came down from the boat with a sword on his waist. They wished they could carve the young man's face into their minds. Lying on the bed, Creason Manderly stroked the family heirloom armor that was placed aside, imagining his future life. This armor was worn by his great-grandfather when he followed the Earl of White Harbor to fight. As a knight who was enfeoffed by the Earl to the north of White Harbor, his great-grandfather had a very good life at that time. However, his grandfather and father were not people who knew how to run a business. They relied on the foundation left by their ancestors and acted recklessly. In the end, the family declined. When it came to him, there was only a set of armor that no one had worn for decades. Originally, for him, selling this armor that once carried countless honors was the only choice for Creason Manderly for the sake of his future life. After all, people still have to survive. But one day, the famous Sir Marlon Manderly of White Harbor suddenly found him and gave him a chance to change his life and revitalize his family business. That is, to become the personal guard of Clay Manderly, the young master of White Harbor, whom he had never met. From the strange discussions heard in the streets and alleys of White Harbor, Creason knew that this young master was a ruthless man who dared to swing his sword directly at the Lannister family in front of His Majesty the King. Creason did not learn his father's idle habits, but he inherited his and his grandfather's contempt for the Southerners, especially for the Lannister family, who did a lot of things to tarnish their honor during the War of the Usurper. For such a master, Creason is extremely looking forward to it. In the words of Sir Marlon, in the future, where Clay's sword points is their direction. Just as he was thinking, Vito Manderly, who was fighting with a chicken leg in his hand, walked to the side of Creason's bed, pointed at his steel sword on the bedside, and invited him with a smile. "Do you want to go to the courtyard to compete, Sir Creason?" Sir is the nickname that everyone teased Creason, because he was the most hard-working and diligent one in training and learning. Everyone said that he worked so hard that he must want to be noticed by Master Clay in the future, and be knighted and become a Sir again. Although his grades were not the first, he had always been praised by Sir Malone. Sometimes, attitude is more important than talent. Vito Manderly was the one who was closest to him among the more than 20 people. He naturally had no intention of refusing to invite him to a sword fight. He laughed, jumped up from the bed, did not wear armor, picked up the long sword and followed Vito Manderly, who had already killed a chicken leg, out of the door. The two men, both dressed in ordinary clothes, stood in the open space outside. They were very familiar with the weight of each other's hands and believed that the other party would not hurt themselves. This is what Earl Wyman emphasized when he came to see them. They, the personal guards, should be able to trust their backs to their comrades. They only care about the enemy in front of them and believe that their comrades will protect their backs. Come on! Vito, whose sword skills are not as good as Chryson's, took the initiative. After a roar, he rushed up with a sword. A large circle of people had already gathered around them. Watching the fight between brothers was their most important program. Clay, who stood on the periphery and watched the scene calmly, carefully examined every attack or defense of the two people who swung swords at each other in front of him. No matter how beautiful the words were, the truth could only be seen under the hands. More than 20 people could not surround them tightly. Clay slowly approached, and his eyes swept over everyone here, not missing a single detail. Finally, he retracted his gaze and turned his eyes back to the two people fighting. With his experience and excellent observation skills, he had already judged that the personal guard with black curly hair was going to lose. Fighting consumes a lot of physical energy, and no one is exempt from it. Shortness of breath and stiff arms are signs of exhaustion. The sword skills of the two are not much different, but the black curly-haired guard is slightly inferior to his opponent in terms of physical strength. Sure enough, 10 seconds later, after a fierce confrontation, the black curly-haired Vito could not hold the hilt of the sword and was knocked off the weapon. The next second, a black and mottled long sword was delivered to him, and the tip stopped in front of his throat. He lost. This was the result he had expected in his heart, but when it really happened, he still felt a little reluctant to speak. Looking at his frustrated friend, Chryson just wanted to step forward to comfort him, but he didn't expect that Vito in front of him seemed to be cast into a state of immobilization, staring blankly at his back. He felt a little strange. Just as he turned around, a hand was placed on his shoulder. A gentle voice sounded in his ear. "My personal guard, as the winner, will you accept my challenge?" Looking back suddenly, looking at the young face, Chryson subconsciously called out his name. "Lord Clay." Fifth update, woohoo is done. No one noticed how their young master Clay appeared beside them silently. To use an inappropriate example, it was like a sheepdog not noticing the wolf kiss on its throat. As a personal guard, but not vigilant enough, this would cause big problems on the battlefield. Seeing the winner of the competition standing there like a statue after calling him, Clay felt amused. He understood the other party's feelings, so he said, "What's wrong? Did you use up too much energy just now? It's okay, I can wait." As if waking up from a dream, Chryson came back to his senses. The face of the young master in front of him was full of a relaxing and gentle smile, but even so, he still felt a little nervous. "No, Master Clay, I'm afraid I'll hurt you," spoke a little haltingly, but at least he made his meaning clear. He had only seen the young master fight once before, but that time on the training ground, everyone was cautious and didn't dare to really fight with the young master. There were so many people, and it wasn't his turn to fight with the young master at that time. After this period of systematic swordsmanship practice, Chryson felt that his swordsmanship had made great progress, so he had this worry. Clay felt that he was being looked down upon. Although he knew that the other party was speaking unintentionally, the daily social interactions of these side branches were completely different from those of him and the old man. It was normal for them not to talk. Shaking his head, Clay raised his wrist, and the refined steel sword at his waist came out of its sheath with a swishing sound. The long sword formed a sword flower in his hand, and a silver-white phantom flashed by. "Name?" Clay asked calmly. After a moment of hesitation, Chryson realized that the young master was asking for his name. He answered somewhat stiffly, "Chryson." Just after he said his name, Clay's voice was like an arrow shot from a meteor hitting his eardrums. "Chryson, I remember your name. Now, as a personal guard of me, Clay Manderly, I command you to pick up your sword." The sword in his hand was halfway raised, but Clay could still clearly see Chryson's hesitation, so he added fuel to the fire. "You don't even have the courage to raise your sword? If so, then you'd better leave here as soon as possible. There is no need for softies here." As soon as the voice fell, Clay saw Chryson's eyes suddenly become firm. He didn't know that Chryson didn't change because of the word softy, but Clay wanted to drive him home. Revitalizing the glory of the family and becoming a knight again was too important in his heart. He couldn't accept being embarrassedly kicked out of the personal guard. Absolutely not. The blade finally rose up, and Creason looked straight at his young master standing there, and at the same time, he said in a deep voice, "Be careful, young master." The only one who responded to him was Clay, who pointed his sword at him. Creason followed Sir Malone's teachings and instinctively took a step forward to test. In this kind of one-on-one confrontation, the opponent who took the first shot would often find a flaw and defeat him with one blow. But soon, Creason found that the young master in front of him was always pressing him with his footsteps, not giving him any chance at all. The swords touched and staggered, but he himself was forced to retreat little by Clay. He couldn't bet on the young master's patience. If he retreated further, he would lose the space to counterattack. In desperation, he gritted his teeth, thrust his long sword forward suddenly, and took the lead. He didn't know the strength of the young master's men, so he was careful with his sword. Just in case the young master didn't react, he could withdraw his strength immediately. There was no other way. The difference in status between the two was too big. But the next second, he realized how stupid his idea was, because Clay easily dodged his stabbing sword by turning his head. Then, Clay's sword spine, like a snake, directly hit the wrist of Creason holding the sword. With a muffled groan, Creason staggered back. The severe pain in his wrist made him completely put away his contempt. If the young master had just used the blade, his entire right hand, along with the weapon, would have fallen on the floor tiles at this time. Clay nodded to him, indicating to continue. The sword in his hand turned out another beautiful sword flower, with the blade facing up and attached to the back of his arm. The previous attack was just to remind the opponent to be more serious. Taking a deep breath, Creason understood that the young master's swordsmanship was probably not inferior to his own. Many people in the north are martial and straightforward. Only by going all out can they win the respect of others. After another test, Creason swung his sword hard and chopped towards Clay's left armpit. This was a very difficult sword to defend, because the left side was a backhand, and facing a full-strength swing, the blocker would be very strenuous. But in a flash, he saw that Master Clay's sword was like an indestructible pillar. After a loud bang, it steadily took his blow. Before he could react, Clay's left hand, which had been free, followed his body forward and directly grabbed his sword-holding wrist. Creason only felt a strong force coming, and the wrist that had just been hit by the back of Clay's sword was attacked again. The unbearable pain went straight to his brain along the nerves. The command to grit his teeth and insist on not giving up the sword had just come out of his brain, and his body's instinct had already made his weapon fall to the ground. Clay pulled hard, and Creason's throat was pulled in front of the sword. The outcome is determined. Clay's keen hearing collected the gasps of the guards around him. It was too fast. From the beginning of the fight to Creason's defeat after his weapon was taken away, it was just 2 moves, and the attack was still in the same position. They all knew Creason's swordsmanship. Although he occasionally lost to others, he was still one of the best. They all knew it after getting along for a while. But even so, Creason was played with like a child in Master Clay's hands. Everyone could see that it was not Creason who held back, but Master Clay. "Okay, Creason, now I am the winner. You are welcome to challenge me again and take back your victory." Clay smiled, pulled up Creason, who had a complicated expression, sheathed his long sword, and said to him with a smile, "Master, your bravery is the strongest I have ever seen." Still unable to speak, Creason could only give such clumsy and dry compliments. Clay smiled, patted Creason on the shoulder, and said to him, "This is the place of White Harbor. The whole of Westeros is so big. In the future, I will take you to see the martial arts of the Southern swordsmen. Of course, it is most likely on the battlefield," he added in his heart. He had already decided that Creason in front of him was his first choice. "Creason, I want to give you a task. I wonder if you can complete it?" Clay put away his smile, and his face was full of seriousness. Without any hesitation, Creason stood up like a spear stuck in the ground, and he shouted loudly, "Your sword tip my direction!" The candidate was determined, and Clay handed him over to his father. The old man would take him to a basement that was guaranteed to be secret, where Creason would be tested. Clay, who had already left the new castle, did not bring anyone with him, because he was going to the Godwood Forest outside the Wolf's Den to ask our beloved three-eyed raven for some magic power. After becoming a demon hunter, the magic power would slowly recover on its own. But now, Clay played the role of a mage who maintained the stability of the body in preparing for Creason's mutation. And in order to avoid those terrible side effects, he had to come here. Typos will be posted first and corrected later. Please subscribe and support. The Godwood Forest was as quiet as ever. The thick tree trunks supported a large sea of leaves of various styles, floating more than 3 meters above the ground. This place is close to the ancient wolf den that no one in White Harbor wants to visit. Clay's arrival may be the first visitor to this ancient forest today. Last time, before he set off for the twins, he shared a bottle of inferior ale full of memories with Sir Bartimus, the commander of the White Sea Guard. Now Sir Bartimus has left this forest and returned to his fiefdom, but Clay has returned here to communicate with the power of the old gods believed in by the North. With his excellent senses, Clay quickly passed through the periphery of the godswood and saw the ancient heart tree in the center. At the foot of the tree was still the pond, just as he remembered. Going around the pond, Clay came to the foot of the heart tree. The purple-red leaves swayed above his head, and the leaves rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. With this quiet and beautiful environment, it should be a fascinating world, but Clay knew very well that the ancient heart tree in front of him, full of traces of time, was an eye planted here by the three-eyed raven. The last time the three-eyed raven left, it left plenty of magic here. Clay didn't have time to draw it, and then he headed south without stopping. Now, it's finally time to take this gift. His palm gently pressed against the cold bark of the packed heart tree. Clay's demon hunter system unfolded on his retina as he thought. He called up his own magic pool and began to draw magic from the heart tree for the second time. Unlike the last time when Clay himself was almost blown up by the surging magic, now he can effectively control the infusion of magic. Although the magic pool itself does not show an upper limit, Clay's own body has a limit. The magic of the three-eyed raven, that is, the magic of the old god, is itself mixed. Clay feels that it seems to be a fusion of many powers. He cannot use these powers directly. He must be cleaned by the system's magic pool before he can use them. If he uses this kind of magic directly, Clay has a hunch that if he drinks the green herbal decoction under such circumstances, even if there are 10 of him helping him, it will not be enough to kill Chryson alone. According to the theory of the three-eyed raven, different magic under different magic systems is like an incurable poison to magical creatures. Clay estimated that if he did not have the demon hunter system, which acts as a filter, he would not be able to use the power of the old gods. The magic slowly poured in, and the number in the magic pool in the system kept jumping. Originally, there were only 80 points of magic in stock, and this time Clay planned to reserve more than 200 points. Because the success rate itself increased by 10%, he spent less magic to increase the success rate to ensure Chryson's life. In addition to exempting a series of side effects, such as fertility problems and cat's eyes, more than 200 points of magic were enough for him to create 2 demon hunters. Anyway, at this stage he can use the three-eyed raven's magic power as he wants. There is no need to use too much magic power at once. He still remembers the painful feeling of magic power filling his body in the Godswood forest of Winterfell. The magic power surged, and Clay continued to extract the magic power. He knew that the three-eyed raven could feel his current actions. To some extent, his current behavior was equivalent to plucking its feathers. How could he not feel it? Outside the Great Wall, in a hidden cave, the three-eyed raven, entangled by countless vines like a dead tree, opened its blood-red single eye, turned its stiff head, and looked to the south. Why, when my power enters your body, I can no longer feel it? The more secrets you have, the more afraid I am. Even my lord doesn't know who is behind you. I am really worried, the agent of the alien god. He whispered silently in the dark space, with a strong sense of doubt and fear. The three-eyed raven had observed the heretics in the northern land countless times, but to this day, he still had no gains. What kind of power was that? He was eager to know. Half an hour had passed, and Clay finally stopped his movements and pulled his hand back from the rough textured tree trunk. He had accumulated 220 points of magic power, enough for him to use next. Okay, it's time to go home. If I don't show up in White Harbor for a long time, I don't know how many people will be anxious. It really is. It hasn't been so important in the past 10 years. After making a self-deprecating remark, Clay turned around and walked back. His demon hunter senses allowed him to clearly identify the footprints when he came out. It must be said that the demon hunter senses are also very useful for people with poor directions. Others walk by direction, but a demon hunter with poor directions relies on footprints to go home. No one else can do that. He returned by the same route and walked out of the Godswood. The horse he left outside was still there grazing leisurely. It's not that the folk customs of White Harbor are simple, but the mermaid family emblem painted on the saddle and the cloak is the reason why it is not coveted by others. After getting on the horse's back and touching the mane on the horse's neck, Clay kicked his feet lightly, and the long-trained warhorse immediately stepped on all four hooves and ran towards the direction of Newcastle under Clay's control. For Chryson, he never expected that Master Clay would take him to the core building of the Manderly family, the Poseidon Tower, and directly meet the Manderly Patriarch, Lord Wyman. When he understood Chryson's intention, the old man immediately realized that the young man in front of him was the first person chosen by his grandson. Although he didn't know why there was only one person, Lord Wyman completely believed in his grandson. Take him underground. There is a red-painted room next to the armory. You know the place. Lord Wyman said to the guards. Seeing the guard nod, he looked at Chryson, and a smile appeared on his red face. Boy, follow my guard and wait for a while in a place. Clay should be back to find you soon. Chryson nodded blankly, actually didn't know the purpose of being brought here. Earl Wyman was very clear about his doubts, but it would be better for Clay to explain the details of this matter. After all, they were his personal guards, and he couldn't help him with everything. For Clay, it was indeed the case. These personal guards would face far more than any noble personal guard in the future. It would be extremely inappropriate if they were not branded with his mark. Riding his warhorse all the way up, Clay returned to the courtyard and handed the horse to the attendant. Now he was going to the Demon Hunter mutation room prepared for him by the old man. Now he had full magic power and boiled medicine in his hands. It could be said that everything was ready, and he only lacked a mutation. Chryson was sent to the basement of Poseidon Tower by Earl Wyman's guards to a room with a red mark on the door. He asked the guard what the room was for, but it was obvious that the guard didn't know much more than he did. There were many candles in the room, and it looked like it had been newly cleaned. There were not many traces of solidified wax under the candles. The furnishings in the room were simple, with a table with nothing on it, only a candlestick. There was a bed in the middle, which should be considered a bed. This thing was made of thick steel bars with a gap in the middle, which should be enough for a person to lie down, and he noticed that there were metal buckles at the hands, feet, and neck, which were not closed, and he didn't know what they were for. There were a few chairs around, and he even saw enough water and food for a person to eat for a long time near a cabinet near the door. Other than that, there was nothing here, only the dark brick walls and countless flickering candles in sight. The guard told him to wait for Master Clay here, and then he went out by himself. He heard the sound of the door being locked and pushed it. Sure enough, he was locked in here. People who are locked in a claustrophobic place will more or less feel fear, and Chryson is no exception. His mind was flying, thinking about why he was locked up here. Did the master dislike him during the afternoon competition? Shaking his head, he didn't think so. From beginning to end, his sword didn't even touch the master's clothes, so how could he offend the master? Why? Chryson thought about it again and again without an answer. Although there are many vents here, Chryson still felt a not very strong sense of suffocation. Of course, Clay didn't know this. He just asked the blacksmith of the Manderly family to build a bed for mutation, and then asked the old man to send someone to pile some food and water in the room. When he himself mutated, it took only one night to complete it, but this does not mean that others are the same. It takes quite some time for a normal demon hunter to mutate. Although Clay has his own system to speed up the process, it does not mean that it will be the same when he mutates other people. When he arrived at the courtyard, Clay happened to meet the guards coming out of the underground and learned that Chryson had been taken to the basement. It was just right, saving him from running to the Sea God Tower to ask where his grandfather was. Although the Sea God Tower itself was heavily guarded, for Clay this was his home, and this highly recognizable face was the best pass. Going down the stone staircase, the entire underground of the Sea God Tower was dim because there was no light, and it could only be illuminated by torches or candles inserted in the wall. Going down to the bottom floor, Clay found the room with a red mark on the door without much effort. He pushed the door and found it was locked. He was slightly stunned, and then he suddenly realized that this should be what the old man asked the guards to do. He had the key. The old man had given it to him a long time ago. The fist-sized lock ensured safety. Clay inserted the key into the keyhole. With a little force, the lock, which seemed to him to be extremely simple, was opened. When he pushed the door open, he saw Chryson, who was fidgeting in the room like an ant on a hot pot. The first time he saw him, Chryson's expression of surprise could not be concealed at all. No matter who had been locked up for a long time, seeing someone suddenly open the door would always be very exciting. "Master Clay!" Creason called out. When he saw that it was his own master who opened the door, he immediately believed what the guards said to him. However, he didn't know what needed to be done in such a secret place. It seems that this place makes you uncomfortable. Clay smiled. With the flickering candlelight, he could clearly see the sweat on Creason's forehead. It was not hot here, so it could only be caused by his anxiety. Waving his hand and pointing to the chair, Clay motioned the other party to sit down and relax. If I remember correctly, your name is Creason Manderly. Clay also found a seat and sat down and began to chat with Creason, who still seemed a little nervous. After all, he didn't have time to build trust with these guards bit by bit. Time is also a cost, and sometimes it is even frighteningly valuable. Clay asked Creason a lot about his family situation and why he wanted to be his guard, and asked him to share his feelings or thoughts about the training during this period. Trust between people is increased through mutual communication. It is impossible to expect to fully trust someone you haven't talked to, no matter how high the person's status is. Clay opened a bottle of wine for him, and I won't mention the name of the wine. It was all good wine shipped from the south. After a few sips, Clay realized that the guard in front of him might have never drunk this kind of high-proof wine with a complicated brewing process before. Because when he didn't feel anything at all, Creason's face was already covered with dizziness, obviously drunk. He was a little proud of his alcohol tolerance in his heart, and stopped Creason from touching the wine glass again. He gave him some wine to relieve the pain he was about to receive, but he didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good. He couldn't drink anymore. Once Creason fell asleep, the mutation would be the same as killing him. Creason, do you think you can be my personal guard with your current strength? You can't even take my 3 swords. On the battlefield, will you protect me or me? Clay suddenly asked a question that left Creason speechless. With a flushed face, Creason held it in for a long while, then thought of his performance in the afternoon, and finally whispered in a deflated tone, "My lord, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Clay smiled and said, "So, do you want to have the same strength and speed as me, as well as some power beyond your imagination?" Looking at Creason, who suddenly raised his head, Clay smiled even more and continued, "I think you know that I have been traveling in Essos for 2 years before returning home. During these 2 years, I got some interesting things in that land. Do you want to try it?" Looking directly into Creason's eyes, Clay threw out the last question and hit Creason's heart hard. "As the first person I chose from the personal guard, I know your wish. If you accept this power, you will become a knight again. So, are you willing, Lord Creason?" The last lord seemed to have some magical power. Creason's drowsy head finally became clear. He no longer hesitated and nodded firmly. "My lord, your sword is my direction." This was the final answer and also the most satisfactory statement of Clay. He pointed to the iron bed, his voice full of seriousness and expectation. "Then, Creason, lie down. I will give you 3 doses of potion. This will bring you unforgettable pain. But if you can make it through, believe me, you will never regret it." After buckling Creason's hands, feet and neck, and fixing him firmly on the iron bed, Clay took out the 3 small bottles of herbal decoction. Looking at Creason, who slightly raised his head, he made up his mind and fed him the herbal decoction in order. The next moment, the veins on Creason's neck bulged, and his teeth clenched instantly. Clay knew that the pain had begun to spread from his body to his whole body. He pressed his hands on Creason's body, and the magic power in his body rushed into Creason's body along his hands. "Hold on. When you open your eyes again, you will be reborn." The original herbal decoction, with the details of the hard buckle, was actually injected intravenously, but considering that the technology was too high and, a little scary, I changed it to an oral liquid form. I hope you understand. Clay didn't know if Creason regretted his decision just now, but now the herbal decoction was transforming his body from the inside, and all he could do was grit his teeth and live. Magic poured out from the palm of his hand that released the seal. With the help of the system, Clay was now a mage. He had to use magic to stabilize Creason's collapsing body, otherwise he would not be able to survive. An adult struggled hard on the iron bed, his hands and feet pulling the iron rings and making a clanging sound. Clay couldn't release an axe's seal on him, which would calm him down, but it would greatly increase the probability of accidents. Knowing how painful it was, Creason looked like a madman, restless and twisting his body wildly. But this was not the most critical situation, because up to now, except for the clattering sound of his teeth, Clay had not heard any sound he made on his own initiative. In any case, he at least had the ability to control his key jaw muscles, so that they would not open and emit an instinctive wail of pain. This was also the reason why Clay chose this basement. If it was on the top of the Poseidon Tower, don't underestimate the distance that human roars could spread in that kind of ring-shaped building. Hold on, Creason. This is the technology of ancient Valyria. If you can get through it, you will become a powerful warrior of the ancient Valyrian Empire like me. Under the guidance of the system, Clay transformed his magic power into a stable spell, which echoed over and over again on Creason's body. He didn't know if Creason could hear his words of encouragement, but it was better than nothing. But the next moment, he dispelled this doubt, because he saw an ugly smile suddenly squeezed out from Creason's hideous and twisted face, and he heard, "I can still, hold on, sir." Saying every word was a huge consumption for Creason. Accompanied by the sound of breathing like pulling a bellows, Creason expressed his attitude with great difficulty. After Clay finished explaining the situation, he expected it to be painful. In the previous training, his arm was accidentally cut by his comrade in arms who was also a personal guard. He thought that kind of pain was the limit, but he didn't expect that as soon as the 3 bottles of medicine given by Sir Clay entered his throat, the pain that almost broke his endurance limit came from his stomach, and in just a few breaths, it spread to his whole body. In a trance, he was wondering, how did Sir Clay hold on to such pain? There is no progress bar for this kind of thing. The pain makes the cells in the body groan and tremble, and it is endless. I don't know when it will end. From Clay's perspective, Creason was sweating all over, almost like he had just been fished out of the water. His clothes were tightly attached to his body because they were all wet. He did not touch Creason's skin, but his vision and sense of smell told him that it must be sticky and smelly, exactly like himself back then. Creason was no longer as manic as before and became calm, as if he had fallen asleep, but this did not make Clay feel relaxed, because this did not mean that the pain was over. On the contrary, it was because the pain had exhausted Creason's physical strength while struggling, which was more dangerous. Damn, I am different from others. The system really saved my life back then. Clay cursed inwardly, feeling emotional. If the system had not directly output magic power into his body, his life would definitely have been lost in the Godswood of Winterfell. It was really a fluke. Taking out the gauze prepared in the cabinet, Clay wiped the blood from Creason's nose. Physical damage can happen anywhere, but such a ruptured capillary is a minor event. He freed one hand to feel his pulse on his hot neck. Fortunately, although it was rapid, it was strong and powerful. After all, such a long period of training plus the intake of high-nutrition food provided his body with a certain amount of reserves. If it were an ordinary farmer with a pale face and thin body, he might die of organ failure as soon as he drank the potion. The worse the body, the greater the risk. The steady output of magic power and the speed of consumption were within expectations, but he didn't know how long this process would last. Clay had a hunch that it would be longer than the one night he needed to complete the mutation at that time, but he was not sure how long it would take. As my first experiment to expand the Demon Hunter army, you must stick to it, Clay whispered to himself. In the small basement, there was only the occasional sound of Clay changing his standing position and the occasional sound of Creason twitching and pulling the iron frame. Apart from that, there was silence. Clay had already said that unless he came out, no one was allowed to enter this door. This order was valid for everyone in White Harbor except the old man. What remained was a long game between Clay's magic and Creason's body. It seemed that he had had an extremely blurry dream. When Creason opened his eyes again, he didn't realize where he was for a moment. In the dream, he saw his past, the boy holding a rusty armor, struggling to move forward in the rain in White Harbor, and he seemed to see his future. It was a night, but everything in the night was extremely clear to him. He was wearing armor and sneaking towards the warehouse full of grain. There were flags near the granary. Don't ask why he was sure that it was a granary, he just knew it. He seemed to have a special power. Creason saw that when he was discovered by the guards, he suddenly made a gesture he didn't recognize. The green rune flashed by, and the guard continued to walk forward as if he didn't see him. Later, the granary caught fire, and he was like a ghost in the dark night, coming and going without anyone knowing of his existence. When the dream ended, he suddenly realized what the flag was painted on. It was a golden roaring lion. The next second, the dream was broken, and he heard a tired voice. "You're awake." It was not a question, but a statement. He blinked his eyes up and down in confusion. After half a minute, he finally remembered where he was and who was talking to him. He jumped up from the loose iron bed and saw Master Clay, who was resting in a chair and chewing bread to recover his strength in the countless candlelight. Creason flipped off the iron bed, but as soon as he landed, he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Clay smiled and said, "Be careful. You still need to adapt to your mutated body. Mutation? Creason suddenly remembered why he was lying on the iron bed. He looked at his body carefully and instantly felt the unusual power in his body. He looked up in astonishment, looking at the master who gave him this power in disbelief, and was speechless. At this time he heard Clay's voice. "Congratulations, now you are my compatriot." Clay withdrew the magic output to stabilize his body in the evening of the second day after the mutation. This dangerous mutation lasted for more than a day, twice as long as his own mutation. After a series of behaviors such as bleeding, vomiting, shouting, and acting crazy, Creason finally calmed down completely. Clay, whose magic power penetrated his whole body, finally waited for the end. After such a long period of magic output, although the magic power consumption was still within the tolerable range, the mental and physical damage was indeed real. After finally removing the stabilization spell, Clay almost collapsed on the ground. It took him a long time to move himself back to the chair, panting heavily. Damn tired. This is all Clay feels now. After waiting for most of the day, the old man finally got a little anxious. He came to the door and asked about the situation inside through the door. After getting Clay's reassuring answer, he left hesitantly. He knew he couldn't help. In his opinion, the amazing magic ability was stealing the power of the gods. How could it be easy for an ordinary person to gain the power of the gods? While waiting for Creason to recover and wake up, Clay got an unexpected surprise. His Demon Hunter system, which had been upgraded again as he created the second Demon Hunter in Westeros with his own hands. As soon as he thought about it, the Demon Hunter system unfolded on his retina. Demon Hunter system, level Throtion, pull down to expand. Bomb, pull down to expand. Equipment, pull down to expand. Mana pool, 110. Unlocked, Seals Quinn, level 1, Arden, level 1, Alder, level 1, Igni, level Axi, level 1. Items, pull down to expand. Servant, Creason Manderly, number of mutations 1. Generally speaking, the most noticeable change is the extra servant column. Clay opened Creason Manderly's information and was shocked at first glance. In front of him, the system actually showed him all kinds of Creason Manderly's physical data, including various sizes. Ahem, but this is not the most important thing. After he selected the name of this servant, he could sense the position of this person in a mysterious way, not a signal given by vision. Moreover, he could get the general idea of this person, and if there were any ideas that were not favorable to him in the future, he could immediately capture them. Finally, through the system, Clay could transform his own ideas into the subconscious of the selected servants, and directly become natural ideas. In summary, Clay was reminded of a thing called psychic interference device in a famous real-time strategy game. Although the principle was different, the effect was similar. If he changed to something more appropriate, he felt like the ancestor of the Blood Clan, and these demon hunters he created were like his blood descendants. The emergence of this servant option, with the assistance of the origin of these Manderly family branches, directly solved the problem of betrayal almost 100%. When he planned to create a demon hunter army, he was worried about being betrayed by these demon hunters he created himself. After all, in this world of ice and fire, you would be embarrassed to call yourself a noble without experiencing betrayal. But now, before his demon hunter army was so large that he couldn't check it all and ignored some people, he almost solved this problem directly. This thing is a system where Clay can send a message in one direction, and these servants are all receivers. If it is really used, there will probably be more surprises. In addition, the system has opened up the function of improving potions, especially herbal decoctions, which Clay has not yet studied in detail. In the Demon Hunter world, the formulas of mutation potions of various schools are different, and the performance of the Demon Hunters produced is also different in various aspects. The Cat School is good at speed and assassination, but neglects the magic sign. The Griffin School is proficient in magic signs, but is weaker than other Demon Hunters in other aspects. This is a question that can be extended a lot, because demon hunters with different abilities are suitable for different battlefields. Clay will definitely try it if he has the opportunity in the future. The remaining potions, such as blizzards, have the option of advanced improvement, but now there are so many things to do that he has no time to consider making those potions. Finally, when Creason woke up, Clay ignored the various filth on his body and smiled to welcome his new life. Pulling him up from the ground, Clay asked, "How is it? Compared to before, do you feel anything obvious?" Creason, with a strange look on his face, sat in the chair and carefully pondered the changes in his body. After organizing his words for a long time, he said, "My lord, I feel that there is an extra force in my body, but I can't find a way to use it." Clay knew that he was describing the magic that had just appeared in his body. Clay, who knew the sigils, would use them, but Creason didn't know. Normal, a true Valyrian warrior, in addition to enduring the test just now, has a lot to learn, such as... Clay snapped his fingers, and an extinguished candle on the table instantly lit up. Creason stared at this scene intently. He was very sure that the young master didn't have any matches or anything like that in his hand. This is a manifestation of the power in your body. Come on, stretch out your left hand and make this gesture. Clay made the gesture of the Igni sigil, with his index finger bent and pressed against the erected middle finger, and the remaining 3 fingers stretched forward and separated. After learning for a long time, Creason finally made this gesture. Clay slightly corrected it and explained. Now communicate with the power in your body, concentrate your attention, and release it. Creason tried for a long time. In Clay's eyes, the magic power gathered in his left hand, but he couldn't find a channel to release it. Finally, a small spark came out of Creason's left hand. Creason subconsciously retracted his hand and was startled. Unlike Clay, he was fully prepared for the seal. Very good. Try again, like just now. Continue to concentrate your attention. Clay continued to encourage. Only by constantly failing can you master a seal. How can you gain power so easily? Gritting his teeth, Creason made the Igni seal gesture again and focused his attention on his palm again. I don't know how many times he sprayed sparks. Finally, the gushing flames swept the ground. Since there was no flammable material, only sparks and flickering embers of fire were left on the ground. Staring at his hand, in disbelief, Creason stepped back in shock and stood up from the chair. He took a step back and was supported by Clay's outstretched hand. My lord, what is this? Creason's voice was trembling. This power that was completely beyond his understanding actually came from his hands. Fear and excitement, complex feelings filled her heart. Clay smiled, and he answered Creason's question softly. Sign Igni. The typos were posted first and corrected later. Please subscribe and support. Regarding the loyalty issue, I didn't intend to contact the system. This is actually a lazy way of writing, but I think that if the demon hunter created by the protagonist betrays the protagonist in the future, it will be a very unpleasant thing. That's about it. Calculating the time, Ned's Fallen King's Landing is not far away. Don't worry, you will see it soon. As for the rhythm issue, it is true that unlike other fanfictions that start with the main line, my book has a lot of interpretation in the front. After all, in the Game of Thrones fanfiction, the suitable characters with names and surnames are almost the same, and a brand new character must find his own position when he arrives in Westeros. If the protagonist can create a demon hunter with a touch of his finger right at the beginning, and within a few chapters he leads thousands of demon hunters to the battlefield, and then sweeps across the 7 kingdoms, becomes himself again, crossed out, and sits on the Iron Throne, how long can this story be? If it is not nonsense, it will be over in 200,000 words. I am using my own thinking to reconstruct a story, which is bound to be inferior to that of the witty readers. Some places are not well thought out, but please forgive me. Igni. Chanting this strange pronunciation, the shock in Creason's heart is difficult to describe in words. Without the help of anything, a person's palm can actually spit out fire. Clay understood the expression on his face and understood his feelings very well. This is a power that does not belong to this world. If it does not surprise people, it will be too unfair to his efforts. Do you remember the release gesture of this seal? Clay patted Creason's shoulder to wake him up from his mumbling. The latter was startled and quickly replied, Remember, I definitely remember it, sir. That's good. There are 5 types of seals, but I won't show you one by one here. Looking at Creason's confused eyes, Clay smiled tiredly, pointed at Creason's body, and said helplessly, Don't you think you stink too much? Vomit? Smelly sweat? If you can't release the seal, I doubt that my mutation is successful. The Demon Hunter mutation also gave the mutant an excellent sense of smell. If the huge shock of the Igni seal hadn't made Creason lose consciousness, he would have been fainted by the smell on his body. It was visible to the naked eye that Creason's throat rolled after. His sense of smell was back online, obviously suppressing the nausea that rushed to his throat. Clay waved his hand and signaled him to wait here. Before leaving, Clay said, Keep your head clear. The power you have gained cannot be known to anyone other than you, me, and the Earl. After more than a day, Clay once again opened the wooden door with a red mark. The only person guarding the door was the old man's closest guard. Hearing the noise and seeing the door open and Clay walking out, the guard immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, Master, have you dealt with your business? Nodding, Clay pointed inside the door and said without hesitation, Go, find 2 people to clean up the place. "There is one of my guards inside. Let him clean up inside before coming out." He was too lazy to pay attention to the guard's weird look. What was going on in his mind? "Okay, sir." Seeing Clay turn around and leave after giving his order, the guard could only touch his chest and salute, then look for someone to do the work with a weird look on his face. Poseidon Tower, study. After returning to his room, Clay cleaned himself up and took a short rest. He was now sitting in his grandfather's study in a neat and tidy manner. He skillfully opened a bottle of wine for himself and leaned back in the soft chair in front of the old man. For his grandson's unreserved behavior, Earl Wyman just blew his beard and pretended not to notice it. Clay slowly took a big sip of summer red and sighed with satisfaction. Compared with the golden wine of Qingting Island, he preferred this kind of wine. It suited his taste. "Drink less. You can drink more now than your father when he was young. My Manderly family has been drunkards for 3 generations. I really don't know who to blame." The old man complained about his grandson's behavior, but he didn't stop. He filled a large glass for himself and then put down the almost empty bottle. He shrugged indifferently. Clay would hear such words whenever he drank with the old man. He was used to it. "Tell me, how's that kid, Crayson? Did he succeed?" The old man was more concerned about this issue than the wine. Nodding, Clay's face was full of a relaxed look after exhaustion, and he replied calmly, "Grandpa, don't worry, it's already succeeded, but the process was so exhausting that I almost couldn't stand it." Glancing at the old man's inquiring eyes, Clay felt it necessary to talk to him a little, so he thought about it and continued, "You can guess that the materials we collected are fatal if you mix them together and drink them directly. If you want to succeed, you must have enough auxiliary means, such as magic." The old man remembered his grandson's method that he remembered vividly, and nodded. Clay continued, "This special potion is designed to completely change a person from the inside out. This process is extremely dangerous and requires assistance. It took me a day to stabilize his body. The rest will come naturally." After listening to his grandson's words, the old man was silent for a long time. Suddenly he asked, "So after this mutation, can Crayson be like you?" He had to find out exactly how capable the warriors his grandson had created were. As the ruler of White Harbor, he had to know this. No, he is still far from it. The mutation only makes it possible for him to use those abilities. As for me, he must practice for a long time and learn a lot of things. For example, I only taught him the igni that can light a fire, but if I don't teach him the rest, no one else in the world can give him these abilities. Earl Wyman agreed with his grandson's words. This is probably the logic of teaching the apprentice and starving the master to death. In fact, demon hunters have many abilities and a huge knowledge base, but Clay will not teach them all. Although he can directly observe the thoughts of every demon hunter through the system, he must be careful about everything. In this world, there are more than one person with magical powers, including the Three-Eyed Raven, Melisandre, Thoros, and even the Night King of the White Walkers outside the Great Wall. Therefore, he must keep what he should keep in his own hands. In case of an accident, he must leave himself enough room for evasion. That's good. I don't understand these, but you have to decide the degree. What are your plans next? Clay knew that the old man was asking him whether he would continue to create demon hunters. Clay already had a plan in mind for this question. He shook his head and expressed his thoughts. "No rush. If we make too many at once, there will be problems if we can't control them. We have to do them one by one. Besides, this kind of thing is a huge drain on me. I can't spend all my energy on it. After all, I'm a Manderly first, and then a so-called warrior of ancient Valyria." These words obviously touched the old man's heart. His red face was full of a satisfied smile. This was the good thing about his grandson. He knew what he was doing and would not become a slave to power. "Okay, you decide. Oh, by the way, you haven't been to the Wolf's Den this time. I've been in charge of it all this time. Now that you're back, go take a look. After all, you're the commander of the White Sea Guard." The old man raised the trident ring inlaid with a blue gemstone on his hand and said faintly, "Blue and red are different after all. Those guys only recognize red." Nodding, Clay knew that he should go there to take a look. Typos will be corrected after posting first. Please subscribe and support. As the core of the entire White Harbor intelligence system, even if the commander of the White Sea Guard is not in White Harbor, it still plays its role. The news from the north and south of White Harbor, one by one, was taken down from the feet of the ravens, and finally summarized and organized into a logically clear file. During this period, it has been brought to Earl Wyman. But after Clay came back, the command returned to him, or rather, to the blood-red gemstone. It only recognizes the ring and not the person, and it is not a joke. After Clay came back, he had been busy with his expansion plan for the demon hunters, and he really didn't care too much about it. But after completing the creation of the first demon hunter, Clay finally had time to deal with the wolf's den. Originally, Clay planned to go alone, but after thinking about it, he called Chryson, who had already taken a shower and had regained the smell that normal people could accept. It's not that Clay was confused and wanted to tell him about the wolf's den, but he just wanted to talk to him more. The wolf's den was just for him to get acquainted with, and it was too early for him to get in touch with the things inside. Riding on his horse, Clay waited for about 10 minutes, and Chryson had already changed into armor and rode a brown warhorse to him. Looking up and down at the young demon hunter guard, Clay smiled. "Not bad, looking good. Have you recovered?" Since he has become a demon hunter, he naturally has the basic body metabolism recovery ability. It only took him half a day to fully show the agility of a demon hunter from being unable to stand up when he woke up. Although it is not an exaggerated breathing method to recover blood, the recovery speed is also very impressive. In response to the young master's question, Chryson was slightly moved. A smile appeared on his face, and he answered excitedly. "Okay, young master, I feel very good now. The ability you gave me makes my body recover incredibly fast." Clay stopped Chryson from expressing his excitement with a squeeze of his hand, and whispered, Okay, I know. Now you and I are the only ones in Westeros who have this power. Be careful. It's not the time to let others know." Because the horses were very close, only the two of them could hear this sentence. After a slight pause, Chryson immediately realized that he was too excited just now. He looked around vigilantly and found that no one was paying attention to this place, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Clay didn't want to continue listening to Chryson's sharing of his feelings, so he whipped his horsewhip, pointed in the direction of the wolf's den, and gave his order. "Let's go, my personal guard. I'm going to go outside the city now. You follow me." After saying that, he squeezed his feet on the horse's belly, and the warhorse under his crotch rushed out 2 steps, and then ran, taking Clay with him and disappearing quickly outside the courtyard. Chryson saw that the young master had already set off, and immediately followed him. Clay is now completely familiar with this road from Newcastle to the wolf's den. After all, he has walked back and forth many times. He is not a road idiot, and he should remember it even if he is stupid. Clay took Chryson out of the city. Chryson had never been to the wolf's den before, and he had never even heard of it. The old man and Sir Bartimus deliberately weakened the existence of the wolf's den for the concealment of the White Sea Guard. When Chryson asked Clay why he went to the wolf's den, Clay did not answer him. "You still have a lot to learn, my personal guard. With such power, you might as well think about what you should do on the battlefield." Clay raised a question, which was also what he wanted to tell Chryson to think about today. "My lord, Chryson opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Clay knew that this question was really beyond the scope for a branch that had not even entered the Poseidon Tower in the past 20 years. But there was no way. The huge consumption of making demon hunters made him realize that it was unrealistic for him to create a demon hunter army that could charge head-on within 2 months. Thinking about the process of the trial, he really couldn't do it even if he was exhausted to death. Therefore, the route of the large army was not feasible, and he could only take the refined route of the special forces. When have you ever seen special forces follow the large army to gnaw at the trenches? Going around, attacking, and killing sentries are basic operations. In this Westeros with a low level of productivity, if there is a flexible lower limit, then poisoning water sources, setting fire to food, and assassinating important people are all tricks that can be played. It is true that the people of the North value honor, but the premise is that the people are still there. If they are incompatible with the environment, then the sense of honor can only become a drag. From Ed to Rob, they all have the same problem. In this case, Clay will have to adjust the training method for Chryson in front of him and the future demon hunters who will join them in the future, and he still needs to communicate with the old man in this regard. Chryson was left outside in the Godswood, and Clay entered the wolf's den alone. With a clear goal, he went straight to the tower where the White Sea Guard was located. Sitting in his commander's position, Clay gave an order to a black guard who came over. "Call the 5 stewards to come here to see me, and tell them to organize the latest intelligence. I want to see it." 15 minutes later, in front of Clay, all 5 stewards were sitting, and in front of him, there were 5 booklets of the same specifications. The first to speak was Snow, the intelligence chief of the North. He hesitated for a moment and expressed his thoughts. "Commander, as you requested, our men in the north have been gathering in Winterfell. During this period of observation, we found nothing unusual about Lady Catelyn and Bran Stark. I suggest that we withdraw some of the men? Give me a reason. Clay did not even raise his head and continued to browse the contents of the intelligence summary. In the north, there are many targets worth monitoring, such as... Jon Snow was interrupted by Clay's answer before he could finish his words. For example, the Skinners in the Dreadfort, right? Clay raised his head and stared at him with a smile. He was choked, but Jon Snow still nodded. Just do as I say. It's not time to fully monitor the Dreadfort right now. I have my considerations. Clay waved his hand, indicating that the topic was over. He put down the booklet with the crowned stag in his hand, looked up at Weishwai, the steward of the king's territory, who was sitting on his left, and asked a question. Steward Weishwai, when I came back, the Earl mentioned to me that Lord Eddard Stark of King's Landing seemed to be looking for the king's illegitimate child. Tell me what's going on. He actually knew very well the intention of Eddard Stark to find the king's illegitimate child. Jon Arryn's last words were like a thread that allowed the detective Eddard Stark to unravel the truth behind King's Landing bit by bit. But since Weishwai had also found out this, he wanted to know if there was any change in the current King's Landing from his impression. I wonder if the wind blown by his butterfly wings has blown up the skirts of the bigwigs in King's Landing? Steward Weishwai described the news from King's Landing bit by bit. Although it was complicated, Clay still understood it. In fact, his butterfly effect did affect the stinking capital in the south. Because Bran was spared from disability and subsequent assassination, Catelyn Tully did not go south. Otherwise, at this time, White Harbor should have received the Raven message of preparing for war. According to the Steward of Water, Tyrion Lannister returned to King's Landing smoothly, still maintaining his playboy style and lingering in the major brothels in King's Landing. He was not blocked by Catelyn Tully on the way back in the river, and then was shackled and taken to the Eyrie. In addition to delaying the direct conflict between the two families, it also brought an unexpected consequence. That is, Eddard Stark's investigation in King's Landing was not directly affected by any external force. Originally, he would be blocked by Jaime Lannister at the door of the female branch investigating the king's illegitimate children, and then injured a leg, and the Stark family guards who followed him to King's Landing also died. It can be said that as the Prime Minister, the power around him and his own authority began to weaken from that time. A Prime Minister was injured in the leg by the Kingslayer of the Lannister family in the street, but the latter was unscathed. The huge power difference between the Stark family and the Lannister family in King's Landing began to be revealed from this incident. In other words, if Duke Eddard Stark had brought thousands of people into King's Landing instead of hundreds, you can see who our beloved Earl Pedder would help during the confrontation in the throne room. There are thousands of northern men who are good at fighting and only recognize the flag of the dire wolf. Even if Eddard Stark closed the gate of the Red Castle and killed Cersei, Joffrey and other Lannisters, it would be fine if he sat on the Iron Throne. As long as no one drove him off the chair, all the nobles in King's Landing had to accept it. Soldiers are the boss. This rule is applicable everywhere. 100 years ago, during the famous Dance of the Dragons of the Targaryen dynasty, the Northern Duke Clegane Stark, who led tens of thousands of troops into King's Landing at the end of the war, killed many people in King's Landing. Clegane knew very well how bloody the term wolf time was. Therefore, in King's Landing today, the hundreds of people in Eddard Stark's hands, who had no losses, were still a force that should not be underestimated. After all, Robert had ruled King's Landing for so many years, and everyone knew how rotten the Gold Cloaks were. The investigation went smoothly. Combined with the tome that Jon Arryn was still reading before his death, maybe Eddard Stark has figured out the truth about the bloodline of the Crown Prince. After the Steward of Water reported the situation in King's Landing, he found that his commander was leaning on his seat without saying a word, frowning and thinking about something. The words of the Water Steward made him realize that the situation in King's Landing seemed to have quietly undergone some unexpected changes. Eddard Stark made mistakes again and again in this quagmire of King's Landing because of his damn sense of honor, and the hundreds of people around him who did not suffer any losses were real. Without Tywin's early deployment of troops and letting the Mountain lead troops to harass the Riverlands, what reason did Eddard Stark have to let this loyal force leave King's Landing? Even if Robert eventually died under the tusks of the wild boar, would Cersei still fight with Eddard Stark, as Clay remembered? The differences in these small details accumulated together may lead to a huge difference in the results. Clay suddenly had no idea where the fate of the Seven Kingdoms would eventually slide to. For him, within a month, he could guarantee that the number of demon hunter teams would be expanded to more than 5, which was not a big problem. If he had more time, he would have used up all the materials that the old man had brought him without hesitation, and then extracted enough magic power to upgrade the sigils and make 1 or 2 potions to equip his demon hunter team. But it was hard to say. Clay did not expect that Lord Eddard Stark, who valued honor so much, would continue to stay in King's Landing as Prime Minister as if nothing had happened after discovering that the heir to the throne was a Lannister bastard. Once Robert died, the Starks who stayed in King's Landing would inevitably fight with the Lannisters, but Clay did not know what the result would be. Now, Clay was just racing against time. There were some things that he had to speed up. When the Red Comet appeared, it meant that the dragons had descended again in the land of the East. As a potential dragon rider, he had to assimilate the blood of the Dragon King before this happened. If he stumbled and produced a newly hatched dragon in the late stage of the war, it would really be better not to do it. Both the green dragon Rhaegar and the white dragon Viserys were killed by the javelin. If Clay's dragon was smaller than them, it would be useless and would only cause trouble. When you are a little stronger than others, they will try every means to get you off them. But when you are much stronger than them, they will only kneel down and lick your toes. After thinking for a long time, he issued the first order of this meeting. Draw members of the White Sea Guard in the Vale and the Riverlands and gather them all in King's Landing. Cooperate with the local forces in King's Landing and do everything possible to understand Eddard Stark himself and the movements of the Stark troops in King's Landing. My lord. There were 3 voices speaking, and the 3 stewards involved all expressed doubts. They were not questioning the commander's decision, but wanted to know the purpose of doing so. No matter what, they were all Northerners in their hearts. The commander asked them to monitor the Guardians of the North, and Lord Eddard, who was respected by everyone, made them more or less puzzled. He knew what they were asking, but Clay didn't want to explain. He couldn't say that all the king's heirs were the result of Lannister incest, and the king was about to meet the 7 gods, right? This kind of charlatan speech was not an explanation at all, but was creating more trouble. I want to know what happened to Eddard Stark in King's Landing when he was looking for the king's illegitimate child. Our lord would never do this for no reason. Clay made up a meaningless interface. The Wolf's Den only knew about the incident itself, but knew nothing about the logic behind it. Clay's words could be considered an explanation. As for the reports of the other stewards, Clay didn't hear any unexpected situations. The valley was still closed, and the White Sea Guard could actually learn very little. Because the Westerly had been lurking, there were few losses during this period of time, but this also meant that he lost an eye that was nailed to the Westerly. However, this question was not very important. King's Landing was in chaos, and no matter who won, Tywin's mobilization was a foregone conclusion. As for where this assembled army would go, that was naturally the Tully's hometown, Riverrun. Clay didn't even have the desire to guess. Typos are posted first and corrected later. Please subscribe and support. Dragons have always been a question that Clay hesitated about. It's not about whether to hatch the blue-gold dragon egg or not. There is no need to discuss this at all. Clay is sure to hatch it. When the problem of the Dragon King's bloodline is solved, no one can stop him from having his own dragon. But the problem is, this is not raising a cat or a dog. This is a dragon, which is even more exciting than raising a mammoth. Not to mention the cost of raising it in the future. Where to raise it is a big problem. He is not like Daenerys. When the noble lords of Westeros see a dragon, they will think of the fear of their ancestors being dominated by the Targaryen family. Looking at it again, hey boy, you are not a Targaryen with silver hair and purple eyes no matter why you have a dragon. I only care what you want to do. What? Do you want to learn from Aegon I and be a conqueror again? So far, this matter is an investment that is both helpless and aggrieved, and has a very long return curve. Fortunately, when the war starts, most of the attention of Westeros will be focused on the battlefield in the south, which gives Clay a relatively relaxed environment. But even so, dragons cannot be raised in White Harbor, a densely populated place with eyes everywhere. Although the family can guarantee the food supply of the dragons, it can never stop the leakage of news. This means that Clay must find a sparsely populated place outside White Harbor to raise dragons. This place must have sufficient food sources and cannot be too far from White Harbor. To be honest, this is an extremely high requirement, but for Clay, the key to this problem is not whether there is such a place, but whether he can be ruthless. Spreading out the map, 3 adjacent islands on the sea in the middle of the Bay of Bight, south of White Harbor. Their name is the Three Sisters Islands, which consists of Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Lady Island. Although nominally under the banner of the Eyrie, in fact swear to the new and old gods, the Eyrie has no power there. The Sunderland family that ruled there were actually pirate leaders rather than nobles. They were cunning and capricious. Loyalty meant nothing to them. Once upon a time, a large part of the income of this island group, which was almost a pirate paradise, came from their deliberate induction of ships carrying treasures to sink, and then picking up corpses from the sunken ships. Although when Stannis, who was as hard-tempered as a rock, was the Minister of the Sea, he led the royal fleet to help the Three Sisters Islands get rid of these bad habits. But in fact, most of the pirates in the Bight Bay have their dens on these 3 small islands. Let's put it this way. If Clay takes a sword and kills anyone he sees, he will not kill 8 out of 10 people. Historically, the North and the Vale had a protracted war over the ownership of the Three Sisters. Now the Three Sisters Islands, which are almost completely independent, will never touch the ships of the Vale and White Harbor for the fleets passing by. As for the rest, I'm sorry, once this place is blocked, it will be a natural treasure land for raising dragons. As long as those big families don't come here to cause trouble on purpose, it will be no big problem to block the Bight Bay with the fleet of the Manderly family. Send troops to the Three Sisters Islands to completely flatten this pirate nest, and then use the fleet to block the Bight Bay. As long as it lasts for 1 or 2 years, the dragon will grow to a size that can be ridden and fly, and this place will have completed its mission. Although the Sunderland family has always been respectful to the Manderly family, that is now, not before. The blood feud in history has always made these islanders full of hatred for the North. For Clay, as long as he is ruthless and makes up an incident of White Harbor soldiers being lost on the Three Sisters Islands, he can directly send troops. The excuse is too easy to find. But there is a prerequisite for doing this. The war must break out and the North must be in a wartime state. Sending troops privately at this juncture is not a good time. 20 days have passed since Clay came out of the Wolf's Lair. Although the news from King's Landing is getting more and more complicated, the signal Clay is waiting for has not appeared. However, Clay didn't care about this thing today, because today was a double happiness day for him. Last night, after he endured the severe pain in his heart for the last time, the only remaining piece of Dragon King's blood was completely assimilated by him. When the last blood clot disappeared, an unprecedented sense of power filled his body. He felt his magic boiling. He knew that in addition to Targaryen, there was a new blood of Dragon King in this world. His affinity for fire magic allowed his Igni sign to save the 300 points of magic power and directly jump to level 2. He can now master the use of the flame stream of the Igni sign. In addition to solving the bloodline problem, today, the 5th demon hunter Raven, who completed the mutation under his supervision, officially joined the special team he organized. Including him, there are a total of 6 people. In addition to Raven, who completed the mutation last, Chryson, Jalen, Garland, Desmond, and Clay himself, the demon hunters who are now standing under the Poseidon Tower, have all learned the 5 seals. Clay customized special armor for each of them. It is not a heavy armor with extremely strong defense, but a special armor that takes into account both defense and flexibility. During this period, Clay started training with Chryson, and then as the mutation continued, he began to teach one by one. They can already release the seals they want to use very smoothly. In addition, Clay began to train their swordsmanship and began to instill in them the concept of single-soldier combat. Most of the time, the positions of these people on the battlefield in the future are in the weak rear of the enemy. As for the head-on confrontation of the army, the local advantages formed by them are basically of little help to the victory or defeat of the entire war. The first thing Clay taught them was to abandon their damn sense of honor, and not to have the stupid idea that doing so would be unfair, because this idea would kill them. The second point was that Clay wanted them to learn to think independently and complete the task by themselves without his command. In the previous war mode, the soldiers at the bottom would not bring their brains to the battlefield. The commanders, usually nobles, would tell them to fight wherever they won and to flee when they lost. But Clay absolutely would not tolerate such undisciplined and brainless behavior. Fortunately, after being screened by the 2 most experienced old men in White Harbor, those who stayed were not stupid. Although these ideas were too avant-garde, these new demon hunters quickly got the hang of it. In the courtyard, 5 figures stood on the ground, their postures like 5 spears stuck in the ground. Clay looked at his masterpiece and showed an extremely satisfied smile on his face. But this slightly complacent excitement did not last long. An uninvited guest ignored the guard's obstruction and broke in directly. With his back to the enemy, Clay turned around with a frown on his face when he heard the footsteps from a distance. When he saw who was coming, he was startled. "Steward of Water, why is he here?" "People from the Wolf's Den will never come to White Harbor unless it is a matter of great importance. This is the rule." Clay's heart skipped a beat, and before he could speak, a raven letter was stuffed into his hand. Steward of Water, with a frighteningly dark face, shook off the guard who wanted to pull him away, and said in an extremely serious voice, "My lord, there is a change in King's Landing. Here it comes." Opening the note, Clay took less than a minute to read the information on it that shocked the entire Seven Kingdoms. King Robert Baratheon was attacked by a wild boar while hunting in the royal forest and died 2 days after returning to King's Landing. The king's hand, Duke Eddard Stark, openly declared that the heir to the throne, Joffrey Baratheon, was the product of incest between Queen Cersei and the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, and had no right to inherit the Iron Throne. The two sides confronted each other in the throne room, and Cersei Lannister tore up the king's will, after which a conflict broke out between the two sides. Eddard Stark relied on the hundreds of elite northern troops in his hands to fight his way out of King's Landing and fled to the north. Most of his troops were injured and are currently missing. The new king, Joffrey Baratheon, has already proclaimed himself king in King's Landing and announced that the former king's hand, Duke Eddard Stark, had committed treason, calling on the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to arrest the traitor. Due to the lack of manpower in King's Landing, the White Guard was not supported to send a letter every day. This letter should have been sent 4 days ago, because it would take time for the Ravens to fly to White Harbor. But in any case, Clay knew that the war had broken out. The letter didn't say it, but Clay must have known that Stannis and Renly must have left King's Landing before the king died. It's possible that the crown has been worn on his head by now. The sharpness in his eyes suddenly burst out. Suddenly looked at the Steward of Water, who was standing silently beside him, and his voice was extremely serious. "Does the Earl know about this?" Shaking his head, Steward of Water certainly knew what the arrival of this letter meant. The commander's attention to King's Landing was completely correct. This was really a huge change. "My lord, the Wolf's Den should be the first to get the news. We don't know whether the letter from King's Landing to the whole country has been sent out and when it will arrive." Nodding, Clay understood what Steward of Water meant. King's Landing certainly knew what the reaction would be when the nobles of the north learned that the feudal lord was being hunted. It was estimated that only Winterfell would receive the news. It was useless to say anything now. Clay immediately gave the order, regardless of whether this place was appropriate. Order: withdraw half of the troops in King's Landing, just maintain basic information, channels, and gather the rest of the people in the Riverlands and the Westerlands. For the Riverlands, find out the terrain there for me, and don't make any mistakes. Ignoring the look in the eyes of the water steward, Clay didn't realize that this order should be given to the river steward. He said to himself, "I'm sure that there must be a battlefield there." After a pause, he looked at the water steward again. The two of them met each other's eyes, and he told the arrangement for the Westerlands. "The Westerlands personnel have only one job. Find out for me how many people the Old Lion can get out of the Westerlands. Do you understand?" The water steward did not respond to this sentence, but just patted his chest and saluted, turned around, rushed out of the courtyard, mounted his warhorse, and ran directly to the Wolf's Den. War is coming, and intelligence arriving earlier can be of great use at critical moments. After giving the assembled Demon Hunter team the order to disband and teach the Raven sign as soon as possible, Clay forced himself to calm down. Now, the most urgent thing is to tell the old man this news, and see what he is planning. Poseidon Tower, Conference Room. The members of the Manderly family, from the older generation of Earl Wyman and Sir Malin, to Clay's father Willis and Wendell, to him and his sister Wilfid and his sister Vera, the main branch of the Manderly family, all came to this conference room that had not been used for a long time. Except for Clay, everyone was stunned by the sudden news. This news was so explosive that they have not recovered yet. 7 layers of hell, what the hell is going on? The old man made a sound that he didn't even notice, but it was indeed a reflection of everyone's heart. As Clay expected, King's Landing did not send any ravens to White Harbor. From the beginning, the North and King's Landing had already drawn a clear line. Unlike before, at this time, because Eddard Stark had more than 100 soldiers with extremely strong combat effectiveness, he was able to directly kill through the encirclement of the King's Landing Goldcloaks who were weak in combat. But now the problem came. No one knew where the Lord Protector of the North, who was charged with treason, was now. Is he dead or alive? Everyone, what should we do now? We have to come up with an idea. The speaker was Sir Malon. As the first person to sort himself out, his question directly pointed to the most important problem at the moment. What else can we do? Father, I will gather the army and go south to the Neck to bring Lord Eddard back. The speaker was Clay's father, Wendell. The way this professional soldier thinks about problems is also very simple. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence. Just do it. Shut up. Has the order from Winterfell arrived? Do you know where Lord Eddard is now? Send troops without knowing anything. What are you thinking? Earl Wyman, who came to his senses, sternly rejected his son's suggestion. At this time, the eldest son Willis spoke up to save his brother. Father, Wendell's words are indeed a little lacking in consideration, but we still have to gather this army. His health has not been ideal, and he fell silent after saying this, and did not intend to continue explaining, but everyone present understood one thing. Whether Eddard Stark can return to the north of the Neck alive, the conflict between the Starks and the Lannisters is inevitable. Cray, you were there when the king was in Winterfell. Tell us, is the child king really the bastard of the Lannisters as mentioned in the news? The old man seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked a question. This question is not very important at this stage, but it is related to who can stand on the opposite side of the Lannisters in the future war. Although the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily a friend, it is enough to help me fight my opponent. With a sneer, Clay said in a cold voice, if you had seen the look of that idiot, you probably wouldn't hesitate. I assure you that Joffrey doesn't deserve to sit on that iron chair. Lord Wyman frowned slightly. He didn't know why his grandson was so sure, but he believed in his grandson's judgment. Moreover, he had heard some comments about the Crown Prince being too much like his mother and uncle. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Clay stood up from his chair and expressed his opinion. Winterfell is at most 2 days behind us. They will definitely get the news. From what I know about Stark's acting lord, he will definitely summon the vassals for his father. Whether to fight directly or after the talks, I don't know, but we must focus on fighting. Clay's voice gradually became louder. Grandpa, we can't delay any longer. Although our Manderly family has always stood under the banner of the direwolf, we must prepare for a rainy day at this time. My suggestion is to gather the family knights immediately. At the same time, the family must speed up the assembly of new warships. We can't guarantee other places, but the Bite Bay and the east coast of the north must be under the control of our Manderly family. This is no small matter. If we block the Bite Bay, won't those pirates on the Three Sisters Islands be furious? Sir Malon felt that Clay's suggestion was still a bit risky. Pirates? When the war starts, can we still allow other people's warships to sail directly to White Harbor? Clay's face was full of a strange glow. He finished the rest of the words in an extremely calm tone. If I, Manderly, am happy, I will recognize them as nobles. And if I, Manderly, am unhappy, they are just pirates who disturb my caravans and rob my fleets. There is nothing to say about pirates. Destroy them, leave no one alive. Clay's young body and the voice he made everyone at the table look sideways. What a decisive young man. People like Earl Wyman and Sir Malon, who have read the world, would first consider waiting for the will of Winterfell when encountering such a thing. And the heir of the Manderly family, who brought them countless surprises, is already considering completely destroying a family. To be fair, even with Earl Wyman's experience, he cannot deny that his grandson's proposal is very practical. White Harbor has a fleet that is quite impressive, but it has never made any real achievements in the battle sequence of the North. The reason is very simple. Because of the existence of the Three Sisters Islands, the location of the White Harbor fleet is open to the entire South. Without secrecy, the advantages brought by the high mobility of the fleet will disappear. Over the years, Earl Wyman has been looking for an opportunity to deal with this trouble, but it is obvious that King Robert has ruled for so many years and he has never waited for the opportunity. If the Manderly family takes up arms in peacetime, they will not eventually get the Three Sisters Islands, even if they occupy them. This is the most serious family meeting in more than 10 years, and the Manderly family, which controls White Harbor, has begun to shift from peacetime to wartime. Weapons began to be distributed and the army began to gather. Under the strong promotion of Clay Manderly, the young master of White Harbor, although the ravens of the Stark family in Winterfell have not arrived yet, everyone in White Harbor knows that the family is ready for war. Poseidon Tower, Earl Wyman's study. As a continuation of the family meeting at noon, 3 people sat in this spacious study: Earl Wyman, the eldest son Willis, and Clay. Wendell and Sir Malin, who knew how to lead troops, were already in the army. The financial resources of White Harbor allowed the Manderly family to have the only standing army of more than 500 people in the north. The army of the Manderly family was expanded with these 500 people. Despite this, the combat effectiveness of the Manderly family army is actually not as good as those of the legitimate northern nobles. If a Stark warrior and a Manderly guard were to fight one-on-one, the former would most likely beat the latter down. The old man lit the fireplace in the room. The weather has been getting colder recently. This extremely long summer finally showed signs of ending. Grandpa, can you tell me the bottom line? How many soldiers can our Manderly family organize? This was actually a question that Clay had been puzzled about when he first arrived in Westeros. According to the old man's initial statement, he could gather 100 heavy cavalry. This number is a very large cavalry force compared to the north, but the problem is that when compared with the population of White Harbor, there is a problem. After returning to White Harbor, Clay once learned about the approximate population ratio of White Harbor. As he expected, in this era with no medical resources, the population is extremely young, because there are very few people who can live to old age, except for the nobles. A small wound or a small cold can kill a person. It is so real. The population of White Harbor exceeds 200,000. What does this mean? Assuming that the ratio of men to women is 1-to-1, it means that there are 100,000 men here. According to such a young population ratio, the most conservative calculation is that there will be 50,000 people who can carry weapons to the battlefield. 1 out of 5, this is an army of 10,000. Damn, who is the boss of the North? How come Clay doesn't know that his family is so powerful? Later, after a deeper understanding, it was found that the algorithm just mentioned was correct in theory, but due to the backward social system, the Manderly family had no ability to recruit such a large population. Yes, these people who have lived in White Harbor for generations have been paying taxes to the Manderly family honestly, but the problem is that the family has no means to organize them. You know, conscripted soldiers and recruited soldiers are 2 different things from the root. If they can all be organized, then King's Landing, with a population of nearly 1 million, will be the real god of war in Westeros. Why would Robert fight the War of the Usurper? The Targaryen family has ruled for nearly 300 years. Not counting the royal nobles, if they were in King's Landing, they would have an army of 100,000 if they took 1 out of 5 men. If there was another Robert, he would be crushed to the ground. There is still a big gap between reality and practice. Clay, who understands it, agrees with this. Are you asking about now, or when there is plenty of time? The old man asked his grandson in return. The army is not something that can be formed with just a flick of the finger. Ask them all. I want to know how much strength we have. As the head of the family, the old man certainly knew his own family background. He raised his chubby palm and gestured out a number. Now, if Winterfell asks me to go south immediately, I can only provide 2,500 people, 500 cavalry, and 2,000 infantry. This is the most. In fact, some people have to stay behind to guard White Harbor, so there won't be so many. But if you give me enough time, I will double this number. 100 cavalry, 3,500 infantry, or even more. As long as we can afford the gold dragons, those mercenaries who can only fart in the tavern will join us. Nodding, Clay finally understood the chips he had before the first round of this war. It was better to bet accurately if he knew how many chips he had in his pocket, right? What do you mean? Want to lead the troops yourself? The old man suddenly looked at him, and the silent Uncle Willis also moved his eyes away from the campfire and looked over here carefully. Clay shrugged. He didn't think he could stay in White Harbor and watch others go south to fight for their lives. He had to go without Rob's word. Father asked us to come here to talk about this matter. Willis suddenly spoke. Clay was stunned and didn't quite understand what he meant. Father can't go to the battlefield. You and I must send one person to lead the troops south. If you didn't come back, this burden would definitely be mine. Uncle Willis's words completely woke Clay up. Yes, the legitimate heir of Winterfell has led the army south. Can't you, Manderly, send one too? It's like gambling. It's a question of whether you follow or not. Moreover, there is also the attitude of the Manderly family in this war. Clay, I don't really want you to go. The old man spoke with some difficulty. Although one day when he went to see the 7 gods, the Earl of White Harbor would definitely fall to Willis, but when Willis was gone, Clay would become the new owner of White Harbor. Willis is the present, and Clay is the future. More importantly, Clay now has no legitimate children, not even an illegitimate child. If something unexpected happens on the battlefield, the Manderly family will return to the state before Clay returned, which is a price the family cannot afford. Clay understands the old man's concerns, but he must participate in this war. What he has and will have forces him not to be mediocre. Clay decided to show the old man another important thing to completely tip the scales in his heart. Dragon eggs. It's time to let the old man know. In a few words, after solving the dragon problem, Clay will immediately lead his troops south. Blood and fire, golden swords and iron horses are all behind, because the old wolf's ending in King's Landing is different, and the direction of this war will also undergo some interesting changes. I have a story, everyone. Can you give me a glass of wine? In the evening, Clay carried a wooden box and walked into the brightly lit Poseidon Tower again. Although the news of the king's death has not been officially announced, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The Manderly family army began to gather, and naturally it would not be completely hidden from the public. Clay could clearly feel the almost odorable tension among the people coming in and out of the Poseidon Tower. During the afternoon conversation, the old man did not make a decision on who would lead the army. He was not in a hurry because the ravens from Winterfell had not arrived yet, and would probably not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. When he arrived at the study, the guard standing outside the door was leaning against the wall, playing with a small object in his hand. Seeing his young master coming, the guard hurriedly stood up and subconsciously hid the object in his hand, but Clay still saw it. "What is that?" Clay raised his chin, pointed at the guard's left hand, and asked with a smile. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the guard's face. A little embarrassed, the guard took out the thing in his hand shyly. Clay took it and squinted his eyes. This thing seemed to be a small shield, the size of a palm, wrapped in a layer of wool with rough stitches, and hard inside, it should be wood. Although in the shadows, Clay's vision still allowed him to clearly see the words on it, Vita and Elvi. Glancing at the guard's red and embarrassed smile, Clay suddenly understood what this thing was. He tossed the object, then returned it to its owner, and said with a smile, "Is she our girl from White Harbor?" As soon as these words came out, the guard knew that the young master had seen through him, and could only nod embarrassedly. Yes, her family has lived in White Harbor for generations." "Married?" "No. I'm engaged, and now there's a war, and her family doesn't have much money, so they can't help me. So, I made this thing." Not noticing the young master's sudden silence, the guard seemed to be lost in some beautiful memories, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. He continued, "We agreed that after the war, when I bring back good things from the battlefield, I'll buy her a big house in Fish King Square, bring her family over, and then we'll get married." Just as he was thinking, the guard heard the voice of his own young master, who said, "Take it. When I come back from the battlefield, I will be your witness." Without looking at the extremely excited expression on the guard's face, Clay pushed the door and walked into the old man's study. In the study, the old man leaned back in a chair, staring at the blazing fire, not noticing the arrival of his grandson. Clay noticed that there was an opened bottle of summer red next to the old man, but it was obvious that the old man had not drunk it. It was not until Clay pulled a chair and sat in front of the old man, and his young body blocked the old man's sight, that the old man came to his senses and realized that Clay was here. "Boy, what's the expression on your face? What happened?" The old man was old and shrewd. He saw the abnormal mood of his grandson at a glance, so he opened his mouth and asked directly. "Nothing, just a little emotional." Clay told his grandfather exactly what had just happened, and went to the battlefield at the command, even if he was about to get married. In the original story, more than 10,000 northern troops marched south, but only 3,000 or 4,000 returned, and the rest were all buried in the south. Clay always thought that he could always maintain a chess player's mindset to look at the war, but at this moment, he had a little unnecessary emotion. After listening carefully, the old man didn't say anything. He couldn't pat his grandson on the shoulder across the table. So he played the old tradition of the Manderly family and poured Clay a full glass of wine. "Young people's thoughts, let me tell you, thinking too much is a waste of time. On the battlefield, you kill me and I kill you. How many people can survive?" The old man smiled rather coolly, pointed at himself, then pointed at Clay, and continued, "We noble lords seem to be arrogant and powerful at ordinary times, but on the battlefield, we all have a sword and a head. Only by killing everyone who swings the sword at you can you survive. It's that simple." Earl Wyman actually understood his grandson's thoughts very well. When he was young, He would also feel unhappy when encountering such things, but after a war of usurpers, he no longer had such emotions. Too many people died, and he was numb. After waiting for a while, seeing that Clay had finished the glass of wine, the old man's attention was attracted by the wooden box that Clay brought. He tapped on it with his fingers and asked in confusion, "What is this thing? It's so mysterious. Why did you come to me at night when no one was around?" Clay, who had already arranged himself, took a deep breath, stared at his grandfather's eyes with sparkling eyes, and said only one word, "Dragon!" The old man was visibly stunned and blinked several times, as if he suspected that he had heard it wrong. "What is this thing? Say it again." "Dragon, to be precise, a dragon egg." Clay opened the box directly and saw the contents of the box clearly. The old man's broad body jumped up from the chair, stunned and speechless. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the old man came back to his senses. Although he had never seen a dragon egg, just by taking a look at the contents of the box, the old man knew that his grandson had definitely not lied to him. When he came to his senses, he didn't understand why his grandson showed him a dragon egg that he got from somewhere late at night. An extremely absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? The next second, Clay's words made his blood pressure, which had just dropped, rise again. "Grandpa, what if I tell you that I can hatch the thing in here, and then when it grows up, I can ride it to conquer the sky?" The eardrum clearly captured the old man's sudden heavy breathing, and Clay knew he had to explain it clearly. "At the beginning, this dragon egg and a blood-red crystal were discovered by me, along with the secret of the Valyrian warrior." Although he didn't want to lie, Clay had no way to deal with this kind of thing. "I never figured out what the crystal was, so I always carried it with me. One morning when I woke up, I suddenly couldn't find it, and I had an abnormal feeling in my body. It wasn't until later that I understood what it was. It was the blood of a noble dragon king before the fall of the Valyrian Empire, which was solidified by magic. Only warriors who have the blood of a dragon king and have undergone mutations can be the closest guards of the ancient Valyrian dragon kings. If it weren't for Earl Wyman and everyone in the family who remembered what Clay looked like, the old man would have even suspected for a moment that Clay was an imposter. But this idea was quickly rejected by him. In the world, there is no real blood of the Dragon King except Targaryen. Clay can't be a Targaryen. Moreover, he has mastered the magical power that shocked him, and now he has a dragon egg. If Clay is a fake, why would he go back to White Harbor? With this ability, he can hatch the dragon eggs himself. In a few years, he can ride on a dragon and conquer wherever he wants. The old man believes in his own judgment. This is his grandson. There is no mistake. Taking a breath of cold air, Earl Wyman forced himself to calm down. He has realized that if the family has dragons and can ride dragons according to his grandson, this is a change in blood. That is to say, can be passed on to future generations. This means that the Manderly family will become the new dragon family in Westeros after the Targaryen family. This night, the old man didn't know how many times he confirmed whether Clay could hatch a dragon. Like Clay, the old man has been keenly aware that before the dragon really becomes big enough, the Manderly family must guard this secret. He suddenly remembered his grandson's strong desire to conquer the Three Sisters Islands during the family meeting. The old man, who is familiar with the terrain, immediately understood his grandson's idea. "Boy, when I see the dragon, I swear to the old and new gods that the flags of the Manderly family will be planted in every corner of the Three Sisters Islands." This is the old man's promise to Clay and the future Manderly family. Typos are posted first and corrected later. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. Just a few words, please. Don't think I'm annoying. In the original book, the Manderly family is the family that said the North will never forget. Their loyalty to the Starks is unquestionable. Now that the protagonist has a dragon, I write here that the old man accepts the existence of the dragon. The reason is, as I will mention later, I am a Manderly first, and then a vassal of the Starks. The family comes first, and I think this is understandable. Moreover, my understanding of the world of ice and fire is that between nobles and nobles, the laws of the kingdom are actually not important. Basically, they follow the simple law of retaliatory vengeance. The Mad King killed the Starks people, so the Starks must overthrow the Targaryens. Having said that, I don't think the old man hates dragons that much. I believe everyone can understand the difference between the two, and the Targaryens, who have a very strong sense of connection. I think this is also a problem that everyone who depicts the story of Game of Thrones cannot avoid. The Seven Kingdoms have dragons on the surface, except Dorne. Unless you are alone, how to explain it to your family is an unavoidable link. including the changes brought about by the demon hunters, and as the dragons grow up, it is inevitable that they will be discovered. In the future, I will gradually let the members of the Manderly family accept the existence of dragons, and even have the opportunity to ride a dragon with Clay to soar above the 9 heavens. I like that kind of picture very much. As a Chinese, the spiritual totem of the dragon is not our traditional Chinese dragon, but I like it after all. So please be patient, dear readers, and listen to the little white whale slowly outline the story of Game of Thrones in my mind. Thank you. Clay and the old man discussed for the whole night. In the end, there was no place to put the empty bottles on the table between the grandfather and grandson. Even so, the two were still arguing with great interest. The arrival of the dragon meant that many arrangements of the family had to be completely changed. As the patriarch, this was something that the old man had to consider. Clay asked the old man how he would face the Stark family if he really flew over Westeros on a dragon in the future. This question made the old man silent for a long time. Finally, the old man slowly uttered a sentence. "I am a Manderly first, and then a vassal of Stark." Knowing what this meant, Clay never mentioned it again. Obviously, this was not a pleasant topic. The old man and Clay finally reached a consensus. Clay needed to hatch the dragon as soon as possible before the Manderly family army went to the King's Road to join the Winterfell army. During this time, the old man would directly raise an army and conquer the Three Sisters Islands, and Clay's dragon would be placed there to grow. According to the old man's original intention, Clay should stay in White Harbor and then the Three Sisters Islands, and not worry about the battlefield in the south. But Clay rejected the old man's idea. After making great achievements in the south and returning to the north with countless honors, and then showing the dragon card, Clay didn't know what the adults in the north would think. However, if he didn't participate in this war, and waited until later, whether the northern army failed or succeeded, he would hide in White Harbor and suddenly get a dragon. There would be no other way except being regarded as a bastard of an evil dragon. Clay didn't want to use Dragonflame to subdue these unruly northern adults. Not at all. The next day, when Clay staggered out of the study with a full smell of alcohol on his body, a letter from Winterfell directly sobered him up instantly. Just after walking out of the study, Clay turned around and pushed the door in a hurry. A letter came from Winterfell. Robb Stark, the young master of the Stark family, summoned his vassals in Winterfell, assembled an army, and headed south to the Neck to seek justice for his father's experience. More importantly, they had to find Lord Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, who was in deep crisis before Lord Tywin. Half an hour later, the family meeting was held again. This time, all actions were no longer castles in the air, because the arrival of this conscription order meant that the North had declared war on the Iron Throne. To be more precise, it was a declaration of war on the Lannister king on the Iron Throne, and of course, Lord Tywin in the West. Joffrey was not Robert, and he didn't even have the prestige of his father. If he didn't have an extremely powerful grandfather, Lord Tywin Lannister, the iron chair under his butt would have belonged to someone else long ago. With his level, all the soldiers in the West would be useless to him. Clay didn't know what was happening in the Riverlands now, but he didn't think that Lord Tywin would give up this good opportunity to attack the Riverlands. The incident happened suddenly, and the Riverlands were not prepared at all. Although the Riverlands were weak in military strength, if the Tully family of Riverrun summoned their vassals, they could always mobilize 20,000 people based on the population size of the Riverlands. If the Lannister army attacked again at that time, although they would still win in the end, the process would be much more tortuous. Lord Eddard's son, Robb Stark, has issued a conscription order to our Manderly family, but we don't have to lead the army to Winterfell. The army can go directly west and meet up on the King's Road. The old man's words were the beginning of this meeting. Willis asked his younger brother, "Wendell, how is the army gathering going?" Wendell, who had been in the barracks and hurried back, answered his brother's question quickly. "They are all young men, and there are still too few veterans. We can't send all the veterans in White Harbor. Now, all those who can move in the barracks, 2,400 people." Wendell shook his head with some regret and said helplessly, "The time is too short. We only knew it 1 or 2 days earlier than Winterfell. With this time, it is even a problem to accurately distribute equipment to the soldiers. If we have 2 months, we can train a little and the situation will be much better." The members of the meeting seemed to understand the problem, Wendell said, and no one refuted it. "Do your best. It will take time for Winterfell to gather the army. According to experience, even if Robb Stark is in a hurry, it will take at least nearly a month to wait for the families to arrive before heading south. We still have time. Having participated in the War of the Usurper, the old man has valuable experience in these matters. Hearing this, Wendell was slightly relieved. Most of these recruited soldiers were originally farmers, fishermen, free riders, and even small merchants. If they were not trained and directly confronted with the Lannister regular army, although the bravery of the Northerners was the best in the Seven Kingdoms, the exchange ratio would be very ugly. A month is a month. Wendell compressed the time and strengthened these new recruits. However, Earl Wyman's next sentence made his plan go awry. The old man said to him directly, "Wendell, leave the training to Malone. You led the troops to kill pirates with Lord Stannis. This time I want you to take all the warships of the family and take down the pirate nest in the Three Sisters Islands for me." This order, which had not been discussed with anyone before, stunned Wendell. Of course, he knew where the Three Sisters Islands were, but why did his father ask him to take it down? Take it down and then block the entire Bight Bay. No ship can come in. Sink it if you see one. Although Wendell was puzzled by Lord Wyman's order as a pure soldier, he was still prepared to carry out his father's order. "Father, if we do this, will Winterfell have any complaints?" Willis raised his concerns. Interestingly, he and Wendell did not consider the feelings of the ruling family on the island at all. It is estimated that in their minds, those people are not nobles, but pirates. Killing pirates, adhering to the will of the Seven Gods, what kind of psychological preparation is needed? Lord Wyman waved his hand in response to his son's question. Obviously, this was not a serious problem. The White Harbor Fleet will protect the safety of the eastern coast of the North during the war. This reason is enough. As for the West Coast, the White Harbor Fleet can't do anything. It can't bypass the entire Westeros, right? After the old man finished answering this question, he looked at his grandson. "Clay, take care of your own affairs during this time. The room at the top of the Poseidon Tower is left to you. When the army is assembled, you will be their commander, and Sir Malin will go with you." Clay understood what the old man meant. The old man wanted him to finish hatching the dragon eggs in the place where the herbal medicine was synthesized. His father Wendell would lead the troops to wipe out the Three Sisters Islands, and then Clay would send the dragon there to raise it for a while. This is a plan for the little dragon, and it won't fly too far. If the dragon grows up and can fly out of the Bay of Bight, then Clay will ride it and visit Westeros. Typos will be posted first and corrected later. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. Welcoming the dragon back into this world. If this world has a way of heaven, then this is going against heaven. The weather was gloomy and the clouds were dense. It looked like a rainstorm was coming. Standing on the top floor of the towering Poseidon Tower, the whistling sea breeze passed through the stone columns and hit Clay's face hard. At the same time, it blew up his long hair and made it flutter in the air. Clay's sight moved away from the fleet in the harbor that was preparing to set off, with people shouting and horses neighing, and looked at the sea in the east. At the end of his sight, he could not see land. But he knew that in the continent east of the Straight Sea, a girl as young as him would soon perform a blood sacrifice, using the blood of Targaryen as a guide and bet on 3 lives, eventually generating extremely strong magic power and awakening the dragon in the stone. But now time is not on his side. He cannot perform a blood sacrifice, but he still has to hatch his own dragon. Before coming here again, Clay filled his body with up to 500 points of magic power in one breath. This was already the limit of his body, and he once again felt that he could hardly move. "I have prepared so much, just waiting for this day." The murmur was blown away by the strong wind. Clay no longer hesitated and walked into the room at the top of the tower, which was high above the sky. After locking the door, Clay carefully checked it. He must not be disturbed during this hatching. The old man issued the most severe order. No one could enter the top of the Poseidon Tower. Intruders without reason would be killed with swords. He opened the partition at the top of the tower and all the windows at the same time. Today, Clay wanted to start a fire, but he couldn't do it without enough oxygen. There was nothing in the room, except for a shelf made of the most flame-resistant wood in the center. If Clay didn't know what it was used for, he might have used it as a crematorium. He took the blue-gold dragon egg from the inventory and placed it steadily in the center of the wooden shelf. The new blood of the Dragon King was beating in his heart. This powerful blood power that combined the two powers gave Clay the same ability as Daenerys, who was not yet the mother of dragons on the other side of the gorge. He was not afraid of fire. This was something he realized one night when candle tears dripped on his hand, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Clay put his finger into the candle flame and confirmed his guess. The flame jumped on his fingertips, but nothing happened to his finger. He only felt the heat. "I wonder when I will also have the title of the Unburnt?" Clay smiled, then took off his clothes. It's not that he has any hobbies, but if he doesn't do this, this expensively forged noble costume will probably turn into a wisp of flying ash under the blazing flames. Although he has a huge fortune, he will not waste it on such things. As for his hair, oh, it doesn't matter. The blue-gold dragon egg still looks brilliant even in the dim sky. His intuition tells him that the hatched one will be a very beautiful little guy. Already ready, Clay no longer hesitates and points his left hand at the wood, and magic surges. Demon Hunter Seal, Igni, Stream of Flame, release! A bright stream of fire suddenly spewed out from the palm of Clay's left hand, illuminating the dark room. The wood used as the ignition instantly ignited, and it was covered with grease, which was the best combustion aid. A wave of heat instantly filled the entire room, and the fire spread to the bottom of the entire wooden frame within a few minutes. This small round room made the heating effect of the flame more obvious. Taking a deep breath, Clay sent his body into the flickering flames. The heat alone could not awaken the dragon in the stone. Now it was time to offer the most pious blood for this grand sacrifice. With a flash of the knife, the dagger, which was only used once in this ceremony, cut Clay's wrist. In an instant, blood gushed out and sprinkled on the blue-gold shell of the dragon egg. The deep red blood beads, matched with the blue-gold shell, had a kind of enchanting beauty in the bright firelight. He could feel his blood flowing away, but Clay gritted his teeth and did not stop. The method of the three-eyed crow did not specify how many milliliters of the Dragon King's blood was needed to awaken a dragon egg. He would use all of it within his tolerance. Wisps of blood were evaporated, but some of the blood was inadvertently integrated into the blue-gold dragon egg. Since the sacrifice has been offered, now should be the time for the magic power to surge. The bloated magic power in the body finally found a gap for venting. Clay covered the dragon egg with both hands. Blood dripped from the hole, and magic flowed from his fingertips. Their common goal, under the scorching fire, was becoming hotter and hotter at this moment. Outside the Poseidon Tower, the people of the Manderly family in White Harbor stood there in astonishment, tilting their necks and looking at the top of the family's main building. The smoke from the burning firewood flew out of the window, and under the evening sky a thick column of smoke formed in the air. Poseidon Tower caught fire? This is a big deal, especially when the war has come. Countless White Harbor residents who finally belonged to the Manderly family, holding a variety of utensils filled with water, rushed straight to the family's new castle. The guards stationed on the walls of the new castle had long received orders from Earl Weeman that there might be abnormal situations at the top of the Poseidon Tower tonight, and they must stick to their posts to prevent chaos in White Harbor. Although they could not tell them the truth, the majesty of the old Earl who ruled White Harbor for decades still made these family guards loyally execute orders. So, these people of White Harbor who were anxious to put out the fire were stopped at the gate of the new castle. They were told that the family had everything under control there, and the family also had enough water in the new castle, so they could rest assured. The crowd gradually dispersed, but countless people's eyes were still attracted by the smoke column that shot straight into the sky. They talked about what the family was doing. As the only person who knew about it, the old man personally moved a chair and sat at the stairs leading to the top floor. The family sword was placed next to him. No one could go up tonight. The old man had not taken out this sword for more than 10 years since the War of the Usurper. Although it was not a sword made of Valyrian steel, this sword placed here represented the absolute authority of the family. Any member of the Manderly family must bow before this sword. The family members came, but seeing the old man's expression of never giving in, they finally left. Whether they can sleep well tonight is not what Earl Wyman needs to consider. All his thoughts are on his grandson. He cannot go up to such a big fire. He must guard this door for his grandson. Whether the family can fly into the sky depends on tonight. However, in addition to this column of smoke, there are other things in the sky above White Harbor tonight. The main building of the Manderly family in White Harbor, the Poseidon Tower, caught fire at night. The cause is unknown, but the Manderly family seemed to have predicted the fire in advance. The specific cause is under investigation. The ink was blown dry, the letter was folded and stuffed into the raven's mailbox. "Fly, bird, send this message to the south." Someone laughed. "Born in fire, let this fire burn all night, everyone. Tomorrow is the moment of birth." The flames burned all night until dawn. When Earl Wyman opened the door with great tension and panting, He was immediately suffocated by the thick smoke and took 2 steps back. His eyes were filled with black and gray, his nose was full of ashes, and his nervous heart was now even higher. However, when he saw clearly the gray-black human body lying on the ground in the ashes of the fire, and the blue-gold creature entrenched on the human chest, his steps suddenly froze in midair. Awakened by the light and sound, the new blue-gold creature opened its golden eyes and looked at the stranger who entered the room. The next moment, it felt the danger and spread its lake-blue wings with golden stripes, and let out its first roar since it came to this world. Dragon! This is a dragon! Although the life in front of him is young, it is like a creature created by the gods. It is the dragon that disappeared in Westeros for 100 years. Although the voice of the young dragon is very small, Earl Wyman subconsciously retracted his steps. At the same time, an indescribable surprise exploded in the old man's chest. His grandson, he succeeded. The blue-gold dragon tried hard to spread its wings, and the small dragon mouth opened, with the tiny teeth inside standing upright. It was very aware of the size difference between itself and the person in front of it, but in order to protect its master, it tried to intimidate. Earl Wyman felt a little tricky. Not to mention him, no one in the world had experience communicating with dragons. Facing the young dragon that looked like it was protecting its master, the old man didn't know what to do for a long time. At this time, he heard his grandson's violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Clay was not fainted by the fire, but by the thick smoke. He really didn't expect that even if all 4 windows on the top of the round tower were opened, the smoke density in the room was still astonishingly high. Originally, due to excessive blood loss and crazy magic output, even the demon hunter's strong heart and lung function finally fainted. Until this morning, the smoke density dropped and he recovered. Although he still didn't wake up, it was because his body needed to recover. It wasn't until the footsteps of the old man and the roar of the young dragon that woke him up from his deep sleep. Feeling that his nasal cavity was almost filled with dust, he began to cough violently. The young dragon coiled on Clay's chest suddenly felt its master shaking violently. The dragon head immediately turned around and stared at Clay with a pair of confused eyes. After coughing for a while, he finally breathed smoothly. Clay wiped the dust off his face and finally opened his eyes. Then he was stunned. A pair of big eyes stared at a pair of small golden eyes. He seemed to be able to faintly sense the other's thoughts. "Are you awake?" After staring for half a minute, Clay's brain finally came back online. He sat up in surprise and picked up the young dragon from his body and held it in his palm. "This is my dragon." Clay carefully looked at the little dragon in front of him, not missing any details. What a perfect creation! The blue fine scales covered the dragon's body, the golden patterns connected every bone protrusion, and the slender neck was like a flexible snake. Clay," Earl Wyman reminded gently, indicating his presence. The moment he saw the dragon, he put all his heart in his stomach. At the same time, he could no longer suppress the burning feeling in his heart. This is a dragon! Not to mention its actual significance on the battlefield. In politics, the Targaryen family represented by dragons has only been destroyed for 10 years. The dragon is the real king. This is the unspoken rule of Westeros for nearly 300 years. Hearing the voice of Earl Wyman, the little dragon instantly jumped from Clay's palm, flapped its wings and jumped onto his shoulder. The dragon's tail wrapped around Clay's neck, and its little mouth roared a warning at the old man. Clay was a little strange. He seemed to be able to feel the dragon's thoughts slightly. He raised his hand and tried to touch the dragon's back gently, and explained in a low voice, "It's okay, he is my grandfather, and we are in the same group." This is what Clay said to his dragon, and the old man pulled the corner of his mouth after hearing it. It was amazing that the little dragon seemed to understand Clay's words. It made a humming sound in its throat, lay on Clay's shoulder, and shrank into a small ball. After Clay calmed it down, he finally turned his attention to his grandfather. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other for a long time, and finally they both smiled at the same time. The smiles began to expand and finally turned into laughter. Dragon! No matter how many words they said, they could not describe their feelings at this moment. The Manderly family, together with the Targaryen family in history, would become the Dragon King family closest to the gods. When the dragon flaps its wings, all the Lannisters will be waiting to be turned into well-cooked meat and sent to the 7 gods as tribute. Grandpa, has father gone to war? Clay, who had a bald head, was staying in the old man's study at this time. No one knew that he was here. After stopping the old man from trying to let the little dragon taste the taste of the wine from Chingting Island, Clay rubbed his forehead with a headache and asked the question that concerned him most at the moment. What made Clay speechless the most was that the little dragon sniffed and looked back at him. Clay felt that the look in his eyes was a resentment after he had stopped it from doing good. For some reason, Clay had such a picture in his mind. One day in the future, he would go to see the dragon he raised, not with a lot of meat, but with several barrels of fine wine. The dragon bit the edge of the barrel with its mouth, stretched its neck, and the barrel of fine wine disappeared. Then, the blue-golden big guy glanced at him with satisfaction, and the meaning was very clear. "Master, you understand me." Clay quickly shook this terrible scene out of his mind and heard the old man's answer. "Yes, they set sail yesterday evening. If the wind is favorable, they should be nearby tonight. Take advantage of the night and suddenly launch an attack. If it works well, the battle can be over in a few hours." Hearing this, Clay felt a little relieved. The White Harbor fleet was overwhelming the power of the Three Sisters Islands. With 20 warships and enough soldiers, there was no possibility of losing in a night attack. The little dragon was like a curious baby. It no longer bared its teeth at the old man. It flew around on the table, looking at everything new to it. Knowing very well that dragons eat cooked meat, Clay cut a piece of steak directly from the old man. The little guy, who was only 1 day old, was so happy that his eyes were wide open. Frowning and staring at the energetic little dragon, Earl Wyman asked his grandson, "Boy, have you thought of a name for it?" The old man had some doubts about his grandson's naming ability. If he didn't hear a domineering name like Balerion, the old man was ready to grab the naming rights himself. But Clay had already thought about this issue. "Its name is Galathox. Let me tell you, this name is a legitimate one from the ancient Valyrian gods, and is the same as Balerion, Meraxes, and Vagar. This name Galathox represents the god of fire, stars, moon, sun, and dawn. At least, it is much more cultured, crossed out, and much better sounding than the name Daenerys gave it. Right, arms akimbo?" Clay has been in the Poseidon Tower for 6 days. There is no way. Galathox is very dependent on him. Although Galathox, the old man of the same blood as him, no longer dislikes him, it still occasionally shows anxiety and restlessness when Clay is not around. The newborn dragon seems to have a strong appetite since birth. This magical creature made of blood and fire has an amazing appetite and grows at an equally amazing speed. In Clay's memory, a dragon can grow to 6 meters in a year, which means that after a year, Clay can ride it and fly in the sky. He can't leave the Poseidon Tower yet, although the old man has gone in to clean up in advance and asked people to tidy up the top of the tower. It seems that no one knows that Clay is the protagonist of the fire show that night. But the problem is that his hair was burned in the fire. His body can withstand the scorching of the flames, but the relatively fragile hair can't be spared. Now go out, stare at a bald head, and he is in the spotlight. It's hard not to be associated with what happened that night. Although no one can guess that Clay has hatched the first dragon in Westeros, other rumors and speculations are all unfavorable to Clay. Clay plans to stay until he has to go to the Three Sisters Islands before leaving the old man's study in the Poseidon Tower. Originally thought that this would be a very long thing, but it went smoothly beyond Clay's expectations. Standing on the corridor outside the door, Clay stared at the red comet in the sky. This red comet was originally brought by Daenerys, but now Clay has taken the lead. The dragons returned, the glass wax of the citadel burned again, and the sluggish magic power began to rise again. Clay knew the meaning behind this very well. He didn't know exactly when Daenerys hatched her 3 dragons. 1 against 3, if they were of similar size, Clay felt it was a bit risky. However, Clay had his way. In Clay's magic vision, the whole of Garethos was a burning flame, and he controlled the output of magic power and used fire magic such as Igni to gently touch Garethos' body. Clay could feel that the growth of magic in the dragon's body was accelerating little by little. He didn't know how fast the dragon grew, but 6 days had passed, and Garethos' body had obviously thickened from the skinny at the beginning to the time when it was coiled around Clay's neck. The weight has increased by at least 10%. Clay, who treats it like a cat and lifts it up and down every day, has a very intuitive experience. Clay didn't know High Valyrian, but he still remembered the domineering dragon flame. Dracarys! This morning, Clay didn't bring Garethos another cooked steak, but a piece of raw steak. Garethos leaned over to smell it, then snored in disgust. Clay vaguely understood Garethos' thoughts. In summary, it was probably a complaint. Can dragons eat this? There was no other way. Clay gestured for a long time and learned dragon flame in his mouth for a long time. Garethos finally understood what his master meant, so Clay witnessed dragon flame for the first time on the balcony. Obviously, although Garethos was very small, the temperature of the dragon flame was already very good. The The beef with blood streaks turned scorched yellow with the naked eye. Garethos' cooking skills did not satisfy Clay and himself, and a charred steak was finally cooked. However, this appearance is not so good. However, Garethos swallowed his own work very neatly. Its small belly seemed to be a bottomless pit. It would eat as much as it was given. It was rare that it could not eat anymore. On the contrary, this was also a good thing. Under the catalysis of Clay's magic and food, I wonder if Garethos could grow faster. Suddenly, the bell in the port rang. Clay moved his eyes away from the direction of the red comet and looked at the place where the sound came from. When he was not paying attention, a large sail seemed to appear out of thin air on the sea. The trident mermaid flag on the huge sail was very eye-catching. The fleet returned. 2 days ago, Clay and the old man had received a raven letter from Wendell in the Lord's Tower of Sisters Village. The White Harbor fleet has completely destroyed all the maritime forces of the Three Sisters Islands, including all the pirate ships without the family emblem. Tristan Sunderland, the ruler of the Three Sisters Islands, has become a prisoner of the White Harbor fleet, and the army has begun to clear out the pirates hiding in the island. Since Earl Wyman had ordered a complete demolition, Wendell did not hold back at all. The White Harbor army was not polite to these pirates who had been plundering for years. Men, as long as they were identified as pirates, were all hanged or killed with a sword. Women and children, if they dared to draw knives at the White Harbor soldiers, were killed without mercy. Don't think this is cruel and bloody. Historically, far more people from the north died at their hands than now. Moreover, they do not deserve sympathy. There is a saying that only greater violence can curb violence. If we really put it in a saintly way, Clay can only reduce more bloodshed by letting the dragon grow up as soon as possible and conquering the 7 kingdoms as soon as possible. The longer the war drags on, the more people will die. Now, Clay has no psychological burden to kill some pirates who are already stained with blood debts. There are always corpses and rivers of blood under the throne, no matter where they are. Now that the victorious White Harbor fleet has returned to White Harbor, there is only one result. The cleanup has been initially completed, and the remaining population will be moved away by the Manderly family by ship, and replaced by troops and people loyal to the family. Since the troops have been dispatched, the Manderly family must swallow this place. Otherwise, there is no value in fighting this battle. Clay knew that it was time for him to leave the Poseidon Tower. After comforting Galassos, Clay put it in a large box, used an Axis sign on it to calm it down, and carried it on his back, surrounded by his most loyal demon hunter guards, and quietly left the tower with a hat. Before boarding the ship, Clay understood the situation in the Three Sisters Islands. There were nearly 10,000 islanders in total, 300 of whom were killed in the first battle, and then the army killed hundreds of people in the cleanup. The remaining more than 8,000 people have all been gathered and are waiting for transportation. This time, Wendell squeezed out 4 boats and brought 800 people to White Harbor. After receiving these people, the old man who had a plan in advance would send the men to the mines, and the women and children would be dispersed to the villages that had been designated long ago. If this were a game, then White Harbor would be like this now, with a decrease in stability, but the existing population and the number of births would increase. Not knowing that his son had boarded the warship that was returning to the Three Sisters Islands again, the straightforward Wendell excitedly reported his merits to his father, not noticing the worry in the old man's eyes as he looked at the departing sails. As an old fan of Game of Thrones or The Witcher, the old man certainly knows who should be killed and who should not be killed. From the perspective of the protagonist, he could certainly not promote the plan to destroy the Three Sisters Islands this time, but this means that he would have to choose between military merit and dragons. I never want the characters I write to be pacifists. If it is a harmonious society, I certainly don't object, but the problem is that this is a world of ice and fire, where killing is rampant, and human life is really cheap. Dragons are free creatures and should not be trapped on the ground by chains and stones. The fleet responsible for transporting people in White Harbor is all in Sisterstown, waiting to transport these losers who have laid down their weapons to their strange new home if they do not resist. Clay boarded the warship controlled by Earl Wyman's most trusted captain and headed straight for the almost cleaned-up Long Sister Island after leaving the port. After 2 days of favorable sailing, Clay brought his dragon Galassos to this land where the smell of blood and burnt smells had not completely dissipated. The ship will wait for Clay here, although the captain does not know how long he will wait. Let his guards wait on the shore. Clay himself carried the heavy wooden box that occupied most of his body and walked step by step into the depths of the island. Although he could interfere with the thoughts of these guards, he still did not want them to know the existence of Gallisos. He kept it a secret for as long as possible to give the dragon as much time as possible to grow. After everyone could no longer see him, Clay put the wooden box on the ground and opened the wooden board. Garithos, who had been suffocating for a long time, neighed and flapped his blue-gold wings, taking him to the sky. Garithos, go find a place that you feel comfortable. The young dragon, which had grown larger than an ordinary puppy, seemed to understand what its master meant. It flapped its wings and soon disappeared in the distance. The dragon shuttled back and forth on the island, returning to its master's side for a while, and then quickly disappeared at the end of the sight. Avoiding the deserted villages and towns, Clay and Garithos, one person and one dragon, spent nearly a day relying on the dragon's instinct and finally found a cave on a small hill in the north of the island. When Clay went there, the original owner of the cave, a thick snake, had his head burned by Garithos' scorching dragon flame. At least his dragon won't be hungry tonight, Clay thought. The snake has a strong body. It looks like a python. It is estimated that it can strangle a calf with one roll of its body. However, facing the overlord of the sky, it was blocked in the cave. When Gallisos broke into the cave, it was directly covered in dragon flame. The only fate of the snake facing the dragon was to become barbecue. Ignoring Gallisos, who was roasting his snake scales with dragon flame and stretching his neck to enjoy the delicious food, Clay carefully looked at the nest that Gallisos had chosen for it. It should be a naturally formed cave. The entrance is not big. Clay himself is tall and it is a bit difficult to get in. However, for Gallisos, whose overall body is streamlined, this is not a problem. On the way here, Clay had told his dragon little by little that as its master, he would leave it for a while. As compensation, he left a free world as a gift for Gallisos to gallop. Without chains or wooden boxes, it can go wherever it wants, whether it is going to the sea to catch fish or roasting animals on the island with dragon flames. The first dragons grew up in such an environment, so their wingspans can cover the sky above the town, while the dragons raised in the dragon caves of King's Landing are bound by chains and stones and eventually become the size of dogs. Clay doesn't know if Daenerys can communicate with Drogon in this way. In his memory, she doesn't seem to have such ability. Otherwise, when Gallisos can carry him across the sea, go to find Daenerys? Thinking about that scene, he thought he was the last heir to the dragon bloodline in the world. But suddenly someone came to find him on a dragon. Clay really wanted to see the expression on the little queen's face at that time. Clay was so happy with his imagination that he decided to put this idea in his future plans. This kind of high-end thing must be done by himself, and everyone else should get out of the way. As they had been told long ago, although the guards were worried about their master, they did not try to go deep into the island to find Clay. They knew very well what kind of power their master had, especially now that the island had been plowed by the army, which was the safest time in decades. In front of the dragon's lair of Gallisos, Clay made a simple grill, cut off a section of the spoils that Gallisos had caught during the day, peeled the skin skillfully, and then put it on a skewer. The roasted snake meat had no taste, but it was enough to fill his stomach. Coiled in the haystack in front of Clay, Gallisos had gradually revealed his sharp teeth, and was now concentrating on dealing with the snake body that was as thick as his body. Except for the spine and scales, all parts went into the dragon's mouth that seemed to never be filled. When encountering parts that could not be bitten, a few more sprays of dragon flame would solve the problem. Clay would order the White Harbor fleet to blockade the island for a year. During the war, trade would be cut off, but no merchant ships would come here. A year was enough time for Garithos, who was given a wide space, to grow up. Although he could not grow too big, as long as he could get on the dragon's back, it would not be a big problem. There was actually a huge difference between having a dragon and being able to ride a dragon. If Clay had gained prestige in the war in the south, beat the Lannisters to tears, and then generously distributed the looted things to the poor soldiers. With great popularity and military prestige, if Clay revealed that he could ride a dragon, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms would probably put the Targaryen incident behind them. Countless nobles of the same age, even those with a huge age gap, would try every means to get themselves into Clay's bed. It was not because Clay was so handsome. On the contrary, even if Clay was extremely ugly, the dragon was equal to the crown, and this was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people throughout Westeros. The nobles could use the Mad King's atrocities to overthrow him, But no one could deny the legitimacy of the Targaryen dynasty for more than 200 years. If not, why do so many people bow down to Daenerys? Do they really think that they are animals dominated by their lower body? And if there is a brand new Dragon King family, without the heavy historical baggage of the Targaryen family, what do you think these nobles will think? If the blood of their family can be integrated into the brand new Dragon King family, then the status of their family will rise in the future, won't it? Speaking of Daenerys, Clay, who was teasing the bonfire, has always been a little unsure about how to get along with this overbearing little queen. The two will definitely meet in the future. It doesn't mean that Clay will go there and marry Daenerys and be done with it. How can it be so simple? She is determined to avenge her hatred and restore her Targaryen dynasty. As a serious northern noble, I am on her revenge list. Even if Daenerys lets go of her hatred, then what? She is the queen, not the queen consort. If I marry her, then what is the name of this new dynasty, Manderly or Targaryen? Since Clay can control dragons, he will become a potential competitor for Daenerys' throne. It's not a question of whether he is willing or not, unless, before the little queen's power is formed, they can establish good relations and figure out the future. Otherwise, there will be big troubles in the future. That's right, I've made it clear, this is the first female protagonist. Of course, Clay and Daenerys can't have another dance with the dragons, right? As for whether there will be a second one, hey, how about the readers recommend one to me? Clay stayed on the island for 2 days. Seeing that Galessos was very adaptable, he finally felt relieved and returned to the port alone. Seeing that their young master finally appeared, the guards who had been holding back from going into the island to look for him finally let go of their worries. They all noticed that when the young master came back, the big wooden box on his back was gone, but no, one asked. If the young master didn't bring it up, they wouldn't ask about the young master's affairs. They know what they should know, and never ask what they shouldn't know. This is the quality that the guards should have. After the matter here was settled, Clay stepped onto the warship and ordered to return directly. Although it was against the wind, Clay still returned to White Harbor with the second batch of White Harbor fleet carrying the natives of the Three Sisters Islands in the evening of the second day after setting sail. This time he did not inform anyone, and there was no need to hold a welcoming ceremony to show his status at this time. After getting off the boat, Clay, escorted by the guards, rode his horse all the way to the old man's room. When he arrived at the study, he happened to meet his father Wendell, who had arrived before him. "Seven gods, Clay, who did you ask to cut your hair? You can't learn from me and Willis. We have no hair, so don't mess with your hair." The father saw the biggest change in his son at a glance. His hair, which was originally neatly combed, now showed the scalp at a glance, which was infinitely close to the hairstyle of him and his eldest brother Willis. Wendell had always been proud that his son had finally gotten rid of the trouble of hair loss and had a head of high-quality hair that even women would envy. He had never expected that. Seeing his son's current appearance, Wendell felt that he was heartbroken. Clay touched the top of his head. As soon as he entered the Poseidon Tower, he forgot and subconsciously took off his hat. There was a problem with my scalp before. I cleaned up my scalp after the haircut," Clay explained dryly. "What else can I say? There is no such thing as performance art in Westeros. The baldness problem of the Manderly family is extremely annoying for male family members." Seeing that his father's brows were about to form a bow, Clay quickly changed the subject and quietly put the hat back on his head. Out of sight, out of mind. I hope it will be of some use. "Father, do you have any suggestions on the military? After all, this is my first time leading an army to the battlefield." Although he was full of infinite longing and expectations for the battlefield, he was a little nervous when he really let Clay lead 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers to the battlefield. Rarely a serious expression appeared on Wendell's face, which always had a kind expression. He looked into his son's eyes, his tone more serious than ever before. "Clay, I can't go against your grandfather's will, but I tell you, leading troops to the battlefield is not like going on an outing. Although I know you have seen blood, it's not the same on the battlefield. For every decision you make, it's best to discuss it with Sir Malon. It's not that I don't trust you. Some experiences can only be understood by those who have seen them. Also, this is a not-so-glorious suggestion. When charging, don't be at the front. Honor is one thing, and life is another. Remember, no matter what, don't let yourself be too far away from our White Harbor army. This is very important. Finally, treat your soldiers well. At the critical moment, they will fight for you." Patting his son on the shoulder, Wendell's words were earnest. He wanted to say something else but couldn't think of it. Now he had a mission and needed to rush to the barracks immediately. The old man gave him a death order, and he must hand over the best army to Clay. Carefully tasting his father's words, Clay pushed open the door. He had to report to the old man. The next arrangements had to be made according to the old man's instructions. Sure enough, as expected, his old man was drinking again. This time it seemed to be a new variety. Clay looked at the bottle and didn't recognize it at first glance. Seeing his grandson coming back, the old man raised his eyebrows and laughed. "You're back. Is your Galliso settled?" Clay nodded, pulled a chair in front of the old man with familiarity, and then took out an upside-down wine glass from the plate and held it directly in front of the old man. Earl Wyman was stunned and didn't understand what his grandson meant, but when he followed Clay's gaze and saw the bottle in his hand, he understood what his grandson meant. "You kid?" After a curse, the old man poured Clay a full glass. Clay put the glass to his nose. The dark brown wine exuded an inexplicable fragrance, as if some kind of spice was added. He took a sip and found that the sourness of the wine was completely covered by the mysterious spice. Frankly speaking, this was a new experience that Clay had never experienced before. "I just found this wine from the wine cellar. I don't know when I got it, but it tastes really good." The old man shook his head and pointed at the wine glass in Clay's hand. However, compared to this luxurious wine, he was more concerned about the dragon, so he repeated what he had just said. "Don't worry about Garethos. Dragons are much stronger than any other creatures. Flying freely will make dragons grow faster." This was Clay's answer. He could feel the slightly happy mood of Garethos flying in the sky. Nodding, Clay was the master of the dragon. The old man didn't ask anything else. Until now, in his dream, he was imagining the extremely glorious future of his family. However, back to reality, he was still Earl Wyman who ruled White Harbor. "Clay, prepare yourself. Report to the barracks in 3 days. I have prepared 500 fully armored cavalry, 1,600 heavy infantry, and 200 longbowmen for you, a total of 2,300 people." The old man paused, and his tone was unnaturally majestic. "Lead them well, fly the banner of our Manderly family, and go all the way west to meet up with the army led by Robb Stark on the King's Road." Clay knew that the number of this army had exceeded the armies sent by the Manderly family in another timeline, both in terms of number and equipment. With this army in hand, Clay's voice in the Northern Army will also be enhanced. After all, these soldiers, like him, are Manderly first, and then the Northern Army. 3 days later, Clay got up early and ate a hearty breakfast very seriously. In the hall of the Mermaid Palace, his sister Wilfred personally put on the most sophisticated, close-fitting armor for him. The white hands buckled the azure cloak on Clay's shoulder armor, and Wilfred stopped her movements. "Be safe. We are all waiting for you to come back," she whispered in a tone that only the two of them could hear. Wilfred looked at Clay and slowly stepped back. His sister Vera, holding Clay's usual long sword, handed the sword to her brother. Taking the sword means going to war. Under the gaze of the old man, his uncle Willis, and his father Wendell, Clay took his sword. Raging seas and raging waves. The voice of Earl Wyman resounded throughout the Mermaid Palace again, and then all the members of the Manderly family present shouted out this family motto that has been passed down for thousands of years at their highest volume. Striding away, Clay mounted his dark warhorse under the gaze of his personal guards and the army of White Harbor, waving the banner of House Manderly fiercely. The rumbling of horse hooves sounded, the mermaid flag was raised, and the army marched westward. A preview. Starting tomorrow, the entire chapter will be 4K+. I always feel uncomfortable writing these 2,000 words per chapter, and my emotions are all incoherent. I'm halfway through saying, oh, 2,000 words are almost up. I have to quickly compress the length and finish a small plot. Tomorrow, 2 chapters will be combined into one. I have written 2 chapters myself, and I feel like I have more to say. It's great. I will probably continue this pattern in the future. See you tomorrow, gentlemen. 24 days later, when Lord Eddard Stark confronted the false king in King's Landing, and honor did not triumph over sword. Robb Stark, the young master of the North, summoned his vassals at Winterfell and led about 16,000 northern troops to leave Winterfell and march south quickly along the King's Road. One of the reasons was to find his father, Lord Eddard, who had lost contact near Harrenhal. More importantly, this army would fight for the honor of Eddard Stark. The North would never submit to the throne of a false king. Kill the false king and march out. Now this army is stationed north of the Neck, waiting for Clay Manderly, the young heir of the Manderly family and an extremely important vassal of the Stark family, and the 2,300 northern soldiers under his command. At the Moat Cailin, the young commander of the Northern Army, Robb Stark, was leaning on the table with both hands. The table in front of him was piled with scattered maps, and he was surrounded by the vassals of his father, Eddard Stark. Joffrey did not cut off Eddard's head, so they were Eddard's vassals, not Robb's. He was originally discussing in the hall of the Moat Cailin, but the young commander thought that he should stay with the army. This was a proposal that the old nobles could not refuse, so the meeting was changed to the tent in the center of the legion. In a dark stove, the burning wood made a harsh explosion. Although it was warm, it was far from the passion of the adults in the tent. That old guy Wyman actually let a child lead the army this time. Is he confused? The patriarch of the Umber family, John Umber, known as Big John, had a rough voice and complained. This tall man, nearly 7 feet tall, was standing in front of a table covered with maps, shouting loudly, not realizing that the commander of the army in front of him was also a child. Lady Catelyn, who was standing next to Robb, heard this uncomfortable remark and said directly, "My lord, I think I need to remind you that there may be someone younger than the child you mentioned in this tent." John Umber, who was already completely subdued by Robb and his direwolf Grey Wind, was stunned for a moment. He realized his slip of the tongue, smiled awkwardly, and quickly gave Robb an apologetic look. Unexpectedly, Robb didn't even raise his head, as if he didn't hear what he just said. "Clay and the others should be here soon. The scouts who led the way yesterday have already arrived." Robb raised his head and said to his mother. He was looking forward to meeting his good friend. In his heart, both of them were young leaders, so naturally they felt similar. Catelyn was also deeply impressed by the young man who became famous with a sword in Winterfell. She nodded and said, "When he comes, you should go to greet him. I remember that you have a good relationship." At this time, John Umber reacted. He touched his head and asked, "Is it the boy who killed Lannister in front of King Robert?" Robb glanced at him and smiled faintly. There is no more suitable young commander in the Manderly family than him. As the protagonist of their conversation, Clay was riding on a horse, walking in the front of the team, talking to Sir Malon, who was riding side by side. The surrounding Witcher guards, 4 of them protected the 2 in the middle, and the remaining one was on guard back and forth, although Clay's strength was much stronger than theirs. Because there were a large number of infantry, the speed of the Manderly family army could not be too fast, not to mention whether the quality of this army could support a forced march. Even if they could force their way to the Bay of Cailin, they would have to rush south again without much rest. Clay was the commander, and he would not do such a stupid thing. Recalling all the details he could remember in a normal war, Clay was now concerned about a question. "Sir Malon, where do we rank among the Northern Army with more than 2,000 people?" Clay put away the map in his hand and threw a question to the old knight beside him. The old knight touched his chin, looked back at the steel jungle behind him, thought for a moment, answer, "Excluding Stark, we are definitely in the top 5. This answer did not satisfy Clay, because in this kind of joint venture army, whoever has more troops actually means a larger share in the company. The right to speak is sometimes very important. Why was Roose Bolton the leader of the Eastern Army after the twins divided? The Bolton family sent more than 3,000 troops in this war, which was the largest army under the Stark family. Without Stark, the commander of the Eastern Army could only be Bolton, and this was not what Clay wanted to see. Rose Burton was a master at planning the Red Wedding, plotting and backstabbing, but his fighting skills were a bit shabby. Clay didn't want to hand over his troops to such a man. It was simply a gift. If there was a chance, Clay would try to seize control of the army. Even if he took a step back, he couldn't lose the army he had. Then what do you think if the troops are divided? Can we, Manderly, serve as the commander of one side? Clay asked his second question. Sir Malone was stunned by this question and didn't follow Clay's train of thought at all. Divide the troops? Why divide the troops? Where to divide the troops? The old lord, with a mind full of question marks, forced himself to think about this question. He didn't let Clay wait too long and gave his answer. If the troops are divided into 2 groups, I can say clearly that we cannot win. Stark is definitely one of them, and the other one is either Bolton, Karstark, or Umber. If we only talk about military strength, we have some advantages over the rest except Bolton. But the problem is, Clay, you have never been on the battlefield, and this second army cannot be handed over to you. The adults in the north will not agree. The old knight's answer did not surprise Clay, but thinking from another perspective, if the troops are divided into 2 groups, what about 3 groups? The twins divided the troops so that Robb could lead the cavalry to surprise Jaime Lannister, while the remaining infantry would go to meet Tywin, who was heading north. But now, the situation of this war is different. The last news about Eddard Stark was near Harrenhal. According to intelligence, it is now under the control of Lannister. Perhaps a highly mobile cavalry with a small number of people but strong attacking ability will be needed to bypass Tywin's army and go straight to Harrenhal. After cleaning up the stragglers of Lannister, they will wait for an opportunity to pick up Duke Eddard Stark. With the Lannisters blocking the King's Road, Eddard Stark could only hide his identity and then split his men into small groups. Otherwise, the remaining northern troops in his hands would not be able to stop Tywin's army. If he fell into Tywin's hands, the North would have lost half of the war, because Robb Stark would be cautious. After all, he had not won the Battle of the Whispering Wood and had not captured Jaime Lannister. Without equal chips, the game could not be played. 3 days later, the dusty Clay could already see the Northern Army camp that occupied the entire hillside. The so-called 10,000 people are endless. Clay had already felt that the more than 2,000 people in his hands had given him enough visual impact. But when he really saw this magnificent army stationed, he could only sigh how small the power of an individual was in the face of war. He saw a group of cavalry holding the gray-white dire wolf flag and the red-bottomed steel-frame iron fist flag, coming towards his army. "It's the Glover family," Sir Mullen reminded with a smile. Clay nodded. As a young man with a good aristocratic education, he certainly knew the banner of the Glover family. He really wanted to know who Robb had sent to greet him. It seemed that the only member of the Stark family who followed him south was his mother Catelyn. Could Bran Stark have come with him? That shouldn't be the case, but soon his doubts were answered, because he recognized the leader of the cavalry, the tall young man wearing a gray-black cloak. "Sir, Robb Stark came to greet us in person." Clay was a little surprised, but he still reminded Sir Mullen. Robb was followed by a middle-aged man with a gray beard. Clay didn't know him, but it was obvious that this man must be a member of the Glover family. The cavalry approached quickly, and Clay also rushed out of the crowd. The young master of the North came to greet him, so he naturally couldn't stay in the army. From a distance, Clay raised his arm and greeted Robb. 10 seconds later, under the control of his superb horsemanship, Robb's warhorse stopped steadily in front of Clay. The two young heirs clasped their arms together and laughed. Clay looked at Robb, who had not changed at all, and joked, "Not bad, Lord Robb. It hasn't been long since you became the master of nearly 20,000 troops." After hearing this, Robb smiled and slapped Clay's shoulder. Then, he slightly moved aside and pointed to the middle-aged man who was half a horse's length behind him and introduced him. "Galbert Glover, Earl of Deepwood Motte. Is this the owner of the Glover family of Deepwood Motte?" Clay looked at the sturdy man in front of him, smiled, and stretched out his hand. "Lord Earl, Clay Manderly, my grandfather says hello to you." Galbert Glover, who had been observing Robb and Clay, was sure of one thing at this time, that the heir of Manderly in front of him was probably very close to Robb Stark, and Lady Catelyn was also very clear about this. At that time, it was Lady Catelyn's idea to ask Robb to meet Clay. Robb and Clay were of similar age, which made Lord Glover pay more attention. In this war, I am afraid that this Clay will gain Robb's trust. Reaching out his hand and shaking it with Clay's, Lord Glover smiled and exchanged a few words with Clay, and then said nothing more. After all, the master here was still Stark. Seeing that the two had known each other, Robb ordered Lord Glover, "Lord, please find a dry and flat place for the army of the Manderly family to stay. I will take Clay to see my mother first. After you make the arrangements, come to the big tent. Everyone is basically here, and we should discuss what to do next." "Yes, sir," Lord Glover agreed. Clay wanted to call out Sir Malon to arrange the stationing matters, but unexpectedly, Sir Malon rode out on his own. Lord Glover seemed to know Sir Malon, and he laughed and repeated the actions of Clay and Robert just now. "Let's go to the big tent. I will introduce you to my father's vassals." Robert took Clay away, but Clay noticed that when Robert mentioned these vassals, his tone was not as relaxed as before. "Why? Can you handle these adults?" Clay probably guessed the situation that Robert encountered, so he asked. In front of his good brother, Robert did not hide his thoughts at all. He said with some distress, "They are all people who followed my father to win the war against the usurper. Although this time I summoned them to go south to save my father, none of them said anything, but I can see that in their hearts they still only regard me as a child. To be honest, you and I are both children in their eyes." Clay shrugged, and his tone was quite helpless. Clay understood what happened to Robb. It was a typical situation of a young master and a powerful minister. If Robb had not made a name for himself on the battlefield, these old guys might have done something weird. Daeron Targaryen was only 14 when he conquered Dorne. Robb was quite dissatisfied with the old guy's use of age as an excuse. Forget it. The young dragon did conquer Dorne at the age of 14, but so what? The Iron Throne lost 10,000 men in this battle, and in the end more than 50,000 men were killed to maintain its rule there. Clay understood Robb's feelings, but the example he cited was indeed inappropriate. In the end, the young dragon Daeron Targaryen himself died in the war he started. Robb, war is not just about blood and fire. Sometimes women and wreaths can play a much greater role than the former. Robb hummed twice and could not find a reason to refute Clay's words. On the way, Robb kept mumbling and sharing with Clay what happened in Winterfell. The two of them brought their own guards, and the flags behind them also turned into direwolves and mermaids holding tridents. In the chaos, Clay followed Robb and stepped into the military camp composed of more than 10,000 northern soldiers. Along the way, there were soldiers holding weapons and equipment everywhere. Clay saw the family emblems of various northern families. The closer to the center of the camp, the more soldiers of the Stark family there were. The two of them got off their horses at the gate of the camp, and Clay's guards were taken to rest by the Stark soldiers. Here, they were not qualified to enter. "Come on, I'll show you how many unpleasant things you'll hear in this tent." Robb lifted the curtain of the big tent and walked in with Clay. As soon as they entered, there were many people standing or sitting inside, and their eyes were attracted by Robb and Clay. Looking around, as expected, all of them were about the same age as his father. He saw that Lady Catelyn, who was sitting at the innermost, nodded and smiled at him. During the time Clay stayed in Winterfell, he left a very good impression on Catelyn. The northern nobles present all understood Clay's identity. Clay, who had just found an empty chair to sit down, saw a rough man who was taller than him, who yelled at him directly, "Manderly boy, how many troops did you bring to respond to the call this time?" The voice was very loud. The tone was very rude. Clay frowned. He didn't know who this man was. Catelyn introduced him. "He is Jon Umber, the last Lord of Hearth." Nodding to Catelyn, indicating that he knew, Clay turned his attention back to Jon Umber and said in a very impolite tone, "Lord Umber, in what capacity do you ask me this question?" The tent fell silent, and everyone was listening to the conversation between the two. Jon Umber didn't understand what Clay meant, and frowned with a slightly whitening eyebrow and shouted, "Boy, what do you mean? If you are asking this question as the master of the Umber family, then as the heir of White Harbor, I don't have to answer your question. If you are asking me as a vassal of the Stark family, then as a vassal, I don't have to answer you either." Clay stared coldly at Jon Umber's angry face and continued, "If you are asking this question as a more experienced military commander than me, then I can tell you. But be careful, my lord. A teenager can let a wolf bite off 2 of your fingers. Then I can also use a sword to make you lose 2 more. With a clang, Jon Umber kicked the chair away and reached for the giant's sword at his waist. Sitting next to him, a thin, pale-skinned, middle-aged man grabbed Jon Umber's arm and stopped him from drawing his sword. "What do you want to do, Lord Umber?" Robb shouted, and Jon Umber angrily let go of the hilt of the sword, picked up the chair and sat down with a bang. A pair of bull eyes stared at Clay angrily, and the look seemed to want to eat him. "My lord, I haven't asked for your name yet?" Clay smiled at the man who had just stopped Jon Umber and asked. But when he heard the answer, the smile on his face became very unnatural for a moment, because the name was Roose Bolton. It was the first time to write such a long chapter, and it was indeed a brand new experience. But from my own feeling, there are indeed more things that can be described, and there are more opportunities to lay out some things I like. By the way, didn't the heroine reveal her identity before? Some masters have their own ideas. Let me talk to you about my understanding. In the entire Game of Thrones, the Dragon Queen is definitely the most distinctive female character. She is not a vase, but a queen rather than a queen. Of course, I can let the protagonist go to Essos before and kill the Horse King directly. But the question is this Daenerys still herself? Maybe this will become a vase with this name, who has never seen blood and fire, has never experienced pain and loss, and will probably be like Myrcella, a flower in a greenhouse. This is boring. I don't know if I can write a love story. I'll try it later. If I can, I won't write it. It's not appropriate to cut off such an important character as Daenerys. I think it's not important whether the protagonist has true feelings for her. Whether they do or not is fine. Her claim to the throne is real. The protagonist married the 3 idiots. Assuming that all male Starks are useless, it means that they have obtained the claim to the north. The same is true for Daenerys. As for what will happen in the future, I will leave it to my pen. If Rose Bolton hadn't introduced himself, Clay would never have connected the person in front of him with the traitor who planned the Red Wedding and almost completely wiped out the Stark family. From the first impression, Rose Bolton is a very gentle person, and even has a little bit of elegance in his gestures. When talking to Clay just now, his tone was gentle, and he seemed to be deliberately controlling his volume so that you didn't feel harsh. If Clay didn't know this man very well, he would never think that he was a cold-blooded, calculating, and cruel person. Clay used his peripheral vision to observe the reactions of the nobles in the big tent. Rose Bolton's action of holding John Umber seemed to have waited for many people's approval. Clay even noticed that Catelyn and Robb even smiled kindly at Rose Bolton because of this. Clay somewhat understood why the command of the infantry corps fell into Rose Bolton's hands so easily later. Catelyn, Robb, and even the entire northern nobles completely believed in this guy, who enjoyed peeling people's skin. He was extremely alert in his heart. This was not a good sign. Facing Rose Bolton's smile, Clay could only continue to smile at the moment. After all, the other party had just eliminated a conflict for him. He looked at the northern nobles present and reported the number of troops he brought. "My lords, my Manderly family has brought a total of 2,300 people this time, including 500 fully armored cavalry, 1,600 heavy infantry, and 200 longbowmen. Thank you, Manderly family, for your support to my Stark family. I thank Manderly family on behalf of my husband." Lady Catelyn said a polite word of thanks to Clay on behalf of her husband and son. When the Lord summons, the vassal must come no matter what the situation is. If they disobey, it is equivalent to rebellion, and the end is usually the destruction of the family. The best outcome is like Lord Walder Frey, who drags it out to the end and then completely ruins his reputation. "Wow, your grandfather has prepared a lot this time." Earl Glover, who arranged the Manderly family army, lifted the curtain and walked in. He and Sir Milan are very concerned about each other, so naturally they also care about Clay. "My lord," Clay nodded to Earl Glover. Seeing that the matter was basically over, Robb Stark tapped the table lightly to focus everyone's attention on himself, then coughed and said in a deep voice, "My lords, I received some news intermittently in Winterfell before. Now I will tell you about the situation we are about to face." Robb took out a huge map of the Riverlands from the pile of maps, then took out the thin wooden stick beside him and pointed to the location between the Golden Tooth and River Run. "About 3 weeks ago, here, in the hilly area between the Golden Tooth and River Run, my uncle Edmure Tully assigned his men Lord Vance and Lord Piper to fight a battle with the Kingslayer's troops here. But unfortunately, they were defeated." Robb pushed a lion's head carved out of wood to that position, which also attracted the attention of everyone in the big tent. What did Edmure Tully think of attacking the Lannisters in this kind of terrain? John Umber, who had just been choked by Clay, seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened, and his loud voice began to work at full power again. He frowned and pointed at the location of the battle. "No, as far as I know, my uncle's army was completely in a defensive position, but they were completely unable to resist the Kingslayer's attack from the mountain." Robb shook his head with a solemn expression. The Riverlands were suddenly attacked by the enemy, and they had no time to assemble their troops after losing the first battle. Clay was a little puzzled. Why would the Kingslayer still appear on this battlefield? Shouldn't he be in King's Landing? Why didn't the White Sea Guard of King's Landing send a raven to tell him such important news? Clay didn't know what the capital of the Seven Kingdoms was like now, but a faint worry still lingered in his heart. Regardless of the nonsense timeline, the fact that the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister could reach the Westerlands so quickly proves that Lord Tywin had begun preparing for war since Eddard Stark's accident in King's Landing. "We were defeated in defense. Are you all scared by Lord Tywin?" John Umber muttered. The Northerners always despised the fighting power of the Southern army. He was very disdainful of Edmure Tully, who was defeated in a single battle, even though he was in a defensive position. Robb said nothing and continued to share the news on the battlefield. "Lord Tywin's other army has already left the Westerlands along the Golden Road. This army is moving very fast. As far as I know, they have stationed in Harrenhal, and the vanguard has approached the town of Earl Haraway. A larger lion head was pressed to the north of God's Eye Lake." "What is the old lion doing in that big ruin? Looking for treasure?" Earl Glover asked curiously. "If we look at the map, the Lannister army actually circled far away from the battlefield. With the most powerful force, they did not attack the Riverlands in one fell swoop. What exactly is Lord Tywin planning?" Clay's eyes were fixed on the lion's head. Although this location was strange, it was indeed a major transportation route between the north and the south. He raised his first question since the combat meeting. "My lords, we have to figure out who Lord Tywin is targeting." Clay moved his body closer to the table and pointed his finger at the location of Harrenhal. "Lord Clay, what do you think?" Roose Bolton still had a faint smile on his face. Clay ignored him and continued, "If he is coming for us, then this detour is too big. The water in the upper reaches of the Green Fork is fast, and only the twins can pass, but it is not the case in the lower reaches. If he wants to block us, by the time he has finished dawdling in Harrenhal, we will have crossed the river from the lower reaches and directly joined the battle in the Riverlands, unless Lord Tywin does not rest at all now and goes north along the King's Road. So I judge that the Old Lion's goal is probably not us, but to lead the army to find Lord Eddard near Harrenhal." After this judgment was made, everyone's heart was immediately lifted. The last news of Eddard Stark was in the Harrenhal area. Assuming that he wanted to return north, the fastest way would be to go north along the King's Road, which has relatively good road conditions. But the problem is that once the Lannister army enters Earl Harroway's town, it will be equivalent to completely blocking the possibility of Eddard Stark's quick return to the north. Again, Eddard Stark must not fall into Tywin's hands. Otherwise, there is no need to fight this battle in the north. Clay took a wolf head representing Stark and placed it near Harrenhal, while he pushed the lion head upwards to the town of Earl Harroway where the vanguard was. Now everyone's faces turned ugly. No matter how much they disapproved of Clay's youth, everyone had to admit that this inference made sense. This is forcing us to make a choice. We can march south along the King's Road and fight a decisive battle with Lord Tywin, who has been waiting for us in the Riverlands. Otherwise, we can cross the twins directly and solve the war in the Riverlands that is about to burn to Riverrun, and then fight a decisive battle with Lord Tywin. Although Roose Bolton's voice was small and difficult to hear, it summarized the current situation very well. Sometimes Clay felt that Eddard Stark might as well be imprisoned in King's Landing. At least, the Northern Army had the initiative on the battlefield. In this situation, Eddard Stark is in the enemy-occupied area, and the Northern Army must go to rescue him. This means that no matter whether they fight the Lannister army in the west or not, the Northern Army must fight against the main army led by Tywin. It is not accurate to say that they will fight against each other, or it is far from the truth. From the perspective of the Stark family, this is a battle that must be won. Only by crushing Tywin can the Stark family have the possibility of taking Eddard Stark back. I must rescue my father as soon as possible. This is also why I started the army. Robb shouted excitedly. After all, he was still a child in his teens when it came to his father's problem. No one dared to object to this, but the adults in the north frowned. Obviously, neither of these two paths was a perfect choice. Clay looked at Robb. The young wolf in front of him did not propose the strategy of cavalry crossing the twins and infantry going south to stop Tywin as he remembered. The difference lies in the change in Eddard Stark's own situation. In that timeline, Robb knew that his father had been caught, so catching the Kingslayer was a very good plan. But the problem is that now, Eddard Stark could be caught at any time, and the situation is completely different. His father's life cannot make a teenager calm down and think about the problem, and the same is true for his wife Catelyn Tully as a woman. The noble lords of the North argued for a long time, but facing the complex situation in front of them, no one could come up with a suitable strategy. According to intelligence, Lord Walder Frey of the Twins has summoned his army and closed the east bank of the Twins. The Twins are not something that can be passed by. When the last northern noble left the big tent, this fruitless argument finally ended temporarily. There were 3 people left in the big tent: Clay, Robb, and Catelyn. Clay suddenly realized that there was one person missing from the meeting, and he hurriedly asked Robb, "Where is Theon Greyjoy? Why haven't I seen him?" Robb, who was thinking hard, couldn't help but think of the scene before he got Grey Wind when he heard Clay's question. He asked Clay with a strange look on his face, "Why do you think of him?" "I sent him to the Iron Islands this morning to ask his father to send troops to the west." Hearing this, Clay immediately became anxious. He slammed the table in the shocked eyes of Robb and his son and asked directly without caring about the politeness of the lord and the vassal, "Where is he? Has he left?" Robb and Catelyn were puzzled by Clay's sudden change. The former frowned, thinking that Clay was still concerned about what happened in Winterfell. "He hasn't left yet. He is packing up and will leave early tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Clay felt relieved. Fortunately, he didn't let this scourge leave. He said directly to Robb, "Robb, recall him immediately and never let him go to the Iron Islands." Why? The mother and son spoke at the same time. Robb didn't understand what Clay meant by this, and Catelyn felt that Clay was meddling too much. After all, Theon Greyjoy was her husband's adopted son. After all, this is all Stark's business. What does it have to do with you, Manderly? Clay ignored Catelyn at all and spoke quickly. Robb, let me ask you, Theon's last name is Greyjoy, right? Yes, Clay, don't be embarrassed just because of the last name. He is the only son of Balon Greyjoy, right? Yes, but King Balon rebelled, and it was your father and King Robert who put it down, right? Robb finally fell silent, and he seemed to know what Clay was going to say. So, what makes you think that with a written document from you, Balon Greyjoy will listen to you and take his Iron Fleet to attack the Westerly? Tywin doesn't have any big grudge against him. Besides, you are personally erasing his biggest concern about attacking the North. Let me ask you, if he detains Theon and makes him a Greyjoy again, and then Balon Greyjoy leads the Ironborn to attack the west coast of the North. Clay's tone was frighteningly cold. Then, how can you stop him? You and your vassal's army are mostly here. If the North falls while we are fighting Tywin, your army's morale will collapse. Catelyn sat in the chair, lost and unable to say a word. In this plan, she agreed with Theon's doing so very much, and didn't consider these things at all. Now that Clay reminded her, she finally remembered what kind of people most of the Greyjoys were. No way, Theon and I are brothers. Robb couldn't accept that Theon would betray him, but Clay's next words pierced his fantasy without hesitation. Robb, wake up. Balon Greyjoy is Theon's father. Remember, his last name is Greyjoy, not Stark. Clay didn't have time to sympathize with how miserable Theon's experience was, or how much he struggled in his heart. A traitor is a traitor. If he really went to the Iron Islands, the North would be really hard to save. Robb, send others to hold King Balon's son in our hands. Only then can we ensure that the Iron Islands will help us fight the Lannisters. Although the word hold sounded extremely harsh in Robb's ears, at this time, he also understood that what Clay said was right. Fortunately, in Winterfell, Clay had a good relationship with Robb. Otherwise, he would not have finished talking today. Robb opened the tent and hurried to find Theon, leaving Clay and Catelyn alone. Clay couldn't stay any longer, so he patted his chest and said goodbye. As soon as he turned around, he heard Catelyn's voice. Thank you, Clay. Without you, it might put all of us in danger. I know you and Robb are good friends, and he listens to you, just like Ned and Robert. This is very good, but I ask you to treat Robb as your lord, not as a child, even though you are not much older than him. Clay certainly understood the kindness and reminder in Catelyn's words, which was exactly what he wanted. He turned around and saluted the Mistress of the North again, and said his answer in a calm tone. For the North? The curtain was lifted again, but this time, Catelyn was the only one left in the tent. I will post the typos first and correct them later. There is a big chapter, so I will try to make it coherent. Here, I change the order and situation of the original story. I believe that readers can